What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. One Piece capture goddess to become stronger 1 centigram. Chapter 1 God, are you awake? This book is a story with multiple female protagonists. If you like single women or no women, please do not read. The end of 1519 Hyuan calendar. At this time, there is still about half a year before Luffy sets out to sea. Close black lens bracket. Sky Island, Sanctuary, Arpaired, Shrine. Lord God, are you awake? The dawn has come and the angels are ready for food, a soft, dull voice suddenly sounded. Qin Yun, Yun pronounced twice, woke up in response, opened his eyes with satisfaction and looked to the side. Then, a tender face appeared in his field of vision, blinking its big eyes and looking at him playfully. She has a lovely and beautiful face, shiny golden hair, and double braids that reach up to the sky with the ends deliberately shaped like balls. Good morning, Connie. Qin Yun stroked her golden hair and greeted her. Good morning to you too, God. Upon hearing this, Conis's eyes curved into crescents with joy, and she smiled and gently tapped the small golden bell beside her. A pleasant bell rang, and 6 angel maids came in one after another, filling the dining table in the living room with delicious food. After Connie's helped Qin Yun put on his clothes, he took her to the dining table. The angel stood on the other side of Qin Yun and took turns feeding him, making him look satisfied. He was already accustomed to this kind of imperial enjoyment. Looking at the goddess, Connie's chewing slowly beside him, Qin Yun fell into deep thought. That's right, Qin Yun is a time traveler, and he has come here. This makes him different from the soul travelers, and his body structure is different from that of people in the pirate world. This means that he is far less efficient than the natives here in increasing his physical strength through exercise. Fortunately, he had the thunder fruit, so he could use lightning to forge his body. Qin Yun waited left and right, but there was no sign of a ding from the system. Just when he was forced to continue to rule Sky Island, he formed a happy marriage with the beautiful Conis. Getting along with her surprised him because he felt his body was slowly getting stronger. After his research, he found that only Conis had this ability. He speculated that this ability could only be triggered by knowing the heroine or the supporting actress. Advertisement so far, with the help of Conis, he has been able to use the armament hockey in a preliminary way. However, the power of hockey is not as strong as one of his thunder fruits, but it can be used to catch other Logia users by surprise when fighting against them. Someone asked the reason for time travel? Please watch the VCR. Qin Yun, who had just slaughtered billions of lives and ended his career as the king of killers, sat happily in his gaming chair at home, watching Luffy fight Kaido, the Beast King, in Wano country. He did sit-ups repeatedly, and finally direct rubber to Nika. Seeing this, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Awakening? The sun god Nika? The rubber boy was gone just like that? Just when he felt that he had ruined another childhood work, a beautiful female voice suddenly came to his ears. Qin Yun, do you want to indulge yourself in the pirate world? Qin Yun thought he was hallucinating, but the next moment, he suddenly felt a pulling force that threw him into a vortex black hole that had appeared nearby. He also vaguely saw 3 bright lights rushing into his body, and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in a closed room with a ball under him, feeling a little panicked. There were quite a few apples on the white jade table in the distance. He crawled to the side and looked back to the original place, only to find that the ball below was the head of a young man. The young man wore a white turban, bell-bottom trousers, had long earlobes, was bare-chested and had feet, and had a thunder drum on his back. With this very distinctive appearance, how could Qin Yun not understand that he was Enel? He clearly smashed Enel to death. The remaining space-time energy from the time travel ignores elementalization. This is not the end yet. Qin Yun soon discovered that he could emit lightning and also transform into lightning. No doubt, he also robbed Enel of the power of the thunder fruit. Although he was a little confused, he had read many time travel novels and soon adapted to the situation. No one in Sky Island could use armament hockey, so this was a dream start for him. So, with the help of the invincible power of the thunder fruit, he easily brought Sky Island under his rule. However, the old god Gone Full did not obey his rule, and wanted to take advantage of the period when the gods had just been replaced to unite the people of Sky Island to rebel against him. How could Qin Yun tolerate such injustice? He immediately sent him to see Enel. After electrocuting Ganfer's Mount Pierre to unconsciousness, he thought that he could plunder Enel's fruit, so he kept trying to see if he had the ability to plunder the fruit. Finally, he succeeded. He used a white lightning to plunder the mama fruit, put it into a fruit, and stored it in his collection room. Advertisement: when he had conquered Conis, he let her hold him aside while he tentatively put his body into the bathtub filled with white seawater and found that he was not weak. He thus guessed that his body was not from this world, so naturally he would not be bound by the drawbacks of the devil fruit. 2 years after Qin Yun ruled Sky Island, the Ark, Proverbs, had not yet been built, which meant that it would take some time for Luffy to arrive. The 2 years were mainly spent getting familiar with and developing the ability of the fruit, and also working hard to improve my physical fitness. Close black lens bracket. The angel beside him saw that Qin Yun had no desire to eat, so he said respectfully, My Lord God, the Shandia people submitted their letter of surrender yesterday, and they are now waiting for your instructions. Tell Shira to go find me at the palace. Shira, Shadley, Ohm and Gedosh were once the 4 god-tier officials serving Enel. They suffered from Enel's oppression, which caused some problems in their brains. However, Enel is dead and their symptoms have improved a lot. Qin Yun has a wide range of interests and has learned a wide range of subjects, including the art of controlling his subordinates. Under his superb suppression skills, the 4 god-tier officials were recruited by him and began to work for him wholeheartedly. Most of the people on Sky Island are weak-willed. They cannot decide on the replacement of gods, so they can only pray that the new gods will be more merciful and let them live a good life, and then they will surrender without resistance. The Shandians are tough. As long as they don't attack Arpado, Qin Yun has no time to care about them. He still has to practice every day to become stronger. Moreover, whether it is the Sky Island people or the Shandia people, in his opinion, they are all valuable labor force who can dedicate their lives to him, and the death of one of them is a loss to him. He only needs to focus on developing the forces under his command without having to spend any soldiers. The Shandian people will naturally be jealous of the treatment of the Sky Island people and eventually succumb to his rule. Look, here they come. Arpayado, Royal Palace. Chief Shandia stood quietly at the bottom of the hall, waiting for the Emperor of the Kingdom of God with the warrior Weba beside him. That's right, Qin Yun is both the God of Heaven and the Emperor of Heaven. Connie. Angel girl, gentle and lovely. All future pictures will be posted at the end of each chapter, in the comment section describing the heroine, and readers can also post their favorite pictures. If you can't see the picture, try refreshing it. If it's still not there, it means it has been censored. You can add the author to add the picture. Close black lens bracket if you like it. Remember to add a bookshelf. Chapter 2. The charming purple Cheongsam. Today's Kingdom of God is different from Enel under Qin Yun's rule. The people here regard soil as extremely precious, and the Shandia people and the Sky Island people have fought a 400-year-long battle for it. Qin Yun respected the local cultural customs very much, so he gave the order. Any citizen of the Kingdom of God can pay a high rent to rent a small piece of land outside Arpayado, where they can live. The people of Sky Island were ecstatic and recognized his rule even more. The Shandia people still refused to give up. Why should they share Arpado, their homeland, with others? However, now they have surrendered. Following a flash of lightning, Qin Yun's figure appeared on the throne in the hall. He looked at the old man who was bowing below him with a half-smile. Your Majesty, we have decided to submit to the rule of the Kingdom of God. The young and strong men in the tribe will apply to be divine soldiers, divine guards, and work as cloud workers in the cloud field. When Chief Shandia saw Qin Yun coming, he quickly spoke respectfully. His old face became even darker after he said this. You should have done this a long time ago. Why are you so stubborn? I'm not as cruel as Enel. As long as you work hard at your posts and live in peace, it would be great if you could just live and work in peace. Qin Yun's calm voice sounded, and his words were full of, isn't it better to surrender early and enjoy early? Your Majesty, this is the list of the Shandian people's divine servants. At this moment, Shira took a list and placed it on a sandalwood plate. An angel at the side held up the sandalwood plate attentively, and another angel grabbed the list, opened it and showed it to Qin Yun. Lackey. She is really good looking, with a cool and elegant face, giving people the feeling of a queen. Qin Yun looked at the name and portrait above, and recalled the information about her in his mind. It seemed that he could become stronger again. Why is there only one person? In the name of the great warrior Kargara, we are definitely not being perfunctory, Your Majesty, Chief Shandia replied hastily. There are too few girls in our tribe, and even fewer who meet Your Majesty's requirements. Only Lackey can meet the requirements. She is the best of the younger generation in our tribe and will definitely satisfy Your Majesty. Advertisement. He had no choice. Qin Yun's requirements were too high. If it weren't for a beauty like Lackey, he wouldn't be able to deliver on his promise. Well, according to the conditions I proposed before, you will be citizens of the Kingdom of God from now on. After that, like the people of Sky Island, you can choose an area outside of Arpayado as the Shandia people's office. The rest of the details can be discussed with the God's decision-making group. The God's decision-making group is composed of people selected by Qin Yun from his subordinates. They are quite talented in handling official affairs. Qin Yun came here to enjoy himself, not to handle official business. As long as he has the strength in his hands, who would dare to rebel? His observation hockey is not for show. Under the influence of the thunderfruit, Qin Yun thought, his observation hockey not only has a wide range, covering the entire Kingdom of God, but also can read people's minds and predict the short future. This is something that Enel has not been able to achieve even after developing the thunderfruit for many years. The realm reached. The ability to understand one's inner thoughts and predict the short future is the result of Qin Yun's traveling across time and space, and his body and soul being affected by the power of time and space. Moreover, the ability to read minds can only be used on people who do not have special observation hockey or the ability to prevent mind reading. Close black lens bracket. He only needs to grasp the general direction of the Kingdom of God, and the rest of the affairs will be taken care of by professionals. Thank you, Your Majesty, Chief Shandia bowed in thanks. During this process, Wei Pa remained expressionless. He was just a fighting maniac. Now that the overall situation had been decided, he could only work for Qin Yun. A few days later, in the shrine, lightning flashed continuously. Qin Yun lay on the couch, practicing his fruit ability while thinking about his future direction. At this moment, the angel's gentle call came from outside the palace. God, Lackey has been brought here. The lightning disappeared, and Qin Yun said indifferently. Bring her here. Yes. After a while, Qin Yun saw a tall and cool woman walking slowly towards him. She had a high black ponytail that reached her waist smoothly, and she was wearing a tight-fitting lavender outfit that outlined her curvaceous figure. Your Majesty, I am a warrior of the Shandia clan. Lackey, I come. To serve as your divine servant. Lackey stood still and then knelt on the ground. She bit her lower lip tightly, but there was a hint of hesitation in her firm words. Not bad, not bad. If you can be obedient and satisfy me, you may become my divine concubine in the future. Advertisement, yes. Lackey was somewhat helpless, as the entire Shandia people were behind her. Once she angered Qin Yun, his rage would burn them all to ashes. She could only try her best to please Qin Yun and allow him to do whatever he wanted. Also, you can only call me your majesty the emperor in the imperial palace. In other places, you can call me God. Yes, sir. Lackey was shocked. She was so nervous that she addressed him casually without knowing the occasion. Qin Yun waved his hand, and the angels understood and took Lackey to the side hall to change into divine servant uniforms. The angels all wear the same white palace skirt and white wings, and the divine servants, as alternative divine concubines, can choose from a few more styles. There are more choices for the goddess consort, as long as it suits Qin Yun's wishes. Soon, Lackey put on new clothes and came in front of Qin Yun. She also chose lavender, but it was changed into a cheongsam, which looked quite charming, but she now looked a little at a loss. Yes, she was a warrior before, and the Shandians were strangers in a foreign land and relatively poor, so naturally she was not used to wearing such gorgeous clothes, and was afraid that she would tear the cheongsam by moving too much. My lord God, Lackey's shy voice sounded, making Qin Yun's eyes light up. Why did you choose this outfit? Are they playing a trick on you? The angel sister just now recommended it to me. She said that it looks very charming when worn this way, and God will definitely like it. Lackey lowered her head and spoke hesitantly. She had just joined Qin Yun's big family and was not familiar with everyone. Naturally, she followed all the suggestions and arrangements obediently. I do like it. Come and chat with me for a while. Let me guide you. Qin Yun admired her beautiful face without looking away, and wanted to chat with her for a while to test whether Lackey had the same ability as Connie. Lackey was stunned. Why didn't the Lord God play by the rules? She couldn't help but raise her head and looked at Qin Yun with confusion, but was stunned for a moment. Qin Yun had a high nose bridge, eyes as deep and bright as the bright stars, with black hair scattered freely, exuding an unruly temperament, a typical image of a blue star person. If I had to use a word, phrase or sentence to describe his appearance, there would only be one word, handsome. There is no other way. The readers are too handsome. In order to make them more involved, I have to resort to this strategy and make the protagonist more handsome. Close black lens bracket. Lackey. Angelic sister, cold and beautiful. Chapter 3 The forced melon is sweet and thirst quenching. Lackey had never seen such a handsome man. The men of Shandia and Sky Island all looked a bit sloppy. With this comparison, she already felt that she had not sacrificed for the tribe, but instead came here to make a fortune. It's no wonder she was like this. Most of the men in the pirate world look weird and casual, so it's understandable that she was stunned for a moment. Qin Yun saw that Lackey seemed a little hesitant, even to the point of being in a daze, so he flashed his eyes and reminded him softly. Yes. Lackey quickly came back to her senses, her face turned red, and she opened her mouth, as if trying to find an excuse for her gaffe. But she suddenly noticed that Qin Yun looked a little impatient, so she didn't dare to say much, and hurriedly walked to the side of the couch and began to chat with Qin Yun, talking about her past in the Shandia tribe. The next morning, Qin Yun was awakened early by Connie's usual good morning greeting. But he didn't want to get up too early today, so he reached out and picked up Conis, who was walking to the side, and put her in his arms. Lord God, the angels outside are still waiting for us, Conis exclaimed, reminding Qin Yun. Qin Yun ignored her and continued to sleep in. In this situation, even if Shirahoshi came, he would be domineeringly subdued by him and lie obediently in his arms and wait. After a long time, Qin Yun put on his clothes and had breakfast with the help of the two girls. At this moment, he clenched his right hand, looked at the armed color domineering wrapped around it, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. After his unremitting training, his physique has improved and his armed color domineering has become more solid. Now, he has been able to harden his armament hockey, and the amount of hockey is enough to cover his hands. There's nothing he can do. It's not that he doesn't try hard, it's just that people's body structures are different. It's already pretty good that he is immune to the disadvantages of the fruit, which prevents him from going into water and the restraint of sea stone. He just doesn't know if he can realize the abilities of multiple fruits, but he is afraid of exploding and dying, so he doesn't dare to eat it. I can only try it on pirates when I have the chance, and then try it again when I have the ability to save my life. Advertisement, my lord God, the Ark, Little Proverbs, has been built. When will you go to inspect it? Connie's soft voice interrupted Qin Yun's thoughts. Today, Conis is no longer just the musical girl who likes to play the harp. As Qin Yun's only concubine, she strives to learn all kinds of knowledge that can be helpful to Qin Yun. For example, how can we better enable Qin Yun to fulfill his responsibilities as a god? No, that should be management skills, the ability to handle things and other aspects. Oh, I have nothing to do, so go ahead. Lackey, you should follow suit and learn more. You can help Connie's in the future. If you two work together, it won't be too tiring. Lackey has just arrived at the big family of Jingu and has not yet adapted to the environment. She needs to find something to do so that she can better integrate into the family. Arpayato, somewhere in a cave. The sound of knocking continued to ring out, and in the center of the cave, a huge spaceship stood quietly, which was the Ark Maxim. Judging from its appearance, it seems that it will take quite some time to complete the construction. In an open space not far from Proverbs, a small spaceship has been built. It is the arc mini proverbs, and the functions of the two are not much different. The amount of thunderclouds that Xiao Zhenyan can produce is relatively small, and it is mainly created to facilitate Qin Yun's movements. At this moment, lightning flashed, and Qin Yun appeared with Conis and lackey. Martins, the captain of the divine army who was directing the construction, saw this and quickly came to a place not far from Qin Yun and shouted respectfully. God. The busy god team heard the voice and quickly responded with greetings. Qin Yun nodded slightly and followed Martins to the center of the cave. My lord god, the small mantra has been built and you can use it at any time. Arc Maxim is a means of transportation designed specifically for users with the ability of the Thunder Fruit. There are 3 propellers on each side of the spacecraft, and a huge propeller at the stern. It can rely on the inexhaustible power provided by the Thunder Fruit to fly, and can even fly into space and reach the legendary infinite land, the moon. In One Piece, Enel reached the moon with the help of proverbs, and he is considered the first pirate to land on the moon. Advertisement, thank you for your hard work. I will not treat you unfairly. After you complete the construction of proverbs, there will be more projects waiting for you. Don't worry about not finding a job. Qin Yun made some big promises to encourage their determination. Yes, we will not let down the trust of the Lord God. Martins looked at him excitedly. If anyone were to say who was most grateful to Qin Yun, he thought he was the undisputed first. He had long seen that Enel would kill them all after they built the proverbs. Fortunately, Qin Yun came like a savior, became the new god, and saved them from a tragic ending. Qin Yun stepped forward and stroked the hull of the small mantra, thinking. The time has come, it's time to intercept. Qin Yun never hides his nature and never restrains his desires. He is greedy for money and likes to fight for power, which can be seen from the fact that he took Conis into his pocket as soon as he arrived in the pirate world. After finally traveling through time, he naturally wanted to be the one who lived the happiest life. Drink the best wine, enjoy the best service, grab the highest power, spend countless money, and sleep with the most beautiful women. This is the principle he will follow throughout the pirate world. In Qin Yun's opinion, the world of pirates has long been corrupt. A righteous marine? They are nothing but lackeys of the celestial dragons. Such a marine will never be able to uphold true justice. Evil pirates? They are indeed evil, but don't tell them that there are good people among pirates. Thieves are thieves. However, whether it is justice or evil, the so-called position and reputation are not important at all. His position is his own, and as for reputation, haha, it's just other people's poor opinions. He wants to be God, the supreme God, the God who rules over everything. Now that he has come to this world and has such a wonderful start, shouldn't he indulge himself here? As for Nami, Robin, Empress, Shirahoshi and other paperwives that he had before traveling through time, he could only stare at their figurines in a daze. Now that I have the chance to have S*X with them, I must seize the opportunity and take them all in. Even if it is difficult to calm down, you have to make yourself comfortable first. After all, a forced melon is sweet and thirst-quenching. Whether it's for the sake of becoming stronger or for his own selfish reasons, Qin Yun will not let them go. At this moment, Conis and lackey stood on either side of him. Chapter 4 Slow down, we can't stand it anymore. The 2 girls looked at him softly and whispered. God, Qin Yun smiled knowingly. The ultimate goal of any means is to achieve the result he wants. Now, he has 2 beauties by his side, and he also knows how to conquer them. As long as the corresponding methods are used for different prospective goddesses, the result of, I want them all, will be achieved. The next moment, there was a flash of lightning, and he took Connie and lackey to Little Proverbs. Qin Yun stepped on the deck and silently activated his abilities. As the electric current flowed through the hull, the propeller of the Little Proverbs began to turn slowly. Then, Little Proverbs rushed out of the cave and flew towards the horizon. All that was left was a group of stunned divine soldiers and one tail's fluttering dust. On the Little Proverbs, there are laughters and joys. Little Proverbs is so fast, Lord God, please slow down, we can't stand it anymore. Seeing Qin Yun coming so fast, Conis and lackey quickly buried their heads in his arms, fearing that the strong wind would blow their faces away. Qin Yun laughed and slightly slowed down the speed of the Little Proverb. You can't handle this. It seems like you need to train your bodies more. Your physical strength is not good enough in this world. He wouldn't say that it was his first time flying a spaceship and he couldn't control the speed well. HMPH. Lord God, now that the small motto has been built, are you going to leave the kingdom of God? Seeing that Qin Yun was in a happy mood, Conis's eyes flashed with hesitation. Finally, she bit her cherry lips and asked the doubts in her heart. Qin Yun was stunned, and looked down at her charming expression, a little surprised. He didn't expect her perception to be so sharp, she guessed his plan before he even told her. Yes, there are things I must do in Shanghai. This concerns our future, he spoke softly, comforting Connie's heart. When Connie saw that Qin Yun was really leaving, her 2 big eyes suddenly lost their luster, and she choked up and said. Advertisement, then. Will you return to the kingdom of God? If you don't come back, don't abandon me. Okay. I will be obedient and be your little angel. After she found out that Qin Yun wanted to leave, she couldn't sleep for several nights. She even pestered Qin Yun every day and wanted to stay with him. At that time, he even smiled and asked if she was a little too excited these past 2 days. Reading thoughts and predicting the short future are both active skills. It won't open when it's not necessary. Close black lens bracket. Lackey was still a little confused. Why was he so happy just now, but suddenly he became so sentimental? Seeing this situation, she couldn't stay out of it, so she could only squeak weakly. And me. Connie, don't be sad. How could I abandon you? You will never leave my hand in this life. Qin Yun's expression was moved. Their union was entirely facilitated by him. It was not an exaggeration to say that he forced him to be his concubine. Now her behavior is undoubtedly inseparable from him. Faced with such straightforward love, he feels very happy. Conis did not resist when Qin Yun suddenly came to her home and took her in as his consort. She was thinking in her heart that for the sake of everyone on Sky Island, she should stabilize the new god and prevent him from exercising tyranny. Close black lens bracket. The planet we live on is not very big. At my speed, I can go wherever I want, and it will never take more than a day. He is the incarnation of thunder and lightning. Logically speaking, he can transform into lightning and circle the pirate planet several times in a few seconds. However, considering that the speed of light is close to 300,000 km per second, Kizaru has never demonstrated a speed of 30 km per second. Therefore, in the world of pirates, one cannot be too serious about science and can only give a rough definition. Qin Yun is very fast. Planet. Planet? Conis calmed down, but there was still doubt in her eyes. The planet is the world we live in. Only then did Conis realize that Qin Yun would not let her go. After getting the guarantee, she became smiling again. I can only say that she is indeed a little girl. Her expression changes at an astonishing speed. I was away from the kingdom of God for a very short time, only a few dozen days at most. If you miss me or need help, just contact me using Den Mushi. Now you are in charge of the development of the kingdom of God on my behalf. It cannot do without you. Qin Yun said as he took out 2 remote controls from his arms and handed them to Connie and Lackey respectively. Advertisement. If there is something extremely urgent that requires me to return to the kingdom of God immediately, just press this remote control switch, and I will be able to sense it immediately and come to your side to protect you. Remember, you must never leave this switch. The other ends of these remote control switches are actually bombs, and the bombs are tied to some cute little white mice. However, they have been preserved in a nutrient chamber by Qin Yun using special means. They have no consciousness and can only maintain basic life activities. Qin Yun ordered people to make life cards for them, so that he would be able to sense it immediately if they were killed by the explosion. Little white mouse. So, am I also a part of your play? Are you relieved now? Qin Yun had a smile on his face, looking like he was in control of a strategy. Yeah, I'm relieved. Conis responded with a firm face. She suddenly rolled her eyes and asked coquettishly. Dear God, can we tonight? Although her face was flushed with shyness, she still blinked her big eyes and looked at Qin Yun expectantly. Lackey on the other side was pulled by her and quickly cooperated by showing the same expression. Qin Yun looked at the annoying expressions of the royal sister and the young girl in front of him and resolutely agreed to their requests. Sure. He raised his hand and gently stroked the 2 pretty faces, praising them secretly. Connie is really a treasure girl. She is sharp-minded and can read his expression. She will not disturb him when he is thinking, but will accompany him silently. When he is happy, she will chat with him excitedly. They convey love to each other and provide a lot of emotional value. Although Lackey was forced to become a divine servant, she is very obedient and never refuses his requests. Of course, she doesn't dare to do so. Maybe she can be upgraded to a divine concubine in a few days. At noon the next day, Little Proverbs was flying slowly in the sky in the distance above Whiskey Mountain. Qin Yun's eyes flashed, and his observation hockey discovered Vivi's whereabouts. P.S. Kizaru's speed depends on the needs of the plot. When it is slow, the time it takes to lift his foot and put it down will take half an episode of the animation. When it was fast, Zephyr detonated the explosive rock with the power of a nuclear bomb, blowing the entire island to pieces, raising a mushroom cloud that spread dozens of miles away. Kizaru instantly flew to a very far and safe distance to watch the explosion, without even needing to use any skills beforehand, and was not hurt at all. Therefore, the world of pirates must not directly apply the physical rules of the real world. WT itself can't even explain it. Chapter 5 Nefertari Vivi. So, without hesitation, he drove the little proverb towards somewhere in Whiskey Mountain. In a forest not far from the town of Whiskey Hill, 3 figures revealed their true faces. Ikalem, with his strange curly hair, was eating grilled fish with Vivi and Black Duck Kalu. Vivi has a beautiful face and a graceful figure, a perfect hourglass figure, light blue hair tied in a high ponytail, and 2 strands of hair longer than her shoulders hanging on both sides of her forehead. However, Vivi was staring blankly at the grilled fish in her hand, finding it difficult to swallow. Ikalem. Tell me, this is not true. Hasn't Crocodile been helping Alabasta? How could he? Vivi's voice was filled with disbelief. If Ikaram had not been the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard and had watched her grow up, and his loyalty was beyond doubt, she would have thought that Ikaram had betrayed her. Lord Vivi, although I can't believe it, it is indeed true. That woman is Mr. Zero's partner. The information we get from her must be correct. Ikalam's face was solemn. Mr. Zero, the man behind Baroque Works, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. No. How could it be? Vivi lowered her head, grasping her hair weakly with both hands, her face full of despair, and even the grilled fish was dropped on the ground by her unconsciously. The reason why she was so unbelievable was that Crocodile was a great hero in the hearts of the people of Alabasta. He had helped the people of Alabasta beat back pirates who came to cause trouble several times, but he never expected that such a person would be the culprit. At this moment, Vivi suddenly found that the ground in front of her became dark, but the ground in the distance was still bright. She subconsciously looked up at the sky with Ikolem. They saw a huge spaceship flying in the sky and heading straight towards them. Just as she was about to stand up with a look of shock on her face, a brilliant flash of lightning suddenly struck, and continued to grow larger in her eyes. The next moment, Ikolem was hit before he could react, and his limbs shook in coordinated ly. Well, as the current disappeared, he opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of black smoke. Advertisement: his golden hair was burnt black by the electric shock, and he fell straight to the ground, unconscious. Kalu, who was eating the grilled fish heartlessly, also fell on his back and fell into a deep coma. Ikolem. Kalu. Vivi widened her eyes and looked at them with worry. Don't worry, they are not dead, they just fainted. Qin Yun's faint voice sounded, attracting Vivi's attention. He controlled the little mantra to fall to the ground beside him. With a flash of lightning, he appeared in front of Vivi. At the same time, his observation haki emanated, trying to understand her thoughts. What are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Vivi looked at Qin Yun in fear, and asked hesitantly while backing away. Miss Wednesday, or Nefertari Vivi, I came here only to make a contract with you. The two of them are not worthy to listen to our conversation. The contract proposed by Qin Yun will definitely be resisted by Ikolem and the Black Duck, and they may even threaten Vivi with death to force her to reject him. In order to increase the chances of Vivi agreeing, let them sleep for a while. After all, in a situation like this where one can calm down, there is naturally no need to rob. You actually know my name? A trace of surprise flashed in Vivi's eyes. She asked herself that she had never met the other person before, but he revealed her real name. Doesn't it mean that he knew her true identity? What contract? Qin Yun said with a hint of doubt. As long as you become my concubine, I will help you get rid of all the difficulties and troubles you face. You actually eavesdropped on our conversation. Vivi was a little angry, but she didn't dare to accuse him too much. She didn't believe in the other party's ability. Holy concubine. She actually calls herself a god. Can she really help me with such a domineering appearance? If you need to read your mind, it will appear in 2 black square brackets from now on. Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He is very famous in the whole world. I don't even know your name. Why should I trust you? God Qin Yun. This is my real name. My name is praised in the kingdom of God. How can you mortals in Qinghai know it? As for my abilities. Advertisement, Qin Yun said, chuckled, raised his right hand with the palm facing down, slightly bent it, and then suddenly pressed it down. God's judgment. The next moment, a huge thick thunder column suddenly fell from the sky. Suddenly, it hit the forest not far from them, leaving a bottomless pit and high temperature heat filling the air. Qin Yun's control was extremely strong, and the impact caused by Leizu just affected Vivi. A gust of hot wind blew onto her face, causing her hair to become a little fried due to the ionization effect. Vivi was stunned and opened her mouth wide, wondering if she had not woken up yet. She pinched her arm hard and found that it did hurt. This is not a dream. With such a powerful power, maybe he can really help me. Crocodile? 7 warlords of the sea? They're just some chickens and dogs? After hearing his disdainful words, Vivi came back to her senses and stared at him blankly. She pondered for a moment, and if she could save Alabasta by sacrificing herself, she would definitely agree without hesitation. This is her determination as the princess of Alabasta. Alabasta cannot continue the civil war like this. My sacrifice is meaningful in exchange for peace and stability. Thinking of this, Vivi looked at Qin Yun firmly and asked loudly. Being your concubine, will you really be able to help me expel Crocodile and Baroque Studio and quell the civil strife in Alabasta? Of course, I keep my word, Qin Yun said with certainty. Now, make your choice. I agree. Vivi's tone was full of determination. But you have to help Alabasta get out of trouble first, so that I can safely become your concubine. Nefid D. Vivi, a cute princess with a broad mind. Friendly reminder, you can take notes by long pressing, underline, and then quickly go to the location of the picture in the directory, notes. In this way, when you see the heroine's plot and forget her appearance in the future, you can quickly have an impression, and then you can click the center of the screen and click return to last reading position, below to continue reading. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 6. Unknown quality, likes to play straight ball. Qin Yun saw that she looked like she was sacrificing herself to feed the demon, so he smiled and said to her in comfort. Don't be so sad. Although I have always been swift and decisive in doing things, I am still good to my concubines. Vivi nodded. What people say is not important, real action is the key. Without further delay, I will take you to kill Crocodile. Wait, I've already promised you, can you wake them both up? Vivi glanced at the 2 people who had fainted nearby and felt that she couldn't just leave like that. They both woke up, I think, you know how to explain it. No. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun raised his hand and shot out several white lightning bolts, connecting Ikolem and Kalu. Electrotherapy. Ga, ga, ga. Kalu was the first to wake up. His eyes widened in shock and he shouted in confusion. This, man? What's going on? Qin Yun glanced at it coldly, and it trembled and remained silent. Afterwards, Ikolem woke up slowly, saw the 2 people in front of him, and asked in confusion. What's wrong with me? What's going on? Just now there was a sudden thunder and lightning in the sky, and the lightning struck you and Kalu. I'm glad you're okay. I have something important to do back in Alabasta, so I'll make it short. Vivi pretended to be anxious and said, this is the god from heaven. He is here to help me. He will take me back to my country, quell the civil unrest in Alabasta, and get rid of the culprit of all this, Crocodile. Ikalem, after you finish dealing with things here, go back to Alabasta. I'm leaving with him first. God? Are you serious? Yes, Master Vivi. Although Ikalem still had many doubts in his mind, seeing Vivi's anxious expression he had no choice but to follow her instructions. Vivi looked at Karu's trembling face, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. She was afraid that Qin Yun would be unhappy, so she finally gave up taking it away. Qin Yun, I'm ready. Qin Yun smiled slightly, very satisfied with her performance. He walked forward and took Vivi into his arms. Advertisement. Then there was a flash of lightning, which brought her to the little proverbs. The propeller's word, and the two of them disappeared into the horizon. On the way to Alabasta, Vivi looked worried. She was still considering the issue from the perspective of a weak person. Qin Yun, Crocodile is a great hero of Alabasta after all. We need to find more evidence of his crimes against the country in order to expose his crimes and prevent the people from rebelling. Vivi sat on Qin Yun's legs and twisted her body awkwardly. She was not used to such intimate actions. Why? Qin Yun sneered, his hands unconsciously stroking her slender waist. What? There's no need for that. In this world, only the strong can decide everything. Lightning flashed at Qin Yun's fingertips, illuminating Vivi's moved face. Besides, he's just a fake hero, and you're a real princess. As long as you pin all the crimes on him, and then tell your people about his crimes, with no evidence in the power of this god forcing them to believe you, they will naturally have no choice but to believe you. Vivi was stunned, and felt that her thinking was indeed a little immature. As long as the domestic crisis could be resolved and quelled, why bother looking for any evidence? At this time, Qin Yun suddenly asked, when did you follow the vice president of Baroque Works? Do you know where she went? Just 2 days ago, we overheard the news in the sea between Magnetic Drum Island and Lil Garden. Later, we were afraid of being discovered by her, so we sneaked away. Vivi answered quickly. The incident was so impressive that she was still a little dazed. Magnetic Drum Island. Qin Yun took out several permanent pointers from his arms and found the permanent pointer with the words, Magnetic Drum Island, written on it. Looking at the direction indicated above, he looked determined, slightly adjusted the direction of the small mantra and accelerated forward. Now the entire small motto is wrapped in a layer of low-brightness lightning curtain to resist the invasion of strong winds. In a sea area not far from Magnetic Drum Island, a chase and escape drama is taking place. Boom boom boom. A marine warship was aiming at the small boat ahead and bombarding it, but such attacks actually slowed down their pursuit. Tina is very happy. Nico Robin, just surrender, you can't run away. The person who was speaking was tall, wearing a rose-red business suit, a marine justice cape, and a cool light pink middle-parted long hair with sunglasses on her head, which made her look sexy and charming. She was Marine Colonel Tina. The surging waves hit the fleeing boat in front, but could not change Robin's calm expression. Advertisement. She calmly directed the Poseidon turtle to pull the boat forward. There is an archipelago not far ahead. As long as she goes into it, the huge warships will be unable to enter, and she will be able to escape. Open black lens bracket. God's judgment. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, a huge pillar of lightning fell down, hitting the warship accurately and creating a huge hole in it. Many pirates in the prison under the cabin were unlucky enough to die under the lightning pillar. The warship kept shaking and the seawater surged violently. The Marines were knocked to the ground and grabbed anything they could hold onto for fear of falling into the sea. Cancan. Hook claw. Tina calmly threw out 2 iron bars and hooked them on the mast. She raised her head and looked around, looking for the culprit. Tina is very angry. The consequences are serious. Robin heard the noise and looked back. Seeing that they were blocked and a huge wave was coming towards them, he quickly turned around and tried to command Poseidon Turtle to take the opportunity to escape. However, this turn gave her a fright. Miss. All Sunday, Nicole Robin. Qin Yun appeared at the bow of her boat from nowhere, his voice light and full of pride. 2-wheeled flower, throat lock, ah. Robin was startled and wanted to strike first, but he shuddered violently, groaned from the electric shock, and his hands trembled and his heart was terrified. The man in front of her turned out to be the user of the thunder fruit. In her mind, this ability was one of the most invincible abilities among the many devil fruit abilities. Qin Yun felt an itch on his neck, but fortunately Robin didn't know how to use armament hockey, so he couldn't throw any hands on him and couldn't catch him. Who are you and what do you want from me? Robin had been electrocuted so hard that he dared not act rashly. He could only pray silently and beg for mercy. My name is God Qin Yun, and I have come here especially for you. Nico Robin, please become my goddess. Qin Yun understood that to deal with someone like Robin who had been hiding from the world government for years, he just needed to play straight. Only by being simple and direct, without beating around the bush, can you complete an efficient strategy. Tina. A sexy pink-haired lady, one of the marine goddesses. Robin. Knowledgeable, mature and sexy lady, J Chapter 7 Coercion and Submission. Robin was stunned. The moment she saw Qin Yun, she thought it was CP0 who came, but she didn't expect that he came for her beauty. She was stunned for a moment, then an idea suddenly came to her mind. Let him fight with Marine first, and then think of a solution. If nothing works, try to make him fight Crocodile. Close black lens bracket. She suddenly smiled, with a charming smile on her lips. Okay, but I'm being chased by the Marines behind me, why don't we deal with them first, and then talk about our business? Qin Yun knew every word of her inner thoughts and naturally understood her plan. However, he was not in a hurry and it would be better to get rid of Marine first. Robin has fallen into his five-finger mountain, and with his extremely wide-range observation hockey, there is no way he can escape. Then you stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon. Qin Yun gave a casual reminder, and the electric current on his body crackled and shot out continuously, breaking up and evaporating the waves that were rushing towards Robin. Looking at the smile on her face, he curled the corner of his mouth, stretched out his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and the flashing lightning intertwined into a huge cage. 30 million volt thunder cage. Is this how you want me to be your consort? If you don't trust me, why are you looking for me? Robin looked at Lei Ting, who was emitting a dangerous aura, with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Attitude? My attitude is that I am determined to get you. No one can stop me, Robin. When you truly become my divine consort, I will naturally give you full trust. After saying that, Qin Yun's lightning flashed away and gathered on the bow of the marine warship. Hey Tina, you are very good. I have heard of your reputation for justice. The embarrassed marines looked at the man who suddenly appeared, as if they were facing a great enemy. They raised their weapons and waited for orders. Lightning pillar? Lightning? Tina is surprised that you are the user of the Logia Thunderfruit. Tina did not comment on Qin Yun's words, but was more interested in him as a person. Tina has never seen your bounty. If you are not a pirate, why did you attack the marine? Do you want to protect Nico Robin, a wanted criminal? Advertisement, you can think so. Not only that, Tina, I will also kidnap you and make you my concubine, Qin Yun admitted openly. What? Damn it, don't even think about doing anything to Colonel Tina. We won't allow you to kidnap Colonel Tina, we will protect you. If you want to get close to Colonel Tina, you have to step over our bodies first. Hearing Qin Yun's words, the marines were immediately outraged. They all looked at Qin Yun with ferocious eyes. If looks could kill, Qin Yun would have died hundreds of times in their eyes. Tina is very happy that you like her, but she is very dissatisfied with your attitude. Tina's face showed shame and anger, but she quickly calmed down and said seductively. However, if you can join Marine for Tina, Tina can give you the opportunity to pursue me. Hey, didn't you hear me clearly? I said I would take you away and make you my consort. I didn't ask for your opinion. Qin Yun ignored the marine's words and just stared at Tina's graceful figure with burning eyes. I'm informing you. If you agree, everyone will be happy. If you don't agree, except for you, all the marines here will sink to the bottom of the sea with this warship. I think my lovely and smart Princess Tina will make the right choice, right? As he spoke, Qin Yun's fingertips kept flashing with lightning, and the crackling sound made all the marines present look solemn. You actually threatened Tina. Tina was a little surprised and doubtful when she saw that his tone was full of unquestionableness. She looked back at the marines on the boat, seeing their angry faces, and felt helpless. The other party first put her on a high pedestal, praised her for being full of justice, and then said these threatening words, but she could not ignore them because she would never sit idly by and watch these marines die. As their leader, she naturally had the obligation to protect their safe return. Her sense of justice is not only for the common people, but also for the marines who have been fighting with her in the Grand Line. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes in pain, her delicate red lips trembled slightly, and she was about to say words of surrender, but was interrupted by an angry shout. Advertisement, Colonel Tina, please don't agree to him. We would rather die than let you sacrifice your life for ours. Tina quickly opened her eyes and wanted to find the person who spoke and scold him, but Qin Yun reacted too quickly. HMPH, you're such a chatterbox, then go to hell, 30 million volt Thunderbird. Qin Yun snorted coldly and waved his hand. A giant bird made of thunder quickly formed, and with a fierce scream, it electrocuted the talkative marine into charcoal, killing him instantly. Don't want. Tina hurriedly threw out the iron bars to try to stop him, but she was still a step too late. She clenched her fists, her teeth chattering, and her eyes were full of anger as if she wanted to burn Qin Yun to death. Qin Yun ignored her reaction and kept moving his hands. I'm not kidding, I don't have time to mess around with you marines. 10 million volt lightning chain. As soon as the words fell, the Thunderbirds hovering in the air separated and turned into a long and narrow lightning chain, connecting all the marines except Tina. The marines screamed and groaned continuously. They eventually lost consciousness and fell into a deep coma, being pulled into a ball and tied together by lightning chains. You killed them all? Tina couldn't bear to see the miserable plight of the marines. She turned her head away uncomfortably and stared at Qin Yun fiercely. If she was not so domineering and couldn't hit Qin Yun, she would have gone up and fought him to the death. Don't worry, they just fainted. Killing them won't do me any good. On the contrary, keeping them will make you willingly become my divine concubine. This is better than you rebelling and seeking death in the future. Qin Yun waved his hand and urged her with his eyes. Colonel Tina, make your choice. I guess you don't want to follow in General Ziefei's footsteps, do you? When Tina heard this, she immediately thought of her teacher Zepha. A few years ago, the marine training ship he led was attacked by pirates, and all of his beloved students except Ain and Bins were killed, and even his right arm was seriously injured. Thinking of the miserable state of teacher Zepha, Tina sighed deeply, then raised her head and said in a resolute tone. I promise to be your divine consort, but you cannot kill my men anymore, and you cannot damage the ships, or they will be as good as dead. Chapter 8. Fokker West Blue Bandits. Don't worry, they are unconscious now, no one is provoking them, and I am too lazy to kill them anymore. Qin Yun laughed and agreed readily. Then, he flashed and came to the marines. What are you doing? Tina looked at his actions, her heart tightened, and she asked loudly. Don't worry, I'm just taking necessary measures to prevent you from going back on your word and trying to commit suicide after you leave me. As Qin Yun explained, he placed his hands on his chest with his 5 fingers in the shape of claws, and dark thunder kept flashing between his hands. When the need for thunder reached a certain level, he released the restraints on dark thunder and pushed it towards the marines mercilessly. Trickery. Dark thunder seed. The dark thunder instantly enveloped the marines, and with a chaotic hissing sound, the dark thunder drilled into their hearts, and their life and death would fall into his hands. Qin Yun chuckled. This way, Tina would be deeply under his control. As time went by, she would fall in love with him and would be unable to extricate herself. I have already agreed to be your divine consort. Is it necessary to be so thorough? Tina's face looked a little ugly. Is it really impossible to escape from his clutches? It seems that she can only wait for rescue from the Marine headquarters. You should think like this. The fact that I've gone to so much trouble to do all this is enough to show how much I care about you and how much I love you. Tina was stunned, unable to refute Qin Yun's sophistry. It seemed that there was no one else except her parents who cared about her so much. Thunder turns, electricity generates magnetism, magnetic attraction. Ah, Qin Yun raised his hand to Tina and pulled her into his arms. He gently stroked her pretty face and whispered softly in her ear. Look, our fruit abilities are so compatible. I waved my hand and you came over automatically. After a brief panic, Tina closed her eyes and said nothing. Only her red cheeks and pink ears told of her restlessness at the moment. Qin Yun was very satisfied to find her reaction quite interesting, but he did not continue. They would have plenty of time to spend together in the future, so a little while was not a big deal. He released the big hands that were restraining Tina and let her sit on the ground without saying a word. His observation hockey had already discovered early on that there were many unconscious pirates in the cabin, and one of them looked familiar to him. Advertisement, it seems you caught a lot of pirates on this voyage. Tina calmed herself down, stood up, took out a girl's cigarette from her arms, and lit it with a pop. She took a deep puff of the cigarette, then blew a large cloud of smoke toward Qin Yun's back. Seeing that he didn't respond, he responded somewhat disinterestedly. They're just some fledgling pirates. They're members of the Fox West Blue pirate group. Unfortunately, their captain, Foxy Silver, was too cunning and let him escape. Qin Yun nodded slightly, and with a flash of lightning, he entered through the gap created by the lightning pillar before and came out of the prison. Seeing this, Tina hurriedly followed, fearing that he would do something to destroy the warship. Some unlucky pirates have been killed by his lightning pillars, while others are still in a coma. Marine made them inhale magic incense to prevent them from making loud noises. Qin Yun walked slowly towards the depths and came to the prison of the female pirate who seemed familiar to him. This is Porchy is a girl wearing a pink sailing suit. She has a pure face and indigo hair. Even though she is still unconscious, there is still a confident smile on the corner of her mouth. A hint of surprise flashed across Qin Yun's eyes. He didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected bonus of buy one get one free. Oh no, it's buy one, Robin. Get 2 free, Tina and Porch. Open black lens bracket Leafalaidai. Close black lens bracket. The iron fence melted into black iron liquid and slid onto the ground, and Qin Yun walked into it. Tina looked at his back with a complicated expression. She was still confused by the sudden change in her life. Qin Yun pushed the hair on Bulky's face behind her ears, then picked up her limp and unconscious body and walked out of the prison. Is this how corpses are picked up in another world? Tina is very confused. Do you know this pirate? Tina couldn't help but ask when she saw that he was very purposeful. I know her, but she doesn't know me. Tina, I understand. It turns out that she is also your target. These pirates were originally to be escorted to Impel Down. These high Z scums don't have any fruit abilities, so is there any need to send them to Impel Down? As Qin Yun spoke, he casually sent out a bolt of lightning, sending the unconscious pirates on the scene to the path of reincarnation. Advertisement, so, when did you catch these guys from the Fokker West Blue Gang? Tina followed him and exhaled mist lightly, and answered subconsciously, just this morning. What happened? I see. No wonder there's a pirate ship following you marine from a distance. What? Tina was shocked. Thinking that she was going to be kidnapped by Qin Yun and the remaining marines were powerless to fight back, she quickly said. Tina, you can't just abandon your subordinates like this. Silver Fox, Foxy is the user of the slow fruit. After we leave, he will definitely kill all my subordinates. Qin Yun's eyes flashed. The slowness fruit? It's a good ability, worth his effort to plunder it. He continued to answer indifferently. Oh, you want me to help? This is another reward? HMPH. You just need to let Tina go and deal with the Fock West Blue Bandit gang. No need, just be obedient in the future, I will deal with them later. As Qin Yun spoke, he held Porky in one hand and put his other hand around Tina's slender waist. With a flash of lightning, he rushed towards the small proverb floating in the sky. Robin, who was far away, watched him bring the 2 women to the spaceship in the sky, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. She had realized that Qin Yun had quite a few concubines. After a while, Qin Yun appeared in front of Robin again, and he dispersed the thunder cage with a wave of his hand. Let's go, my divine concubine, Robin. God Qin Yun. Before taking me away, shouldn't you first introduce yourself? Robin calmly put down the book in his hand, holding his chin elegantly, with a very seductive look in his eyes. I don't know if you have heard of Sky Island. I am the god and emperor there. Qin Yun explained in a calm voice. Sky Island? I didn't expect you to be from there. Robin's eyes lit up, obviously he knew Sky Island. However, I am a wanted criminal with a bounty of 79 million baileys, and I am being hunted by the world government. If you want me to become your consort, I will definitely be targeted by the world government. Do you still dare to accept me? World government? Qin Yun sneered and did not comment. You don't need to worry about these trivial matters. I just want you to become my divine concubine. These are not obstacles. Porchy. She has a pure appearance, is playful and jealous, speaks in a very coquettish voice, and likes to add, "Hate," in front of a sentence. Her nose will be slid away by the slippery fruit and return to normal level. Chapter 9 Ridiculous Pirate Game. Robin heard his tone full of disdain for the world government and sighed inwardly. If the world government couldn't scare him, it seemed that Crocodile couldn't be scared either. But, she couldn't just leave with him like this. Alabasta still had the historical text, she couldn't give up this opportunity. Thinking of this, she smiled helplessly. My dream is to decipher all historical texts and uncover the truth about the blank 100 years of history that was buried by the world government. If you can promise to help me realize my dream, I will become your divine concubine. No problem. Robin nodded, but Qin Yun's quick response didn't make her feel at ease. You may not know that the president of Baroque Studio is none other than the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. He wants to seize the kingdom of Alabasta and ask me to interpret the historical text here for him. After that, I will most likely be killed by him. Qin Yun listened expressionlessly. Perhaps he could use the information gap to make Robin more obedient and more compliant with his behavior. So, before I become your consort, I need to read the historical text here. If you really want me to be your consort, you can come and rescue me when the time comes. I think God will not reject my little self-will. After all, if you don't even let me read the historical text that is about to be obtained, then I can't believe your promise. No need to go through so much trouble. Qin Yun looked as if he was sure of victory. We can just go to Alabasta and kill Crocodile. The members of Baroque Studio don't know that he is the president. When the time comes, I will personally take you to read the historical text. Robin had no objection. She suddenly smiled teasingly and said, Just now I saw you brought 2 women on board the spaceship. I think they will become your concubines. Could it be that gods cannot escape worldly desires and are so greedy for the beauties of the world? The desires of gods are stronger than those of mortals. Moreover, any divine concubine I choose can help me practice and make me stronger. They can also make you stronger. This is the wonderful use of the thunder fruit. After you and I develop it for a while, you will naturally understand it. Qin Yun explained calmly, no matter how outrageous the skills are, they can all be attributed to the thunder fruit. Don't ask, the only thing you can say is that this god is awesome and has developed the fruit ability well. Advertisement. Robin blushed, turned around and put the few books under her into the crossbody bag beside her, then gestured to Qin Yun as if nothing had happened. Qin Yun understood, picked her up from the boat, and returned to the small Zhenyan. Poseidon Turtle. What about me? On the sea far away from Qin Yun and others, the Fok West Blue pirate group was accelerating forward. They like to play Davy Backfight, a ridiculous pirate game in which the players compete to capture each other's crew. In this world where strength is paramount, perhaps only Luffy and his friends would not use their strength to suppress others, but would lower themselves and play house with them. At this moment, Piculus, holding a telescope, shouted in surprise. Captain. The Marines seem to have been attacked. All the Marines on the deck are lying on the ground. They're probably dead. What? Foxy was startled and quickly snatched the telescope from his hand. When he looked inside, he saw a group of Marines collapse together, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Captain, are we still going over? Looking at the situation, the female colonel has probably been captured. If they are not far away, we will die if we go over. Damn it. Foxy punched the railing angrily. I don't know what happened to Bicapanda and Bulky. Captain, your life is important. Anyway, those pirates took them away. If you throw them away, throw them away. Piculus hurriedly advised him, fearing that the captain would cause trouble. Boom. Suddenly, a ray of lightning continued to magnify in Foxy's eyes. Before he could use the dull light, he was stepped on his head by a giant foot made of thunder, and fell deeply into the deck. Slowness Fruit Power User, Silver Fox Foxy. Qin Yun looked at Foxy, who had originally looked wretched but was now bloody, with a smile on his face. I accepted the fruit of indolence. Captain. The pirates suddenly shouted in panic. Foxy had been killed instantly, and they couldn't defeat him. But now they were on the sea, where could they escape? Qin Yun's eyes were filled with thunder, and he followed the guidance of the domineering look of his eyes, and locked his eyes on the crowd on the pirate ship. Open black lens bracket Lufa electric eyes. Close black lens bracket advertisement. The next moment, 2 electric lights that cut through everything burst out from Qin Yun's eyes. As his gaze moved, the pirates fell into eternal silence one after another with horrific screams of fear. The power of the electric light was horrifying, and the remaining temperature set the pirate ship on fire. Some unlucky pirates who do not die immediately will be burned to death by the flames. Qin Yun's control ability was extremely strong. Foxy was only seriously injured and on the verge of death, but did not die on the spot. He spread his right hand, and a strange white thunder emerged from his hand, and he slapped Foxy hard. Invisible to the naked eye, a ball of pale pink energy was wrapped in white thunder and taken out. This was exactly the ability of the slowness fruit. Qin Yun took out an apple from his arms unhurriedly and put the dull fruit ability into it. Looking at the changes in the apple, he smiled with satisfaction. It was time to go to Alabasta. God's judgment. After the words fell, Qin Yun turned into lightning and left. A real man never looks back to see the explosion. As for Bailey on the pirate ship, Qin Yun was not short of Baileys, and Foxy was too poor. He only found a few million Baileys, so he could only express his pity. Only when he has spatial abilities, such as after plundering the Menman fruit, can he easily obtain the loot. 3 days later, Fleet Admiral Office, Marine Headquarters, Marineland. Warring States wore a pair of frog glasses and his long beard on his chin was tied into a twist. At this time, he was grasping the information in his hand and thinking deeply. Aokiji Kuzan in front of him was wearing an eye patch, lying lazily on the sofa, with his left and right legs crossed on the coffee table, blatantly taking a paid vacation. Bulu bulu. Bulu bulu. Suddenly, a high-pitched and urgent call from the phone interrupted Zhang Guo's thoughts. He frowned and quickly raised his hand to pick up the walkie-talkie. Pada, Sengoku Fleet Admiral, urgent information. A user with the Thunder Fruit ability has appeared. He has kidnapped Captain Marine Tina. The phone bug vividly imitated the urgent expression of the intelligence officer, and the words he spoke made Sengoku's pupils shrink. Chapter 10 Zanguo, remember your identity, Thunderfruit? Sengoku frowned. This was a fruit that was comparable to the Pikachu fruit. Even if the user of the Thunderfruit was a waste, he would at least have the strength of a Marine Vice Admiral. Aokiji was disturbed by his exclamation, raised his eye mask slightly, and glanced at Zanguo in a half-asleep state. Why did he kidnap Tina? I heard from the surviving Marines that they found Nico Robin's trail and were hunting her down. But they were attacked and stopped by the Thunderfruit user. As soon as he got on board, he called himself the god and wanted to make T. Colonel Na became his divine consort. Nico Robin. Aokiji's eyes instantly cleared, and he continued to eavesdrop without making any movement. God. What a big tone. Looks like another lawless pirate. Zanguo snorted coldly, his tone full of displeasure. How come all these good fruits were eaten by pirates? Didn't the intelligence department find out his identity? As soon as the Marines came back, we asked them to describe the man's appearance, and finally drew a picture for you to review. The intelligence officer said this as he passed Qin Yun's portrait over. The image bug next to the Zanguo table glared, and a portrait of Qin Yun was projected onto the screen on the wall next to it. He looked at the image and sighed. How could these gentle-looking pirates, who looked nothing like casual pirates, take the evil path of robbing female Marines? Sengoku Fleet Admiral. We are still trying to find out his identity. So far, we haven't found any information about him. It's like a person who appeared out of thin air. There's no record of him at all. We are dispatching Marines to investigate his information in the waters around the location of the incident. A trace of memory flashed through Zanguo's eyes. I haven't heard of the Thunderfruit for many years. Even its user appeared out of thin air. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, after discussion with the intelligence team, considering the special nature of the Thunderbolt fruit user and his bad behavior of attacking the Marine as soon as he made a move, we have unanimously decided to set his bounty at 100 million berries. 100 million berries? That's a bit low for someone with the Thunderfruit ability. Zanguo muttered to himself. He pondered for a moment and slowly said, let's check his background first. Don't issue a bounty order for him. I will issue a notice later. Yes. Pada, the user of the Thunderfruit is another troublesome guy. Aokiji's lazy voice sounded and he closed the blindfold again. Zanguo sighed and said helplessly, there have been many new pirates in the past 2 years. Who knows what kind of trouble this Thunderfruit will cause? Advertisement, come to think of it, didn't Garp go back to the East Daxia Sea a few days ago? I don't know if I can meet him. Who knows? The Thunderfruit is of great importance. I have to go meet the 5 elders. Zanguo crumpled up the paper on the table and handed it to the little goat beside him. The goat ate it up in one gulp and chewed it happily. His face became serious, and he stood up and walked out the door. Holy Land Mary Joa, the power room, Thunderfruit? The holy monster of Vokuli, who had a mustache, screamed. Sengoku. Yes, he appeared out of nowhere, showed up and kidnapped a female Marine colonel, and then he disappeared. The 5 elders looked at each other, and the blonde Peter Saint said calmly. The speed of the Thunderfruit user is unmatched. Even if Borsellino were to arrest it, it would only be a waste of time. What's the big deal about arresting a Marine colonel? Don't worry about him for now. We can deal with him if he threatens the world government in the future. Nesujiro-sei wiped the first-generation Kitetsu on his hand without even bothering to raise his eyelids. I'm afraid he was attracted by her beauty. Saint Moshe was interrupted by Saint Satan, who was wearing a flat hat, before he could finish his words. That won't do. The Science Defense Force needs to study the Thunderfruit. If we can obtain his bloodline factor, the Seraph's combat power will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Then recruit him and let him join the Shichibukai. Isn't Shichibukai full? It's no big deal, Shichibukai can just become Hachibukai. As the 5 elders chattered, they came up with the final result. In that case, let Marine contact him. Isn't he a womanizer? Send a few CP spies or Marines over there and tempt him to join Shichibukai by offering him beauties. This. Zanguo's face darkened. Then what should we do with the Marine colonel who was kidnapped earlier? You are nothing but a Marine colonel, Zanguo, remember your identity. Zanguo's face turned pale, but he didn't say anything to refute. Then I will go and give the order. Advertisement. After saying this, he turned and left, but his expression became even more gloomy and terrifying. Grand line, alabasta. Crocodile is also a character who was killed by the plot. In his early years, he was able to fight with Douglas Bullet without a clear winner, and after being defeated by Whitebeard, he was able to escape safely. His strength is very mysterious. Because he appeared too early, he didn't even know how to use domineering power. For Qin Yun, This was undoubtedly a novice-level copy. The rainy land is ahead, and Crocodile is there. Robin stood at the bow, pointing the direction for Qin Yun. Now, under Qin Yun's strong arrangement and communication, she has reconciled with Vivi. After all, they are sisters who will live together in the future, and Robin has no subjective intention to harm Alabasta. Vivi is kind-hearted and reasonable, so she will naturally not hold Robin against her. I've found him. Qin Yun chuckled. Robin smiled teasingly. Do you need help, Lord God? There's no need for that. After saying that, Qin Yun stood up and walked to the bow, looking at the rainy field ahead. Qin Yun, you have to be careful, Vivi asked with concern. At this point, Qin Yun had become his last hope. Qin Yun nodded, glanced at Tina who was secretly looking at him, and smiled evilly. Tina rolled her eyes at him. She was being kidnapped at the moment, and Qin Yun confidently did not restrict her personal freedom. She felt ashamed of being captured, and wrapped a shawl with the word, justice, written on the back around her waist to defend her last pure land. Little did he know that this approach would make Qin Yun even more interested. You guys just wait on the boat, I'll go down and have some fun with Crocodile. Qin Yun said this, raising his arm and waving it upwards. Now, it's time to say hello, God's judgment. The next moment, a thick bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky, piercing through the crocodile-shaped roof in the center of the rainfield. Is there thunder? Is it going to rain? People walking around the street were stunned by the huge lightning column. Chapter 11. Have you ever been struck by lightning? Crocodile was lying on the soft sofa planning his ideal land, when suddenly an alarm bell rang in his heart. What? The thunder pillar continued to expand above his head, and he was shaken so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. He instinctively used elemental transformation to dodge to the side. However, his speed was too slow, and the thunder pillar struck him violently, carrying his body and rushing downstairs, eventually creating a bottomless pit. As a Shasha man, Crocodile was immune to lightning strikes, but he could not ignore the impact and high temperature of the thunder pillars. Hiss, under the huge pit, Crocodile groaned in pain. At this time, he felt that his body was shattered by lightning and his internal organs were shattered. His face, which was already disfigured, and his body were burned and blurred. His willpower was amazing, and he was still able to struggle to get up under such circumstances. Immediately afterwards, his lower body became elemental and flew out of the giant pit. Who is it? Crocodile gritted his teeth and swiped his hand with the golden hook from left to right, only to find that the golden hook had sublimated, revealing the bloody hand inside. The people in the rainland were awakened by the violent thunder. When they saw Crocodile appearing, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. They fled in a hurry, trying to leave the rainland, a place of right and wrong. For a time, screams and fights broke out one after another, creating a chaotic and noisy environment. Sand Crocodile, Crocodile, why don't you work hard to improve your strength and strive to avenge Hyuga Whitebeard as soon as possible, instead of being a useless person playing conspiracy in this small country? Qin Yun stood up in the air, and a powerful electromagnetic field suddenly rushed out of his body, quickly covering the entire rainfield. Field electromagnetic field. Subsequently, electronic equipment throughout the rainy land was irreversibly damaged. Not only that, Qin Yun can teleport to any position in the electromagnetic field with just a thought. I don't think I've ever met your excellency, right? You have no grudge against me. Why are you here to cause trouble for me? Crocodile's face turned livid when he was humiliated by Qin Yun. He looked at the unfamiliar face in the sky, clenched his fists, and forcibly resisted the urge to fight. At this time, he was covered with bruises from the sneak attack, and the situation was too unfavorable for him. I just want to have fun with you. Qin Yun chuckled, and with a flash of lightning, he appeared behind Crocodile. He raised his foot and kicked sideways. The fierce foot wrapped in armed domineering power was astonishing and kicked towards Crocodile's back. Advertisement, have you ever been struck by lightning? Crocodile was shocked, his waist hurt, and his body was kicked into the air and flew upside down. It smashed many walls along the way and rolled on the ground several times before finally stopping, completely unable to fight back. Damn it. Thunder fruit. Crocodile spat out a large mouthful of blood, feeling extremely aggrieved. He never expected that he would have such an unlucky day and encounter such a powerful enemy in paradise. Erosion of reincarnation. His hands touched the ground, and then the surrounding buildings gradually deserted and sunk, and the ground seemed dead, turning into a dry and cracked wasteland. His complexion also improved slightly due to the absorption of moisture. However, the people in the rainland suffered a disaster. They were forced to fall into the sand because they were running slowly, and were about to face death. Crocodile stared at Qin Yun fiercely, and suddenly his body began to rotate violently. Super heavyweight Shalon. The surrounding sand continued to surge towards Crocodile, trying to form a huge sandstorm. But this is not a turn-based game. Qin Yun will not just sit there and wait for him to make a move. Too slow. Qin Yun had already accumulated a large amount of thunder in his hands before his attack. He spread his hands forward, and a thunder Kirin stepped on the void and rushed towards Crocodile. Open black lens bracket thunder method Jade Qilin. Close black lens bracket. The sandstorm that had finally condensed was easily broken up by the thunder Kirin. Crocodile was also caught by the thunder Kirin and rushed to the ground. Finally, the thunder Kirin exploded. Where are the strong ones in the rainy land? There is only Crocodile. The casino he opened here, called Yuyan, attracted countless criminals and gambling addicts. At this moment, they were all wiped out by the aftermath of the battle between Qin Yun and Crocodile, and no one survived. The thunderstorm finally calmed down, and Qin Yun's lightning gathered and appeared in front of Crocodile. Guhahaha. Plundering. My utopia. Clarkdale was already unconscious and on the verge of death. Advertisement. Unfortunately, he never understood until his death why he was targeted and sniped in the barren desert. Qin Yun rubbed the white thunder with his expressionless hands and slapped it on Crocodile, depriving him of his sand fruit and putting it into the pineapple that had been prepared on the side. The pineapple changed quickly and eventually became a cactus with its hands open, which was quite cute. Is this the sand fruit? Letting the desert princess, Vivi, have this ability is a good choice, but now is not the right time. Qin Yun's eyes flashed. He needed more devil fruits to conduct experiments. At this time, Crocodile's body looked even weaker and drier because his devil fruit had been stripped away. Qin Yun raised his hand and clenched it. Electric sparks kept flashing in his hand, forming a ball of flame. He threw Crocodile's body into ashes. Qin Yun. As soon as Qin Yun came back, Vivi couldn't wait to rush over to him, and he quickly held her firmly in his arms. She smelled the masculine scent on him and felt extremely lucky. Qin Yun. Thank you. Qin Yun smiled slightly. It's too early to thank you now. When we return to the palace, you will have plenty of opportunities to express your gratitude to me. Vivi blushed and murmured softly, Qin Yun stroked her light blue hair, turned his gaze towards everyone, and said, Robin, Crocodile is dead. Go and inform all the chief conductors of the Baroque studio and have them meet up in Aruba within 5 days. Okay. God, Robin's teasing voice rang out. Cartella, the rebel base. Kosa, there's no water again, damn king, when will we go and save everyone? It's not time yet. Kosa's face was solemn. His father still trusted the king and advised him not to mobilize troops, but he had already become the leader of the rebels and he had to consider his subordinates. But Alabasta is a member state recognized by the world government. Even if he can successfully rebel, he will not be recognized by the world government. In a few days, he will be eliminated, which is why he has not taken action yet. Chapter 12 Lies and Truth. Damn the king. If he hadn't used dancing powder, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Open black lens bracket God's judgment. Close black lens bracket Kosa was shocked. How come the whole world suddenly lit up? You know, it's night now. He subconsciously followed the direction of the light and saw a pillar of lightning falling from the sky, constantly growing larger in his eyes. How beautiful. Boom. The huge lightning and roar attracted the attention of all the rebels. They stared in horror at the huge crater left by the disappearance of the lightning column, stunned. All the rebels come out. At this moment, an extremely cold voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a spaceship slowly descending. That's Princess Vivi. Princess Vivi. Why is she here? Is she here to kill us? Some of the rebels were exclaiming, some were whispering, but without exception, their eyes were fixed on Xiao Zhenyan. Everyone, I am Nefertari Vivi, the princess of this country. The 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, the culprit for the drought in Alabasta, has surrendered. Rain will soon fall, and everyone will no longer lack water. Everyone below was whispering, no one dared to speak, and their eyes were full of distrust. Seeing this, Vivi had no choice but to continue shouting. Who is the leader here? The rebels below began to riot. Where's the leader? I don't know. With all the commotion going on, why is Kosa nowhere to be seen? Where did he go? Is it possible that some smart people were already looking at the huge pit nearby? The hot air seemed to have a hint of burning smell, but they did not dare to speak out their guesses. Advertisement of course, Qin Yun was responsible for Kosa's death. How could his divine judgment miss the target? As the leader of the rebels, Kosa started organizing large-scale rebellions whenever something happened in the country. Such a rebellious person is an extremely unstable factor for the entire country. The rest of the people can live, but he, who has rebellious intentions, must die. If the leader is not here, you can just pick a representative to speak. Qin Yun's calm voice sounded, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and they dared not disobey. Soon the rebels elected Farafra as their representative, but he didn't look very smart. Princess Vivi, isn't Crocodile a national hero? How can he be the culprit of the national drought? He secretly used dancing powder to curse our country. I discovered this after I secretly joined his forces. Farafra was speechless for a moment. He would definitely not be able to convince the rebels with just one person's opinion. Humph, I don't have time to waste on you. If Vivi hadn't knelt down in front of me and begged me hard to make me happy, I wouldn't have let you unstable people survive. Remember, it was Vivi who gave you a chance to live. Of course, Qin Yun only thought about the words in brackets and did not say them out loud. Close black lens bracket. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning raged in the sky and a thunder dragon rushed towards the crowd, but turned around at the last moment and returned to the sky. The rebels were so shocked by the lightning that they dared not move. How could human power contend with the terrifying power of lightning? They already knew in their minds that if Qin Yun wanted to kill them, he only needed to wave his hand. Lord Thunder. Lord Thundergod, Princess Vivi, we believe it, but... Farafra gritted his teeth and said boldly, I just hope it will rain for us now. We haven't had fresh water for a long time. I understand everyone's desire. Let's let it rain here for a while. When I go back today, I will discuss with my father. For the next month, Alabasta will be covered by a large dark cloud and enjoy the baptism of rain. Vivi readily agreed to their request. Qin Yun saw this and gathered some clouds to cover this place. The thunder dragon in the sky drilled into the clouds and there were bursts of thunder. In less than a moment, the rebel army was caught in heavy rain. Master Vivi. Master Thunder God. The rebels expressed their gratitude one after another. As the saying goes, whoever gives you milk is your mother. Kosa? I don't know you well. Who would be so idle as to rebel when they can live in peaceful and stable conditions? Just like that, the rebel army disintegrated and became civilians. Advertisement Vivi and Qin Yun played the good cop and the bad cop respectively. One gave candy dates and the other gave a big stick, and with just a few words they made the rebels surrender. One of the reasons why they went to so much trouble to come to the rebel base was because they were concerned about Vivi's feelings. Another reason is that in Qin Yun's view, alabasta has already been in his pocket. These rebels are his future cheap labor force, and they will contribute to his country. Naturally, it would be better if fewer of them died. It would be enough to kill only the main destabilizing factors. The royal capital, Arubana, the royal palace. The night was alluring, and of course Vivi met Cobra first when she returned to the palace. Cobra was holding a document in his hand at this time, but he looked worried, and his mind was still on Vivi, who was willful and went abroad. Father. Who in the palace didn't know Princess Vivi? Qin Yun and Vivi arrived at the palace's main hall without any obstruction. Cobra was startled, and when he looked up he saw Vivi's happy figure. Before he could even smile, he saw her holding hands with a young man next to her. The relationship between the two was obvious, and his expression froze. Vivi, you still remember to come back? Cobra reacted and pretended to be angry. Father, the culprit of the drought has been dealt with. He is Crocodile. Vivi was not annoyed. After all, she was the one who was willful first. What? It was him. Cobra naturally believed in Vivi's words unconditionally, but his focus now was not on this. What are you doing? He is someone I met when I was working undercover. Qin Yun is my soulmate. We are in love with each other and have already expressed our love to each other and become a couple. Vivi smiled shyly, held Qin Yun's hand tightly and leaned slightly against him. She didn't want to make Cobra worry, so she told him the contract between her and Qin Yun, otherwise he would definitely get furious. Cobra was a little confused. Although he could see that they were in love, he still felt uncomfortable when he heard Vivi say that. How many years had Cobra been king? He had become very experienced, so he quickly discovered that something was wrong. Although he could see that the joy on Vivi's face and the love in her eyes for Qin Yun were real, this incident happened too suddenly and he had many doubts in his heart. He might be able to guess the truth of this matter only after Equilem returns, but by that time, everything will have become a foregone conclusion. Chapter 13 Cobra's little cotton jacket was stolen. Qin Yun nodded slightly and said, Vivi is kind-hearted, lovely and charming. We fell in love at first sight. After knowing Vivi's situation, I would naturally take the initiative to help her solve Alabasta's difficulties without her telling me. Father, Qin Yun can make it rain, Vivi added. Raining? Cobra was ecstatic. This was really their life-saving straw. Father, you should issue a notice to the people tomorrow, putting all the blame on Crocodile. Tomorrow at noon, Qin Yun will bring heavy rain that will last for a month. This way, we won't have to worry about water resources for a long time. Vivi said, yawning, we'll go back and rest first, you can take your time. After saying that, she didn't even wait for Cobra's consent, and hurriedly took Qin Yun's hand and walked out of the palace. Cobra nodded in agreement, still rejoicing that his country could be saved. After a while, he finally realized, wait, they haven't already. Thinking of this, Cobra felt even more upset, as if the little girl he had raised with so much effort was about to be snatched away. The palace, Vivi's boudoir. Little Zhenyun was parked by Qin Yun in the courtyard of Vivi's palace, and Robin and the others lived next door to them under Vivi's arrangement. Today's protagonist is, of course, the kind-hearted Princess Vivi. Qin Yun had already decided to share the beauty with Vivi in her princess room and discuss marriage. In his opinion, this was particularly memorable or ceremonial for Vivi, and for Qin Yun, it was also very interesting and could satisfy his special interest in getting to know the princess. At this time, Vivi was lying in Qin Yun's arms, drawing circles on his chest with her fingers. Why did you choose me and come all the way to help me? Vivi suddenly looked up, blinked her innocent big eyes, and stared at Qin Yun's eyes emotionally. Of course I like you, otherwise why would I sign a contract in the name of helping you to make you my consort? Humph. You don't even chase me, you really don't understand romance. Advertisement? Oh, didn't I chase you? Vivi smiled and said nothing. Qin Yun curled his lips and buried his head in Vivi's hair. Qin Yun's idea is very realistic. Since he has the special ability to become stronger by chatting and getting along with the heroine or supporting actress in one piece, his plan is obvious. As long as they meet his aesthetic standards and he can approve of them, he will keep them. Now he is not only the god of the kingdom of God, but also the emperor of the kingdom of God. The 3,000 beauties in the harem may not be empty talk. For those who can focus on their studies, such as Vivi, Robin, etc., it is naturally the best thing to do so. It is difficult to win the hearts of those who are difficult to win over, such as Tina, Toshigi in the future, Momonosuke, Big Mom's daughter, etc. Just kidnap them first, and he will have plenty of means to win them over later. Don't ask if Qin Yun will get bored with having so many concubines. Since he lives in the extraordinary world, he must be aiming for eternal life, and he will find ways to get it. According to the plan in his mind, in the end, he might really be able to achieve eternal life. If by then his progress in achieving immortality was slowed down because he had met too few goddesses and could not get along well with them, he would definitely regret it. The next morning, Vivi woke up slowly, She opened her eyes and immediately saw Qin Yun's gentle eyes. She smiled shyly and offered her cherry lips. After a long time, Qin Yun finally let go of Vivi in the face of her reluctant gaze. She was in an extremely happy mood at this moment, as if her whole body and mind were full of energy. The two helped each other pack up. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Yun finally walked out of the room with Vivi's support. "Ah, our lovely princess is awake. I wonder what time you guys chatted till last night." Robin was as sinister as ever. As soon as he saw the unconcealable joy on Vivi's face, he started teasing her. "HMPH, Sister Robin, you are so mean." Vivi fought back weakly, unwilling to be outdone. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Robin smiled sweetly and let the shy Vivi go. Advertisement Qin Yun did not stop and took her to the dining table and sat her down. He rudely teased Porchi, who was happily eating delicious food. "That's annoying. I still need to eat." Bulky acted coquettishly but did not fight back. Instead, she took the food and put it to Qin Yun's mouth. Qin Yun ate with her hands together, which caused her to act coquettishly and complain. "Tina is so sleepy." Tina's house was right next to theirs, so it was no wonder she complained like that. "Okay, I'll cheer you up later," Qin Yun teased her when he saw that she dared to complain. "Tina won't agree." Tina's expression was stubborn, but her tone sounded a little unsteady. "That's not up to you." Qin Yun gave a wicked smile and had already thought of how to bully the lovely Tina. It was noon, when the weather was extremely hot, and Cobra was incredibly efficient, having notified the entire nation overnight. However, this also means that the reporters of World Economic News Agency know the news. After a few days, the news that Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea is missing and suspected to have been killed will spread throughout the world. Back to the topic, Qin Yun summoned a large, thick dark cloud that covered the entire alabasta. Soon, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. Thanks to Qin Yun's fruit ability, the heavy rain could last for a month. Of course, Qin Yun has already awakened his fruit, and can directly and permanently change the environment here, plunging it into eternal rain or thunder. But, no one in any place can withstand the continuous rain. One Piece doesn't say that Logia can awaken, but Paramecia and Zoanthology can awaken. As they are both devil fruits, there is no reason why Logia can't awaken. For example, Akainu and Aokiji permanently changed the environment to form an ice and fire island. Close black lens bracket. Now Vivi has truly become his consort, and Alabasta has become a force under his command. Because she is Cobra's only descendant, after Cobra's death, Vivi, or her child with Qin Yun, will inevitably become the queen. Vivi has also been fulfilling her responsibilities as the queen, bringing rain to Alabasta, making it rich and strong, and quelling civil unrest. Now, she only needs to serve Qin Yun well and ask for more rain from him. But Qin Yun had to consider a lot of things. Alabasta was too big. For example, when to discharge electricity, when to release water, etc., all required his delicate operation and keen observation of timing to complete. Chapter 14. Colonel Smoker, don't get excited. Fortunately, Qin Yun didn't feel tired. He even enjoyed it because it made him feel happy. In the burial ceremony hall of the royal tomb in the west of the palace, Qin Yun took Robin to find the second piece of historical text. Previously, he used his knowledge to find another piece of historical text and took Robin to read it. Robin read the historical text in front of him expressionlessly, but his heart was filled with turmoil. How could? This historical text records the location of ancient weapon, Plundering. This is not the history she wants to know. Don't worry, Robin. Qin Yun held up the image in his hand. I have taken pictures of the historical text. You can go back and read it slowly. Robin turned his head and asked curiously, aren't you curious about what is written in the historical text? I'm not an archaeologist like you. Qin Yun smiled lightly and waved his hand indifferently. History is written by the victors. These contents are the remnants of the losers, and I am not interested in them. You can say it if you want to. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. Anyway, my goal from beginning to end is you, not these dispensable things. Robin was stunned. She didn't understand. Qin Yun had no shortage of women, so why did he focus on her? Is she so attractive to him? She thought for a while and suddenly chuckled. That's because you don't know what's recorded on it. If you knew, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to say it as easily as you do now. Oh, stop being so pretentious. If you want to test me, just say a few keywords. Of course Qin Yun knew what was recorded above, and his move was just to further win Robin's heart. Robin looked solemn and stared at Qin Yun, wanting to see the flaws on his face. What is recorded above is the location of ancient weapon, Plundering. As soon as he finished speaking, he was laughed at by Qin Yun. That's it? Advertisement? You're really not interested? Robin was extremely surprised when he saw that he didn't seem to be faking it. Legend has it that Plundering's power can wipe out an island with one shot. Crocodile has been willing to plot here for many years because of it. The legendary power is so weak, so you can imagine that the real Plundering is nothing more than that. With my strength, I can do all this easily. Do you think I still need to covet Plundering's power? Qin Yun was just bluffing. Plundering had never played before, and he didn't know its power. Of course he would get it when he had the chance. He knew the location of Plundering in the Plundering drawings, so he could just get it when the time came. Robin was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that the man in front of her was a user with the Thunder Fruit ability, and his appalling level of fruit development made her eyes light up every time she saw him take action. Compared with Aokiji and Akainu, she couldn't tell who was better developed, but to her, they were all top-notch beings. Now that you've finished reading, let's go. It's time to fulfill your duties as the concubine of the goddess. Qin Yun saw that she no longer read the historical text, so he asked for a shoulder-to-shoulder fight. Robin's face froze, thinking that Qin Yun would also kill her because of Plundering. Unexpectedly, not only was he too lazy to listen to her talk about history, but he was still thinking about her duties as a concubine and urged her to go back and do what he loved to do. Can't escape it? Robin smiled bitterly in her heart. Being wanted by the world government, she cleverly avoided being hunted down again and again. She is still an inexperienced virgin, and she thought that the fate of people like her would always be like this. Unexpectedly, she met such a domineering person as Qin Yun, who forcibly recruited her as the divine concubine upon meeting her. She teased Bulky and Vivi, but when it was her turn, she still felt shy and embarrassed. She asked herself that she didn't have much dislike for Qin Yun. After all, he was domineering but not forceful, and he respected her very much. It wasn't until he let her read a few historical texts that he wanted to reach out to her. In her opinion, he was already extremely restrained. Now it was definitely impossible to escape, and she didn't know where to go. She could only accept Qin Yun's arrangement and become his divine concubine. What? Are you not ready after we have been together for so many days? Robin came back to his senses and responded with a complicated expression. Advertisement, I'm ready. I just felt a little emotional for a moment. That's good. Qin Yun got his wish and got the opportunity to get along with one of the two heroines in One Piece. If he was asked to evaluate, he could only say, this is much better than him giving orders to the court on Kongdao. Robin understood why Qin Yun did not hesitate to use various means to recruit the concubine, and also understood his eagerness. Early the next morning, Qin Yun yawned and ate breakfast, assessing the level of his weapons. If his armored haki could only cover 2 hands before, he can now cover both arms. And now his stomach feels as big as a cow, and his body's digestion ability has improved to a new level. Although he can't compare with Luffy, a big eater, his appetite has definitely reached the level of a strong man. Donghai, Roge Town, Marine Branch, what? Smoker blushed, slammed the 3 cigars in his mouth onto the table, and shouted angrily. What do those marine executives do for food? Tina was kidnapped inexplicably, and they are still trying to recruit each other to join Shichibukai? Smoker was able to disobey superior's orders many times without being fired. On the one hand, he has good Logia smoke fruit ability, and on the other hand, he has strong connections in marine. Colonel Smoker, don't get excited. Anger can't solve anything. All you have to do now is calm down and find the person who kidnapped Colonel Tina. Smoker took a deep breath, calmed down, and could only give the order helplessly. Jim, you're right. Let the brothers keep an eye on the news, and let me know once Tina is there. Unfortunately, by the time he saw Tina next time, it was already too late. The once beautiful goddess recognized by Marine School has now become the treasure in Qin Yun's palm, and is gently and carefully cared for by Qin Yun. Not only that, even his cute and confused subordinate Dasky has been targeted by Qin Yun and will be far away from him in the near future. Chapter 15 Baroque Studio. On the other side, Zephyr from Marine School also frowned, and he secretly made up his mind. If the guy who kidnapped Tina really becomes a Shichibukai, I will have to set up my own sect. He looked determined and shouted loudly, Bins, go check where Tina is. Yes, teacher. At the same time, in a conference hall somewhere in the capital of Alabasta. A huge conference table was located in the center, with the chief conductors of the Baroque Studio sitting on both sides in code order. There was a main seat and a deputy seat at the top, and Robin was sitting in the deputy seat, looking at everyone with interest. Her mentality is no longer as stagnant as before, because Qin Yun constantly injects vitality into her. Sitting on the left side below are Mr. 1 Daz Bonus, Mr. 2 Von Clay, Mr. 3 Galdino, Mr. 4 Beb, Mr. 5 Gem. On the right sit Miss. 2 Fingers Zala, Miss. Golden Week Marianu, Miss. Christmas Dorothy, Miss. Valentine's Day Mikita. They were summoned here only to obey the vice president's orders and meet the president behind her. That's right, they only know the vice president but not the president. Crocodile's orders were all conveyed by Robin, which made it easier for Qin Yun to seize the power of Baroque Studio. Mr. 1 Daz Bonus doesn't know who the president is either. If you don't believe me, you can click here to read the comments. Close black lens bracket. Ha 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 ha, Vice President, why'd I feel that you are more beautiful than the last time we met? The person who spoke was Michita. She was tall, with short blonde hair, charming light green eyes, and always smiling. You were just a flatterer. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled. How could she not know about the changes in herself? Qin Yun cured the slightly dark skin tone that was caused by tanning due to living in Alabasta. Now she has fair skin and is charming and attractive, just like she was 2 years after the Battle of Marineford. I'm telling the truth, Vice President. Don't hide anything. Good things should be shared. Michita refused to give in and wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. Advertisement. If you want to become more beautiful, I can draw for you. Little lowly Marianu always has a blank expression on her face. She always does her own thing, not influenced by the outside world, and acts at her own pace. Ah, no way. Robin looked her up and down and said in an inexplicable tone. Don't worry, I will share it with you, but not now. You will be able to enjoy it soon. Really? Ha ha ha. After hearing what Robin said, Michita stopped thinking about it and asked again. Vice President, what kind of person is the president? Robin hesitated for a moment. He shouldn't be here, right? He is a domineering person. You have to go along with him. Otherwise, if he gets upset, someone will die. Hey, Robin, talking bad about people behind their backs is not what a secretary should do. As soon as he finished speaking, the main seat at the top was illuminated by a bright flash of lightning, and a majestic and tall figure appeared. As soon as he arrived, he took Robin, who was smiling at the side, into his arms. President. Everyone in the field was shocked. They were not ignorant minions. As soon as Qin Yun appeared, they recognized that this was the ability of the Thunder Fruit. Qin Yun raised his hand and gestured to everyone not to panic. Yes, he is the behind-the-scenes boss of Baroque Studio, Mr. Zero, Robin explained at the right time. Qin Yun glanced around and complained inwardly that Crocodile was too poor and didn't even have a devil fruit to collect. Even the many chief commanders in front of him did not have very good fruit abilities. Wow, I didn't expect that our president is the user of the Thunder Fruit. My backer is so powerful. Feng Clay's face was full of excitement. He jumped up and danced the angel dance happily. The president has decided not to hide his identity anymore and let everyone know who the real leader is. Robin broke free from Qin Yun's arms, stood up and talked freely. Of course, the purpose of this call is not just this. I believe you have already formed an impression of each other, so that when you carry out missions in the future, you will not cause a flood to wash away the Dragon King Temple. Now, let me give you the direction of Baroque Studio's future actions. First of all, we will arrange the work. Michida and Marianu will follow me and the president and follow our orders. The rest of you will be collecting money and devil fruits in the first half of the Grand Line. In the near future, the president's Kingdom of God will cover the New World and plunder the territories of the 4 emperors. Advertisement, the Kingdom of God? After Robin finished speaking, Gardino spoke with some doubt. I am the Emperor and God of the Kingdom of God. When the time is right, you will know everything. Bonus nodded. He was always taciturn and faithfully carried out orders. After Robin explained some more details, everyone's doubts were resolved and they understood their responsibilities. Finally, Feng Clay shouted passionately. Then, let's take action and turn the world upside down. Qin Yun curled his lips. Baroque Studio and Alabasta were the beginning of his expansion into Qinghai, but definitely not the end. He has great ambitions. Becoming the god and emperor of Sky Island is not enough, and even having Alabasta in his hands is not enough. He wants to occupy more and more territory and seize higher and higher power. He wants to become the god of the entire world, replace, or marry, I am and become the supreme being of the world, achieve eternal life, and indulge himself forever. With the matter of Alabasta settled, it is time for Qin Yun to embark on the journey of capturing the goddess. There is just one thing that is very troubling. The little proverb is still too small, almost the same size as Luffy and his crew's Mary. It was built by Qin Yun's God's Guard. They were not specialized shipbuilders and could not be compared with the Carrera Company of the Seven Water City. Now, there are a total of 6 concubines on the concubine ship, including Qin Yun, making a total of 7 people. In addition to the meeting room, kitchen, bathroom, wheelhouse and warehouse, there are only 2 rooms in the cabin. Now the room is just full for 7 people to rest together. If more people are added, it will be crowded. However, Qin Yun quickly thought of a solution. We can all go up to the deck and rest together. When the deck is full, let the extra concubines go into the cabin to rest. The small deck has a sliding cover with lights on it, and when it is covered, the deck becomes an indoor space. Anyway, the little Jinyan flies in the sky all day long, no one disturbs it, it is suitable for rest and very safe. The hateful capitalist Qin Yun did not think about expanding the scale of Lil Proverbs, but instead let the lovely girls suffer with him on the deck. Close black lens bracket. Michida. Tall, short blonde hair, charming looks, always smiling, with a unique laugh. Yahahaha. Marianu. The wise one, always eating senbei with a blank expression, a little lowly of hypnosis master. Chapter 16. Brother, how much money did Nami take from you? Michida and Marianu, the 2 girls who have just joined, have not yet accepted Qin Yun's transformation into true goddess concubines, and they are obviously still unable to let go. Although they accepted the status of goddess under Robin's persuasion, they were happy to have nothing to do as long as Qin Yun didn't do anything to them. Soon, under Qin Yun's driving, the group crossed the windless zone and arrived at the East Daxia Sea. So the question is, how did Creek get back to the East Daxia Sea from the Grand Line? He was still chased back by Hawkeye, and this problem has been bothering Qin Yun for a long time. All he could think of was that Clark was extremely lucky. As soon as he entered the doldrums, he was not stranded and was kindly sent to the East Daxia Sea by the Poseidons. There are 5 waterways in Upside Down Mountain, in the shape of an X, with water flowing in 4 and out 1. Due to the fast-flowing water, frequent storms and extremely high altitude, it is impossible to go back from here. Close black lens bracket. What Qin Yun didn't expect was that just as they left, Marine came to Alabasta to look for him. Aruba, Royal Palace. Your Majesty Cobra, have you ever seen this person? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel of the Marine Headquarters pointed at a portrait and said seriously. No, Cobra said with certainty. The Flying Squirrel frowned, and his small mustache trembled. He is the user of the Thunder Fruit. If I am not mistaken, the continuous heavy rain in Alabasta was caused by him. Oh, I see. Cobra is an old fox, and the might of the Flying Squirrel cannot scare him. I am so grateful to him. It's a pity that he didn't meet me, otherwise I would definitely give him some compensation. The Flying Squirrel was helpless seeing that he was so stubborn. He had traveled all over Alabasta, but his observation hockey did not detect Qin Yun. He now seriously suspected that Qin Yun was flying in the sky with Tina, or had some flying means of transportation. Otherwise, in such a vast ocean, with Marine's information network, it would be impossible not to find any trace at all. Alas, Your Majesty Cobra, if we were not hunting him down, we would have issued a bounty order for him long ago. Sengoku Fleet Admiral wants him to join Shichibukai. If he agrees, there will even be a beauty as a reward. If you know him, please pass on the message. If he is willing to join, ask him to give us a position and we will go to him in person to sign the agreement. After saying that, the flying squirrel left the palace with the Marines in disappointment. After that, they waited in Alabasta for a few days but received no news from Cobra, so they set out to continue their search. Of course Cobra didn't dare to contact Qin Yun, for he was afraid that the Marines would monitor him. Advertisement. After waiting for the Marines to leave for a while, he dared to tell Qin Yun that the world government wanted to recruit him to join Shichibukai. East Daxia Sea, Konomi Islands. Qin Yun has received the message from Cobra. Join Shichibukai. The right to legally plunder is of no use to Qin Yun, he can plunder whenever he wants. World government, except for Admiral Kizaru, who can compete with him in speed. He stopped thinking and continued to use his observation hockey to explore the island. They had now arrived in the sky not far from Kakoa West Village. With Robin as an all-round talent, it would be difficult for them to get lost. As Nami is the undisputed #1 female protagonist among pirates, he naturally chose her as his first target when he arrived in the East Daxia Sea. And she is also very easy to conquer. He can easily win the heart of the beauty by rescuing her from Eren's brutal rule. How come the observation hockey didn't find Nami? Qin Yun felt helpless. It seemed that Nami had gone out to make money. In a short while, he flew to Nami's home and landed the little motto in an open space next to the orange orchard. This place is ruled by a group of fishmen, but their strength is average and your strength is enough to deal with them. After explaining, he left the place and went to look for Najigo, who was working hard in another orange orchard. Upon hearing this, the girls did not get off the boat. They were all busy with their own hobbies. Alas, damn Eren, when will this kind of life end? Najigo complained in her heart. She was bold and kind-hearted, and had experienced unimaginable pain at an early age. However, for the sake of her sister Nami, she had been bravely seeking for a chance to survive, taking care of Nami and supporting Nami. Nokigo, Nuo Kagao turned her head subconsciously. She could not open her eyes because of the overwhelming aura she had never felt before. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person after such a high-profile appearance. You are? My name is God Qin Yun, and I'm here just for you and Nami. Qin Yun started as frankly as always. God? For me and Nami? Advertisement. Nokagao was stunned for a moment. She never left the house, so how could anyone know her? Could it be that the other party had his money stolen by Nami and came to her house? Where is Nami? I didn't see her in the Konomi Islands. Really? Nojigao gave a bitter smile. She had known that this day would come. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Nami acted dirty and someone actually found her lair. Nami went out to work. Brother, how much money did Nami take from you? We will definitely pay you back. Pay back the money? Qin Yun smiled, knowing that the other party had misunderstood. Okay, then you can give me yourself and Nami as compensation. How about both of you become my consorts? Najigo looked at him strangely. God? Goddess? Why does it feel like the other party is even more outrageous than Eren's, claiming that his fishman bloodline is noble and his human bloodline is lowly? Brother, stop joking. She responded with a wry smile, saying that she thought she was just a little girl growing oranges, and that years of working in the fields under high pressure had turned her skin into a weed-colored color. On the other hand, the man in front of her looked rich and noble, so how could he possibly be interested in her and Nami? I'm serious. Qin Yun said with a tone that left no room for doubt. If you agree, I can help you kill all the fishmen here. What? Nuo Kagao exclaimed, and quickly looked around, then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one was around. She moved closer to Qin Yun, raised her head and whispered. Brother, please keep your voice down. Just say these words in private. If someone hears you, then. Before she could finish her words, she was startled by Qin Yun's indifferent eyes. Only then did she realize that the other party was not joking. She regained her composure, thinking of the people who were oppressed by the fishmen, thinking of her, thinking of Nami, and even thinking of their adoptive mother Belmir. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes, and she murmured. Can you really kill the fishman Eren and the others? It's a piece of cake. As Qin Yun spoke, he spread out his right hand, and lightning flashed and jumped in his palm, making a crackling sound. This is. Nojigao looked at his hand in shock and subconsciously took a step back. Najiko. Independent and strong, she loves and cares for Nami, and is a pure land and sustenance for Nami's soul. Pirate geography map. The doldrums are in the shape of belts on both sides of the Great Root. Chapter 17. Easy killing. It doesn't matter if you don't know the power of the devil fruit. You just need to know that I am very strong and can easily kill the fish people. Nuo Kagao nodded. She pondered for a moment and realized that she had encountered a critical turning point in her life. Although the man in front of her had a mysterious origin, she had no choice but to believe him and agree to him, so as to avoid Nami from despair after handing over 100 million Baileys to Eren. Thinking of this, she stared at Qin Yun with sharp eyes and responded. I'm sorry. I can't make a decision for Nami. I can only try my best to persuade her for you. If you agree, I can become your consort. The words came out, but she felt a little ashamed in her heart. I see. When Nokagao heard this, his heart instantly rose. Then it settled. Qin Yun chuckled and took her into his arms. As she screamed, lightning flashed and they arrived at Elong Paradise. When Nokagao was amazed at his magical powers, he heard his domineering voice. Let me show you how these ugly fishmen perished. Without further ado, he began the ruthless killing. Who are you? Damn human. Ah, Nochiko, she is Nami's sister Nochiko, I recognize her. The fishmen minions in the field were unable to resist Qin Yun's killing pace. They couldn't even utter a word before they were struck into ashes by the fierce lightning. Am I living in a dream? Najiko watched all this in disbelief. She only dared to dream that Marine would come to rescue them, because her adoptive mother was Marine, and she couldn't imagine that there would be such a powerful person. No, it's God. He is her God, the God who came to save her and Nami. 6-sword style secret technique, 6-sword waltz. The fishman Xiao Ba watched his companions around him die one after another, and angrily launched his strongest sword move. However, what responded to him was a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's forearm. New. Why? Advertisement he was too weak. Qin Yun didn't even pay special attention to him, and he was annihilated by the thunder that automatically searched for the enemy. At this time, Aaron was disturbed by the screams and thunder outside, and walked out of the house. Seeing the tragic scene on the field, he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Where did you come from, lowly human? Qin Yun sneered. What a stupid and ignorant fishman. He was completely different from his half-sister, Mrs. Shirley. Ignorance is fearless. He raised his hand and clenched it, and a thunderball quickly took shape. He flicked it lightly and it shot at Aaron. Open black lens bracket Lufa thunderball. Close black lens bracket. Ouch. Aaron was twitching wildly due to the torture of the electric current, and the large saw, Zhangfeng, in his hand fell to the ground. Just when he was about to faint, he suddenly felt a sense of relief in his body. He forced himself to stay on his knees and looked at Qin Yun, threatening him sinisterly. Human. My eldest brother is the 7 warlords of the sea, Sea Knight Jinbei. You should think carefully about the consequences of attacking me. Haha. Qin Yun didn't care. Foolish Aaron, just go without worry. I will take good care of your mature and plump sister Shirley and let her sink into my hands happily and spend the rest of her life. You. Aaron's eyes widened when he heard this. He was dumbfounded. How did the man in front of him know about his sister? But there was no time for him to think. He looked at the opponent's hand like a pistol, as if he was about to shoot, and shouted helplessly and furiously. Murlocs are nobler than humans. Open black lens bracket thundergun, close black lens bracket. The next moment, a sharp electric light burst out from Qin Yun's fingertips, piercing Aaron's head in the blink of an eye, causing him to fall asleep and go to meet the fishman Fisher Tiger. The Murlocs in the field were dying and trying to escape. Some clever fish people took advantage of him to teach Aaron a lesson and got into the water. Little did they know that the conductivity of water is much stronger than that of air. Open black lens bracket Lufa water walking. Close black lens bracket soon. The fish people were electrocuted and died, and they all surfaced on their bellies. Even the sea beast Moo Moo could not survive under the water full of electric current. Perhaps when it is discovered, it will become a delicacy on the table of the villagers of Kokoja. Qin Yun turned his head to look at Nuo Kagao, and then realized that she had tears streaming down her face. Also, the culprit who killed their adoptive mother was tortured to death in front of her. Anyone would burst into tears. She didn't make a sound, probably because she was afraid of making him unhappy. Advertisement thinking of this, he stroked Nuo Kigao's sky-blue hair and comforted him in a low voice. Cry if you want, don't worry about me. After hearing this, Nuo Kagao looked at him gratefully, then burst into tears and shouted. Belmir, did you see it? Aaron is finally dead. Nami, you no longer have to bear the humiliation and go to the sea to steal money for us, we are free. Qin Yun suddenly thought that Colonel Mouse had not been solved yet, and when she was almost crying, he reminded her. This is not enough, they also have a mastermind behind the scenes. Ah, Nuo Chi Gao was stunned and quickly asked, who is it? It's Colonel Mouse of the 16th Marine Branch. He secretly colluded with Aaron, which is why the news from you here can't spread. Don't worry, I've seen him. While speaking, Qin Yun raised his hand in the direction of Marine Branch 16 and pressed down firmly, locking the mouse's breath firmly and sending out a thunderpillar that reached the sky. Open black lens bracket God's judgment. Close black lens bracket the thunder was so deafening that even the village of Kokoja could faintly hear some sounds. There is no doubt that Colonel Mouse is dead, and the building he is in has been replaced by a large deep pit. Only some Marines outside the building survived by chance. Qin Yun's investigation is far away, and Kokoja village is not big. Not long after Nami from One Piece returned, rats rushed to the scene to dig up her treasure. It is conceivable that Marine Branch 16 is in Coco West Asia village is not far away. Close black lens bracket. Let's go, I'll take you back to your home. Qin Yun stretched out his hand to her. Yes. Nuo Kagao responded subconsciously, suddenly thinking that he had not yet delivered the good news to the villagers. I'm going to inform the people in the village. They don't know yet that the fish people are dead. There's no need. Wouldn't it be more surprising to let them discover it themselves? Qin Yun didn't want to fall into a group of people crying and shouting. That's right. Nokagao felt that what he said made some sense, and she didn't dare to go against his words. Looking at his hand still in the air, she was shocked and hurriedly pressed it against him. Qin Yun was then satisfied and took her back to her home with lightning flash. Kokoja village, Nami's house. Nagagao, now, can you tell me where Nami went? Chapter 18 Yo, Two lost lambs. Qin Yun gently shook the orange juice in his hand, rested his head on the cushion, and enjoyed Masida's attentive service. Upon hearing this, Nokagao stopped what he was doing and said softly. Nami set out towards the Kotvo Islands more than 10 days ago and should have been there for a few days now. Kotvo Islands? Qin Yun knew this place because he had heard Robin talk about the layout of the islands in the East Daxia Sea after playing with her. The Kotvo Islands are northeast of the village of Kokoja. The country of Corgis is also there, a country that once fought against Germa 66. Sanji was released by Reiju at the beginning of the war. So, the time when Nami will return to Kokoja village is still uncertain. If I go looking for her, I might end up with nothing. After all, who knows when and from which direction she will return. Yes. Nojigao said hesitantly. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. He took out a den mushi and placed it on the table. Porchi, Tina, Marianu, the three of you stay here to protect Nokigo. If you have any news about Nami, notify me immediately. Vivi, Michita, and Robin will accompany me to the Kotvo Islands to find Nami. Yes, Lord God. Everyone either spoke or nodded in agreement. Tina has fallen into his help. At this time, she is able to use dual-color domineering. The East Daxia Sea is weak and peaceful. She is basically invincible here. What's more, with the existence of these two surprise soldiers, Porchi and Marianu, they not only have excellent combat capabilities, but can also perform hypnosis. Qin Yun is very confident in them. The other one was to separate Masita and Marianu from their mutual support. He wanted to seize the opportunity and make Masita submit to his clutches. Kotvo Islands, Palabas Island. This is the territory of treasure hunter Tredge. At this time, in a dense forest, the little thief cat, Nami, and the little fox, Karina, were fleeing in a hurry. Little fox, if we continue like this, we will definitely be caught by them. Nami felt a little desperate, as she and Karina were both rivals and teammates. They went to Palabas Island together to steal the treasure of the Trejo pirates, but they were caught red-handed. Fortunately, they were smart and escaped to the forest, but Treher and his men had lived here for many years and were very familiar with every tree and blade of grass here. How long could they survive? Advertisement, little thief. I didn't expect that after so many years of being so powerful, Karina, would fail today. Karina sighed softly, but her steps were not slow. Don't be ridiculous, you are only 2 years older than me, besides, we can definitely escape. Nami retorted unhappily. However, just as she was speaking, she was suddenly tripped by a vine under her feet and fell heavily to the ground. Little thief! Karina exclaimed, stopped quickly, and went forward to help Nami up. Hurry up! This way, there they are. The sounds of pursuit from behind gradually approached, and the two women's expressions changed drastically. Go! Karina supported Nami and walked quickly forward, using the natural cover of the woods to conceal their figures. I'm sorry, Karina, I'm holding you back, go away. Nami knew that if they continued like this, they would definitely be caught up, so she resolutely said her farewell words. What nonsense are you talking about? Phantom thief Karina, I'm not someone who would abandon my companions. I am really touched. Just then, a burly man with red hair and afro came out. He was Treher. I say, you too, you are not satisfied with stealing some of my treasures, and you want to come back and steal my vault again. You are really two bold and reckless people who don't know how to live or die. He held a long and thick iron chain in his hand, and as he pulled it, there was a series of crisp sounds of metal colliding. Don't get excited, let's talk it over nicely. We won't run away. Karina smiled wryly and protected Nami behind her. Not running anymore? I don't think you can run away. A large group of dark primitive natives surrounded them. When Treher saw his men arriving, he smiled sinisterly, raised the chain in his hand and swung it at the two women, wanting to teach them a lesson first. God's judgment. Bimere. At this critical moment, a huge pillar of lightning suddenly appeared above everyone and struck down fiercely. Nami instinctively closed her eyes when the chain came down, but she found that she didn't feel any pain. She opened her eyes curiously and found that everything around her and Karina was white. Karina was looking around in horror, holding her body tightly to prevent her from moving. What's going on? Nami exclaimed, not yet figuring out the situation. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning pillar disappeared, and so did Treja and his men. Only a large circle of huge pits and the earth pillars, standing beneath them remained. This. How to escape from danger. It is impossible to jump over the huge pit, it is too far away. If you don't grab the opposite wall, you will be crushed to pieces if you fall down. It seems that the only way is to slide down the earth column to the bottom, and then climb up under the earth walls around it. Karina came back to her senses and found that her back was already wet with cold sweat. She explained solemnly. It's thundering. Thunder. Nami suspected that she had heard it wrongly. Hey, two lost little lambs, I hope I didn't scare you. Yes, we came just in time. We can intercept Nami and Karina before they are caught in the original timeline. Otherwise, it would not be good to let misunderstandings arise between Nami and Karina. Close black lens bracket. A blue light flashed in the void in front of Nami and Karina, and Qin Yun appeared with his legs crossed, looking at them with interest. In fact, he had already discovered Nami's whereabouts, but he didn't show up because he wanted to wait for the right opportunity to act and perform the role of a hero saving a beauty. Nami was the first to react, realizing that it was the other side that launched the attack and killed Tredge and his gang. No, big brother, are you here to save us? Thank you so much. She smiled playfully, her eyes full of gratitude towards Qin Yun. Karina beside her also smiled and said in a sweet voice. Big brother, you are so handsome, strong, and kind-hearted. Can you take us out of here? There are so many pits all around, and we two little girls can't leave here. Qin Yun looked at the smiles on their faces and started smiling too. He could see that the gratitude in their eyes was fake, and their bodies were trembling slightly due to intense fear. They probably didn't even know how scared they were in their hearts. Oh, how come you guys are asking for things right after I saved you? That's not okay? Nami heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that he had no intention of killing her. She mustered up the courage to act coquettishly. Then, how can Big Brother take us out, if it's for treasure? At this point, a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes. She loved money like her life, but she was reluctant to give it up. However, Karina was not as obsessed with money as she was. Nami. A smart, lively, capable, extremely talented, and a little thief cat who loves money, F.J. Karina. Beautiful, with a sweet voice, a quick mind, great stealing skills, and an intelligence collector. She is a phantom thief called Little Fox, and is so adorable. Chapter 19 The Annoying Little Goblin. Of course Big Brother won't be left out when it comes to treasure. Karina took over the conversation and patted Nami lightly, signaling her to understand the situation. Treasure? I have no shortage of that. My name is Qin Yun, and I serve as the god and emperor of the Kingdom of God. In my palace, there is glittering gold and countless jewels and jades everywhere. Kingdom of God? God? Emperor? Nami and Karina were stunned. The other party didn't seem to be bragging. Could he be so powerful? You have no shortage of treasures. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to me? No, you should have taken a fancy to Nami, Karina. Don't guess in your heart. I like both of you. Be my concubines. Seeing that they were not taking the initiative, Qin Yun had no choice but to hit a straight ball again. The two girls were shocked. Could it be that their thoughts were guessed? Could he also read other people's minds? No, that was impossible. It must be a coincidence. Nami. Wait. I can promise him first and use his strength to drive away those fish people. 100 million berries is a long way off, so I might as well give it to this handsome brother. It's worth sacrificing me to save the whole village. Close black lens bracket. Karina. It's getting worse. It seems that I can't escape the crisis. Facing the opponent's strong strength, my wisdom seems unable to help me get out of the predicament. Forget it, I'll just agree to him first. If his situation is really as he said, and he can give me a stable and prosperous life, then I can live the future I want in advance. Close black lens bracket. Thoughts raced through the two women's minds like lightning, and within a few seconds they came up with a plan. They looked at each other and nodded. I can promise you, as long as you can help me drive a group of fishmen away from my hometown. Nami gritted her teeth, her tone extremely firm. She was still so kind. Even though Ilong and his men bullied their village and even killed her adoptive mother, she did not think of killing the fishmen for revenge. Seeing this, Karina continued. I can agree to it, but you need to prove that you are really the emperor of a country and can lead me and Nami to live a life without worrying about money. As Qin Yun expected, given the current situation and their personal experiences, neither of them would refuse unless they were stupid enough. These are not problems, then, let's make it a deal. Qin Yun was very satisfied. He stood up, flew in front of them and opened his arms. Come up, I'll take you away from here, your sisters are waiting up there. Wait, we still have treasures to take away. Advertisement. The two little money grubbers still can't forget the treasures here. How much can there be? How are you two going to take it? Qin Yun didn't care. Don't we have you, brother Qin, please, just take the treasure with us and leave. We worked so hard to get it. Nami and Karina talked while hugging and shaking him by the arms. Qin Yun said that he couldn't stand the two beautiful girls' coquettishness. After pretending to be conflicted for a while, he nodded in agreement. Okay, you two are such annoying little goblins. Follow me back to the spaceship above, and then you can lead the way. The two women then smiled happily. Asking them to throw away the money they had earned was even more painful than killing them. Hiss, it hurts. Nami just took a step and groaned in pain. Then she remembered that she had sprained her ankle. Seeing this, Qin Yun walked forward with concern and observed his injured foot. Nami's pretty face turned red when he stared at her. He looked like he wanted to help, so she didn't dare to say much and could only endure the pain in her ankle. Qin Yun nodded, lifted her feet and rubbed them gently for a while, then used electric current to stimulate the skin to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. The tingling sensation made Nami bite her lips lightly, but she knew in her heart that Qin Yun was treating her. Okay, let's see how it goes. Finally, Qin Yun completed the treatment. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Karina's teasing eyes, she glared at him fiercely, then tried to take 2 steps and found that it didn't hurt anymore. Amazing. I didn't expect brother Qin also knows medical skills. Nami's face was full of amazement. She thought Qin Yun wanted to take advantage of her in the name of treating her injury. Of course I know everything. I am a god. Qin Yun felt the fragrance emanating from Nami lingering around his nose, which seemed like the fruity scent of oranges and the floral scent of sunflowers. Seeing that they were ready, he took them back to the little bed amid the girls' cries. Advertisement. The 3 women on the boat were no longer surprised to see that he had brought back 2 more beautiful girls. They came up to greet him and introduced themselves to each other. So you are Najigo's sister. You are so beautiful. No wonder Qin Yun can't forget you. Robin covered his mouth and smiled as he praised Nami. No way, sister, you are much prettier than me. Hey, Nokagao, how do you know my sister's name? Nami felt a little embarrassed by what she said, but she quickly realized that the other party mentioned Nijiko. Oh, didn't Qin Yun tell you that he really has a bad taste? Robin was stunned and glanced at Qin Yun with his eyes slanted. Could it be? Nami looked back at Qin Yun in disbelief and murmured. That's right. I have killed all the fishmen in Kokoja village. I have fulfilled the agreement between us ahead of time. Qin Yun nodded, confirming her guess. Ah. Nami was stunned by the sudden surprise. It took her a while to react. She murmured with tears in her eyes. Belmere. The fishmen who brought us pain are all dead. Before she finished her words, her tears burst out and she turned around and threw herself into the arms of Karina beside her. Nami. Karina's expression was moved. At this moment, Qin Yun's eyes suddenly fixed. In the sky to their southeast, there were scattered pieces of soil of varying sizes falling down until they landed in the sea. Who is throwing objects from high places? Is there a sky island in the sky of the East Daxia Sea? Qin Yun was somewhat confused. This was not groundless. There was more than one sky island in Pirates. He knew there were at least 4 sky islands, including his kingdom of God. Although the East Daxia Sea never mentioned the existence of Sky Island in One Piece, we cannot conclude that it does not exist. Sky Island. Wait, could it be Golden Lion Shiki? Qin Yun remembered that after Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, he discovered an island called Vermeu. There are many animals there that have become violent after eating plants with the ingredient IQ. Together with his assistant Dr. Indigo, he studies IQ and plots revenge in the sky over the East Daxia Sea. Chapter 20. No. Admiral, Oni-chan, meaning good brother, what's wrong? Vivi posted worriedly. Her heart had already been set on Qin Yun, and her subtle changes were immediately noticed by her. Qin Yun smiled slightly and took her into his arms. I found a good place, maybe I can meet an amazing person. That's it. Vivi didn't resist and waited quietly with him until Nami's mood stabilized. Sorry. Nami was still choked with sobs. I was so happy that I lost my temper. Qin Yun knew that what she needed more now was rest, so he asked, Mikita, help Nami go to the cabin to sleep for a while. Okay. So, under the leadership of Karina, Qin Yun took them and Savage's treasures to Lil Proverbs. Then, he looked at the sky in the southeast direction, controlled the direction of the Lil motto, and flew slowly. At an altitude of 50,000 meters, Qin Yun stood in the air, scanning the floating island group below with his eyes and ears. It's actually the base of the Golden Lion. He was extremely surprised at this time. The location here is in the northwest of the East Daxia Sea, close to the Red Earth continent, and there is a risk of being discovered by CP0. When he came to the East Daxia Sea, he thought that the Golden Lion would plunder the small countries in the northeast of the East Daxia Sea, but he did not expect to meet him here. The reason why he is so sure is that he discovered that there are a large number of unusual creatures on these islands, which are the products of taking IQ. Now that he has met the Golden Lion, he will not let go of this golden opportunity. He pondered for a moment, thinking about the Golden Lion's message. The Golden Lion has 50 pirate captains and 2,000 crew members under his command. It sounds bluffing, but they are just little minions. In the face of his thundering power, the number of people has never been a problem. If a thunderbolt strikes down, how many people can survive? This is what he planned. Before fighting the Golden Lion, he would first create a favorable environment. While he was thinking, a large number of dark clouds gathered around him, and he created a doomsday scene of destruction with his own hands. At this time, in the control room of the central island in the archipelago, a large group of pirates wearing work clothes were looking at the surveillance screen in confusion. Their surveillance is a self-propelled videophone bug, close black lens bracket. Advertisement, how come it was fine just now and suddenly there are dark clouds? The weather forecast clearly shows that it will be sunny today. What are you afraid of? We are members of the Sky Pirates, and we have seen thunderstorms countless times. It's a pity that the captain can't use his hockey anymore. Otherwise, once Conqueror's hockey is shaken, the clouds and mist will be completely dispersed in an instant. Open black lens bracket God's judgment. Close black lens bracket boom. Qin Yun's thunder pillar pointed directly at the Golden Lion, and the dark sky was instantly illuminated by the bright thunder light. This is definitely not normal. The clever pirate was already preparing to flee the scene and wanted to hide in a safe place. What's this? The Golden Lion was with Indigo at this time, and they were observing his newly cultivated species in a laboratory. A blue rabbit that could breathe fire. Calcal, this is a masterpiece. Unfortunately, its lifespan is too short. It can only survive for 3 days before dying. Puff puff puff, puff puff, don't get me wrong. This fart-like sound is the sound Indigo makes when he walks, he yells. Mika, Spitfire. Boom, Mika didn't move, but there was a huge roar coming out. Isn't this right? Is this still a fire-breathing machine? Although the Golden Lion's mind was occupied by the insertion of the rudder, he still had some common sense. Captain. Behind you, Indigo screamed and immediately turned around and ran away. The Golden Lion looked back and his jaw dropped in shock. The house they were in was covered by a huge fortress, which he had built with great effort using the power of the float fruit. Its defense was strong enough to withstand heavenly thunder without leaving any trace. Unexpectedly, a huge hole appeared above, through which one could see the magnificent sight of dark clouds covering the city outside. He kept walking, dodging the falling rocks and crawling out of the hole. Looking at the thick dark clouds above, a fierce look flashed across his eyes, and he flew towards the dark clouds. Advertisement, Lion Power 1000 Slice Valley. The golden lion spun around, and used the cherry blossoms and dead trees that served as its feet to slash fiercely at the dark clouds. He moved extremely quickly, kicking and slashing dozens of times in a split second. More than a dozen large sword energies shot up into the sky, and were about to rush into the thunderclouds, but suddenly there was a drastic change. Open black lens bracket Lifa Wanlei. Close black lens bracket Qin Yun had been accumulating energy for a long time, and at this moment he released all the brewing thunder, which collided with the golden lion's sword energy, making a deafening sound of energy explosion. The next moment, sword energy and thunder exploded, emitting circles of rapidly expanding shockwaves. The buildings on the island were affected and many houses were destroyed. The golden lion narrowed his eyes slightly. How could it be such a coincidence? It seemed that someone was secretly working to prevent him from destroying the thunderclouds. Once the 10,000 thunders are released, there will be endless thunder and lightning, but they are not chaotic. Under Qin Yun's control, they will prioritize attacking objects with electric charges. Because of the presence of Yingju and Kumyu, and because the golden lion was flying so high, it was a natural target for thunder. He also noticed this quickly, but he had no chance to learn physics, and thought that his aura was locked by the controller of the thundercloud. He could only continue to strike back against the oncoming thunder, cursing loudly. Damn it! Who is causing trouble in secret? If you have the guts, come out and meet lousy. How can you be a hero if you sneakily attack me? Qin Yun did not respond, but chuckled as he watched the golden lion's embarrassed appearance as it hid from the thunder. Now it's just an appetizer before the war, to temper the golden lion's temper. Only when the real fight starts will there be a better chance of winning. He had never underestimated the golden lion. If there was no rudder on the golden lion's head, he would naturally hide as far away from it as possible. However, the current golden lion has been whittled into a dog, not to mention conquerors. Even the basic armament hockey and observation hockey cannot be displayed. However, even so, the golden lion with the floating fruit cannot be underestimated. Ha 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 ha. You've successfully d off lousy. If you have the guts, don't come out, or lousy will cut you into pieces. The golden lion was so angry that he laughed and spread his arms wide. A huge island in the distance rose rapidly under the power of the floating fruit and rushed towards the thunderclouds. The rumbling sound soon spread throughout the sky. Qin Yun's eyes narrowed. What a golden lion! This move was indeed unsolvable. Although lightning is fast, thunderclouds cannot be avoided. It seems that both of them will perish together. No, Admiral. The pirates on the giant island saw the thunderclouds growing larger and larger in their eyes, and instantly knew what Golden Lion was planning. They were swept into the thundercloud by the giant island, and it was undoubtedly a life or death situation. Chapter 21 The Power of Awakening in this case. Open black lens bracket 10,000 thunders gather. Close black lens bracket Qin Yun looked at the golden lion below indifferently, raised his hand and waved it, and the thunderclouds suddenly burst into even more brilliant lightning. Millions of thunders gathered together and finally condensed into a huge buzzing thunderball. The giant island was getting faster and faster. Suddenly, the huge thunderball screamed and swallowed the thundercloud that gave birth to it, becoming even bigger. The next moment, the giant island collided with the thunderball, and the entire world was shrouded in dazzling white light. The explosions continued and the range continued to expand. Qin Yun's expression changed and he quickly flashed towards the sky. The same is true for the golden lion. He has activated lion power earth coiling to bury his body under the thick earth. Because the sounds were too dense, the pirates could only hear a deafening roar and quickly covered their ears. Some pirates moved too slowly, causing their eardrums to rupture, and they began to roll on the ground groaning in pain. After an unknown amount of time, the aftermath of the battle gradually subsided. The huge island turned into a cloud of dust and disappeared. The pirates and creatures that had taken IQ on it perished on the spot. Even the surrounding floating islands were hit by the aftermath and were riddled with holes. Boom! The golden lion moved the earth-coiling lion in front of it away and flew into the sky again. At this time, the entire sky and earth was cloudless and the end could be seen at a glance. Therefore, he immediately saw Qin Yun high in the sky. Golden Lion waved his hand violently, and the cigar in his hand ignited under the high-speed friction. He took a deep puff of the thick smoke and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Boy, where can you hide this time? With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun appeared in the sky not far above his head. He chuckled and said, I'm so lucky, flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki, I didn't expect to meet you here. Ha 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 ha, so you are the user of the Thunderfruit. Where did you come from? You knew Laozi's name, but instead of trying to avoid him, you walked towards him? The Golden Lion's face was full of arrogance. In his eyes, only Roger could be called his opponent. I am very happy to see the prey. If you can become my subordinate, I will not bother with you for the attack just now. Qin Yun was staring at the floating fruits on the Golden Lion and his treasures that he had collected for many years. How could he agree? Advertisement? Oh, Golden Lion, it has come to this. Are you still so naive? No wonder Gold D. Roger looks down on you and refuses to join forces with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his left hand and pulled. Then his right arm, surrounded by thunder, punched forward, making an imperceptible magnetic explosion sound. Thunder turned magnetic attraction, plus, God's judgment. You, what a clever kid. When Laozi was roaming the sea, you didn't even know where to get your milk. The two sword legs of the Golden Lion were pulled by the electromagnetic force and flew towards him involuntarily. Looking at the huge and swift lightning column in front of him, he immediately used all his strength to break free from the restraints and narrowly escaped from the lightning column, but the cigar in his mouth was burned to ashes. Good boy. Is this still the thunder fruit? How can it produce suction? The golden lion shouted in doubt, but all he got in response was continuous thunder and lightning. Qin Yun would not explain to him the physical phenomenon of electricity generating magnetism. Lufa Thunderbird, Lion Power, you my earth coiling. The numerous suspended islands have gathered together under the control of the golden lion. Countless rocks and clods of earth rose from the ground, piling up into 8 mountains in the shape of lion heads, attacking Qin Yun. He also surrounded another part of it and built a circle of defense wall. Qin Yun dodged the lightning with a flash and teleported away easily. He possessed lightning speed, and even if a dragnet attack came, he was confident that he could remain unscathed. Lufa Thunder Dragon, what a cunning little devil. The golden lion felt extremely difficult at this moment. He was now experiencing what his previous enemies felt like when facing him. This one-sided battle situation where he was being tossed about like a kite was really frustrating. Looking at the defense wall that was destroyed into pieces by the Thunderbird and the Thunder Dragon, he knew that he could not go on like this. The opponent is as fast as lightning and his attacks are powerful. Although your attacks have a wide range and great power, they will have no effect if you can't hit him. Golden Lion, is this all you have? Are you worthy of being compared with Roger from One Piece? You don't know what hockey is just because you have a rudder stuck in your head. Qin Yun looked at his aggrieved face and mocked him calmly. How could the Golden Lion tolerate being evaluated worse than Roger? He immediately glared at him and raised his foot to make a huge and fierce slash. Chopping. It's no use, you're too slow, advertisement. Qin Yun's lightning dissipated and he dodged it easily. The Golden Lion's chopping power continued unabated, and hundreds of kilometers of sea surface were easily cut open. Qin Yun gathered his hands together and condensed a thunder sword, which he waved at the Golden Lion a few times. Several sharp sword energies swept past and collided with the Golden Lion's sword a few times, causing his thigh to become numb. Golden Lion was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party was also an expert in swordsmanship. He stood still and shouted loudly. Little devil, I recognize you. Tell me your name. I will not kill nameless people with my Golden Lion sword. In fact, Qin Yun only knew how to release sword energy. As long as no one got in close combat with the sword, no one would notice his swordsmanship. There's no need for that, Golden Lion. You're old now. Let me, a stranger, play the music of the changing times for you. Ha 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 ha. You boastful brat, let Lousy show you why Marine is so afraid of Lousy. The Golden Lion roared angrily, and the surrounding rocks and soil quickly gathered towards him. Several islands in the distance also rushed forward, turning into a mud and rock torrent that continuously poured into his body. Amid the screams of the pirates on the island, the Golden Lion was eventually enveloped by a 70-meter-tall rock giant. With such a huge figure, ordinary pirates would probably be scared to death if they saw him. You know, even the ancient giant Oz was only 67 meters tall. Little devil, do you still dare to say that you can keep Lousy here? Although Golden Lion's voice became heavy, his tone was still as arrogant as ever. Qin Yun smiled contemptuously. As his size increased, his speed slowed down accordingly, making him more likely to be hit. Why not? Golden Lion, today is the day you die. Dharma like heaven and earth thunder god, boundless thunder suddenly erupted from Qin Yun's body and spread violently around him. The air became illusory due to the high temperature. The next moment, the blue thunder seemed to be stained with something indescribable and turned into a more violent purple. Crackling, crackling, the electric arc was raging and the thunder was roaring. The Golden Lion's expression changed drastically, and he immediately controlled the rock giant to raise his giant palm and slap Qin Yun. Boom! Beyond the Golden Lion's imagination, one of the rock giant's arms was blown into powder. After a flash of electric arc, the powder disappeared without a trace. Chapter 22. Little Devil. You win. When the smoke and dust cleared, a 10-meter-tall image of the god of thunder appeared on the scene. This height is not Thor's limit, but 10 meters is his strongest concentrated state. In this state, his speed, attack power, defense and many other attributes were stretched to the extreme. Even if Kaido came, he was confident that he could use his full strength to strike Kaido and create a big hole in his body. With a flash of purple light, Qin Yun controlled the god of thunder to peer above the rock giant's head. His wrist was shaped like a cannon muzzle, and a purple thunder cannon with a destructive aura shot out. Fast. Too fast. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. The Golden Lion stared blankly at the purple lightning that was rapidly enlarging in his eyes, and replayed his entire life in his mind. He had no time to react and had to endure the blow head-on. The rock giant was pierced through by the fierce bombardment. My era. Is it over? The sea without Roger is so boring. Roger. He was filled with great despair at this moment, and could only vent his emotions by shouting in his heart in a split second. Then, he lost consciousness. For a moment, all the suspended islands seemed to lose their support and began to fall towards the sea. The purple light dissipated, the thunder god disappeared, and Qin Yun appeared next to the Golden Lion. He panted and put sea stone shackles on the Golden Lion. Qin Yun knew that wearing the sea tower stone would not make the person with the ability lose his ability, but would only make him powerless and unable to actively use his ability. Not only that, it can also allow people with special abilities to temporarily become ordinary people. For example, A Logia user cannot actively or passively transform into an element when exposed to sea stone, but the abilities that fundamentally change the user's human nature can still be retained. Therefore, he still needs to take some measures to ensure that the Golden Lion has no power to resist. Afterwards, Qin Yun grabbed the Golden Lion's bloody head with one hand, and the electric current surged for a moment before waking him up from his coma. The value of the Golden Lion has not been taken away by him, but he can't just take the ability and leave so easily. As the Golden Lion regained consciousness, the island group stopped its falling trend and began to float again. Advertisement: the Golden Lion woke up slowly. He wanted to open his eyes and speak, but he found that he was full of powerlessness and could no longer control his body. "Kid, you win," he could only murmur in his heart. This was of course Qin Yun's masterpiece. He shocked the Golden Lion's vital points all over his body with electricity, turning him into a vegetative state where he only retained consciousness but could not control his body. Call. Qin Yun took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The Thunder God state after the fruit awakening consumed too much physical strength, and he felt that he could not bear it for a while. However, the power is also gratifying. From now on, the sky here will be covered with dark clouds, and thunder will continue to strike the sea below. Many pirates, marines, and even merchant ships will be drawn into this sea area and suffer the baptism of thunder. Qin Yun slowed down a little, then grabbed the Golden Lion's neck. With a flash of lightning, he reappeared on the central island. At this time, most of Golden Lion's men had been killed or injured. Some not so smart pirates even jumped off the floating island, thinking they could jump into the sea to survive. However, at an altitude of 50,000 meters, they would die no matter what posture they took. Next, Qin Yun imprisoned the remaining pirates in the prisons on their islands. Under his extremely wide-ranging observation haki, no one could escape his control. He had placed Nami and the others on an isolated island where no one cared about them. He had covered the island with a thunder cage, so even if a Poseidon came, they would die on the spot. Whether he can become a multi-fruit ability user depends on whether the next experiment goes smoothly. Qin Yun knew clearly that he could never become the only true god in this world just by relying on the thunder fruit. Even if his imagination was enhanced by his experience on Blue Star, he couldn't do it. Leaving aside the endless stream of mythical beasts, just the fact that Kizaru's Pika Pika Nomi and his Thunder Nomi were developed to their highest peak at the same time would only result in a situation where neither could do anything to the other. He must conduct various experiments on guinea pigs before he has the possibility of becoming a user of multiple fruit abilities. It was impossible to try it on himself, as his body was the capital of the revolution, and if something went wrong he would have nowhere to regret. Advertisement: in fact, he himself didn't know whether the white thunder he used to plunder the fruit was brought by him when he traveled to cheat, or it was his development of the ability of the thunder fruit. Because the world of pirates is more like an idealistic world, how strong your heart and imagination are determines how high you can reach. The power system of haki illustrates this point, especially the appearance of Conqueror's haki. Maybe he had a strong desire to plunder the fruit, so he developed Baile through constant attempts. Who can say for sure? But no matter what, he must make full use of this ability. Once he has the possibility of becoming a multi-fruit ability user, then it will be his hunting time. Cat cat fruit tabby cat form, dog dog fruit big tongue dog form, rabbit rabbit fruit, poop poop fruit. Qin Yun nodded with satisfaction. There were 8 fruits in total, and he didn't know all of them. Adding the 3 trophies in his hand and the Pian fruits that had not yet been taken out, he was now rich. He used his observation haki to read the minds of Golden Lion and his subordinates, and took away all of Golden Lion's devil fruits, treasures, and other treasures. But he had something to say to the Golden Lion. "No, buddy, are you so stubborn? You have so many devil fruits, 50 pirate captains and 2,000 crew members, but you don't have a single ability user. Isn't that a bit too shabby?" Next comes the experimental phase. Qin Yun brought several pirates to the Golden Lion's fortress. With white thunder lingering in his hand, he pulled the dog fruit, and the power of the dog fruit was absorbed into his palm. The dog fruit lost the source of its power and became wilted in the blink of an eye, and after a while it became corrupt. He wanted to send the ability back, but the dog fruit had no reaction, so he tried to put it into the fruit prepared on the side. It was very easy, and the fruit quickly transformed into the shape of the dog fruit. It seems that the power that was sucked away can no longer be put back into the original fruit. Qin Yun took away the power of the dog fruit and slapped it onto pirate number 1, letting him use the power of the fruit. Everything was normal. Putting sea stone handcuffs on him has no effect. He can still use his abilities. Let him jump into the sea, no effect. He can still use his abilities. With the cooperation of Pirate 1, he quickly came to the astonishing conclusion that his ability to plunder with white thunder would not be affected by the drawbacks of the devil fruit. He also discovered that Pirate 1 could not see the white thunder in his hand. Chapter 23: The Devil's Conjecture. Qin Yun guessed that there was indeed a devil living in the devil fruit, and the nemesis of the devil was Pyrobroin and the sea. Sea stone contains this ingredient, which exerts the same energy as the sea. Once a person with special abilities comes into contact with it, the devil will act up and suppress him. His white thunder plundered the abilities and eliminated the demons. This is what prevents this pirate from being affected by the drawbacks of the devil fruit. In this way, the drawback that a person cannot possess 2 abilities at the same time may also be eliminated. The experiment had not yet ended, and Qin Yun casually sent pirate number 1 into the sky. White thunder lingered in his hands, and he felt the power of pirate number 1. About 3 minutes later, Qin Yun felt the power of the dog fruit begin to dissipate from pirate number 1. He quickly snatched the power away and slammed it into pirate number 2 who was standing next to him. 3 minutes, after having pirate number 2 repeat the above experiment, the same result was obtained. Qin Yun continued to move, taking away the power of the cat fruit and giving it to pirate number 2. No explosion. Looking at the image of pirate number 2 with a cat head, dog body, dog paws, and cat tail, Qin Yun instantly understood that he could use 2 devil fruits at the same time. After letting pirate number 2 switch forms several times, Qin Yun became more certain. After knocking out pirate number 2, Qin Yun tried to steal his power, and succeeded. 2 devil fruits took shape nearby. Pirate number 2 was not dead either, but after he got up, he felt his body was hollowed out and extremely weak. As for how long he could live, Qin Yun couldn't tell. After giving him the dog fruit, he became normal again. Double fruit is fine, but what about triple fruit? After Qin Yun's many attempts, pirate number 2 completed the feat of unleashing 8 fruits, but now Qin Yun only has 8 in his hand, and he cannot immediately come to a conclusion about the upper limit of the number of fruits a person can have. But that's enough. The 8 fruits in Golden Lion's collection are mostly junk. Only the dragon fruit ancient species Spinosaurus form and the Logia cloud fruit are of great use. After sending pirate number 2 to see pirate number 1, Qin Yun came to the Golden Lion. Goodbye, Golden Lion, go see Roger, advertisement. There was no response, and he couldn't respond. Qin Yun sent him away expressionlessly, then white lightning flashed in his hand, plundering his abilities. Is this the floating fruit? The floating fruit, when displayed by the Golden Lion, is more like the ability to control objects. He can control any non-living thing he touches, making it fly, deform, flow, and even control seawater. His functionality and power are heaven-defying among heaven-defying. You know, the ability of the float fruit basically consumes no physical energy. Otherwise, how could he have effortlessly kept countless huge islands suspended in the sky for decades? These abilities are so convenient. Now that Qin Yun has these abilities, why would he need the arc maxims? He can just go to Fishman Island and drive no other way. Of course, the speed is definitely faster. While thinking, Qin Yun's lightning flashed several times, contacting the falling islands one by one, allowing them to continue to float. These can also be considered as existing land resources, so let them fly slowly towards the kingdom of God. After experimenting with the ability of the float fruit for a while, Qin Yun discovered that the ability can be transferred between objects. What's the meaning? For example, if Qin Yun uses his ability to control object A, and then controls object A to hit object B, then object B will also be under his control. This is why the ability displayed in the hands of the Golden Lion is more like telekinesis. This is very important, especially when combined with the Thunder Fruit. It can be devastating in actual combat. Not bad, not bad. Qin Yun was very satisfied. Then, the Golden Lion's subordinates are of no use. They have followed the Golden Lion for many years, and the possibility of them succumbing to him is very small. Even if someone surrenders, for Qin Yun they are just slaves sent to open up the cloud mine. The value they create is limited, and there is the possibility of a riot. So he might as well let them go to accompany the Golden Lion. Thinking of this, Qin Yun raised his right hand and clenched it. Piao earth coiling. The next moment, the earth churned, earth dragons surged, and rumbling sounds were heard, frightening the strange creatures on the floating island and causing them to flee in panic. All the prisons were crushed and buried underground. The screams of the pirates were blocked by the thick earth and could not be heard. Advertisement Yangju and Kumyu also became his trophies. After being baptized by thunder and lightning, Qin Yun suddenly found that these 2 swords were of no use to him as he was not a swordsman. However, his swordsmanship skills are not too low. He can hold the thunder sword in his hand and use the power of the thunder fruit to emit powerful thunder sword energy. These 2 famous swords can only be kept as a collection. It would be nice to give them to goddesses who need swords in the future. Qin Yun waved his hand and put all the spoils into a treasure chest. Next, he connected to the signal network that monitored the Den Mushi and asked them to look in the direction of Sky Island. Afterwards, let the floating islands fly towards the Sky Island. In this way, he can accurately grasp the movements of the floating islands. After doing all this, Qin Yun took the treasure chest back to find Robin and the others. The moon is bright in the sky, and the little proverb is very lively. Why? Because Qin Yun is back. Oni-chan, how was it? Did you find the person you wanted to meet? Vivi rushed over happily. She saw that Qin Yun looked relaxed and obviously happy, but she didn't see that he had a new concubine with him, so she couldn't help but feel confused. Haha, I met you. I gained a lot this time. Maybe I can go directly to the new world after I finish the things I have on hand. Qin Yun took Vivi into his arms and took her to the dining table. He liked Vivi very much, this caring and obedient little princess. New world. The new world is the sea area in the second half of the Grand Line. It is ruled by the 4 emperors. Robin should know this. That's right. Raftel, where the great secret treasure, One Piece, is located, is in the new world. But, do you want to enter the new world and become One Piece? Robin took over the conversation and asked curiously. One Piece. I'm not a pirate. Anyone who wants to be a pirate can be one. If I can get One Piece, I'll get it. If I can't, it doesn't matter. My goal is the entire world. If One Piece could rule the world, Roger would have overthrown the world government long ago. In the end, we still have to rely on ourselves. Robin nodded thoughtfully. Rule the world? That's a big ambition? Why didn't the president bring the goddess back this time? Did the other party refuse? Mikita asked with a sweet smile as she placed the tableware in front of Qin Yun. As the temporary chef on the princess's ship, she had prepared a table of delicious food for everyone. The goddess has none, but there are many treasures. The person I'm looking for today is Shiki the Golden Lion. Luckily, he has died at my hands. Golden Lion. Are you talking about the great pirate admiral flying? Robin's pupils shrank and she exclaimed subconsciously. Chapter 24. Yin fruit. That's right. Apart from him, who else dares to call himself the Golden Lion? Golden Lion? Who is that? Vivi was puzzled. He is a figure who can be compared with Roger from One Piece. Crocodile is not even worthy of carrying his shoes, Robin explained. Oni-chan, you were able to kill Golden Lion. He was the first pirate to escape in the history of Impelled Down. Karina found it a little hard to believe, but she knew Qin Yun couldn't lie to her. So, Golden Lion is very rich. Brother, does all his money belong to you? Can you let me take a look and satisfy my eyes? Nami came close to Qin Yun, her eyes shining with the shape of Bailey, and her focus was always on treasure. She had already called Najigo and confirmed the situation in Kokoja village and learned that both of them had become Qin Yun's consorts. At this point, Nuo Kagao had no choice but to praise Qin Yun over the phone, asking her to stop being so petty and to be a good concubine to Qin Yun. Qin Yun stroked her orange hair and scolded with a smile. The gold and jewels in the warehouse aren't enough for you to look at? You are such a money grubber? The more the better, Nami smiled, patted the treasure chest under Qin Yun's feet, and asked. Is this the treasure? Why does it feel a little bit small? That's my trophy, a devil fruit and 2 famous swords. Do you want to eat it? There's a fruit in it that's just right for you. Can I sell it for money? I heard a devil fruit is worth at least 100 million berries. Of course not. Okay, you definitely won't hurt me, I'll eat it. Qin Yun heard this, let go of Vivi, opened the treasure box, looked at the girls, and explained. Most of these fruits are average, only the yin fruit and the longlong fruit ancient species Spinosaurus form are pretty good. Nami is gifted and very sensitive to weather changes. It's a good choice for her to obtain the ability of the cloud fruit. Naturally, the women had no objection to his decision. Come on, Nami, come inside and eat. Amid Nami's screams, Qin Yun leaned over, picked her up, and walked into the cabin. As for the treasure chest, put it in the collection room first. Advertisement, okay, Lord God. Robin smiled and knew Qin Yun's plan. 2 hours later. Brother Yun, is this the yin fruit? Nami couldn't help but ask when she saw the true appearance of the devil fruit. Qin Yun nodded, his tone very sure, and it didn't seem like he was trying to fool Nami at all. You must have heard that eating a devil fruit feels like eating feces. In order to prevent you from being persecuted like this, I can only let you eat some delicious desserts first, so that I can inspire my divine power to let you gain abilities. Nami understood Qin Yun's good intentions and immediately obeyed his orders. After a long time, Qin Yun pinched the white thunder in his hand and sent the power of the yin fruit into her body as promised. After a moment of familiarization, Nami turned into a cloud, filling the entire room, and shouted excitedly. Is this the ability of the cloud fruit? After the elements are transformed into clouds, my body feels like it is ascending to heaven, it's so comfortable. Qin Yun half closed his eyes, enjoying being wrapped in the clouds. The clouds were soft and fluffy, as if countless slender hands were massaging him, which was extremely comfortable. Remember, although you will not be affected by the disadvantages of the devil fruit, you can still be hit by the armed color domineering. As a Logia user, if you really have to take action, you must not get close to others, and you can only use your abilities to attack from a distance. You can develop the ability of the fruit in the direction of long-range attack, control existing clouds, create clouds, fog, thunder, rain, storms. In short, the ability of the cloud fruit is very comprehensive. Once I find Visalia, I'll ask the meteorologists there to compile a book on the subject. You'll be busy then. Open black lens bracket Visalia, Little Sky Island, where Nami was photographed by a bare close black lens bracket. Thank you, brother, you are so kind to me. Nami had a look of satisfaction on her face. She put away her fruit ability and snuggled into Qin Yun's arms, feeling that she was so lucky. Qin Yun smiled without saying anything. Now that Nami had officially become his divine consort, coupled with his joy of becoming a user of multiple fruit abilities, he was extremely pleased at the moment. But is that enough? Of course not. In the East Daxia Sea, in the northern waters of the Moonlight Islands, Little Proverbs was flying at an altitude of about 20 meters above the sea surface. According to Robin's identification, the place where Qin Yun killed the Golden Lion was not far to the north of the Moonlight Islands, so they simply flew directly south, wanting to go to Zailuobu village. Brother Yun, Oni-chan. Advertisement. At this moment, Nami rushed into the cabin aggressively and shouted excitedly. Oni-chan, there are pirates ahead. Well, if there is, then there is. What does it have to do with us? Qin Yun put Karina down and responded somewhat unhappily that the pirates in the East Daxia Sea were too weak and there were few people with fruit abilities, so he had no interest in them at all. In contrast, he now prefers to be with Karina. She used to tie her hair up, which somewhat concealed her beauty. So after Karina became his consort, she stopped tying her hair up at his request. Her looks instantly rose to a higher level, and he couldn't let her go. Nami, you didn't just eat the cloud fruit and you want to go fight? Oni-chan won't agree. Karina was not angry when Nami interrupted her. She was a little tired, so she let Nami play with Qin Yun for a while. If you have that much time, you might as well spend more time with Oni-chan. After your physique is improved, you will have more energy to practice your fruit ability. I don't want to. Nami immediately refused, turned around and tried to escape, but was suddenly pulled in by Vivi. Great. You're here too. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Vivi and Nami were laughing and playing. Qin Yun also laughed when he saw this scene, thinking that maybe the pirates in front had devil fruits and he could get some unexpected gains. He casually released his observation hockey and swept towards the front of the princess ship. Qin Yun was stunned. He did not find the devil fruit, but found a few familiar faces, Klo and Zhangao. The main reason was that Zhangao's image was very special and he recognized it at first sight. Strangeness. According to the timeline, Klo should have faked his death and escaped, and worked as a housekeeper in Kaya's home. Why did he appear here? Speaking of Klo, this person is outrageous. He had clearly become the butler of Kaya's family 3 years before the start of the One Piece plot, but he had not yet started killing. It was not until a year before the plot began that Kaya's parents were assassinated. The purpose was to legally inherit Kaya's family property? Then Kaya was hit hard and became seriously ill, but he still didn't do anything. When the protagonists arrived, he got excited and didn't hide well. He gathered the Black Cat pirates and tried to seek death like a lunatic. Chapter 25. The pirates are coming. The pirates are coming. In the past 3 years, he had countless opportunities to easily seize Kaya's family wealth, but he just didn't do it, just played around. Wait, could it be that today is the day that Klo assassinates Kaya's parents? Thinking of this, he looked at another merchant ship and found a man on it whose face was slightly similar to Kaya. However, he was now seriously injured and on the verge of death, being trampled under Klo's feet and ruthlessly ravaged. Interesting, I caught up with such a plot, so I didn't have to go to Zailuobu village to kill Klo. You two stop messing around, come and help me with Karina. Qin Yun smiled faintly and stood up, motioning for the women to help him put on his clothes. Vivi and Nami quickly stopped fighting and came to Karina's side. Damn you, Oni-chan, you didn't let me go and went by yourself instead, Nami muttered softly, but didn't dare to look Qin Yun in the eye. Qin Yun said nothing. After putting on his clothes, he left the princess ship with a flash of lightning. The next moment, Qin Yun appeared not far from Crow. Without any nonsense, he launched a raging thunder and lightning, electrocuting the entire Black Cat pirates and sending them spiraling into the sky. Ahem. The man that Klo had just stepped on coughed up several mouthfuls of black blood, but still climbed up unyieldingly and leaned against a pillar nearby. Qin Yun looked at him and couldn't help but sigh. The people in the pirate world are so tenacious. The man soon discovered that Klo was dead with black smoke coming out of his body. You are. No matter who you are, thank you brother for avenging us. He suppressed his physical discomfort and thanked Qin Yun. There was a trace of struggle in his eyes, but he finally put on the nerves and asked intermittently. Can you please help me? I know this is very abrupt, but I can't imagine how my daughter will survive in this chaotic world without me. I still have the money I have accumulated throughout my life at home. Just take it, brother. Consider it as the reward for raising Kaya. Don't worry, she's very well behaved, but she has been in poor health since she was a child. What's her name? Qin Yun interrupted him and asked. The man was delighted, knowing that the other party was ready to agree, and quickly responded. Her name is Kaya, and she lives in the village of Zailuobu, south of here. Advertisement. He is indeed Kaya's father. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and decided to record a video of him, which was also a thought for Kaya. He took out a video shell and let it float aside. My name is Qin Yun. I can agree to your request, but Kaya may not believe me just by my words. It would be better if you say it in person. You can now tell your last words to the video. When Kaya sees it, she will naturally understand your intentions. This can be regarded as the last thing you leave for Kaya. Thank you. Thank you, bro. The man tried hard to hold back his tears and straightened his appearance. He knew that he must not act too miserable, otherwise Kaya would be very sad. Brother, I'm ready. Qin Yun nodded. Kaya, if you see this video, it means I have left this world forever. Don't be afraid. Your mother and I will always be watching over you. From now on, you will live with brother Qin Yun. Butler Crabatail is the murderer who killed us. It was brother Qin Yun who avenged us. You must listen to brother Qin Yun, eat well, and live a good life. The man said a lot of things until he felt he couldn't hold on any longer, then he waved his hand and said goodbye to Kaya who was behind the video. He watched Qin Yun put away the video before he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, Kaya is now in your hands. If possible, please send my body to the embrace of the sea along with my treasure ship. Ahem. Before he could finish his words, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of black blood, then collapsed on the deck, his soul passing away. So, Qin Yun first got the bounty order for Crow from the Black Cat pirate's ship, and then began to activate the ability of the Thunder Fruit. Then, a large mass of dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning struck, setting the two ships on fire, turning them into ashes and falling into the embrace of the sea. One day later, Zailuobu village. The pirates are coming. The pirates are coming. Usopp continued to shout in the village as usual. The villagers were already used to it and treated his daily lies as jokes after tea. Everyone, believe me. There are pirates coming. They are flying directly towards us in a spaceship. Ha ha ha, Usopp, your lies are getting more and more outrageous. Spaceship? Why didn't you say there was a dragon flying over here? The villagers sneered at Usopp's words and laughed at him mercilessly. Advertisement, I'm not lying to you guys. It's true. I saw the pirate flag. Seeing that Usopp was still chattering, the villagers ignored him and went back to work in the fields. Kaya's home is independent of Zailuobu village and is a relatively luxurious manor called Yakin Manor. At this time, Qin Yun had already stopped the little mantra at the door. You. Who are you? Melly looked at Qin Yun and others in panic. If it weren't for Nami and the others' kind faces, he would have shouted, Miss, run. Let's go find Miss Kaya. Robin's gentle voice sounded. Melly breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his head and raised his voice. I'll go inform the lady. No need. Qin Yun stepped past him and walked up the stairs behind him. Melly wanted to stop him, but found that his body could not move. It's okay, he won't hurt Miss Kaya. Robin comforted her at the right time. Melly had no choice but to watch him walk up the stairs step by step. Who are you? Kaya was lying on the bed, looking at Qin Yun with a puzzled look on her face as he entered her room. She has fair skin, short light blonde hair that reaches her shoulders and is parted in the middle. She looks like a beauty. She was wearing a light blue ankle-length dress that outlined her slender figure, making people involuntarily want to protect her. My name is Qin Yun. Kaya, don't be afraid. I am here at your father's request. Qin Yun walked without stopping and reached the bed in a few steps. My father? I'm not afraid, big brother. You're so handsome, you must not be a bad guy. Kaya blinked her innocent big eyes, and when she saw Qin Yun approaching, she took the initiative to move her body to make some space for him to sit down. Looking at Kaya's two lovely big eyes, Qin Yun felt reluctant to hurt her, but there were some things he had to let her know. Kaya. Fair skin, big eyes, gentle and elegant sick beauty, budding, shy to speak. Chapter 26 I want it all. Kaya, look. Do you know this person? Qin Yun took out Chloe's bounty order and showed it to her. As this? Butler Crabatel? Kaya had already sensed something was wrong, but she still had common sense and knew that the paper in front of her was a bounty issued by Marine. His real name is Chloe. 2 years ago, he was accepted by your father as a butler and has been plotting to take your family's wealth. He murdered your parents at sea 2 days ago. I happened to pass by and killed Chloe, but your father was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. No, big brother. You're lying to me, aren't you? Kaya's face was full of disbelief. Her fair little face turned pale in an instant because of the pain. She was trembling all over, gasping for breath, and her little chest heaving. Qin Yun sighed, put his arm around her shoulders, and an electric current surged, relieving her physical and mental state. Wow! Kaya turned around and threw herself into Qin Yun's arms, sobbing softly. Even though she kept telling herself that this was all fake, she knew in her heart that Qin Yun had no reason to lie to her. After a while, Qin Yun saw that she had calmed down a lot, so he took out the video. This is the last thing your father left you. It contains something he wanted to say to you. Kaya shuddered when she heard that, and stared blankly at the video camera floating in the air with tearful eyes, not daring to reach out to catch it. Qin Yun thought about it and started the video recording. The next moment, Kaya's father's appearance was projected into the void, and his weak voice, trying to keep himself normal, was heard. Kaya, if you see. Kaya watched the images projected by the video camera in silence the whole time, only the tears kept flowing down. Her whole body was limp and powerless, and the weight of her body was placed on Qin Yun. Although she was born into a wealthy family, her parents worked hard outside to make money, so she was already a sensible girl at a young age. As the video ended, Kaya's eyes lost their luster, and she tilted her head weakly and fell into Qin Yun's arms, falling into a coma due to the excessive shock. Qin Yun remained silent and had to hold her petite body, waiting for her to wake up. Time passed quietly. Kaya woke up slowly, frowned in pain, and opened her eyes. She looked at Qin Yun, who had his eyes slightly closed, and whispered, Brother Qin. Thank you. Advertisement. As she finished speaking, she raised her jade neck and gave him a light kiss as a token of gratitude. Of course Qin Yun was not asleep, he was just developing the ability of the fruit in his mind. He would not be so unromantic as to avoid her and hurt Kaya's precious willingness to repay him. As the warmth on Qin Yun's face disappeared, Kaya saw his eyes open, and a shy blush suddenly appeared on her face. Qin Yun smiled gently, raised his hand and stroked her pretty face, wiping away the traces of tears on her face. You must be hungry, Kaya. Let's go out for breakfast. He tried his best to keep Kaya busy so that she would not be idle and immersed in the pain of her parents' death. Yeah, Kaya nodded in agreement. So Qin Yun picked her up and wanted to walk out. Kaya was made even more shy by his actions, but she didn't dare to resist and muttered. Brother Qin, I can walk by myself. You are weak, so I'll carry you. Seeing that Qin Yun disagreed, Kaya had no choice but to go along with his actions and was carried downstairs by him to eat. She encountered a sudden change. If Qin Yun hadn't been there, she would have been too sad to hear that her parents had died of illness, and would have been bedridden and depressed all day, making her already weak body even worse, and thus she and Usopp would have met. Get to know each other. Qin Yun already regarded Kaya as his divine concubine in his heart. He was afraid that she would repeat the same mistake, so he naturally took good care of her in all aspects. He also thought about sacrificing himself to help her with her treatment, but the timing was not right, and her body was too weak to withstand his fierce treatment measures. Only after her health improved, he would dare to help her strengthen her body, relieve her worries, and provide her with a lot of happiness. After everyone finished eating, Qin Yun carried Kaya back to the room and asked Robin, Nami and others to take care of her while chatting with Kaya about women's topics. He had previously shown Robin the video of Kaya's father, with her helping to lobby. Kaya would surely be able to quickly cheer herself up and look to the future. Robin knew clearly that the more concubines Qin Yun had, the stronger he would be. Even though his methods were often a little extreme, he was always very kind to the concubines. She had no reason and no idea to stop Qin Yun. On the contrary, she had to be a good wife, stabilize his harem, and persuade every new concubine. Advertisement in her opinion, Qin Yun's actions in capturing the concubines were a series of redemption, allowing them to escape from their original quagmire and live a carefree life. Qin Yun left Kaya's house and flew to the sky to develop the ability of the fruit. For a time, thunder roared continuously and the wind and clouds were unpredictable and surging. The sword energy emitted by the thunder sword split the vast sea in half with one strike. A thunderball was brewing, rushing into the water and setting off a huge circular shockwave. After a while, he dived into the sea again, used the power of the float fruit to push away the seawater, and flew freely on the seabed. Qin Yun's armament hockey has improved rapidly and can now cover half of his body. He still needs to keep up the good work and practice more. Domineering aura depends on the physique and the heart. Only when both are strong can the domineering aura be strong. He is a person from outside the world, so his vision and pattern are naturally beyond the world. After he possessed the thunder fruit, his heart expanded to have no boundaries. Eternal life, power, wealth, beauty, I want them all. He didn't just say this. At this stage he was constantly capturing goddesses, firstly for his own selfishness, and secondly to become stronger and realize his determination to have it all. His fruit ability requires his own imagination and practice to develop. Now that he has the thunder fruit and the floating fruit, the fusion technique between the two fruits requires him to invest more energy. He has already thought of many brilliant ideas. For example, the lightning that is struck out is added with the power of floating, and all unconscious bodies that it touches will be controlled by it. Two fruits are not the end. He needs more powerful devil fruits to deal with various situations, such as Kaido's fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form. After a long time, Qin Yun finished developing the power of the fruit, and returned to the little proverbs with a slightly heated and slightly sweaty body. Qin Yun washed his body, then put on a bathrobe and came to Kaya's room neatly dressed. Oni-chan. As soon as Nami saw him, she happily turned into a cloud and wrapped around his body. At this time, Vivi and Robin were on each side of Kaya. It seems like you two are getting along pretty well. Qin Yun used the arm color to cover his big hand and grasped the elemental Nami. It hurts. Nami pretended to be in pain and cried out. Chapter 27. Who am I to you now? I didn't use any force, Qin Yun said helplessly. Kaya is very smart. After knowing that we are all your consorts, she insisted on becoming your consort. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled, revealing Kaya's thoughts to her face. As soon as these words came out, Qin Yun knew that he was safe. It seemed that Robin had done enough psychological preparation for Kaya, and Kaya must have also known that chatting with him could strengthen her body. Ah, Sister Robin. I didn't say those words. Kaya was so embarrassed that her body began to tremble. Although she thought so in her heart, how could she let others say it in public? Kaya, Sister Robin is just so mean. Don't get excited, just ignore what she says. Vivi hugged Kaya and calmed her nervousness. Oh, Qin Yun looked at Robin's sinister expression and knew that she was teasing Kaya on purpose to give him a way out, so he smiled at Kaya and said, I didn't say these words, but I thought so in my heart. Kaya didn't know how to respond, so she grabbed the corner of the quilt and covered herself with it. Upon seeing this, Qin Yun glanced at the three goddesses and told them his next plan. We will leave Zailuobu village tomorrow. You can go back to Lil Proverbs and prepare first. Okay. The three girls immediately understood what he meant and responded one after another. Nami turned into mist and got off Qin Yun and left here with Robin and Vivi. Now, only Qin Yun and Kaya are left. Qin Yun came to Kaya's side without hesitation, reached out his hand and held her little hand. At this moment, Kaya trembled obviously and leaned towards him. 2 hours later, Oni-chan, Kaya called out timidly and tentatively. Why did you start calling me Oni-chan? Didn't you always call me Big Brother before? I'm learning from Nami's sister. She's only 1 year older than me, so I thought I'd learn how to address her, so that we can be closer. Kaya saw that he was still smiling, so she put down her the heart is broken. As long as you are happy. Qin Yun freed one hand and pinched her cute nose. Oni-chan, will you take me away tomorrow? Of course, not only you, I will also take away the Yakin Manor where you live. Ah, Yakin Manor is so big. What should we do? They should have told you, right? I'm a god. Isn't it easy for me to take away a small manor? Advertisement. I thought you were joking. So who am I to you now? Kaya was silent for a moment and suddenly asked. What, am I your friend now, or your divine consort? Goddess. Qin Yun responded in a decisive tone. After getting a satisfactory answer, Kaya happily fell asleep hugging Qin Yun's arm. The next morning, Qin Yun was awakened by the noisy Nami shouting outside. At noon, Kaya, looking radiant, had lunch with Qin Yun and others. She then overpaid Mary a year's wages, ending his career as a servant at the estate. After everything was ready, Qin Yun raised his hand and waved, and a rumbling sound came from the bottom of Yakin Manor. The entire Yakin Manor was shaking constantly, as if trying to break free from the constraints of the earth. In a short while, the entire manor rose from the ground, leaving behind a deep circular pit. Under Qin Yun's superb control, the outer cross-section of Yakin Manor is very smooth and neat, like a cylinder, and can be called a miniature island. The others were ignorant, but Robin and Karina were knowledgeable and they immediately realized that what Qin Yun used was not the ability of the thunder fruit, but more like the ability of the floating fruit. Robin's eyes were full of curiosity, and he decided to ask Qin Yun next time he chatted with him. Karina was extremely happy. To her, the stronger Qin Yun was, the happier she was. As for why he was so awesome, that was not her concern. The loud noise from Yakin Manor could not be hidden from the villagers of Xiluobu village in the distance. When they looked up, they saw the small island flying in the sky. That's Likin's Kaya's father, estate, right? Want to call Marine? Forget it, forget it. Less trouble is worse than more. Faced with the sudden change, most villagers chose to pretend not to see it, but there were always some young and foolish people who wanted to find out what was going on. Go. Fight the pirates. Usopp, along with Pepperhead, Radishhead, and Onionhead, rushed towards the island aggressively. However, how could their running speed be faster than the island's flying speed? What was waiting for them was only a huge circular pit. Advertisement East Daxia Sea, CA Island area. There was a raging storm and thunder. In a room in Yakin Manor, Robin suddenly stood up and asked Qin Yun, who was sitting by the window, with a puzzled look on her face. My dear god husband, the Yakin Manor we are riding on now should not be the effect of the thunder fruit's ability, right? After you defeated the golden lion, did you find his floating fruit? No, I used my divine power to rob him of his floating power. Divine power? You really are a god. Of course, you don't think I'm calling myself that, do you? Robin certainly didn't believe that he was a god, but the current situation made her doubt herself a little. Oni-chan. Oni-chan. At this moment, Nami rushed into their room excitedly again. As soon as she came in, her big eyes glanced wildly at Qin Yun and Robin, and got a disappointing answer. Even Robin was rendered speechless for once by her gaze, and turned his eyes away from her. What happened again? You didn't discover the pirate group again, did you? Qin Yun guessed casually. Nami was extremely talented, and with his guidance, she was able to develop some basic functions of the yin fruit in just a few days. Control clouds, create clouds, make it rain, thunder, storms, etc. The most important thing is to control clouds. Now, she can receive information conveyed to her by clouds over a large area through the power of clouds. Now her perception range is not much inferior to Qin Yun's. How do you know? Nami said this, but there was no surprise on her face. Qin Yun no longer dared to ignore the news she brought, because she discovered Clo's gang last time, which made it easy for him to win Kaya's heart. In his opinion, Nami is the lucky girl of this world. After becoming his consort, she can bring him good luck and opportunities. Come, let me see. Qin Yun used his observation hockey and scanned the sea. That is. Red hair pirates, shanks. His expression changed slightly. He didn't expect to meet shanks at this time. Logically speaking, he should be in the new world now. The moment Qin Yun used his observation hockey to detect the red hair pirates, Shanks and Beckman seemed to have noticed something. They quickly raised their heads and looked at the blue sky. Unfortunately, thick layers of fog, created by Nami, blocked their vision and observation hockey, making it impossible for them to lock their eyes on Yakin Manor. They could only feel as if someone was spying on them with their observation hockey. Chapter 28. Foreseeing the future, Shanks' smile froze, and he was secretly shocked. Who is watching from the dark? What a high level of observation hockey this is. Even my observation hockey can't detect the other party. I can only passively defend myself. Shanks. You've noticed it too. I didn't expect there's such a person in the weakest sea. Beckman blew out smoke rings with a serious expression. Hey. The people from the East Daxia Sea are still here. How come you mentioned the weakest sea? Jesus Bu retorted with a smile and curse. Ha ha ha. The other pirates laughed loudly and raised their glasses to drink happily. It's a pity that Shanks and his gang don't eat devil fruits. Before Qin Yun finished this thought, an idea flashed across his mind. Wait, I almost forgot about Conqueror's hockey. Shanks Conquerors is one of the best in the pirate world. If I fight him, maybe I will awaken. Thinking of this, he started to act without any hesitation. He first flew Yakin Manor forward for a while, and when he thought it was out of the battle range, lightning flashed again and arrived above Shanks and the others' heads. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, the originally clear weather became cloudy and uncertain, and a depressing atmosphere began to spread. After Qin Yun appeared, he elegantly leaned back, sat upright on the throne of thunder and lightning, and said calmly. Red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, I never thought I would meet you in this small East Daxia Sea. Shanks was stunned for a moment, and after making sure that he didn't know the other person, he smiled heartily and responded loudly. Hey, this friend suddenly appeared, do you want to join our party? He always kept smiling, and with his unconventional country-style attire, people who didn't know him might mistake him for a simple street boy. The red-hair pirates remained calm, as they were subordinates of the 4 emperors Shanks. They were already used to many storms. If one person wants to make them feel a sense of urgency, Whitebeard needs to show up in person. Banquet? Qin Yun glanced around and found a lot of delicious food and drinks on the deck. He was so busy improving his strength that he didn't pay attention to these. Advertisement. No need for a banquet, Shanks, come and fight me. It's inevitable that I'll feel at you when I meet a strong man like you. Oh, boy, are you provoking us? Beckman looked at him with interest, blowing smoke rings from his mouth, pointing the flintlock rifle in his hand at Qin Yun, as if he would shoot him if he said something wrong. Qin Yun felt a chill on his back. Under Beckman's gun, he actually had a feeling of being locked, as if he would be hit if he moved. But he knew in his heart that this was impossible. He had lightning speed, and only Kizaru's speed of light could match him. This scene reminded him of the Battle of Marineford, when Beckman pointed at Kizaru and Kizaru raised his hands in a funny way. One can only say that he is worthy of being a famous ape actor. Provocation? Ben Beckman, you could call it that? Qin Yun glanced at Beckman indifferently, a red light flashed in his eyes, and a pair of electric lights suddenly shot out from his eyes. Open black lens bracket thunder method, lightning eyes. Close black lens bracket, the manifestation of the future foreseeing observation hockey is usually a flash of red light in the eyes. Beckman's eyes flashed red, and he fired several shots, and a huge explosion occurred between the two men. Qin Yun wanted to dodge his seastone bullets with dual-color domineering power, but found that all his escape routes were blocked. However, the speed of the bullet was too slow. He flashed with lightning and retreated violently. Then he flashed in an arc and kicked Beckman from the side, muttering, "Have you ever been struck by lightning?" Beckman didn't even look at it, he just kicked it. The two men's domineering kicks collided with each other, emitting surging purple-black lightning. The sky and the earth changed color, and finally turned black and white. Beckman was forced to move 2 steps to the side due to the strong force, and then stopped. A shock wave quickly spread around, and countless clouds in the sky were shaken and scattered and disappeared. "That's not bad. How come there's no bounty on a person like you?" Beckman grinned and began to look Qin Yun in the eye. "You are not bad. With such ability, you are willing to be the vice-captain under Shanks." Qin Yun also refreshed his understanding of Beckman. Advertisement, he should have thought of it earlier. When he was watching the progress of the pirates, Beckman never took any action. Generally speaking, the later one makes a move, the more powerful he is. Even if his strength is not as good as Shanks, it is infinitely close to the level of 4 emperors. Ha 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 ha, you don't know the charm of Shanks. If you can stay on our ship for a few days, it won't be long before you will join us willingly. Qin Yun remained silent. The amount of armament hockey he had was still too little. After just a short fight with him, his armament hockey had already run out. He immediately changed the direction of his feet, unloading the force of the two people into the sky, and then instantly transformed into an element and teleported to the distant horizon. A fierce and unstable force exploded in the sky, breaking the black and white world. The shock wave acted on the seawater, pushing the redfirs to drift unsteadily. 60 million volt thunder dragon. Qin Yun continued to drop thunder, bombarding Beckman. Beckman's expression remained unchanged, and he fired several more shots, dispersing the thunder dragon. Just like that, Qin Yun launched long-range attacks, God's Judgment, Thunder Dragon, Thunderbird. All the worthless things were bombarded towards Beckman. Beckman either dodged or fired to parry Qin Yun's attacks, but his counterattacks failed due to Qin Yun's extreme speed. After a few rounds, red light flashed in the eyes of the two men, and they withdrew from foreseeing the future. At this time, Qin Yun was still sitting on the thunder throne below him, looking at Beckman with an inexplicable expression. Beckman was no longer as relaxed as before, and said in a complicated tone, "What an incredible person, Shanks. Neither of us can do anything to the other. His thunder fruit ability is too abnormal. The speed is so fast that I have only experienced it on Kizaru." "Ha ha ha, I saw it, Beckman. You two are in such a mess." Shanks restrained the red light in his eyes and playfully teased the two of them. "Hey, Shanks, this is not the time to joke around." Beckman turned around and sat back in his seat, took a sip of liquor and then responded in a displeased manner. "It's your turn, Shanks. Let's fight." Qin Yun interrupted the couple's flirting. His main purpose was to awaken conquerors. This was a rare opportunity and he didn't want to miss it. He benefited a lot from foreseeing the future battle just now. Fighting with these powerful people at the top of the world made him realize the importance of fruits and domineering. "My friend, why bother fighting? It's too early for you to kill me here." Shanks didn't want to fight, neither of his words nor his expression, because fighting with Qin Yun was meaningless to him. "Why don't you give me some face and let's sit down together for a banquet, chat and make friends." "What? The face fruit is activated. Chapter 29. God avoids me but I don't, I am more awesome than God." Qin Yun felt his body to see if there was anything wrong. No, the face fruit was fake. "Boss, just agree to his request. I think this guy is a fighting maniac who won't give up until he achieves his goal." At this time, Lackey Lu was eating a large piece of meat and persuading loudly. Shanks was about to reply but was interrupted by Qin Yun's indifferent voice. "Shanks, you don't have the right to refuse this duel." Qin Yun said this without waiting for his consent. A red light flashed in his eyes and a divine judgment blasted towards him. Kill with observation. It is suspected to be a derivative ability obtained after Conqueror's domineering training reached the top level. Shanks' eyes flashed red as he activated Conqueror's ultimate domineering move. An inexplicable force instantly swept the entire world, and Beckman and his gang couldn't help but smile, because only Qin Yun was affected by this force. The red light in Qin Yun's eyes faded, and the prediction of the future was no longer effective. However, he curled his lips, waiting for this. He forced himself to calm his mind and carefully felt the extremely strong pressure. This feeling was like countless people holding a hammer, hitting his heart fiercely, or like being in an endless sea of despair, with endless pressure squeezing his heart. Mind. Boom. In an instant, a sound like something shattering rang out in Qin Yun's mind. Buzz. The next moment, and equally. No, a greater pressure than Shanks' conquerors swept across the field, forcing Shanks' conquerors to retreat step by step. Finally, the sky was divided into two parts, The purple-black part occupied 60%, and the red part occupied 40%. Buzz. The wind was strong and the two emperors were fighting. It was a pity that there were no clouds in the sky, otherwise it would have been another storm that swept away everything. Boom. There was no need to continue, and the conqueror's match between the two came to an end. Qin Yun could no longer suppress the smile on his face, while Shanks's face was filled with solemnity. Just awakened conquerors, is it so powerful? My friend, what ambitions do you have? Advertisement, ha 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 ha. Qin Yun laughed without saying anything. Seeing this, Shanks drew out the griffin, pointed the sword at Qin Yun, and shouted. Come on. Let me see how ambitious you are. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force with his feet, and the deck under his feet was broken into pieces due to his powerful force. The next moment, he approached Qin Yun and chopped him down with a knife. The speed was so fast that even the air was ignited and burst into flames. God avoids. So fast. Qin Yun was shocked. As expected of the red-haired Shanks, he was domineering and decisive when he took action. For some reason, a sentence suddenly rang in his mind. God avoids me, but I don't. I am more awesome than God. Of course, he is a god and needs to be avoided. It's impossible for him to take it head-on, not in his entire life. Unless he has built up his physical strength and can use Conqueror's entanglement, he will be interested in fighting against Shanks's divine avoidance. Then, Qin Yun's lightning dissipated and he teleported to a height of 10,000 meters. He left only one sentence and disappeared without a trace. His speed was so fast that even top-notch observation masters like Shanks and Beckman were unable to catch any trace of him. Shanks, Beckman, now is not the time for you and me to compete. When we meet next time, maybe the scenery will be different, ha 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 ha. My goodness, he is using me as a tool to awaken Conqueror's dominance. Shanks fell back onto the boat, his tone sounding very helpless. Beckman smiled and threw a huge barrel of wine over. Shanks caught it steadily, sat cross-legged on the deck, and started drinking from it in big gulps. Shanks is a man who will definitely change the world. There is no need for us to fight him. Beckman took a deep puff of smoke, his tone somewhat unpredictable. Yeah. Ton ton ton, bang. Shanks took a big gulp, slammed the barrel heavily on the deck, and said excitedly. To celebrate meeting another future great man today, guys, let's have a party. Europe. A group of people in Lakilu raised the wine barrels or glasses in their hands, cheered loudly and jumped for joy. After a long time, Shanks looked at the sky in the distance, seeming to be thinking about something. Beckman on the side quietly wiped the rifle in his hand, and the cigarette in his mouth slowly emitted white smoke, which drifted far, far away. Advertisement. On the other side, after ending the confrontation with the red-hair pirates, Qin Yun returned to Yakin Manor through the clouds. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Kaya and the others gathered around Nami, fiddling with something. Oni-chan. Nami, who had sharp eyes, shouted excitedly when she saw Qin Yun, her tone full of surprise. You really know how to find places. Look what I found on the isolated island below. As she spoke, she raised her right hand, revealing the devil fruit inside. Nami was right to eat the yen fruit. As soon as you left, she discovered a treasure chest on the island below and found the devil fruit inside. Robin was flipping through the book in his hand while chatting with everyone. Oh, Qin Yun walked forward and looked at the devil fruit carefully, and found that it was smooth and shiny. Found it, the slippery fruit. Robin smiled and showed the book in his hand to everyone. Slippery fruit. Qin Yun was stunned. Isn't this the fruit eaten by the little boss Luffy met in the early stage? It seems to be called Aurita. She is known as the auntie of the East Daxia Sea. She has a face full of freckles, is fat and ugly, but she thinks she is the most beautiful woman in the sea. After eating the slippery fruit, she achieved a counterattack in her life. Slippery fruit. No wonder it's so slippery. Kaya stroked the devil fruit, and a wonderful feeling flowed between her fingers. Nami seemed a little frustrated and spread her hands helplessly. It doesn't sound like a powerful fruit, but at least it can still be sold for 100 million Baileys. 100 million Baileys? You underestimate it? Qin Yun was also somewhat happy. This fruit was very important to him and could bring him the ultimate experience. The slippery fruit has a beauty-enhancing effect after being eaten. Even the ugliest woman in the world will become a peerless beauty after eating it. If it were put up for auction, I'm afraid even 1 billion Baileys wouldn't be able to buy it. What? X5 while woman can resist the temptation of becoming a peerless beauty. The 5 of them were already considered peerless beauties, but they didn't mind becoming even more beautiful and getting more favor from Qin Yun. The 5 girls stared at the slippery fruit in a daze for a while, then turned their heads together and looked at Qin Yun with tears in their eyes. Why are you looking at me? Whoever gets it should make the decision. Besides, the beauty effect of the slippery fruit doesn't only come into effect after you eat it. It just has an immediate beauty effect after you eat it. After Nami decides who will eat it, let the goddess who ate it get familiar with the devil fruit ability, and then use the ability on you to optimize it. Is this possible? Vivi was impressed by his imagination. Advertisement Chapter 30 The Magical Use of Slippery Power. Of course, the power of slipperiness can make your own or others' skin tight and smooth, even. Ahem, it can also remove moderate spots, acne, pigmentation, yellow teeth, wrinkles, etc. on your body, but you probably don't need these functions. At this point, Qin Yun's tone became a little uncertain. Because he suddenly remembered that Robin seemed to have a small red mole on his body. Seeing that Robin was still looking at him expectantly, Qin Yun continued talking. If the slippery fruit is developed to a deeper level, it can also slide away fatigue, pain, damage, etc. These advanced abilities need to be awakened to be completed. Unfortunately, the starting point of the slippery fruit is still too low. To complete the development of the above ideas, too much energy is required. It would be faster to directly plunder the meatball fruit. Nami pondered for a moment, thinking of Nijigo's meticulous care for her. When I was not around, it was Nijigo who worked in the orange orchard, and as a result, his skin was sunburned and his fair skin turned wheat-colored. I want to leave the slippery fruit to my sister, so she can get rid of the sunburn she got from growing oranges. Nami clenched her fists and spoke in a firm tone. The other 4 girls all agreed happily. At this time, Robin saw that Qin Yun had nothing in his hands and asked. Is that pirate group very strong? Look, you didn't even get the spoils. Indeed, they're strong. The red hair pirates of 4 Emperors Shanks are considered one of the 4 strongest pirate groups. 4 Emperors, Karina exclaimed. What are the 4 Emperors? Nami didn't know what it meant yet. 4 Emperors are. After Robin's explanation, the girls understood the concept. Let's not talk about this. I'm tired after a day. I should go to rest. Dong Island, Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village. Nami's fruit ability became even stronger, and the entire Yukine Manor was wrapped in layers of clouds and mist, obscuring their breath. The outside cannot see the inside, but the inside can see the outside. Oni-chan. There's a marine on the dock, and the bow looks like a dog's head. Advertisement, I saw it. That's Garp's boat. It looks like he's back at Windmill Village. Qin Yun thought about it and it seemed that all he was missing was Buggy and Long, and he would be able to gather all the big shots in the East Daxia Sea. Marine hero, Garp? Is this small village below his hometown? Qin Yun nodded, hoping that Garp would not look for trouble. The purpose of fighting with Shanks was to awaken Conqueror's domineering power, but there would be no wool to be taken from Garp here. His observation hockey spread out everywhere, and finally he found Garp in the bandit Dayton's lair. He was sitting on a chair and sleeping at this moment. Luffy, who was standing beside him, had a head full of bruises from being beaten by him. He was hanging on a tree with a stubborn look in his eyes. Qin Yun looked determined, turned around and looked at his concubines, and whispered. Garp is not my target. This time I am here to recruit the next goddess. Once I capture her, I will rely on you to do psychological work on her. My lord god, are you not good at chasing girls? Robin smiled slyly and began to count the experiences of the god's concubines on his fingers. I was half coerced and half signed a contract. Nami, Vivi, Nokigo, and Karina were all signed a contract. Michita and Marianu were forced as subordinates. Tina was coerced. Upon hearing this, the goddesses stopped what they were doing and stared at Qin Yun with strange eyes. Don't you know if I can? Qin Yun responded with an unchanging expression. The pursuit of efficiency at a slow pace is too slow. Time is precious. I like to get you first and then develop feelings and talk about other things. Marriage first and love later. The concubines of the gods were thoughtful. At least they feel good so far, don't they? Qin Yun's method will only cause conflict in the early stage, but the conflict will only happen this time. Once the other party truly becomes his concubine, he will be addicted to him. Moreover, those who take the initiative to pursue will often lose the initiative, and success or failure will be controlled by the other party. But his method of capturing the concubine by understanding the other party's needs, creating needs when there are no needs, is much better. The initiative is always in his own hands, and the success rate is still 100%. As Qin Yun's virtuous wife, Robin said these words not without purpose. One is to correct his image in the eyes of the girls, and the other is to draw allies, and get other concubines to help her subtly influence the new concubines. The world is so dark and chaotic. I just want to give the concubines I like a home. As for the means, is it important? What matters is the result. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yun's thunderlight escaped and disappeared. Robin was left sleeping lazily on the deck chair, thinking quietly with several concubines. Advertisement Windmill Village, Banquet Bar. It is now noon when the sun is shining high, and there are only a few empty seats here and there. The venue is bustling with chatter and shouts, making it very lively. There is only this bar in Windmill Village. Maginot grew up in the village. It has an excellent reputation and is very popular among the local villagers. Maginot was behind the counter, humming happily while mixing the wine in his hand. At this moment, the bell next to the bar door rang, and Qin Yun stuck one foot into the house. Welcome, do you need anything? Maginot subconsciously looked up and said hello. Yes, Qin Yun waved his hand, and a strong wind swept past, just in time to replace the wine-filled tavern with fresh air. He walked towards the chair in front of Maginot step by step. Conqueror's domineering power slowly unfolded, but it would not affect Maginot in the slightest. There were several bangs hitting the table and the ground. The noisy chatting and shouting gradually stopped. The diners fainted. It must be said that Conqueror's is really a tool for showing off. Maginot's eyes widened and she lightly covered her mouth, too frightened by the sight in front of her to speak. Makino, let's have a cup of cappuccino. Ah no, it should be a cup of the wine you are best at making. Qin Yun finally sat down, his palm passed over the counter, and a high-quality gold bar appeared, which was his drink money. Them? Maginot was a little scared, even her voice trembled, and her tone was hesitant. Don't worry, they just fainted. Your choice determines their life or death. Oh, my choice determines their life or death. You just let an uninvited guest wait. Maginot felt numb, seeing someone who called herself an uninvited guest for the first time. She glanced at the villagers who fell to the ground, then grabbed the cocktail shaker and began to use all her strength to mix her best wine. Maginot. Kind, gentle and cheerful, she looks like a wife, her smile is heartwarming, and she is like the sister next door. Chapter 31 Customized nickname. In a short while, Makino finished mixing the wine and served it. Qin Yun raised his glass and drank it, praising it out loud. Makino, the drinks you mix are really good, be my consort. Goddess. Makino was stunned. Seeing that he was well-mannered and handsome, she thought he must be a rich kid, but his behavior and words were extremely overbearing. She smiled and responded. Sir, are you kidding me? I am just an ordinary woman from a small village. Please don't tease me. This glass of wine is for you. Do you think I'm kidding? Qin Yun swung his hand backwards, and the villagers in the field were swept away by the floating force and piled outside the bar. Make a decision. Makino, think carefully. Their life and death are in your hands. Makino bit her rosy lips, blinked her eyes pitifully, and held the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands. Goddess. Everyone's life and death. Alas, I heard that Mr. Garp is back. Will he be able to save me in time? She was afraid that the other party might be moody and might kill her, so she didn't dare to delay anymore. Instead, she closed her eyes, lowered her head, and responded with a trembling voice. My lord, I am willing to be your divine consort. A good person becomes a good wife. Makino is still too kind. A wise choice. Qin Yun frowned, his observation hockey firmly locked onto a rapidly moving figure. It's a pity that Garp came too quickly, otherwise I could have another drink. Well, I'll let Makino make as much as I want when I get back. He made a false grab with his right hand, then clenched it upwards suddenly. Piao piao earth dragon tumbling. The next moment, the entire banquet bar and the surrounding land soared into the sky. Ah, Makino screamed, lost his balance in panic, closed his eyes and fell forward, but Qin Yun easily held onto his vital points. Thunderbolt, let go of Makino. Garp roared loudly, and he pulled up a tree and threw it toward the sky. However, he was afraid of hurting Makino, so he only aimed at the land below the tavern. Fistbone meteorite. Advertisement, God's judgment. Qin Yun mercilessly dropped thunder, and then the floating power controlled Makino's clothes, allowing her to keep her body steady in the tavern that was moving upward at high speed. God's judgment easily destroyed the tree, but Garp raised his hand to block it. The next moment, he dodged to the side and avoided the attack range of God's judgment. Before Garp could shake off the remaining heat on his hands, Qin Yun, who was gathering lightning behind him, hit him with 2 consecutive attacks. Have you ever been struck by lightning? A deep voice rang in Garp's ears. Garp's face changed and he felt a pain in his lower back. He was kicked into the ground, creating a huge human-shaped hole and raising a large cloud of dust. The force was so great that it shook the entire windmill village like it's shaking. A strong wind suddenly arose and the dust was dispersed. Garp showed up with a majestic figure. He looked at the tavern that had disappeared in the sky and cursed inwardly, I'm still late. It's really hot, Thunderboy. Garp shook off the hand that had touched God's judgment, looking somewhat displeased. He no longer had the will to fight. The opponent's speed was beyond his ability to catch up, and the boy looked kind. He could only pray that Qin Yun would treat Makino well. You traveled all the way from the Grand Line to the East Daxia Sea, is it to kidnap Makino? Qin Yun said nothing. Although Garp was old, his powerful armament hockey was still too strong. It was much stronger than the golden lion that was beaten into a dog. Unfortunately, he had an unfortunate old age. 2 years later, he actually fought against the Blackbeard pirates alone to save the deserter King Kobe. I'm afraid he will have to use his awakened purple-black lightning to break through his defense and cause damage. Garp saw that he was silent and just looking him up and down, and suddenly the instructions from Zhang before echoed in his mind. So he picked his nose and asked, Kid, you won't join this rubbish organization called Shichibukai, will you? Come up with an impressive name, or I'll have Sengoku and the others put you on the wanted list. Otherwise, you'll be known around the world as the Electric Shock Kid. After saying that, he blatantly took out a Den Mushi and started making a call. Qin Yun curled his lips and didn't comment. No wonder Marine hadn't issued a bounty order for him. It turned out that they couldn't find him and hadn't given up. They were still thinking about getting him to join Shichibukai. Wait, the Marines don't even know his name? Yes, except for the concubines of the gods and the people of the kingdom of God. All the others who knew his real name are dead. If the bounty order gave him an ugly nickname, wouldn't it become his dark history? Bulu Bulu, Boga, advertisement. Hey, Garp. Zhang. I encountered the Thunder Kid. He was too fast and I couldn't catch him. I was also burned by his lightning. I have to extend my vacation for a few more months. Huh? He actually appeared in the East Daxia Sea. Zhang ignored Garp's teasing. God Qin Yun, this is my real name, Sengoku. I'm not one of those pirate scums, so don't use the rubbish title of Shichibukai to recruit me. God. X2. You arrogant boy, don't think that you are the strongest person just because you ate the strongest Logia devil fruit. As soon as Garp finished his mockery, he suddenly started snoring, with a bubble appearing at the tip of his nose, which made Qin Yun's mouth twitch. Just when Qin Yun wanted to give him an electric shock therapy, the Den Mushi began to imitate Zhang movements vividly. You said you're not a pirate? Then wasn't your abduction of Marine Colonel Tina an act of a pirate? It was the world government's idea to recruit you. I will report your refusal to become a Shichibukai. You are not qualified to characterize my actions. In my opinion, I am redeeming her, freeing her from the quagmire of being a running dog of the celestial dragons, and elevating her to become my divine consort. You. Sengoku was speechless, because Marine was indeed the running dog of the celestial dragons. I heard from Garp that you can customize nicknames here. Just right, Divine Emperor, on the bounty order, and set the bounty at 5 billion Baileys. Qin Yun did not argue with him anymore and stated the name he wanted to be known among the world. Boy, you really dared to give me a nickname. Do you know that once this nickname is released, the 4 emperors will hunt you down endlessly? Just let them come, isn't that what you want to see? Den Den Mushi opened its mouth blankly, speechless for a while. I wonder if Zhongguo was shocked by the name he gave. After a few breaths, Zhongguo started talking again, but his tone suddenly became low. Tina. Is she okay? Her teacher Zepha is worried about her. Don't worry, Tina is fine. I've made her plump and fair. Maybe you'll be able to see my child with her next year. I'll definitely invite you to the full moon party then. Okay. I will satisfy your need for the bounty, but 5 billion berries is impossible. Get ready to be hunted down by the 4 emperors. Zhongguo was so angry at his arrogant tone that he laughed and hung up the phone directly. Poga, boo, the bubble burst, and Garp woke up when he heard the hang-up sound. Chapter 32 Reactions from all parties. Qin Yun nodded. Fortunately, Garp reminded him about his nickname. Otherwise, if a bounty hunter suddenly appeared on the road one day, shouting, "Electric Boy, I found you," he was afraid that he would not be able to help but go directly to the Marine headquarters to fight. Everything was ready. Qin Yun flashed with lightning and prepared to leave. Wait. Garp's helpless voice sounded, causing Qin Yun to glance at him. Treat Makino well, otherwise, I will catch you at the risk of my life. Hey, Qin Yun sneered lightly and then left in a flash of lightning. At the Yakin Manor 10,000 meters above the sky, Makino's tavern was embedded by Qin Yun outside the manor. Qin Yun quietly appeared above the girls' heads and saw that Makino seemed at a loss under the care of his concubines. Makino is kind and gentle and cheerful, with a delicate face that looks submissive and easy to be bullied. I believe that with the help of Robin and others, he will be able to adapt to life here quickly. There was only one loser in this trip to Windmill Village, and that was the red-haired Shanks. The next day, Qin Yun looked at Makino, who had changed into a dark blue tight suspender dress, and felt very satisfied. Shanks, I'm sorry, you can't control a virtuous beauty like Makino, so I'll take her away first. Achoo. Shanks, who was about to enter the Grand Line, touched his nose, feeling that something important had left him forever. What's wrong, boss? The fat and careful lackey pulled Shanks' shirt and tried to wipe his face. I don't know, maybe the weather is not good. Shanks quickly stepped aside to avoid his enthusiasm. Lakilu looked at the clear sky and nodded in agreement. A few days later, New World, Whitebeard Pirates. Dad, the newspaper is here. There's some interesting news today. Captain Thatch of the 4th Division strode onto the deck of the Moby DK. Saki. Stop keeping us in suspense and read it out to everyone. That's right, we're all pirates now. How many of you can read? Advertisement, Gulala, Saki. Read it out loud. At this time, Whitebeard only had a shawl on his upper body. His face looked a little old, and he had intravenous drips and oxygen tubes inserted all over his body. Doctors and nurses were taking care of him. Upon hearing this, Saki grabbed the newspaper and the bounty order in his hand, frowned slightly and read. An existence that is above the 4 emperors. The Divine Emperor, God Qin Yun, the user of the Thunder Fruit. The first bounty was as high as 300 million berries, but Marine only gave 3 crimes. He kidnapped Colonel Marine, attacked the hometown of Marine hero Garp, and is suspected of killing Shichibukai Crocodile. Does he really deserve the title of God Emperor? Let's wait and see. Thunderfruit. Gulala, what an incredible ability. Whitebeard smiled indifferently, raised the wine barrel and drank from it in big gulps, causing the young nurses beside him to look at him in anger. Whitebeard didn't care, but the other pirates were quite dissatisfied. Crocodile, didn't he challenge my dad 20 years ago? I remember he was a self-righteous guy. He was very arrogant before the challenge, but after the challenge, he was as embarrassed as a clown. The key is Qin Yun, right? Marine actually gave him the nickname of the Divine Emperor. How much does he want this guy to die? Dad, our reputation cannot be challenged. Let me go to paradise and get that kid's head. Let me do it. He actually dared to attack my hometown. I will not let him go. Besides, my speedboat is much more flexible. It will only take a few days to get there. It's just right for us to go for a ride in the park. Ace is ready to give it a try. A duel between fire and thunder. I really want to see it. Marco touched his pineapple head, looking a little lazy. Gulala, God Emperor. Go ahead, Ace, we have your back. Whitebeard readily agreed. Although he was old, he could still lift a knife. Even if Ace was defeated, who would dare to kill him? Wan Guo, Big Mom Pirates. Mom, is there a user of the Thunder Fruit? Why don't we recruit him to our team and increase the combat power of our top leaders? Charlotte Parasparrow stuck out her tongue and waited expectantly for the aunt's reply. Mamama, Charlotte Linlin stared at the bounty order in her hand with her eyes wide open like 2 copper bells. God Qin Yun, life or death is irrelevant. God Emperor, God Qin Yun is the user of the Thunder Fruit. I don't think he's an ordinary human. Could he be some rare species? As someone who is determined to make all races in the world become family, she does not care about the title of Divine Emperor. Instead, she keenly realizes that Qin Yun seems to be special. That feeling was like the joy she felt every time she met a new race. Advertisement. Upon hearing this, Parasparrow looked at Qin Yun's photo in confusion. How could he not tell that Qin Yun was a rare race? Mama, let's arrange a marriage. Let Pokemus take the pictures of the girls to him and let him choose one. Then we can hold a wedding party at the next tea party. Yes, Mom. Wano country, Onigashima. The thunder fruit? I don't know if the strongest Logia attack can kill me. Kaido's eyes were blurred, and he gulped down the wine in a half-asleep state. Grand Line. A certain spring island. Only 300 million? You underestimate that man. Shanks smacked his lips and clinked his glass with the man next to him who was carrying a black sword. Oh, God, Qin Yun. Is he the person you met in the East Daxia Sea? It's a pity that he is not a swordsman. Jorikal Mahawk glanced at it with his sharp eyes, and then became a little bored. Who knows if he can use a sword? I'm really looking forward to meeting him in the new world. Donghai, Kokoja village. Before Yakin Manor flew over Nami's house, she couldn't wait to turn into a cloud and float down. Nejigo. Nami used up all her strength to shout. Nuo Kagao, who was in the room, was startled and lost control of the dishes and chopsticks in his hands, which slipped onto the table. Startled, she rushed out the door, looked up at the sky, and saw Nami's upper half human body and lower half cloud elemental form. She was stunned at first, then smiled brightly. Nami, welcome back. Nejigo. Nami threw herself into Nejigo's arms and hugged her tightly. The two of them stopped talking, silently expressing the pain they had experienced over the years in companionship. After an unknown amount of time, Nami regained her composure and raised her head, and saw Qin Yun and the concubines in the distance waiting quietly. She felt deeply moved and felt even more at home with Qin Yun. It's all over, Nami, and a brighter future awaits us. Nejigo wiped away the tears that appeared unconsciously on Nami's face. He said this to Nami and also to himself. Nokiko, you become a little whiter than the last time I saw you. Nami quickly noticed the changes in Nokiko. Chapter 33. Nokiko's changes. Yeah. Nuo Kagao touched her wheat-colored cheeks, feeling a little unsure. Qin Yun's concubines were all stunning beauties with fair skin and long legs, which made her feel a little ashamed of herself. Click, the sound of the image being taken was heard. Qin Yun, what are you doing? I'll take a photo of you and see how much you've changed later. Oh, that's right. Come on, Nokiko, I prepared a devil fruit for you. Let Oni-chan drink it for you. Nami reacted, her expression full of excitement. Ah, go quickly. Go quickly. Nami stood up and pushed the overwhelmed Nokagao and the smiling Qin Yun, letting them enter the room together. Do you need me to do anything? Nuo-chi lowered her head, a crimson color creeping up to the tips of her ears. No need, just watch me operate. Qin Yun pulled her blue hair back and took her to sit on a chair in the living room. Next is the engineering operation, taking out the slippery fruit, Bailei's looting ability, and shooting it on Nokagao. The effect was immediate, and Nokigao's whole body was wrapped in slippery power. Qin Yun squinted his eyes and watched her figure and appearance gradually beautify. The short blue hair began to grow until it reached her waist. The skin all over her body became tender, firm, white and pure, and could be broken by blowing, and her tattoos disappeared. Among his concubines, only Conis and Kaya could rival her for her fair skin. But it doesn't matter, because Nokagao can use the power of Slippery to make other concubines more perfect. In less than a moment, the power of Slippery completed its mission, and Nokagao revealed her stunning beauty. This look looked like her invincible and enhanced version 3 years later. Nuo Kagao felt the wonderful changes in her body and opened her mouth. It seemed that there was a mysterious power in her body, and she used it subconsciously. Ah! The next moment, screams sounded. Advertisement. She wasn't very proficient in her fruit abilities yet, so she actually made a mistake. Nuo Kagao, don't get excited, slowly get familiar with the extra power in your body and control it. Qin Yun's arms were covered with domineering aura, and he stepped forward to support her unsteady body. Nuo Kagao was very talented, and he soon took control of the slippery power with his help. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Yes, this is the slippery fruit. You have become familiar with it in the past 2 days. Don't leave this house until you have control of it. Okay. Nuo Kagao naturally accepted his words. You can come in. As soon as she finished speaking, Nami rushed in impatiently. Nuo Chigao's scream made her worried, but she believed in Qin Yun. Are you okay, Nuo Chigao? Wow, Nuo Chigao. Is the effect of this slippery fruit so powerful? Nami's eyes widened and she couldn't believe that the person in front of her was the sister she had known day and night. Is it a big change? Nuo Chigao was stunned. Qin Yun's fiery eyes and Nami's incredible expression made her feel shy. Look. Nami waved his hand and created a water mirror bordered by clouds in front of Nokagao. Nuo Chi subconsciously looked into the water mirror and was stunned. Looking at the incomparably beautiful woman in the mirror, her mood at the moment soared into the sky as if she were on a roller coaster. Qin Yun, Nami, thank you. Nokagao came back to her senses and immediately thanked her. Without their help, she would not have changed as she did now. We have nothing to thank you for, Nami pouted. The best thing is for you to familiarize yourself with the fruit's power as soon as possible. Once you know how to use it, you can make us more beautiful. Okay. Nuo Chigao's smile couldn't stop at all. The concubines are still waiting outside. Today's theme is the reunion of Nokagao and Nami, and they have no intention of disturbing them. You two catch up on old times, I have something else to do. Asterisk 2. The two women knew in their hearts that Qin Yun was actually fine, and this move was to open up space for them to communicate privately. Qin Yun walked out of the room and nodded towards the concubines. Advertisement then he flashed, came to Tina and Bulky, and took them to Yaqin Manor. 2 hours later. Yes, Tina. I am very satisfied that you did not take the opportunity to escape. You did not violate the contract between us. It seems that I have to give you some rewards. Qin Yun stroked Tina's hair and found it particularly interesting to see her pretending to be stubborn but actually enjoying herself and not resisting. HMPH. Tina is not a treacherous person. Tina's face was flushed, and her delicate little ears were filled with pink sadness. Tina, when we return to the kingdom of God, you can raise an army of women to enforce your justice in our country. HMPH. Even if Tina sits on the hot bench every day, she won't help you rule your kingdom of gods. Tina's mouth was still so harsh. Early the next morning, Qin Yun was woken up by Marianu. Why is it you? Qin Yun was a little confused, but he quickly noticed Makita covering her mouth and laughing softly. He understood in his heart that it was her idea. Okay, get up and go eat. After Makita finished speaking, she took Marianu and left. Qin Yun smiled helplessly, got dressed with the help of Tina and Bulky, and came to the yard to have breakfast with them. Everything was ready, and it was time to set off again. Uni-chan, can you bring me and Nokiko's orange grove and house with you? Nami hugged his arm and asked coquettishly. Of course. How could Qin Yun refuse Nami's cute request? Piao Piao Earth Dragon roaring. Soon, Nami's house and the orange garden were integrated into Yaqin Manor by Qin Yun. Oni-chan, you're so kind to me. Nami happily rushed into his arms. Qin Yun had a smile in his eyes and happily accepted Nami's thanks. After counting the number of people, Qin Yun controlled Yaqin Manor and flew towards Rog Town. Chapter 34. The King of Fraud. Qin Yun Kokoja village is too backward, the newsbird will never come, and Qin Yun doesn't even know whether Marine has issued a bounty. Therefore, he decided that when rushing to Rogue Town, Yaqin Manor would always fly at the altitude where the newsbirds flew, so that they could receive the news more easily. Goodbye, Kokoja village. Nami and Najiko said goodbye to their hometown with complicated expressions. The villagers of Kokoja village were full of awe and gratitude towards Qin Yun. Nokigao had told them long ago that Qin Yun didn't like too many people disturbing him, so they didn't dare to disturb him and did not show up. On the way, Najiko diligently developed the power of slipperiness, and the tattoos on her and Nami's bodies were also removed with the power of slipperiness. Afterwards, he performed a preliminary beautification on Qin Yun's concubines, making their skin all over their bodies become equally firm and smooth. It is worth mentioning that Porchi's distinctive pointed little nose, under the effect of the slippery force, has returned to normal level, the defect has disappeared, and her appearance has instantly risen to a higher level. A few days later, in the East Daxia Sea, near the waters of Roge Town. Oni-chan. Your bounty has been issued. At this moment, Nami happily flew into the cabin holding a newspaper and a reward order. The sudden sound made Makino's heart tremble and he was startled. Oh! Qin Yun raised his hand and looked at the bounty. Why is it only 300 million Baileys? Fortunately, the name was correct. Zongguo is quite reliable when doing things. After cleaning the room, Makino left without talking to the two of them. Qin Yun did not stop her. After getting along with Robin and other goddess consorts, Makino had already faced the reality and assumed her job as a goddess consort. But wouldn't you become a pirate then? Nami hated Arlong and his gang of pirates so much, and felt uncomfortable thinking that she might also become a pirate with a bounty on her head in the future. Those with bounties on their names aren't necessarily pirates, like me, Monkey D. Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Oh, right, Nami patted her head, feeling that she had fallen into a misunderstanding. We're almost at Rogue Town. You've been clamoring to go shopping, right? You can ask who wants to go with you later. You won't be bored if you're together. Are there any candidates for the goddess here? There is one, a marine. After I kidnapped her, there are no women in the East Daxia Sea worth my attention. Advertisement, many people said Dazea, but I checked the information. At this time, Dazea is not in Donghai. I will definitely collect it later. Marine? That's good, we can keep her and Tina company. As they talked, the two walked to the edge of Yaqin Manor and looked at Rogue Town. Nami, and Robin and other goddesses who were planning to go shopping walked slowly to Qin Yun and the others. Most of them wore luxurious long dresses, showing their nobility and elegance as goddesses. Qin Yun looked at the girls' attire and nodded with satisfaction. When the goddesses and concubines travel outside, they always dress dignifiedly and elegantly, and cover up the parts that should not be exposed. This is not only the code of conduct that the concubines of the gods consciously abide by, but also a manifestation of his possessiveness. As for his concubines, naturally he was the only one who could see their private side. We will leave at noon, so don't be so happy that you forget the time. It probably won't be until noon. Roge Town is just a small town. There will be nothing left after visiting the commercial street. That's right. The pirate world is dark and chaotic. Only those relatively peaceful and stable big countries can develop business well and attract people to consume entertainment. Soon, Yaqin Manor flew over Rogue Town. Let's go shopping, N. Qin Yun nodded, and the goddesses flew down on the clouds created by Nami. The group of people riding on the clouds looked like fairies. He had already swept the entire Rogue Town and found no unexpected strong men, such as dragons, so he was not worried about the safety of Nami and the others. Well, Dashichi, little cutie, here I come. The next moment, lightning flashed and Qin Yun disappeared on the spot. In Rogue Town, a weapon shop that sells only knives. Tashigi pouted and closed the door of the weapon shop. She had just seen the shop's treasure, the Snowwalker. Unfortunately, she had too little money to buy it. She turned around to leave, but her head suddenly bumped into Qin Yun, who just happened to appear nearby. Advertisement. Oh no. Tashigi's red glasses were hit and fell to the ground. She quickly bent down, groping for her glasses with both hands. Her flustered movements caused the fullness of her breasts to be exposed, giving Qin Yun a lot of benefits. Here. Qin Yun admired the beautiful scenery in embarrassment for a while, then handed the glasses to her. Ah, Dashichi quickly took it and apologized while putting it on. I'm sorry, I was too reckless just now. Are you okay? I don't think I hurt you. Of course there is something wrong. My chest hurts when you hit me. You're a Marine, right? You have to take responsibility. Qin Yun, the king of scammers, said while covering his chest, pretending to be in pain. Ah, I'm sorry. Tashigi finally put on his glasses and hurriedly raised his head to check his injuries, only to find that everyone on the street was sleeping on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. She stared at all this in a daze, murmuring, What is going on? I'm not too sure. Wait, don't try to change the subject. Qin Yun raised his hand, pinched her chin, and straightened her face. This was of course Qin Yun's work. There was no other way. Conqueror's domineering aura could be activated with just a thought. It was so convenient. This way he could quickly create a world for only him and Tashigi. Tashigi struggled hard, but found that she couldn't get rid of his hand, so she took a few steps back and finally gained her freedom. She looked at Qin Yun angrily, but was stunned for a moment. She shook her head. How could the wanted criminal Qin Yun be here? He should be in the eastern area of the East Daxia Sea. Don't worry, I will be responsible. What do you want me to do? Pay compensation or send her to the hospital for treatment? Dashichi grabbed the corner of her clothes with both hands and looked at him pitifully. You don't look like a rich man, do you? Well, how about this, you marry me and be my wife? This way, we can be a family and not have to argue about compensation. Oh, I think this is the first time we meet. I'm really sorry, please allow me to refuse. Dashichi was dumbfounded. How could the other party say such unrealistic words? Although his appearance suits her taste, she has to serve as a Marine and has no time to plan her own marriage. You say you want to take responsibility, but you actually refuse. What's wrong with this being our first meeting? We'll get to know each other better after spending more time together. Tashigi's mind started to get confused. Dashigi. A confused girl, kind-hearted, honest and selfless, with noble character, who considers the overall situation, can distinguish right from wrong, and has a brave and fearless girlish heart. Chapter 35 Marine is just a bunch of dogs raised by the celestial dragons. As the saying goes, a good girl is afraid of stalking a man. As the party at fault, Dasky knew that she was in the wrong. It was the first time she encountered such a thing and she didn't know how to deal with such a scene. But, I'm Marine. Can't Marine get married? Think about Lieutenant General Garp, General Akainu and others. They have high positions of power. Why don't they still get married? Dasky was stunned, feeling that something was wrong, but couldn't put it into words. Forget it, if you don't want to marry me, I can only use another method. What method? Dasky's eyes lit up, as long as he stopped pestering her, otherwise she was afraid that she would let go if she couldn't bear it. I'm coercing you. If you don't agree to be my wife, I will wipe out all the Marines in Rogue Town. In this case, if you agree to me, it can be regarded as a contribution to the Marines. Brother, are you kidding? Right. There was no reply. Qin Yun just stared at her seriously. Just when Dasky's face was flushed and she was a little overwhelmed, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from outside the street. Is it finally here? Qin Yun raised his lips slightly. With so many people fainting on this street, someone had already discovered the situation here and notified Marine. However, Smoker's men are all ruffians with poor strength and attitude, and it is normal for them to arrive late. A group of Marines soon appeared in front of the two men and surrounded them, but they did not dare to get close, leaving a big circle in the middle. Hey, Dasky, come here. Smoker held 3 cigars in his mouth, with a solemn look on his face. Dasky still didn't understand what was going on. If you want them to die, just leave my side. Qin Yun threatened without saltiness. Qin Yun. Why would a strong man like you come to the East Daxia Sea? What did you do to Tina? Smoker gritted his teeth and hated himself for not learning hockey from Mr. Zepha at Marine School. Haha, you have recognized me. You don't want to stay away, but you still dared to come forward. Advertisement. Are you Qin Yun? Dasky's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Have you been playing tricks on me just now? How could it be? What I just said is true, Dusky. Be my concubine. As long as you promise me, I can let go of Marine in Rogue Town. Qin Yun stepped forward and put his hands on her excited and trembling shoulders, and the electric current flowed through to stabilize her mind. Damn it, Dasky, don't agree to him. We would rather die than let the pirates succeed, Smoker said in a serious tone. Then you die. A cold light flashed in Qin Yun's eyes, and as he finished speaking, Smoker felt his vision blurred for a while, and severe pain came from his head. Qin Yun's armed-colored foot stepped on the ground mercilessly. Even the ground beneath him was caused by the powerful impact to cause irregular cracks. In this way, Smoker instantly fell into a coma due to severe head injuries and became unconscious. Colonel Smoker, N. Dusky and the Marines exclaimed in surprise. Qin Yun's eyes narrowed, and an invisible wave spread out from him. The marines that were swept by the waves all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground unconscious. For a while, the sound of swords clanging on the ground and people falling to the ground could be heard continuously. What happened to them? Dashigi asked with anger in her eyes. Of course he fainted. Tashigi, I think you will make a choice that will satisfy me. Qin Yun raised his foot and passed Smoker's body and walked straight towards Tashigi. Why? Why are you targeting me? Dashichi's voice trembled. Everything happened too fast and she didn't know what to do. Why? Because I am kind and want to save you from the suffering in Marine. Ah. Dashichi was confused. How could he say that Marine is the sea of suffering? She immediately retorted angrily. Marine is the embodiment of justice. Becoming a pirate like you is like falling into a sea of suffering. I'm not a pirate, I'm the god and emperor of the kingdom of God. Qin Yun pulled Tashigi up and took her to a coffee shop nearby to sit down. Have you not noticed that there is no one else in the Marine's top management except Vice Admiral Suru and her sister Gion? What does this have to do with Marine being a sea of suffering? Advertisement, hey, that's because once Marine's positions are promoted to a certain level, almost to the rank of Major General, they may be assigned to protect the Celestial Dragons. Male Marines rarely get into trouble. After all, female Celestial Dragons won't let lowly ordinary people play with them, but female Marines, As Qin Yun spoke, he forced Dashichi, whose pretty face was pale, to drink a sip of tea to help her calm down. If you don't have a solid background like Crane, then no matter if they are male or female Celestial Dragons, as long as they like a female Marine, their fate is basically to be treated as a slave and toyed with until death. Tianlong people. How could it be? I have no need to lie to you. You will naturally understand the darkness of this world in the future. The Marines are nothing more than dogs raised by the Celestial Dragons. Their duty is to protect the Celestial Dragons and maintain their rule. After hearing Qin Yun's explanation, Dashichi was stunned with lifeless eyes. Qin Yun was not in a hurry either. Her worldview was shocked by Marine's truthfulness, and her brain was shutting down, trying to digest the content of his words. After a while, Dashichi finally took action. She looked at Qin Yun with a gloomy expression and murmured. I understand. I am willing to be your consort, as long as you can follow the agreement and let Marine in Rogue Town go. She figured it out. If what Qin Yun said was true, then her final fate would be to die in obscurity and humiliation. It would be better to surrender to Qin Yun and sacrifice himself in exchange for the survival of Marine in Rogue Town, so that they can live with their own justice. Don't be so sad. After becoming my divine consort, you can still enforce your justice. When we return to my kingdom of God, I will let you maintain peace there. Yes. There was finally some light in the depths of Dashichi's eyes, no longer as dead as before. Qin Yun was not afraid that she could not bear the reality of the world. After all, the incident did not happen to her and her experience was only superficial. After becoming his consort, they will only enjoy the beauty of the world and follow his steps to gradually change the world. They will be more confident about the future. Come on, I'll go with you to see your hometown again. Get ready if you need anything. We'll leave the East Daxia Sea at noon. Okay. Dashichi responded woodenly, but her body did not move. Qin Yun smiled helplessly, stood up and hugged her forcefully. Dashichi finally came back to her senses, a blush appeared on her pale face, and she turned around awkwardly, somewhat uncomfortable with his intimate actions. Let's go, Qin Yun said, and glanced casually at Tina who was following them silently in the distance. Chapter 36 Smoker. You have a grudge against me, right? Tina came when Qin Yun knocked the people on the street unconscious. She had been observing in the dark and was not even discovered by Dashichi when she entered the coffee shop. Qin Yun said these words not only to Dashichi, but also to Tina, just to make her recognize the true nature of Marine. When Tina saw Qin Yun coming, she nodded to him and left silently. She did not choose to stop Qin Yun's behavior. Because she knew that she had already saved the lives of her subordinates, and no one could change Qin Yun's decision. If she spoke out to stop it or plead for mercy, she would be the one who would suffer more. If she spoke out to stop him, she would probably be punished by Qin Yun. Just like that, Dashichi was half forced by Qin Yun to be carried out of the coffee shop. After coming back to her senses, she had a goal and began to walk on the streets of Rogue Town with Qin Yun. After walking for a while, they met Robin and his group. Oni-chan. Vivi's surprised voice came, and she jumped to Qin Yun. He responded with a smile and touched her hair. Rogue Town is still too small, and it is easy to run into acquaintances after walking a few steps. At this time, there was a small cloud floating around each of them, which was filled with things, snacks, clothes, jewelry, and even a barbecue grill. They had cloud strings wrapped around their hands, and they seemed to be able to easily carry the clouds while walking. Is she the Marine you're looking for? She looks so beautiful. Nami also came over enthusiastically and grabbed Tashiji's hand. That's right, don't scare her, she's still confused now. Thank you, you are very beautiful too. Seeing that they did not seem to be pretending, Dashichi quickly responded embarrassedly. It seems that being Qin Yun's concubine does not mean she has fallen into the abyss. Nami, Vivi, don't disturb them, let them have their own world. Robin smiled and pulled Nami and Vivi back. Qin Yun, we are almost done with our shopping. Let's go back to eat barbecue first. If you two come back late, there won't be any left. It's okay. If I can't have the barbecue, I'll eat you. Qin Yun teased and signaled Dashichi to continue leading him away, while Robin gave him a coquettish look. Afterwards, Dashichi took him around Rogue Town and brought him to the Marine base. After spending some time in her favorite solitary sword training ground, she returned to the dormitory, took her things, and said goodbye to Rogue Town. Advertisement Qin Yun finally searched Rogue Town with his eyes wide open, but still couldn't find Bartolomeo and Desire. That's normal. Bartolomeo is a gang leader with 150 towns, locations not mentioned, under his control. His and Desire's locations cannot be pinned down. So, Qin Yun carried Dashichi back to Yakin Manor. Seeing that everyone was there, he had a barbecue dinner with the goddesses. After eating and drinking, everyone went back to rest. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for some people. For example, Dashigi, who had a flushed face and was holding Xiaoyi Shiger in the open space of Yakin Manor, and was trembling as she waved her sword to practice swordsmanship. In the second half of the night, Tina's newly awakened observation Haki discovered her, came to her side, and talked to her for a long time. There is also the smoker with red eyes and a table full of cigar remnants. After he woke up from a coma at night, he reported the situation to the headquarters, saying that he was attacked by the Divine Emperor, Qin Yun. He wanted to give chase, but the answer he got was to stay where he was and not allowed to pursue. This made him hate Qin Yun even more. Not only did he kidnap the marine goddess Tina, but he also came to Rogue Town and snatched away his only female subordinate. Smoker cursed in his heart. Damn Qin Yun, you have a grudge against me, right? Qin Yun didn't know about Smoker's inner breakdown, but he felt comfortable anyway. Smoker was too weak and not worthy of being taken seriously by Qin Yun. While Qin Yun was recovering his mental state, he controlled Yakin Manor to speed up through the doldrums. All the beauties in the East Daxia Sea who could bring him advancement and who he could afford to please have been included in his team of goddesses. Of course, there are still a few beauties from the East Daxia Sea who need to be taken care of, but most of them have already left the East Daxia Sea and he needs to meet by chance in the future. Now is the time to return. A few days later, the sky was blue and the breeze was not dry. Grand Line, Gaia Island, Magic Valley Town. This is the other half of the sanctuary of Arpaiodo. Now it has become an illegal place where pirates gather and party. Yakin Manor was suspended in the air 1,000 meters high. Qin Yun's observation Haki swept the Gaia Island below wantonly, and even the ships in the port were not spared. Unfortunately, although there are many pirates here, most of them are small fry without any fruit abilities, so he has no interest in going down to take a look. Thunder Piao Piao Power. Advertisement boom. A ball of scattered lightning with floating power bombarded the center of Gaia Island. Some unlucky pirates were unable to dodge and were turned into Kurozumi on the spot. The power of Piao Piao quickly spread throughout the entire island, and the unconscious bodies connected to the island were also invaded and controlled by Qin Yun. Piao Piao Earth Dragon tumbling. The next moment, Gaia Island began to tremble violently, and the underwater land gradually surfaced. After being freed from a certain degree of water pull, the island quickly rose in height, but the pirates on the island were in a miserable state. Hey, are you kidding me? What happened on Gaia Island? Oh my god, I just got here today, how come I have to deal with this? Could it be a surging ocean current? The pirates were forced to crawl on the ground, with their fingers firmly embedded in the ground, for fear of being thrown out accidentally. The speed of the island was getting faster and faster. Some weak pirates couldn't stand the high-speed pressure. They vomited black blood and fell into a coma. After an unknown amount of time, Gaia Island finally crossed the 7,000-meter high White Sea and then the 10,000-meter high White Sea and arrived at Qin Yun's Kingdom of God. The location of Gaia Island happened to be not far from Arpaiodo, and the two together formed an island shaped like a skeleton. Qin Yun's concubines were protected by his Piao Piao power, and they reached the Sky Island safely without any movement at Yakin Manor. At this time, their noses are covered by a small cloud, providing them with gradually attenuated oxygen, which will eventually disperse when it reaches a certain level. This is because the air on Sky Island is thinner than that in Qinghai. If ordinary people suddenly come here, they will become weak because they cannot adapt to the environment. Just as Qin Yun reached the edge and felt the floating islands plundered from the Golden Lion, he subconsciously looked at Arpaiodo. That's God, oh, my Lord God. I want to give birth to a son for you. On the edge of Arpaiodo Island, the residents of the Kingdom of God cheered excitedly, and some innocent little girls even said things that embarrassed the adults. Directly in front of them, the gods' guards were lined up in neat rows, and each soldier was wearing armor shining with divine light. The symbol of the Kingdom of God is engraved on the armor, white angel wings spread on both sides, with the word, God, written in the middle, which is also the pattern on the flag of the Kingdom of God. Their faces were grim and determined, waiting for the inspection of the gods. Chapter 37 Connie's joy. Qin Yun curled his lips. This is the sense of rule in the extraordinary world, and all the people will carry out his will with passion. He took a step forward, raised his hand and pressed down, and the voice from Arpaiodo subsided instantly. Magical soldiers, have you seen the island that suddenly appeared? Go up there and dispose of all the corpses above. If they are not dead yet, put a rope on them and imprison them in a prison. Let them mine for atonement before waiting for my order. Obey the oracle. God's guards shouted in unison. After the words fell, the magic soldiers took out the cloud shells one after another and shot out iron cloud tracks one by one, connecting them to Gaia Island. With a slight leap, they slid along the iron cloud to Gaia Island and began to execute the order ruthlessly. Sessos, go inform the priests and ask them to go to the palace to wait for the saint. Yes. Sessos, captain of the third team of the God's Guard, bowed to accept the order. Qin Yun ignored the people's pleas to stay and continued to control Yakin Manor and flew towards the shrine. The magnificence of the empty island were all captured in the eyes of the concubines, and from time to time they made sounds of admiration and joy. After flying for a while, Karina's delicate body suddenly trembled, causing Nami to be stunned for a moment, and noticed that her eyes were filled with Bailey's light. Nami quickly waved her hand to create a water mirror. All she could see was Pele. Because they saw Qin Yun's palace, which was filled with precious light emitted by gold. You too, shouldn't you be shocked by the sight of Qin Yun's kingdom of God? Robin covered her mouth and chuckled. She had already developed the ability to be calm. I think they are trembling with excitement at the thought of following Oni-chan all the time and having endless Baileys to spend in the future. Vivi touched behind the two of them and patted the two raised buttocks with both hands. HMPH, I think you don't know the charm of money. You have been a princess since you were a child, unlike us who live a hard life every day, running around on the sea for a living. That's right. Nami and Karina extended their claws to fight back, using tickling torture. While the girls were playing around, Yakin Manor had reached its destination and was connected to the outskirts of the shrine by Qin Yun. You can just wander around and pay attention to safety, Qin Yun ordered, and then the lightning flashed and disappeared. The concubines of the gods all wear the concubine badges, which contain the power of his thunder and are easy to identify. The angels from the shrine had already gathered around and began to obey their orders. Shrine, the palace where the gods sleep. Cornish stroked the harp in her hand and played Happy Gathering, while Lackey listened attentively. Advertisement at this moment, the sound of the piano suddenly stopped. Unable to hide the joy on Cornis's face, she discovered Qin Yun's figure. Behind him, there were many peerless goddesses wearing the badges of the concubines. Lord God. She quickly walked to a mirror and looked at her petite figure. Perfect. Cornies, in less than a moment, she was hugged by Qin Yun who appeared in a flash, and a familiar smell poured into her nostrils. Lord God. Your little angel misses you so much. Cornies raised her head with eyes wide open, hooked Qin Yun's neck, devoted herself to him, and gave him everything she had. Qin Yun didn't talk nonsense and hugged her gently. Lackey stood awkwardly on the spot beside her. She could neither leave nor stay. The time that Lackey and Qin Yun had been in contact was still too short, resulting in them not being so familiar with each other. But it doesn't matter, such a submissive look is also interesting to Qin Yun. The next morning, Qin Yun was still in a daze. God, are you awake? The familiar soft, gentle and dull sound came into Qin Yun's ears. Cornies. After Qin Yun had eaten and drunk his fill with the service of the angels, he finally remembered his business. Call all the consorts to the main hall. The angels followed the instructions and split up to move around in the harem, each leading a concubine to the main hall. After that, Qin Yun didn't need to do anything, Conis and Lackey automatically became familiar with them. After waiting for a while, Qin Yun saw that it was almost done, so he gave the order. Tina, let Dashichi assist you in selecting some women from the Kingdom of God to form a goddess guard to maintain the stability of the Kingdom of God. Vivi will be the queen in the future. You can follow Conis and Lackey to give orders to the gods' decision-making group. Robin, you stay the same as always. Just control the Baroque studio, collect intelligence, and let them accumulate wealth. Advertisement. After simply assigning some easy tasks to the concubines, Qin Yun brought Nami to the palace. The priests had been waiting since yesterday and finally saw Qin Yun's arrival. They all bowed and shouted excitedly. Your Majesty, any news from Visalia, the small island of sky? Ohm stepped forward and began to report. Yes, Gedosh found out in the Seven Waters that Visalia appeared in the Spring Queen City, St. Pobla, a month ago, but they only stayed for a moment before leaving. So what's the use of this news? A month is enough time for them to drift to the New World? We asked for the phone number, but the other party refused. Maybe they don't answer unfamiliar numbers. Never mind. Qin Yun was helpless. The small sky island Visalia was composed mostly of clouds and a small part of land. Their location was quite difficult to find, and it all depended on the will of the scientists on the island. It seemed that if he wanted to find Visalia, it would be easier to start with the bear. Qin Yun tapped the dragon throne lightly with his fingers, and the 4 god-tier officers and 3 captains of the divine soldiers who were kneeling on the ground below felt their hearts pounding. Did you get the book on shipbuilding? Got it? Qin Yun nodded. These instructions were issued by him on the way to capture the goddess. With such a convenient thing as Den Mushi, he would certainly make good use of it. He even often played at night while talking on the phone with Connie, and she would always shyly cheer him on in a low voice. However, something unexpected happened when we went to the Seven Water capital. Why are you panting when you talk? Let Shira speak. Upon hearing this, Shira quickly responded, when we went to Qinghai, we ran into a marine from the G8 branch. They attacked us as soon as they saw us. What's going on? You're not pirates, how did you get caught by the marine? I'm not sure, maybe the marines think we're suspicious. So we defeated them, captured some marines, and a few of us were put on the wanted list. Marine G8 branch. Isn't it where Luffy and his friends fell after they got off Sky Island? When the priests went to Qinghai, they rode on the Octopus Baron, and when they returned to Sky Island, they relied on the strong ocean currents and the trained superfast shrimps. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 38 Doflamingo. Among the captured marines, the Angel Guard captured 2 pretty women. Shira quietly looked up at Qin Yun's expression, and seeing that he was still expressionless, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Gloria felt that it was a waste of resources to let them go mining, so the two female marines were taken to the foot of the sanctuary. Gloria is the captain of the Angel Guard. Close black lens bracket. We, the subordinates, dare to ask your majesty to accept two female marines as concubines to maintain our loyalty. Am I that kind of person? Qin Yun pretended to be displeased. Of course not. This is all our own decision. Well, it's rare that you guys are so kind, so I can't refuse. Bring them both up here and don't do it again, next time. Yes, your majesty, there is a survivor on the island you captured yesterday. Bring them all up here. Yes, sir. Shira turned around and gave Om a look. Om understood and backed out of the palace. After Qin Yun enjoyed Nami's cloud massage for a while, Om came back with a few people. Two female marines were guarded by an angel each, and a weak-looking man was escorted by divine soldiers. The reactions of the two female marines were also very interesting. One had anger in her eyes, and the other looked timid. Is this the god they were talking about? It seems acceptable. Gloria, I didn't expect you to have such good taste. Qin Yun ignored the poke on his back given by Nami and looked at the two female marines with interest. One of them he knew, her name was Jessica, and she was supposed to be the wife of Jonathan, the commander of Marine G8. She was a little cook, with blonde hair and red lips. She looked cold, but her eyes were very charming, which was exactly the type he liked. I just don't know whether she and Jonathan have become boyfriend and girlfriend at this point in time. If it has become. Haha, as long as your majesty is satisfied. Gloria smiled happily. She was stout and strong, comparable to the obese sadly. Qin Yun waved his hand, and the angels on both sides came forward to take the two female marines and led them to the Jiaoyi Hall behind the palace. Seeing this, Shira introduced, Your Majesty, his name is Bellamy, he is the user of the spring fruit, and his subordinates said he has a bounty of 55 million berries. Bellamy. Doflamingo. Advertisement. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. It looked like something fun was going to happen. Wake him up. Yes. The magic soldier beside Bellamy directly sent two big bags, making Bellamy wake up in a daze, and then his face was full of gloom. Bellamy. I heard that you were Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinate. Have you contacted his Den Mushi? No. Bellamy roared as if he was holding back his anger, and then he got the slap in the face that he loved. There was a snapping sound, his face turned red, and the anger in his eyes almost burst out. Your Majesty, this Den Mushi was found on him. After the magic weapon was used, he took out a Den Mushi from his arms that looked like Doflamingo. Ah, are you still lying even though you've come this far? It seems like you haven't suffered enough. Qin Yun hooked his finger, and the Den Mushi left the palm of the magic soldier's hand, flew to the small table in front of him, and automatically called Doflamingo. Damn it. Kill me if you have the guts. Before Bellamy could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by the divine soldier with iron cloud. Bulu Bulu, Boga, hey, Bellamy? I think I told you not to call unless it's important. Did you find the devil fruit? Don Quixote Doflamingo, your dog is a bit blind. He dared to come to my territory and run wild. Hey, who are you? The veins on Doflamingo's forehead popped out. Knowing his identity, he dared to speak like that. It seemed that he was not an ordinary person. My name is God Qin Yun. If you can't give me a satisfactory compensation, I don't mind going to Dressrosa to play with you. Doflamingo subconsciously took out Qin Yun's bounty order from under the table. Although the thunder fruit was very intimidating, the battle record written on it was very ordinary, not enough to make him afraid. Okay, why don't you join my Don Quixote family? Then, you can take whatever you want from the family. There's no need to say more about recruiting. You just need to compensate me with the 3 devil fruits and your subordinates BABY5, Violet, and Monet, and I'll let this matter go. Sugar is Doflamingo's trump card, so it is impossible to release it. There is no need to test it. Close black lens bracket. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment after hearing such arrogant words. Qin Yun had such a big appetite. He was going to slaughter him like a victim. Your Excellency is asking for too much. These 3 are my beloved family members. How can I possibly use them as compensation? Bellamy's value is not even as good as a devil fruit. I think you are here to pick a fight. Advertisement, Qin Yun threatened directly, if the compensation hasn't been sent to paradise and contacted by me before I go to New World, I will go to Dressrosa to get it myself. After hanging up the phone, he knew without thinking that Doflamingo was furious, but it didn't matter. It would depend on whether he was smart enough next. Bellamy, you should go first. Maybe you can see Doflamingo before you were reincarnated. Qin Yun threw out a bolt of lightning that pierced Bellamy's head, and then the white lightning swept past, pushing the power of the spring fruit into Gloria beside him. Gloria, accept God's gift. Gloria was stunned, feeling the wonderful power surging in her body, and tried to use it. The next moment, she jumped up suddenly and was slapped out of the palace by Qin Yun. Go outside and experiment with your abilities. After a while, Gloria got familiar with the power of the spring and bounced back to the palace. Her face was filled with uncontrollable joy. She never expected that by pleasing Qin Yun, she could gain the divine power bestowed by him. The other priests looked at her with envy, secretly hating why it wasn't a female marine they had discovered. The divine power bestowed by this emperor does not have the disadvantages of demonic power. If you develop it well, you will definitely be able to transcend mortals in the future. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, God. Qin Yun then assigned some tasks, such as asking them to remove all poisonous plants on the floating islands of the Golden Lion. After doing all this, Qin Yun came to the back of the palace. What happened next was not suitable for Nami to watch, so he sent Nami back to the shrine. Imperial Palace, Jiayi Hall. Footsteps sounded, and Qin Yun strode in. Jessica and another female marine were handcuffed and looked depressed as they were watched over by two angels. Hearing the voice, they subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the man who decided their fate. What are your names? Qin Yun sat on the soft couch beside him, took the wine glass handed to him by the angel, and shook it gently. Chapter 39. A mouth on the hand. After a brief silence, the two women finally said their names. Jessica, Kobat. Qin Yun waved his hand, and the angels came forward to take off their handcuffs, then left the hall and closed the door considerately. The sound of the door closing made Jessica and Kobat tremble slightly, and they unconsciously licked their slightly dry lips. My name is Qin Yun, and I am the god and emperor of the kingdom of God. You two don't have to be afraid, please introduce yourselves first. Jessica and Kobat looked at each other, not knowing how to start. Qin Yun saw this and made the assignment directly. Jessica, you first. Jessica suppressed her worries and said with a forced smile. I'm a chef at the Marine headquarters. I was supposed to be the head chef at the Marine G8 branch, but I was captured on the way. Qin Yun nodded and turned his gaze to Kobat. I am a pediatrician at the Marine headquarters, and was assigned by the headquarters to work at the Marine G8 branch, but... You seem to have accepted your identity. Yes, they said. That as long as we behave like concubines of the gods, they will not kill the captured Marines. Have you ever had any experience with the opposite S**X? No, Qin Yun smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that Jessica had been snatched away by him. Come up, let me help you secure your status as God's concubine, so that you can gain relative freedom. Upon hearing this, the two girls blushed and lowered their heads timidly without moving. Qin Yun shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had to take the initiative in these matters. So, he stepped forward and poured them a glass of red wine as the two women exclaimed, saying, Drink this glass of wine, and you will be mine. From now on, you will be under my protection. Upon hearing this, the two women nodded and drank the wine. The rest of the day is what everyone knows. Advertisement. In the next few days, he first injected all the territories of Sky Island with the power of floating, allowing Sky Island to float towards the Seven-Water City. As the birthplace of the compass bird, it is impossible for Sky Island to lose its way due to the chaotic magnetic force of the Grand Route. As for what will happen to future pirates, such as Luffy, after Qin Yun takes away Jai Island and Sky Island, who cares? After leaving the Sky Island, the magnetic forces will influence each other and form a new route, allowing the recording pointer to continue pointing. Similarly, if a Sky Island reaches a new world, it will affect the local magnetic force and become the island pointed to by the record pointer. After setting sail from Sky Island, Qin Yun began a period of leisure time, and Marianu became a true goddess. Jessica used to be the head chef of Marine headquarters, and was appointed by Qin Yun as his personal cook to cook for him and the concubines personally. The next day, Qin Yun was grateful for Lackey's good behavior in front of him and her diligent help in helping Conis manage the Sky Island, so he decided to promote her from a god's servant to a god's consort. At noon, Jessica used ingredients from Sky Island to prepare a large delicious meal, and then invited all the girls to share the delicious food. During the meal, Qin Yun did not forget to remind Nijigo to use the power of the slippery fruit to help the goddesses in need or the new goddesses. All the clouds on Sky Island fell into Nami's control. Qin Yun asked her to inject cloud power and transform a large number of clouds into floating clouds. His people can use the cloud storage shells to store some Piao Piao clouds, and then ride the Piao Piao clouds back to Sky Island. After a few days, Qin Yun felt that he couldn't go on like this, so he started to get down to business. He plundered the fruit abilities of Robin, Tina, and Michita and transferred them to the fruit. Then, he suddenly had an idea and took advantage of their weakness after their fruit was plundered to give them an injection with the special ability of the thunder fruit to help them relieve weakness. A magical thing happened, their weakness disappeared. This discovery seems useless at the moment, but after plundering the fruits of the prospective goddesses, I can use this to eliminate their weakness. Then Qin Yun returned the fruit power to them. After he passed it on to them, they were no longer afraid of the disadvantages of the devil fruit. A few days later, Sky Island crossed the Long Chain Island and arrived above the Seven-Water City. Qin Yun was woken up by the robins. After finishing his morning work, the robins took the food on the table one by one and fed him. Robins? That's right. The power of the flower fruit is infinite. Robin can use the power of the flower to make any part of her body grow on any tangible object within her sight. For example, growing hands on the table, growing a mouth on her hand, etc., with a hint of weirdness in the weirdness. There is nothing that cannot be done as long as you can think of it. Advertisement. These body parts can be used for attacking, eavesdropping, peeping, etc. Robin usually cannot use these functions in front of Qin Yun. All the transformed body parts are connected to the original body, which means that the robin's feelings will be transmitted to the original body. After eliminating the disadvantages of the devil fruit, under the guidance of Qin Yun, Robin's fruit development speed was improved to a higher level, and she was able to basically display all the skills 2 years after the war at the top. These robins are the clones that Robin grew with the help of the power of the flower fruit. Robin was lazily reading a book in the distance, driving the clones created by her power of the flower fruit to do things. My god husband, we have arrived at the Seven-Water City. The charm in Robin's words always made Qin Yun's heart itch. Well, wait until I come back and give you a surprise gift. Oh, Then I'll have to look forward to it for a while? Let's go. If I don't leave now, I will miss today's banquet. Robin chuckled, patted him gently, then considerately helped him dress for going out and pushed him out of the room. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun disappeared from the spot and appeared at the edge of the sky island. He opened his arms, let go of control of his body, and fell headfirst. The strong wind blew past his ears. Qin Yun descended faster and faster, and a feeling of freedom arose spontaneously. The shock and joy when I first arrived at Sky Island, the pleasure and arrogance of gaining power, the layout and planning to capture the goddess. He knew that as long as he proceeded steadily and at his own pace, everything was possible. After today, he will take a big step forward in his journey to capture the goddess and become stronger, and in his journey to achieve immortality as a god. Closer and closer, the fruit of the door. Bruno Bar, Central Street of Seven Waters. Bruno slowly wiped the wineglass in his hand. As a spy for CP9, he had been living for several years in order to obtain the Pluton design drawings from Ace Bagu. However, 3 years passed, actually 5 years. Bruno was stupid and couldn't count, and there was no update on the progress of the mission, but his bar grew bigger and bigger, and the money he earned was higher than the salary offered by the world government. Jessica. Qin Yun's multi-purpose little cook, with a royal body and a playful heart, a strong temper but considerate. Kobat. He is friendly and skilled in medicine, but as a doctor he is afraid of blood and always looks shy. Chapter 40. Door Fruit. He has already made a plan. After retiring from CP9 in 2 years, he will return here and open a bar as a boss. At this moment, he felt a headache and then fell into a deep coma. Similarly, the guests in the bar and the residents nearby also fell asleep. The lightning gathered, and Qin Yun appeared beside Bruno, retracting Conqueror's domineering power and leaving behind an electromagnetic field to interfere with the equipment. He couldn't wait to pinch the white thunder in his hand and hit Bruno, plundering the power of the Menman fruit. After that, he experimented with the power of the fruit, and then he was satisfied and killed Bruno. He burned him into ashes and dissipated into the air. In his opinion, the Menman fruit and the thunder fruit are both extremely invincible abilities. It can enter and exit freely at any place. This sentence alone makes it invincible, but its abilities are more than that. It also adds a buff. It can create a door no matter how hard or non-objective the target is. Not only that, it can also create doors, according to the ideas of the user. What's the meaning? This means that the Men fruit is a fruit that reflects the size of the imagination and the strength of the user. Qin Yun could think of several heaven-defying abilities just by thinking about it. For example, he could create a portal to another dimension and wrap himself inside it, so that any attack on him would disappear without a trace. Qin Yun was trembling all over, and only calmed down after 3 breaths. He couldn't help but sigh that it was fortunate that the one who took the door fruit was Bruno, a simple-minded, strong-limbed waste. This idiot, all he does every day is open and close the door of the bar, and never tries to develop the fruits of each door. An ability that can turn the world upside down was swallowed up by such an iron genius. All I can say is that he used all his luck to eat the Menman fruit, and forgot to increase his intelligence. He didn't even dodge or evade, and didn't use his fruit ability. He just used the iron block to block Luffy's attack, which led to his own defeat. Qin Yun moved his mind, and the door to the other dimension swallowed him in. This is a different space with green as the main color. You can see the outside world and move around freely without being affected by the outside world. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun turned into thunder and came to the base of Frankie's family. Conqueror's domineering aura rushed towards Frankie's family from another dimension through the air gate he opened in the void. His newly awakened Conqueror's domineering aura was enough to fight the red-haired Shanks 50-40, and now he has mastered it even more. Advertisement. I'm afraid that even if an ordinary marine came to the headquarters, he would tremble and be unable to move under his domineering power. Not to mention the fragile Frankie family in front of them, they had no idea what was happening and fell into a permanent coma. Qin Yun emerged from the alien space, appeared next to the unconscious Frankie, and waved at him. Gate of opening. A blueprint lay quietly in Frankie's abdomen, defenselessly waiting for him to take it. This is the importance of intelligence. Pluton's design is in hand. Qin Yun flipped through the pages and found that he could only understand some of the content, such as what the pictures looked like. Forget it, leave professional matters to professionals. If the Pluton under Wano country is still usable, he doesn't need to ask his subordinates to build Pluton. He just needs to repair Pluton according to the blueprint. Goodbye, Frankie. Thunder method, tribulation and destruction. Silent thunder burst out from Qin Yun's body. All the people present were unconsciously defeated by the extinct black thunder and turned into wisps of dust that drifted in the air. Frankie, the future shipwright of the Straw Hat Pirates, dies. Piao Piao earth coiling, door, different space. Qin Yun turned around and entered the different space. After a few breaths, the land around here seemed to come alive, like a huge mouth of an abyss, swallowing the base of the Frankie family into it. Everything fell silent. The Frankie family's base disappeared, leaving only the newly renovated flat ground, which felt extremely strange. Piao Piao Ragnarok, an inexplicable force is brewing in the sea. Akula Lagna, the gods of water, is awakened by Qin Yun and is about to set off a huge wave. In an office on the top floor of the Seven Water City, Ace Bagu, the president of Carrera Corporation, was staring at the rising sun in a daze. Why is the sun setting? Puzzled thoughts lingered in Ace Bagu's heart, and a bold guess emerged in his mind. Advertisement. It can't be Akula Lagna. He rejected this idea as soon as it came up. You know, Akula Lagna attacks the Seven Water City once a year, but it already did so 6 months ago. It should be just a small wave, but since he saw it, he cannot ignore it. This is his responsibility as the mayor of the Seven Water City. Ace Bagu knew he couldn't wait any longer, so he turned around and shouted, "Khalifa." No one responded. He frowned. Secretary Khalifa's attitude towards work was extremely serious, comparable to his. He waited for a while, called a few more times, and then reluctantly picked up the Den Den Mushi and tried to call. Thunder method. Tribulation and destruction. No signs. The black lightning magnified in Ace Bagu's pupils and lasted forever in an instant. He turned into ashes without any pain. Qin Yun grabbed the unconscious Khalifa and silently left the alien space. The Menman fruit is also very useful for carrying out assassination missions. The enemy has no idea where Qin Yun is and may attack from some strange place. Using the same method, he has assassinated Kaku and Rob Lucci one after another. He also stole Rob Lucci's devil fruit, the animal-type cat fruit, the leopard form. At this time, Kaku and Khalifa had not yet obtained the devil fruit. They both gained their abilities after capturing Robin and returning to Judicial Island. Close black lens bracket. They are too weak now, and killing them is as easy as drinking water for Qin Yun. Unfortunately, the possibility of conquering them is too low. Because they have lived under the discipline of the world government since childhood, the idea of protecting the celestial dragons and obeying orders has been instilled in their minds. They have no other goal except to carry out their mission. This is why after being framed by Spandam and hunted by the world government and marine, they still chose to go back to being dogs and became CP0 2 years later. Unless he has the observation hockey that can change the other party's mind like Princess Odahime of Fishman Island, or the memory fruit of Big Mom's daughter Charlotte Pudding, he will not be able to forcibly subdue CP9. When Spandam finds out what happened here, he will surely be furious and will put all the blame on the missing Rob Lucci and others. While thinking, Qin Yun flew over the Seven Water City. The huge waves in the distance had completely taken shape, roaring and surging. Why? Why would Akula Lagna attack the Seven Water City again? 2 Centigrams Chapter 41 Amnesia Game. Where is Mayor Ace Bagu? Why didn't he inform the people? He will pay a huge price for this. Hurry to the shelter we visited last time. The residents of the Seven Water City were terrified and used the old method to prepare for the invasion of the water gods. The sound of the waves drowned out the screams, and the Seven Water City was baptized. After Akula Lagna's surge, all traces were wiped out. After today, all the unstable factors in the pirate world who knew the contents of Pluton's blueprint have passed away. Sky Island, Imperial Palace, Jiaoyi Palace. Qin Yun carried Khalifa's body out of the alien space. When the angels guarding on both sides saw a strange look in their eyes, they quickly stepped forward to help, but he just waved his hand, telling them not to worry. He walked to the couch and gently placed the Khalifa on his shoulders. The sleeping face of the blonde sleeping beauty Khalifa is eye-catching. No man would remain indifferent in front of such a scene. Qin Yun admired her for a while before letting the angels change her into a goddess uniform that suited her style, and then woke her up from her coma. Khalifa woke up in a daze, opened his eyes slightly, and found that the environment he was in was very unfamiliar. He quickly stood up, and then his pupils shrank and his eyes widened in shock. Where is this? Am I not working in the office? Palaces, crystal lamps, golden columns. A beautiful girl with angel wings, a handsome man in a white robe. Wait. He can't be the divine Emperor Qin Yun. It seems that I have been captured by him. Why would he target me? You seem to be awake. Qin Yun sat on the void gate, enjoying the feeding from the angels beside him, and watched her gradually sobering expression with great interest. Khalifa was startled. As a member of CP9, a spy organization within the world government, she had long been trained to remain calm in the face of danger. After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly calmed down. As a senior agent, when you come to a new environment, the most important thing is to disguise yourself and get the intelligence here first. The user of the Thunderbolt fruit. If he knew I was CP9, he would die. I guess I have to pretend. Advertisement Khalifa's voice was trembling and his eyes were wandering. Where? Where is this? Why am I here? Who am I? Who are you? As she spoke, she looked around, as if she was really trying to remember, but every attempt made her brows furrow and she seemed more confused. Oh, are you used to being a secret agent? Then maybe your cleverness might backfire? Why, you're not going to pretend you've lost your memory. Khalifa's face flushed with anxiety. She shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Why would I pretend to have amnesia? I really don't remember. Everything is so blurry and my head hurts. As she spoke, she gently pressed her temples with her hands, expressing the pain of trying hard to recall but feeling helpless. Qin Yun chuckled and said, since you like pretending to have amnesia so much, then I will play with you for a while. Don't worry, I believe you. Qin Yun walked forward and sat next to Khalifa, holding her in his arms, and he clearly felt her body stiffen for a moment. This is the kingdom of God. My name is Qin Yun. I am the god and emperor here. You are my consort Khalifa, and they are the angels here. As he spoke, he patted Khalifa's back to calm her down. After wiping away the tears on her rosy cheeks, he continued. Don't be afraid. I have a way to help you regain your memory. Just follow my instructions. It's over. I think I'm going to get myself into trouble. Khalifa was distressed, but his face remained calm. Okay. 2 hours later. Qin Yun couldn't suppress a smile on his face. He really liked this amnesia game. He originally wanted to give Khalifa to Robin as a surprise gift, but he didn't expect that this surprise gift would become his beloved treasure. Because when Khalifa's father was CP9, he went to O'Hara to search for evidence of scholars studying historical texts and burned a large number of precious books. Finally, CP9's Commander Spandine launched a buster call on O'Hara, and O'Hara disappeared from the map. If Robin knew about this, he would definitely hate Khalifa's father and lecture Khalifa, causing her to fall into his clutches and unable to extricate herself. Advertisement now. Khalifa accidentally avoided the disaster brought to her by Robin, skipped all the steps, and under Qin Yun's guidance, got everything she was going to get in the end. Stay here obediently. This will help you recover your memory. You just need to follow my instructions. Yes. I will obey. A few days later, Qin Yun left Zhaoyi Palace and came to the shrine to find Robin. At this time, Robin was lying in Qin Yun's arms, holding a book in his hands, and spoke as if nothing had happened. Where's my surprise gift? You didn't forget it, did you? Ah. Something went wrong with the surprise gift, and I ate it by accident. Qin Yun instantly thought of Khalifa's sleeping face with blonde hair. Although they had only been separated for a short time, her cuteness and innocent look left an indelible impression on him. Ah, so, Qin Yun explained to her the relationship between Khalifa and her, as well as the killing of CP9 today, but did not mention the Plundering blueprint. Robin's eyes suddenly lit up. She thought Qin Yun was going to seek revenge on the world government for her. I see. In other words, the CP9 named Khalifa is now pretending to have lost her memory, and you took her in as your divine consort? Yes, the surprise gift also included asking you to lecture her. I didn't expect it to develop into this. Thanks. Robin hooked his arms around Qin Yun's neck emotionally and gave him a kiss of thanks. Khalifa is pretending to have amnesia now, so what are you going to do with her? She will definitely be restless and want to contact the world government. Don't worry, just let her stay in the palace, she can't contact the world government. Qin Yun was full of confidence. To him, a mere CP9 could never escape his clutches. Den Mushi that can contact the outside world are extremely rare in Sky Island. Only the shrine or the priests who are about to go to Qinghai have them. If she wants to pretend to have amnesia, just play the amnesia game with her. Once she gets used to a happy and comfortable life here, she will naturally be reluctant to leave. Khalifa. A cold secretary with long blonde hair and glasses, she is a natural nerd. She kicks hard when she is angry and uses a long thorny whip as a weapon. Her catchphrases include, "You are harassing me," and "You are rude." Chapter 42. They're just a bunch of dogs. How dare they do that? After all, your divine husband is an existence that the divine concubines will become addicted to. Robin nodded. Qin Yun had a plan so she didn't have to worry about it. She thought about it and persuaded him. Qin Yun, you don't have to go out and kill the world government's people for me. You can't kill all their minions. I don't hate them. I don't even hate the Marines. They're just knives in the hands of the world government. I hate the world government. I hate their ridiculous decisions. The hatred for O'Hara's destruction has been buried deep in my heart. One day, I will witness you overthrow the world government with my own eyes, but not now. We are far from strong enough. As soon as she finished speaking, Robin tried to break free and take charge, and she succeeded without any resistance. Don't worry, I'm not a reckless person. I have everything under control regarding the development and changes of the world. Qin Yun's eyes were filled with great confidence. He had already stretched out his magic hand and grasped this breathtaking confidence tightly. After a long time, the two fell into each other's dreams. The half-open door not far from them swung slightly, and Nami slipped in quietly and started playing a prank. A few days later, the cute image of the ghost princess Perona appeared in Qin Yun's mind. Perona is an out-and-out lowly girl, and there is a great lack of such beauties among his concubines. Please don't misunderstand, Qin Yun is not a Lolita complex, absolutely not. He just wanted to commit to collecting and was willing to give the lovely little princess Perona a home. Back to the point, Perona's ghost fruit ability is extremely heaven-defying. She can single-handedly wipe out Luffy and his crew, making her a rare and useful helper. Then, the Devil's Triangle will be his next destination. That is the territory of Moonlight Mariah, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. His thriller bark is erratic and roaming around randomly, making it difficult to find. So, Qin Yun took out the communication shell and notified Shira, asking him to inform all the priests on Sky Island to go on missions. Advertisement: the priests went to Qinghai and conducted a carpet search of the Devil's Triangle in the sea behind the 7-water city. Qin Yun was not idle either. He chatted with the goddesses while thinking about his way to become stronger. Conqueror's dominance depends on how big his heart is. To become more powerful, he needs to seize higher power, reach a higher status, and experience the mystery of it firsthand before he can make a difference. Promote. It is enough to strengthen the armament hockey and observation hockey by chatting and interacting with the goddesses. This is a time-consuming task. As long as he is given enough time, his physique will definitely become the strongest in the world in the end. After chatting with the goddesses and 2 concubines for a while, he began to continue developing his newly acquired fruit abilities. Gate of opening, close the door, close the door. Qin Yun had just obtained the Menmen fruit and could only use some basic abilities. For example, you can open and close ordinary doors, sliding doors, pushing doors, revolving doors, etc. Anywhere. Turn yourself into a door, use the void gate of opening to open a different space, make short distance space jumps, etc. On the sea train, Bruno used space jump. Close black lens bracket. The alien space can store objects or creatures, but the things placed in it will not move with Qin Yun's movement in the real world, unless the people in the alien space follow him with the objects. Therefore, if he needs to achieve a similar effect of having a storage space at hand, he needs to develop special functions in this regard. He was able to sense all foreign objects in the alien space, which meant that he was not afraid of anyone entering his alien space when he was not paying attention. If Kizaru followed him into the different space at the speed of light, then Kizaru would be in trouble. There would be no food or water in there and he would starve to death. On the contrary, he was eager to let the enemy enter the different space. Once they entered, they would be dead. Unfortunately, the speed of the space gate is too slow, and it is impossible to swallow the enemy in actual combat. You can only open a space door under the feet of the enemy who cannot fly and gain victory unexpectedly. He also thought of some advanced abilities, such as opening any door. Behind the door is the place he wants to go. Opening the elemental door, to spray elemental attacks to the outside world, etc. Some of the top applications, such as the Gate of All Worlds, the Gate of Eternal Life, and the Gate of Summoning, can probably only be developed after his gate fruit is awakened. Advertisement. At the same time, on Judicial Island, CP9's studio. 6 style swimming skills. Hand combination. Otonashi Owl touched his 5 fingers together and endured Jobra's full force attack. After feeling it carefully, he made his own judgment. 2100 daily, you've gotten stronger again, Jobra, you're really a monster. I'm afraid you've surpassed Kaku, Za. Humph. What's Kaku? I think Lucci is not as good as me. Jobra sneered. He and Lucci had opposite personalities and hated Lucci very much. They were natural enemies, but Lucci didn't take him seriously. Kaku and Lucci were close, so the relationship between the two of them was not very close. Good. Yo, Lucci seemed to have almost reached 3000 strength last time. You're still far from it. Weedu held a metal staff and made exaggerated movements that resembled those of a kabuki performer. It was Waikyu who let the cat out of the bag this time, sure Pat, the owl said, and immediately closed the zipper on his mouth, fearing that it would attract more hatred. That's enough. How is the investigation going? How dare these rubbish like Lucci disappear? Spandam excitedly opened the door and came in, scolding Lucci. Yo-yo, after Akula Ragna, many people died in Water 7, maybe Lucci and the others died in the same way. Waikyu came close to Spandam and danced with joy. If you ask me, they probably got the Pluton blueprints and coveted the power inside, so they wanted to go it alone. Otherwise, why did Ace Bagu disappear? Jobber smiled sinisterly. He would not miss any opportunity to slander Lucci. They're just a bunch of dogs. How dare they do that? Spandam was furious and slammed the table in front of him. If we can't find out the reason, you will die with me. It's as if Lucci and the others have disappeared from the face of the earth. How can we find them? Chirp Pat, the owl muttered in dissatisfaction. Spandam was worried that he had no place to vent his anger, and when he saw that Owl dared to talk back, he immediately rushed to him and punched and kicked him. Look, if you can't find it, can't you make up an excuse? Do you really want Lousy to take the responsibility? After beating the owl for a while, Spandam found that the owl was unharmed, but his hand was a little painful, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. Chapter 43 Yo hoo hoo hoo, if it doesn't work, you can write a report to me, as Jobber said. They found the Pluton blueprints and took Ace hostage and fled. Several people looked at each other and ignored Spandam. Who would dare to take on this responsibility? Isn't this a joke on their careers? More than 10 days later, Qin Yun finally received news from the priests. In other words, my God's strike team was captured by Gecko Mariah? The God's shock team is a special team composed of Shandia people. Weiba, as the strongest warrior of the Shandia people, temporarily serves as the captain of the God's shock team. Den Mushi, who looked like Shira, was reporting the situation with sweat all over his forehead. He was defending the God's impact team. Yes, Lord God, they are not greedy for merit and reckless. The sea there is rough and unpredictable. If they get close, they will be sucked into Moria's thriller bark. Qin Yun had no intention of blaming them. As long as they could complete the tasks he assigned them, they were his good subordinates. Have you all made it to the Devil's Triangle? I have informed the other priests, and they will be assembled in the Devil's Triangle soon. Yes, wait for the coming of this god. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Qin Yun turned into lightning and disappeared, his figure striking from the Sky Island towards the Devil's Triangle. There are mother and child clams on the Sky Island. Each mother and child clams has a mother clams and several clams. The clams will always face the mother clams. They are usually used to let the holder of the clams determine the holder of the mother clams' location. After a while, Qin Yun landed on a boat flying the flag of the Kingdom of God. Our Lord God. The priests and the guards of God shouted in unison. Qin Yun's eyes focused, and a bolt of lightning struck the divine soldiers without thinking. Before everyone could react, a bright light flashed before their eyes. Hiss, Then, a high-pitched, sharp and uncontrollable scream of pain was heard, and a long-haired man with gorgeous clothes and a terrifying face like a lion's head suddenly appeared. There's a terrible monster on this ship, advertisement. Qin Yun sat leisurely on the Gate of Void. Many divine soldiers took advantage of Absalom's illness and wanted to kill him. They rushed forward and impaled him on the deck. When you board the ship, don't you need to check it out? Lord God, we checked but didn't find him. It might be because our vision and hearing abilities are far inferior to yours. Shiro was sweating coldly and didn't dare to breathe. The hockey of everyone on Sky Island was taught by this half-baked self-taught man, and the content was nothing more than a brief explanation of the content of Professor Rayleigh's teaching of Luffy's hockey that was shown on TV. The domineering power taught in this way is definitely not as comprehensive as that taught by Rayleigh himself, or by the old domineering powers in the New World. But as long as you can practice it, it is enough. It will not be too late to teach it later when you have the comprehensive content of hockey, such as the hockey training method of Boa Hancock's country. Who are you? Absalom was a little convulsed by the electric shock, but he was unwilling to surrender even if he was captured. Instead, he threatened sinisterly. This is the territory of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Mariah. If you don't want to die, let me go and leave quickly, otherwise Captain Mariah will not let you go. Are you done? Qin Yun picked his ears expressionlessly. You, haven't you heard of Master Gecko Moria? Seeing that everyone remained calm and not affected by his words at all, Absalom began to panic. Qin Yun waved his hand in boredom, and the divine soldiers understood and rushed to cut their swords into Absalom's strange body, performing surgery to separate his consciousness and body. Wait, you can't. Before Absalom could finish his words, his hideous lion-faced head flew up. Qin Yun's hands were surrounded by white lightning, and he flicked his hand and snatched Absalom's devil fruit. The transparent fruit has a good use, but it is too useless for him. The power of transparency can allow the user's body to allow visible light to penetrate, achieving a transparent effect, but transparency is limited to hiding the body, and sound and smell cannot be hidden. In the New World where there are countless people who can use hockey, it is easy to spot people with the ability of the transparent fruit. Then why did Rain Shiryu choose to eat this transparent fruit that did not improve him much? Could it be that like Sanji, he also did it for? Door storage room. A door the size of a head suddenly appeared in the void beside Qin Yun. He reached his hand in and put the power of the transparent fruit into the fruit that had been prepared long ago. This was the result of his developing the door fruit these days. The other end of the door was connected to the collection room of the Sky Island Shrine. Advertisement: the principal is to open a permanent object transfer door in his collection room, and he can open the corresponding door in other places to transfer things to the collection room. However, his current development progress can only maintain one such teleportation gate. Opening another one will force the previous one to close. With this fruit application, he had a portable storage space. He could even enter the portal by himself and return to the Sky Island instantly. At this moment, 5 ships flying the flags of the Kingdom of God stood still in the waves, and the faces of the divine soldiers were all solemn, and none of them were noisy. Have all the divine soldiers arrived? Qin Yun retracted his gaze and sat down on the throne next to the mast. God, the 4 God-tier officers and 5 God guards are all ready, waiting for your orders, and the 6th team is too far away and won't be able to arrive in time. Since most of the people are here, let's attack. Europe. The divine soldiers were ready to go and drove their boats deep into the Devil's Triangle. After a while, an eerie and terrifying atmosphere gradually spread, and a few long ghost-like howls and singing-like tunes broke the silence of the scene. Musical note yo-ho-ho-ho, musical note I'll send you Binks's wine, musical note ride the wind and waves and let me swim, musical note. The melody suddenly stopped, and the next moment, a medium-sized pirate ship appeared in front of everyone. But it looks shabby and old, like an antique. It can still sail on the turbulent sea here, so the materials used to build the ship must be extremely rare. Without waiting for Qin Yun's orders, Shura had already sent his divine soldiers to board the pirate ship to investigate the situation. My lord God, there is no one up here, only a human-shaped skeleton. Bones. Brook? Qin Yun understood and gave the order. Oh, bring that human-shaped skeleton over here? After a few breaths, the divine soldiers carried Brook on their shoulders and returned to the boat where Qin Yun was. They then put Brook on the ground next to Qin Yun and then stepped aside. Chapter 44. Yellow Spring Fruit, Bone of Eternal Life? Although he didn't know why Brook was pretending to be dead, he didn't mind playing with him. Qin Yun looked at Brook, who was left with only bones, and thought of the Yellow Spring Fruit. The power of the Yomiuri fruit will only take effect after death, so it will be useless even if he plunders it. He doesn't want to die, not even once. Dead. I almost forgot, this old guy was resurrected on his bones after his death, which means he has an immortal body. I don't know if he will die after his Yellow Spring Fruit is robbed. In this way, Brook is quite worth studying. If one can understand the secret of the Yellow Spring Fruit, it may be a path to eternal life. Brook is also a cash cow. As a musician whose voice penetrates the soul, he can make a name for himself with just a few concerts, followed by a steady stream of wealth. Such a good tool should not be wasted. Qin Yun smiled and said, go work, Brook. Oh, it's white, smooth and shiny, and it hasn't decayed after so many years. It's really a top-quality bone. Coming back to his senses, Qin Yun praised indifferently, then condensed a lightning sword, covered it with armed color domineering, and poked Brook a few times. Brook is indeed a tough guy. He didn't make a sound even in such pain. Wait, does he still feel pain? The bones are very strong. Divine soldiers, grind them into powder, burn them into ashes, and scatter them into the sea to commemorate the departed soul. Chaudusada. Brook finally couldn't sit still anymore, and quickly got up and ran to the bow, staying away from Qin Yun. What? Bones talking. Wait, look at his feet, there is no shadow. The divine soldiers muttered quietly. Yo-ho-ho, you didn't expect that I'm still alive. Hello everyone, I'm a talking bone Brook. Brook's empty eyes revealed the joy of seeing a living person again. If Qin Yun hadn't wanted to grind him into powder, he might have been even happier. Advertisement. Has your existence in the form of bones already enabled you to attain immortality, Brook? Qin Yun raised his doubts curiously. Yo hoo, I don't know either. I'm just a resurrected person who ate the yellow spring fruit. I've already experienced death once. As Brook spoke, his tone gradually became lower, and everyone in the Rumba Pirates seemed to be still laughing together yesterday. The passage of time, the limitation of lifespan, I can no longer feel the shackles of it. I am just a bone. I see, the value of Brook's cash cow alone is enough for Qin Yun to extend an olive branch, not to mention his immortal bones with no life limit, which makes him want to do some experiments on immortality. Brook, join me, Qin Yun said frankly without hesitation. Brook was stunned. It seemed that the other party was a straightforward person. He shook his head and sighed. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't leave here yet. My shadow has been taken away by a fruit ability user here. Once it comes into contact with the sun, it will be exposed and disappear. I can only live in a place without sunlight. If you don't want to end up like me, then leave here. Death is not scary. What is scary is eternal loneliness. Haha, Qin Yun chuckled and said without comment, Brook, you serve me. I will help you get your shadow back and take you out of this abyss of eternal loneliness. Don't worry about our strength. It's easy for me to destroy everything here. You have been able to endure loneliness and survive until now. You must have a mission that you must complete. Perhaps you can take this opportunity to escape from your current predicament. Yo ho ho ho. A hint of determination flashed in Brook's empty eyes. He knelt on one knee and responded loudly. I am so grateful to be recognized by you. If you really don't mind, I will use my remaining bones to help you. Good, Brook, you will be happy with your decision today. Qin Yun reached into the storage room, took out a priest's uniform and threw it to Brook. My name is Qin Yun, and I am the god and emperor of the kingdom of God. This is your priest uniform. From today on, you are a priest under my command. Arigato. Brook took the priest's uniform and put on the new clothes in the blink of an eye. He folded the damaged black suit and kept it. Keep moving forward. Shira saw that the matter had come to an end, and hurriedly gave orders to the divine soldiers who were admiring him. In a few moments, 5 ships approached the thriller bark. Advertisement, kill. Shira raised his arms and shouted, commanding the divine soldiers. Kill, kill, kill. The divine soldiers responded with loud shouts, and then they all spit out the iron cloud track and slid onto the thriller bark. With Yun Bei's presence, all the magic weapons of his god's guard are special forces capable of fighting in the air. Apart from Absalom, Perona, and Shimotsuki Ryoma, Gecko Mariah has no other capable combat units. He himself is just an ordinary character who uses his fruit ability. The reason he was named 7 Warlords of the Sea is because of his record of fighting against 4 Emperors Kaido. However, as one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, he did not enjoy his rights at all. Instead, he suffered a lot for it and was even assassinated by Doflamingo during the Battle of Marineford. In fact, Mariah was once domineering, otherwise how could he be qualified to fight Kaido? However, the world of pirates is a world that values the spiritual side. After he was defeated by Kaido in Wano country, his heart died. Because of that battle, all his companions were killed by the beast's pirates. Like Luffy, he considers his companions more important than himself. Therefore, he suffered the torture of the death of his companions and began to believe that, because you are alive, you will lose. Which resulted in him being unable to use even his armament haki and observation haki. There's an intruder, run. It was a crushing defeat all the way. The zombies created by Moria were too weak and could only shout unwillingly. Not even one of Qin Yun's subordinates was injured. Soon, the divine soldiers rushed to the ghost castle in the center of the island. Don't let go of the picture frames on the wall. After a magic soldier nimbly dodged the attack of the doghead in the picture frame, he quickly reminded the other magic soldiers. After climbing a spiral staircase, the divine soldiers arrived at a manor and kicked the door open without mercy. At this time, a purple-haired pervert wearing a fishnet silk dress appeared from behind the door. Hogback was holding a scalpel and performing a suture operation on a zombie. The sudden sound of the door breaking frightened him so much that he screamed and shouted. You are those weirdos with wings. The divine soldiers didn't waste time talking to him. They picked up their swords, spears and knives and started attacking him. Chapter 45 I crawl, I crawl, I crawl, I crawl. Zinduli. Zinduli. Hogbag screamed in panic, but he had nowhere to escape, so he could only hide on the operating table and avoid the attack. Shin Duoli heard the sound, and the door beside her opened. She came out with a plate in her hand. Seeing this situation, she mechanically threw the plate at the divine soldiers. But she wasn't specially made to fight zombies, and the fragile plates were of no use to her. Hogbag died with a scream. Under the influence of the salt water, Shin Duoli also lost the shadow that supported her body. At this moment, a sword energy suddenly flew over with great momentum. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook stood in front of everyone and took the sword energy that was coming towards him. Looking at the Shimotsuki Ryoma zombie walking over, he put away his playful tone and said solemnly. My shadow is on him. I have fought him many times before, but I was defeated by him every time. Then add the two of us. Shira and Gedash stood on both sides of Brook, looking down on Shimotsuki Ryoma with cynical contempt. Don't waste time, find the right opportunity to get the salt water on him. After Qin Yun gave a few words of advice, he continued to walk towards the top of the ghost castle. Yes. Lord God. The divine soldiers continued to charge upwards under the command of Shadley and Ohm. Qin Yun was strolling leisurely behind the magic weapon, his gaze spreading throughout the thriller bark, searching for Perona's whereabouts. It wasn't that he wanted to be lazy and not fight the enemy. Just think about it, if he has to do everything by himself, then why does he still want to develop power? Is he going to raise a giant baby out of kindness? What he wants is to enjoy the benefits brought by his power, rather than being a slave and doing everything himself. It would be fine if he suffered a bit in the early stage and put some effort into developing the power of his subordinates. In the later period, when his power developed, of course he would use it whenever he could. He only needed to kill the strongest enemy. As the density of zombies decreased, the soldiers thought they had taken the wrong path and came to a room with a girlish feel. The ground here is covered with green grass, and the walls and ceiling are painted purple and pink. There are also many colorful soft balls engraved with 5 pointed stars placed around, which make people want to kick them. Who are you? Why are you invading this castle? Advertisement. An ethereal girl's voice was heard, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A cute girl wearing a princess dress, pink twin ponytails, and a crown on her head leaned out from the roof. It was Perona, the purpose of Qin Yun's trip. Don't be fooled by her harmless, petite and cute appearance, but she is actually a 23-year-old legal loli. Little girl, don't you know that your captain has captured my people? Qin Yun looked at Perona's ghost body with great interest. Her true form had been discovered by his observation hockey, and she could not escape from his grasp no matter what. Ah, it turns out to be that group of weird people with little wings. Perona was extremely surprised. It was the first time she saw people with wings. Really? How did Lord Moria suddenly get into trouble with you guys? Perona pouted in dissatisfaction. My Lord God, we? Shadley asked tentatively, and when he saw the look Qin Yun gave him, he instantly understood. Brothers, keep going up. After saying that, he took the lead and ran towards the gate in front with his magic soldiers. Damn it. How dare you ignore me? I won't let you disturb Lord Moria so easily. Perona opened her 5 fingers, and dozens of ghosts jumped out from her crystal jade fingers. Negative ghost. The negative ghost was the first to pass through several divine soldiers, and with remaining momentum, he pounced on other people. Am I worthy of being a divine soldier of the Lord God? Actually, I am just a crawling insect. I crawl, I crawl, I crawl. I'm so sorry, I survived another day and wasted a lot of food. The divine soldier that was penetrated by the negative ghost instantly became dejected, kneeling on the ground and uttering some strange wails. Ha 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 ha, Perona swung a wine-red umbrella happily, submit to me. Qin Yun waited for her to feel proud for a while before he slowly and steadily sent out a few thunders. Thunder method. Breaking evil. Thunder and lightning rage, striking the negative ghosts with precision. Faced with the powerful thunder, they had no power to resist at all and were split apart, disappearing without a trace. What? Perona was shocked, her eyes widened suddenly and her eyeballs almost popped out. It's actually thunder and lightning, advertisement. She turned and left, as if she had made some kind of decision. She knew that her ghost soul was most afraid of these energy attacks. If Qin Yun gave her ghost soul a lightning bolt, she would be in excruciating pain. Qin Yun certainly had no intention of shocking her with lightning. It would be bad if she was shocked by lightning and rolled her eyes. He also wanted her to be his consort. I'll go find him, you guys go up slowly. Qin Yun casually said something and turned into a flash of lightning and followed behind her. The power of the door was activated and all obstacles were passed through by him. Why are you running? I won't shock you. Perona was so frightened when she saw the Thunderman, whose lower body was elemental, chasing after her. Stop chasing me, I was wrong, then don't fly. Seeing that she couldn't shake Qin Yun off, Perona felt a little desperate. Was she really going to be electrocuted to death today? No, I can't fly towards my main body anymore. If he finds my main body, I'll be in even worse trouble. She calmed down and turned to fly to the other side. Huh. Why is there no movement? Perona looked at the empty room behind her and smiled confidently. Ha 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 ha, this princess is far more familiar with the terrain of the ghost castle than you can imagine. Just then, she suddenly felt someone patted her shoulder gently. Perona was startled and whispered softly. Feeling the strangeness in her body, she was shocked and murmured, what's going on? Could it be? No way, her face turned bitter, and she rushed towards her original body with a wrinkled face. Please don't do that, I was wrong, handsome brother, please don't do anything weird to my real body. The journey was smooth and Perona soon saw her room and her true self lying quietly on the princess's bed. However, there was a man next to her body, and he was holding her gently in his arms. Wow, you're back pretty quickly, Qin Yun calmly kneaded Perona's little face. Ah! Perona's scream resounded through the sky, and the sound was so sharp that it shook the glass of the entire ghost castle slightly. Perona. Princess Momonosuke, a 23-year-old legal loli girl, with a playful, ha 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 ha, laugh, long pink hair, and a tender face. Qin Yun will surely take good care of her, right? Chapter 46 You're giving me back my feelings. Moonlight Moria, who was far away in the room at the top of the ghost castle, looked down in confusion, but the usual dark environment prevented him from seeing more abnormalities. He turned around and went back to his work. Hee, the quality of these captives is really good. We can make a large number of high-quality zombies. Kaido. Just wait, in the near future, I will launch the ultimate revenge on you. Back to Qin Yun, after Perona screamed, she immediately rushed towards the original body and drilled into his body. The moment she woke up, she struggled to swing her petite body and broke free from Qin Yun's arms. Big pervert. Stinky pervert, damn weird brother. She let out a howl and fell on Qin Yun, her little fists landing on Qin Yun's chest like raindrops, neither heavy nor itchy. Hey, don't slander me, I haven't done anything yet. Qin Yun smiled and endured Perona's coquettish punches. Was this a punishment or a reward for him? Perhaps only he himself knew. Perona didn't care about his explanation and kept punching. Seeing that Qin Yun didn't resist at all and even seemed to enjoy it, she became even more furious. So, she opened her mouth viciously and bit Qin Yun's shoulder, then put her palm against his body and shot him at close range. Negative ghost. The negative ghost easily passed through Qin Yun's body, but a hint of surprise flashed across Perona's eyes. Why did she feel like she had touched nothing? At this time, Qin Yun collapsed on the princess's bed with a look of shame on his face, and spoke words of irredeemable depravity in a tone full of regret. I'm so sorry, Perona, my little cutie. I'm such a proud guy, but I seem to be hopelessly in love with you. I want to keep you by my side, and watch the sunrise with me every day. Of course, he was not penetrated by Perona's negative ghost. He elementalized his soul in advance and stuck to the negative ghost to avoid her ability. I said these words just to play a little game of poking at Perona's feelings. As expected, after hearing Qin Yun's words, Perona opened her eyes wide in disbelief, raised her hand to cover her mouth, and trembled as she whispered on him. Really? But, this is the first time we meet. Qin Yun put away his regretful expression, returned to normal, chuckled, and picked up her petite body. Advertisement, you will know the truth later. You are Moonlight Moria's subordinate, and he captured my subordinates. I should have taken his life without mercy, but your appearance made me change my mind. If you are willing to leave with me and become my consort, I can let Moria live. One life for another, this is the contract I promised you, do you agree? You. Perona held Qin Yun's shoulders and stood up, shouting in her heart. Give me back my gratitude. You can't possibly beat Lord Moria, he is invincible. Oh, it seems that you have no idea what a truly strong person is, Qin Yun said as he carried her towards the door. Then I will capture Moria first and make him fall to the ground with severe injuries, then I will show you what a truly strong man is. When the time comes, you must quickly agree to the contract I propose. Otherwise, the loss of his life may not be enough to justify your hesitation. You. Humph. You should see Lord Moria first, Perona pouted in dissatisfaction. She now felt that her mind was a little disorganized, and she had even forgotten to resist Qin Yun. Okay. Qin Yun nodded, and was about to leave when his attention was attracted by the reward order on the hand of the underground fat bear doll. He raised his hand, looked at it, and found that it was his own reward order. How come you still kept my reward order? Perona's face turned red. She pulled the reward order over with one hand, folded it several times, and put it into her small purse. Then she lowered her head and pursed her lips without saying anything. Qin Yun touched her head, stopped asking, and continued walking outside. After walking for a while, Perona finally realized that something was wrong at this time, and began to turn around violently, resisting Qin Yun's arm holding her. Qin Yun finally couldn't resist Perona's struggle and put down her delicate body. After walking upwards with her for a while, the footsteps of Brook, Shira and Gedosh were heard from below. Yo ho ho ho, Brook was so light that he rushed to Qin Yun's side in a few steps. Advertisement, Lord God, I have found my shadow. This feeling of freedom is something I haven't seen for a long time. Well, your efficiency is pretty good. Kami-sama, this is Shimotsuki Ryoma's sword. The famous sword Shisui is one of the 21 great swords. Please accept it. After Shira finished explaining, he handed the autumn water forward with both hands. Seeing this, Qin Yun raised his hand and sucked the autumn water in front of him. Then the lightning flashed and a sizzling sound was heard. The autumn water was baptized by the electric current and was easily disinfected. A Kisui's blade is a random blade with an inverted T shape. The blade is black and purple with a red serrated pattern. It is said that it is also a national treasure of New World Wano country. Brook then added. Yes, the appearance of Chu Shui is indeed worth entering my collection room. After admiring it for a few times, Qin Yun activated the power of the door, reached into the void aside, and sent it to the storage room. Perona's jaw dropped in shock. She wandered around Qin Yun and tugged on his clothes from time to time. Where's that sword? Why did it disappear? Brook also opened his mouth wide. He guessed in his heart. Could it be that Qin Yun is actually a user with some kind of phantom beast fruit ability? Haha, our gods are omnipotent, you don't even know this, right? Seeing Brook and Perona look surprised, Shira and Gedosh laughed mercilessly. The two of them, no, everyone on Kongdao worshipped Qin Yun without thinking. They firmly believed that Qin Yun, who brought them a beautiful life, was the real god. Qin Yun did not explain. He raised his hand to control Perona, who was constantly exploring on him, and continued to walk towards the upper level of the ghost castle. Let's go, it's time to deal with Moonlight Moria. Shira and Gedosh took the lead to clear the way for Qin Yun. Brook scratched his afro and followed. Passed through the spiral staircase, walked through a long corridor, and came to an open area. There are fragments of killed zombies on the road. This one and that one are very creepy. I really don't know how the fragrant and soft Perona can endure these ugly zombies. Could it be that she had some unknown quirk and found these zombies cute? Qin Yun didn't know. Chapter 47 I like your tough talk. The magic soldiers have been waiting here for a long time. As soon as they saw Qin Yun and others following them, Shadley jumped up with his bloated body and came forward to report. Ho ho ho, Lord God, we just interrogated the zombies here. They said that the small building not far ahead is where Moonlight Moria is. Isn't it a bit unfair for so many of you to beat up Lord Moria? Although Perona felt that Moria would not be afraid of the human sea tactic, seeing that the magic soldiers were well equipped and even had many sea tower stone clubs, she was a little worried that Moria would suffer serious consequences if he was careless. Huh? Do you think I need to talk about fairness and justice with you pirates? Qin Yun sneered and waved his hand to signal the magic soldiers to attack. Do you want to wait outside, or go in and see Moria's miserable condition? Perona curled her lips and ignored Qin Yun. Of course she knew what she said was excessive, but she couldn't help but think about it. What if Qin Yun was provoked by him and went up to challenge him? Seeing this, Qin Yun let go of the hand controlling her and raised his feet to follow the magic soldiers. Moonlight Moria was still transforming the zombies. He was proud of it this time. Qin Yun's God's shock team were all handcuffed in the distance, unconsciously waiting for his operation. Chee, another great masterpiece. Moria awakened the zombie in front of him and asked the shadow bat to pick up the magic weapon that had lost its shadow and throw it away. Just when he grabbed the next magic weapon, the sound of B********** on the door suddenly came, making him frown and look at the door. Bang, 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 the door was forced open and the magic soldiers swarmed in. So big, are we going to deal with such a giant? My blood is boiling, it's so exciting. Iron Cloud. Seeing the 7-meter-tall Moria, the divine soldiers all exclaimed in exclamation, but their men kept moving, raising their weapons, shooting out iron clouds, and starting ground-to-air combat. You are from the same force? It seems that I have a lot of shadows that I can use. Mariah did not retreat but advanced. He raised his hand and pointed, and the shadow under him stood up from the ground as if it was alive. Advertisement, flying bats. The next moment, the shadows scattered and turned into black bats with big heads and small wings, charging into the crowd of magic soldiers and biting them mercilessly. Ho ho ho, Moonlight Moria. Look here. A large spherical iron cloud appeared in front of Shadley at some point. He raised his hand and pushed hard. The shockwave hidden in his gloves was activated. The spherical iron cloud hit Mariah like a huge cannonball and then exploded. It's useless. The smoke and dust dispersed, and there was only a dark shadow where the iron cloud exploded. Moria was not slow to react and switched places with his own shadow before the attack arrived. A large number of magic soldiers were knocked out of the door. Some magic soldiers found themselves falling at Qin Yun's feet and hurriedly crawled away. In the castle, Moria fought with the priests. Knowing that they could not participate, the magic soldiers had retreated to the side. Only a few magic soldiers with guns still harassed them from time to time. Perona, how long do you think Moria can last? Qin Yun sat elegantly on the void door, observing Perona's anxious expression with interest. The priests all have a foundation in domineering, and after more than 2 years of practice, they have also mastered the art of armament. It is very easy to deal with Moria, who can only use the shadow fruit. As time goes by, he will collapse due to exhaustion sooner or later. With so many people attacking Moria, he had no chance to escape and awaken the strongest zombie Oz. No way to win. Lord Moria. He will definitely win, Perona responded stubbornly, but her tone was no longer as certain as before. I like your tough mouth, but I believe that sooner or later your mouth will become soft under my thunderbolt. Qin Yun smiled, and thunder leapt from his fingertips, making a crackling sound of electric current conduction. 50 million volt thunder dragon. The thunder transformed into a giant oriental dragon that was 3 meters tall and 10 meters long, roaring as it rushed towards Moria. After the 4 priests attacked together to repel Moria and his shadow, they hurriedly dodged backwards. The thunder dragon continued to grow larger in Moria's eyes, and he subconsciously switched positions with the shadow. This life-saving operation had almost become his instinct. Advertisement, however, Qin Yun had already expected that he would use this trick. The thunder dragon passed through the shadow, turned its head, and continued to hit him. Moria switched positions again at the last moment before being hit, but this time, he was not so lucky. Because the thunder dragon's body was still piercing his shadow, once he shifted, it was equivalent to the thunder dragon piercing through his real body. At this moment, Moria's body convulsed and twitched due to the electric shock, and finally the thunder dragon exploded, leaving him seriously injured and forced to spit out a mouthful of black blood. Kill him while he's sick. This is a great truth that Qin Yun taught to the God's Guard. The divine soldiers took advantage of Moria's collapse to the ground, raised their weapons and surrounded him, using all their means to attack: flame shells, wind shells, water shells, impact shells. The most hateful thing was that there was a man named Lao Lu who was holding a stick with sea stone on it, and as if he had a grudge against Moria, he used all his strength to poke Moria's fat butt. The intense feeling of weakness made him unable to use his devil fruit. He could only rely on his strong body to struggle and shake off the divine soldiers climbing around him. After so many blows, Moria still stood up firmly. His physique was inhumane, and although his injuries looked serious, they were actually not at the limit of his endurance. He retreated step by step, and a sharp voice rang out. Thunder. Could it be that you are the subordinates of the recently famous thunder fruit user? You're really strong. Qin Yun walked into the castle with an arrogant step. Perona behind him looked at Moria with a worried look. 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Mariah, you are living a comfortable life in this paradise. Are you a little too relaxed? Jishishishi, it's really you, Divine Emperor Qin Yun. We have no grudges against each other. Why are you looking for trouble with me? Moria took the opportunity to recover his strength, and suddenly saw Perona behind Qin Yun, and shouted in panic. Perona, what did you do to her? Why would she follow you? Hey, you didn't forget my magic soldiers, did you? You captured quite a few of my magic soldiers? Qin Yun said this and pulled Perona into his arms. As for Perona, I can't bear to kill such a cute little girl like this. Lord Moria, I was defeated and captured by him. I'm sorry. Perona's tearful face was full of apology. Damn it. Qin Yun, come to me if you have anything to say. Let Perona go. Moria's eyes were filled with rage and his fists were clenched tightly, but he dared not attack again. Chapter 48. Don't worry, she's not dead. I wouldn't dare do this to you. Qin Yun curled his lips and ignored him. That's it, Perona. If you don't make a decision now, it will be too late. Once I really attack, I'm afraid Moria won't be able to withstand a single blow and will die violently. What decision? Perona, don't agree to him. Although Moria didn't know what Qin Yun was talking about, he could guess that it was not a good thing. Perona sighed, looked at Moria reluctantly, then closed her eyes and said in a trembling voice. Qin Yun, I promise you, please don't hit Lord Moria. Qin Yun smiled when he saw that his goal had been achieved. It's a wise choice. Since you are so obedient, I will mercifully remind you. Damn Qin Yun. He actually threatened Perona with my life, damn it. After hearing Perona's words, Moria could not help but understand that she sacrificed her freedom for him. Shadow gathering place. Moria spread his arms wide and supported himself on the ground. Countless shadows floated in from outside and finally turned into black streams of light that penetrated into his body. His body was growing bigger and stronger, and the injuries from the blow were healing rapidly, but his eyes began to become dull and lifeless. You forcefully absorb the shadow of others, over-rely on the power of others, but cannot control your own moves. Moria, you are really a loser. Qin Yun mocked him in a tepid manner, but unfortunately Moria had lost his mind and could not hear his words. Moria dragged his bloated body and began to attack indiscriminately. Seeing that Qin Yun remained indifferent, the priests called on the divine soldiers to stop Moria's attack. Perona couldn't bear to watch Moria's tragic scene, so she turned her back and murmured, Qin Yun, what do you want to remind me? Qin Yun first wiped away the hot tears she had just shed, then took out a phonograph shell and handed it to her, saying, Advertisement, this is a phonograph. Press this button to record your voice. You can record what you want to say to Moria. What I want to remind you is that I suggest you persuade Moria to give up his position in Shichibukai and find a place to retire and stay out of the limelight for a few years. Otherwise, in a few months, the world will undergo a major change, and he, as the Shichibukai, will be the first to be killed. I think you don't want to see Moonlight Moria, who took care of you like a father, die in such an unclear way. The world has changed drastically. Perona murmured. She knew in her heart that Qin Yun had no reason to lie to her, and all these words were for her own good. Lord Moria. A hint of determination flashed in Perona's eyes. She looked up at Qin Yun with gratitude, then floated aside holding the phonograph shell. A clear voice rang out, and she began to explain and say goodbye. The battle on the field became more and more intense. With the help of observation hockey, Moria's attacks rarely hit the priests, but could only hit some slower divine weapons that could not dodge in time. The priests relied on armament hockey and impact shells and repulse shells to attack, and the resulting power did not cause much damage to Moria, but as time went by, Moria was beaten so bloated that he seemed like he would explode at any time. At this moment, 4 god-tier officers flashed in front of Moria and attacked his abdomen together, causing a large area of it to dent. Moria was in unbearable pain, and the shadow in his body was uncontrollably escaping from his mouth. He quickly covered his mouth to prevent the shadow from escaping. Moria, stop your pointless resistance. Qin Yun slowly walked in front of him, his right hand covered with a strong armed color domineering aura, and the moment it touched his abdomen, he accelerated the contraction of his muscles and delivered a short, crisp punch. Moria was hit so hard that he flew backwards instantly, crashed through the castle wall, and finally landed in the woods far away from the castle. There was no change on the surface of his abdomen, but inside it was turbulent. His eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness due to the severe pain. Countless shadows spewed out of his mouth and his huge body became shriveled and gradually returned to its original shape. The move that Qin Yun used to pick up heads was an advanced way of using the armed color domineering, internal destruction. This move was called Ryuo in Wano country, and it might be called Dark Power on Blue Star. As a time traveler, his vision far exceeds that of people in this world, and he knows a lot about the development of armed color. He quickly mastered the various techniques of armament hockey, such as entanglement and hardening, outward flow, and internal destruction. Advertisement. They can even combine their own knowledge to create some advanced techniques of armed color, such as armed color to hit the cow from a distance. The skills of using armament hockey vary in levels, but that does not represent the strength of armament hockey, nor does it represent one's actual strength. Close black lens bracket. However, the main theme of the pirate world is still the power of fruits and the strength of domineering. Few people study the skills, and the only famous one is Marine's 6 styles. He has little idea of developing in this area, because the upper limit is not high, and the ability of developing fruits is still strong. The 8-Chong Fist of the Flower Kingdom's 8 Treasures Navy has a history of 100 years and is only famous in its own country. Close black lens bracket. Drag Moria back, wake up the god's assault team, and then find the divine soldiers he lost. Qin Yun gave the order indifferently. I will obey God's command. The priests and the divine soldiers all received the orders and began to act according to the priest's instructions. Qin Yun glanced at Perona and found that she was looking at the woods where Moria fell with a worried look on her face, holding the phonoshell tightly in her hand, as if she had something to say. After a while, Moria was dragged back by the divine soldiers, and some injured divine soldiers had been sent back to the ship. Lord Moria, he should be fine. Perona walked up to Qin Yun and murmured uncertainly. It's okay, don't worry, I'm very careful when I do it. Qin Yun touched her pink hair with confidence. Perona shook her head awkwardly and put the phonograph shell in her hand into the small pocket on Moria's chest. She also considerately placed a piece of paper next to the phonoshell with instructions on how to use it written on it, but she didn't know if Moria could read. After a moment's silence, Perona turned and floated towards Qin Yun. Have you explained everything? Qin Yun asked. Okay. Qin Yun nodded, and then instructed the priests. Things here are over, you can take the divine soldiers back to Sky Island. God. Shira hurriedly held a Den Mushi in his hand and approached Qin Yun and said. The 6th squad of the God's Guard, who didn't make it in time, sent a message saying that they encountered a lion man and an eggman with 2 long legs. They both want to meet you. Chapter 49. Pokemus and Baron Dandan. They claim to be from the Big Mom Pirates, and that their pirate group wants to marry the god. Lion man, long-legged Eggman. It should be Pokemus and Baron Eggman. Interesting. Have the 6th squad take them to Sky Island and report to me when they get to the Imperial Palace. Yes. Qin Yun nodded, took Perona to his arms, and said with a smile. Come on, Perona. I'll take you to my kingdom of God. That will be your future home. Perona did not resist, but her expressionless face revealed her confusion about the future. Parting is always too hard, but she knows that this is the only way to save Lord Moria. I just hope that Qin Yun can be gentler to her because she is a 23-year-old legal loli. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun and Perona rushed towards the Sky Island. He did not plunder Moria's shadow fruit ability. On the one hand, he looked down on it and thought it was not as good as Perona's ghost fruit. On the other hand, it was for Perona. For her, plundering the shadow fruit was no different from killing Moria. She would definitely resist violently, and she would even rather die with Moria than submit to him again. The shadow fruit has 2 main abilities, controlling one's own shadow and cutting off and controlling other people's shadows. Controlling your own shadow is actually quite good, and you can use a variety of moves such as 8 gates. However, the damage is slightly insufficient and it is only suitable for clearing out minions. The shadow taken from another person contains the personality and compatibility of its owner, but not as good as the original body. The zombies that were given the ability to revive with shadows had a big flaw. They would die if they touched salt, and they would die if a large wave swept through. Zombies also need to keep their main body alive, which is the biggest disadvantage. In comparison, homies created by the soul fruit has a much greater advantage. Even if Charlotte Linlin dies, it will not affect the existence of homies. If the ability of the shadow fruit is to create and transform into shadows, then its strength is among the best in the world. I'm afraid even Qin Yun would be salivating over it. What about the Shadow Legion, the Shadow Kingdom, the Shadow World? There are so many points that can be developed. Advertisement. Sky Island, Imperial Palace. What a big place. Perona exclaimed repeatedly. In Qin Yun's arms, she saw the vast territory of the Kingdom of God along the way. Qin Yun smiled without saying a word. After taking her into the palace, he ordered the angels to serve her local delicacies from Sky Island. Perona was brought up by Moria since she was a child, and their pirate group didn't have a decent chef. How could she have eaten such delicious food? She was so moved that she couldn't stop eating, or rather, she ate as a way to vent her emotions. Woo-woo, Perona suddenly began to whimper in pain. She choked because she ate too fast. Qin Yun burst out laughing when she saw this scene, and the angel beside her quickly brought her a glass of water to help her feel better. Don't worry, no one is competing with you for food. Qin Yun smiled dotingly. Why does it feel like he is taking care of a child? Oh. Lord Moria must be feeling very uncomfortable right now, but I am eating and enjoying everything here. Isn't that a bit bad? After Perona recovered, she suddenly felt guilty and couldn't eat anymore. Don't worry about eating. Moria definitely hopes that you can live well here. If he knew your current situation, he would definitely reflect on how he raised you. Woo, Perona still couldn't resist the temptation in her heart. She opened her mouth slightly and began to taste the food. After she finished eating, Qin Yun took her to a palace and chatted with her for a long time, such as future plans and Moria's ending. After a long time, Perona fell into a sound sleep with Qin Yun by her side. She had experienced too many mental shocks that day. Faced with Qin Yun's forceful invasion of the thriller bark, she was forced to sign a life-for-life contract with him. Perhaps after a good night's sleep, she would be able to relax and accept her identity as Qin Yun's divine concubine. Qin Yun got up and left Perona. With the help of the angels, he tidied his clothes and prepared to go to the palace. Judging from the time, the priests should have brought back Pokemus and Baron Dandan. Advertisement in the palace hall. Divine soldiers stood on both sides, staring straight ahead into the void. The priests, Pokemus and Baron Dandan were quietly waiting for Qin Yun's arrival. Baron Dandan stood straight, leaning elegantly on his cane, muttering to himself. I didn't expect that the divine emperor Qin Yun actually lives in the legendary Sky Island. He is also the god here. No wonder he dares to call himself a god. Pokemus looked around curiously, and seeing that everyone looked serious, he scratched his big butt out of boredom, secretly frightened. This is quite a grand ceremony. Although the strength of these soldiers is very average, they can actually master the use of domineering power in the paradise. Qin Yun doesn't look like a 300 million person, gah. After waiting for a while, Baron Dandan still stood calmly without being impatient, but Pokemus couldn't wait any longer. Hey, when will Qin Yun come? We have already reported this to the Lord God. He can control everything in the kingdom of God. You must not say anything that offends God, or you will die without knowing how. Shura didn't pay attention to his unfriendly tone. In his opinion, he was just a vulgar beast. On the contrary, Dandan was very polite and stylish. Pokemus had a bad temper and couldn't help clenching his fists. Baron Dandan on the side raised his cane calmly and signaled him to calm down. Pokemus, the mission is urgent. As the words fell, a sudden pressure acted on the two of them, but did not hurt them at all. There was a crackling sound of electricity, and Qin Yun appeared on the throne above the hall. How come this level of conqueror's domineering power feels stronger than my mother's? Under this powerful pressure, Pokemus couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat of fear. How come a bounty of 300 million is offered for a person like this? Stupid Marine, how can you offer a bounty based on his meager combat record? Baron Dandan stood motionless under the pressure. In fact, he didn't care about Qin Yun, whose bounty was only 300 million. It was just that his behavior was very gentlemanly and made people feel comfortable. But now he understood that sometimes the bounty and strength were not matched. If he could not change the habit of judging strength by the bounty, he would probably suffer a great loss in the future. Oh my, the fur tribe and the long-legged tribe, they are really two eye-catching races. Qin Yun withdrew the conqueror's pressure and greeted them with a smile. My name is Qin Yun. I am two guests who have come from afar. I heard that you are from the Big Mom Pirates, and you said you want to form an alliance with me? Uncle, I am Pokemus. After seeing your bounty order, my mother praised you highly and wanted to marry you and bring you under her wing. Pokemus wanted to call himself uncle, but suddenly thought of Qin Yun's appalling conquerors and immediately changed his mind. Chapter 50 Marriage. If you are interested in marriage, you can choose one of the princesses of the kingdom of Totland as your marriage partner. Baron Dandan took out a booklet from his arms, held it up high, and waited for Qin Yun's decision. This is a picture album of the princesses of the kingdom of Totland. Please take a look. Marriage Alliance. Charlotte Linlin is a temperamental person, and being her ally is like being with a tiger. However, if he could get Charlotte Pudding effortlessly through marriage, he would make a fortune. In this way, his plan can be changed to attack Kaido first, and then consider how to deal with Charlotte Linlin. Well, Charlotte Pudding is a must, and as for the others. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and made a decision. He raised his hand and took the booklet from Baron Dandan's hand. He has now developed the Thunder Fruit to a higher level. There is always an imperceptible electric field within 100 meters around him. This electric field appears passively without his need to control it. In the electric field, he can call upon thunder and lightning, his body flashes, and add the power of other fruits, such as the transmission of floating power. Qin Yun did not hesitate and began to look through the pictures one by one. After all, Charlotte Linlin had so many daughters, and he only remembered a few of them. He only remembered their beauty but not their names. He only had one criterion for choosing a divine concubine, and that was to have a good eye for her, or in layman's terms, to have a good-looking appearance. His consort must be beautiful eyebrows, delicate forehead, white teeth, red lips, youthful face, fairy-like figure and graceful appearance. In short, it is enough that she is beautiful enough to make him fall in love with her. He was going to become a true god in the future, so how could he choose women he couldn't bring himself to eat? Wouldn't that be making things difficult for himself? Everyone has different aesthetic tastes, but no matter what, no one would seek to have some bitter fruit to eat after becoming powerful, right? According to his feelings, he floated the selected photos to the right and the discarded ones to the left. This advertisement. Baron Dandan looked at the booklet that had escaped his control, doubting himself a little. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Seeing that he was not mistaken, he murmured. How is it possible? Can the thunder fruit be used like this? Baron Dandan, what's wrong with you? Pokemus had not yet noticed Qin Yun's weirdness and thought it was just an ordinary use of the fruit ability. It's okay. Baron Dandan was afraid of being killed to silence him, so he quickly stopped the topic. Haha, everyone who sees the Lord God for the first time is as surprised as you. Don't you know that the Lord God's abilities are beyond the imagination of us mortals? Shura's inexplicable self-confidence made Baron Dandan doubt himself. Doesn't he know enough about the specific capabilities of the thunder fruit? But Qin Yun didn't even send out the thunder and lightning, but he just floated all those photos. It's a bit suspicious no matter how you look at it, right? After a while, Qin Yun finished looking at all the photos. Charlotte Linlin had a total of 39 daughters, and these were about 25 in his hand. Charlotte Smoothie was not among them. As one of the 4 dessert stars, she certainly could not be used as a tool for marriage. At this time, Charlotte Snuggle had not yet been kicked out of the dessert 4 stars and became the dessert 3 stars. Close black lens bracket. Some important high-level officials, such as Charlotte Brûlée, the user of the mirror fruit, are not among them, and Charlotte Flamp is also not there because she is not old enough. Finally, he selected 4, put the other photos back into the album, and displayed the concubines he had chosen. Open black lens bracket. Charlotte Custard, Charlotte Malize, Charlotte Garrett, Charlotte Pudding, close black lens bracket. I agreed to this marriage. Before Pokemus and Baron Dandan had time to be happy, they were frightened by Qin Yun's next words. However, in order to make the marriage between the Kingdom of God and the Big Mom Pirates more stable, I decided to choose these 4 as my consorts. I wonder if you two can make the decision for Charlotte Linlin? This advertisement Baron Dandin broke out in a cold sweat. In the past, everyone had carefully chosen a marriage partner. This was the first time he had seen Qin Yun ignore the restriction of choosing only one. Pokemus twitched his tail nervously and responded helplessly. We two are not qualified to make decisions for Mom. Mom said that you only need to choose one. There is no need to choose more than one for marriage, right? Hey, whether it's necessary or not is not something you two should worry about. Just call Charlotte Linlin and let her make the decision. Call. Baron Dandin and Pokemus looked at each other. Neither of them wanted to call Charlotte Linlin because they were often abused by her. What? Don't tell me you didn't bring Mushi. Baron Dandin, make a call. Just call Qin Yun directly, so we don't get scolded. Haha, Pokemus suggested. That's right. Baron Dandin suddenly realized that he just needed to let Qin Yun talk to attract his mother's attention. He took out a Mushi from his arms, but before he could move, Qin Yun raised his hand and took it away. The angel at the side kindly stepped forward, turned on the Mushi and dialed the number. Bulu Bulu. Boga, hello. Dandin. Charlotte Linlin's wild voice came out. Big Mom, I've heard of you for a long time. I'm Qin Yun. Baron Dandin and the others told me about the marriage. Mama, it's that Thunder Boy, did you agree by calling? Yes, not only that, I also want to marry a few more girls to be my consorts to strengthen our relationship. Marry more. Raiden Boy, you are asking for too much. With the power of your Thunder Fruit, the value you can bring to me is only enough for you to marry one. You may not know this yet, but I am from Sky Island, serving as the god and emperor of the Kingdom of God. The value of marrying me is not only my strength, but also the delicious food and specialty shells of Sky Island. Sky Island? Delicious food? Shells? The world government's investigation of you is really superficial. Although the shells of Sky Island are priceless, they are useless to me. However, the food of Sky Island is good, but I will give you at most a choice place. Is that so? Qin Yun nodded. It was not much different from what he expected. If you want Charlotte Linlin to give in, you can only tempt her through delicious food and giant human research. As for the race that gave her the Sky Island and had a baby with her, it would be easily regarded as an insult and turn against her. His main target is Charlotte Pudding, so it's better to be safe. As for the two people he didn't choose, he certainly won't let them go. He will capture them sooner or later. Then choose Charlotte Pudding and Charlotte Garrett as my consorts. I'll have Baron Dandin bring the delicacies. Chapter 51 Undead Army. Mama, Thunderboy, please come to New World as soon as possible. Pa, after hanging up the phone, Qin Yun returned the Mushi to Baron Dandin. Mom has scheduled the marriage for the next tea party, which is still a few months away. I will send out invitations then. Baron Dandin breathed a sigh of relief and drank a sip of black tea as if he had survived a disaster. He had finally finished this matter. Yes, we still have plenty of time. Shira, take Baron Dandin and Pokemus to taste the delicacies of Sky Island. Ask them to take the delicacies for Charlotte Linlin with them when they leave. After the marriage was completed, Qin Yun turned into a flash of lightning and left. Today, he still had the task of guiding Nami, Najigo and Karina to complete. 10 days later, the shrine. Qin Yun restrained the lightning on his fingertips and looked at the beautiful faces, photos, of the goddesses hanging on the wall. He was caught in a momentary dilemma of which goddess to chat with. Before he could figure it out, Robin sent a message. Oh, it's finally here. That's right, Luffy went out to sea, and there was an official bounty on him, with a reward of 40 million Baileys, which stated that he destroyed a marine branch in the East Daxia Sea. According to the news from Baroque Studio, there is no problem with the bounty order. Robin sat elegantly beside Qin Yun, flipping through the information in his hand. It's just that he's just a newcomer who just went to sea. Is it necessary to go to great lengths to monitor him? He is not simple. Monkey D. Luffy's father is Monkey D. Dragon, the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, and his grandfather is Monkey D. Garp, the marine hero who has pushed One Piece Roger into desperate situations many times. What? With such a strong background, he actually chose to go out to sea and lower his status to become a pirate? Robin opened her mouth, speechless at Luffy's train of thought. This was Shanks's plan and guidance, but it doesn't matter. His background is meaningless to me. He has only one role to play for me, to help me sort out the timeline. Shanks. It's him, he's really an extraordinary person. What's the timeline you're talking about? Literally. Qin Yun casually burned Luffy's bounty order. He was in a good mood after knowing the news. Robin was already beside him, so he called Nami, Vivi and others and chatted with them for a while. Advertisement they were the heroines among the pirates who became Luffy's crew members, but now, they were all snatched away by him in advance. After a burst of unreasonable laughter, Qin Yun came to the experimental island, a floating island formerly known as the Golden Lion, and ordered Brook to come find him. Come to think of it, if Robin hadn't told him that Luffy had gone out to sea, he would have almost forgotten about looking for Brook to do the experiment. After all, his life was too drunken and dreamy. He was immersed in the abyss of enjoyment every day and spent his days in a trance. Time passed slowly, and Brook came with his devilish laughter. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Lord God, what do you want from me? Qin Yun didn't say anything, but gestured for Brook to follow him. After walking for a while, they came to a laboratory filled with white light, with an operating table in the middle and spare fruits around it. What is this? Brook didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Brook, you said before that you are the user of the Yumizu fruit and a resurrected person. Now you have used the power of the Yumizu fruit. but you are still suffering from the disadvantages of the devil fruit. I was wondering if you could get rid of this drawback after taking away the power of the Yomiuri fruit from you. I see. Brooke was also very interested in this. Lord God, how should I cooperate? Just lie on the operating table, relax and don't resist. Brooke lay down as instructed, and Qin Yun saved him from the control of Moonlight Moria, so he naturally trusted him. Immediately afterwards, white thunder lingered in Qin Yun's hand, covering Brooke's body, grabbing the power of the underworld fruit. How do you feel? Brooke was stunned. He only saw Qin Yun extending a hand to him inexplicably, but there was no follow-up. Yo-ho-ho-ho, have you started? I feel like I'm lying on a hard platform. Qin Yun. You feel very good. Now, you keep bending your fingers and resist when you feel uncomfortable. Qin Yun began to control Bai Lei's ability to pull out the underworld fruit. Brooke remained silent the whole time and kept bending his fingers. Advertisement soon, the power of the underworld fruit was robbed by him. I feel it. I feel a lot more relaxed in my heart inexplicably. Brooke reacted immediately the moment the underworld fruit's power left. It seems that you don't need the underworld fruit to survive. Qin Yun took the Hailu stone shackles from the side. Now, let's see if you can be immune to the drawbacks of the devil fruit. Without hesitation, he handed it to Brooke directly. It's unbelievable. I really don't feel tired or weak. Brooke marveled over and over again. He stood up, picked something, and ran around the operating table for a dozen times for a few breaths. Try the abilities brought to you by the underworld fruit again. The experiment was not over yet. Qin Yun was still frowning. Ability? Brooke scratched his afro. Yo-ho-ho, soul out of body? The next moment, a group of green-yellow will-o'-the-wisps emerged from Brooke's body and began to move around excitedly. I didn't feel weak after the fruit's ability was taken away, and the abilities related to the underworld are still there. Could it be said that the underworld fruit is a one-time ability? In this case, it seems that it can only be used by others to create an undead army? Qin Yun himself did not dare to use it. His body and soul were not from this world. If there was no underworld that appeared in this world after his death, wouldn't his death have been in vain? He can only create a group of skeletons in the immortal underworld army to fight for him. But this step requires ensuring the loyalty of the skeleton. What kind of fruit can make people recognize him as their master? He couldn't think of it even after thinking about it. He could only take one step and take a look. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yun decided to store the power of the underworld in himself first, temporarily treating it as a trump card that would never be used. However, can every experiment conducted by Qin Yun be foolproof? Close black lens bracket. A few days later, the empty island drifted to the windless zone not far northwest of the Sabaody Islands. Qin Yun thought for a long time. At this point in time, there are only some passerby pirates in the Sabaody Islands who have never appeared in the game. There is no goddess among pirates who has appeared for him to capture. Shaky's appearance is not up to the standards of Qin Yun's concubine. Close black lens bracket. He does not need to go to the Sabaody Islands, but he must go to the Fishman Island. He cannot let go of the big mermaid princess Shirahoshi. It would be too stupid to dive 10,000 meters with the Sky Island group. The islands also need to be coded, so they can simply park the Sky Islands in the windless zone first. Chapter 52 Qin Yun wants to become bigger. It would be much more convenient to go down alone. There weren't many strong people on Fishman Island, and only Jinbei could fight with him. By the way, the Amazon Lily Kingdom of Queen Boa Hancock is located in the calm sea area southwest of the Sabaody archipelago, but now is not the time to take Hancock. If you want to capture her, the only way for now is to beat, kill, or kidnap the celestial dragons. If he chooses to go to Amazon Lily, there will still be certain risks. Because he was not sure whether he could withstand Hancock's petrification ability. After all, if someone said that he had no lustful thoughts towards Hancock, he himself would not believe it. Although it was impossible for him to be hit by Hancock with his lightning speed, he was afraid that she would pretend to surrender and attack him secretly. For example, when working with him through inadvertent contact, he can be petrified when his lust reaches its peak. When that time comes, he will have nowhere to cry. After explaining things to everyone, he turned into lightning and struck the sea. As for why I didn't bring the goddess to Fishman Island to keep my body getting stronger, Qin Yun could only say that the many mermaids on Fishman Island had basically all been there before. When he arrived at his destination, with his ability, where would he not be a place of joy? In the waters near the Sabaody Islands, under the sea. Qin Yun used the power of Piao Piao to control a large mass of seawater to wrap around him in a hollow shape. He then turned into lightning and continued to dive into the depths of the sea. There are giant trees called Sun Tree Eve, growing in this sea area. They can transmit the sunlight on the ground from top to bottom in sequence. Even the deep sea can be seen roughly under the sunlight. Fishman Island is blessed by the Sun Tree Eve, which is why there is sunlight in the changes of day and night. The residents of the island call this phenomenon the grace of the sun. Therefore, as soon as Qin Yun entered the seabed, he could still see a lot of scenery. However, after all, it was in seawater, and there were various impurities and fish blocking his view, so he couldn't see clearly. Qin Yun was on guard against attacks from sea beasts while recalling the information from Fishman Island. I don't know if I can meet Kimmy. She is very confused. She has been eaten by sea beasts at least 20 times. She often hovers between life and death. She is also very good at escaping. Advertisement. As Qin Yun's position gradually went deeper, the sea beasts became more aggressive, and the number of Poseidons gradually increased, hunting the sea beasts. At this moment, the sea around Qin Yun became dark and deep, and a thick black smoke covered a large area of the sea, making his vision extremely limited. Qin Yun frowned slightly, turned around and flew to the side. A red light flashed in his eyes, and his observation hockey saw through the future world. After flying to the left, a boundless abyss suddenly appeared from below, swallowing up the inky sea area. Close black lens bracket. He dodged to the side casually and was swallowed by the boundless abyss, then quickly unleashed terrifying thunder, which continuously struck the surroundings. Close black lens bracket. The light of lightning dispelled the darkness, and the true appearance of this border was revealed. It was actually all bloated flesh lumps, and there was a thick and smelly corrosive liquid dripping from the sky. They formed a flesh wall and trembled slightly. Close black lens bracket. He tried to escape from the abyss, but found a giant squid above him. The dark sea was his masterpiece. It's a Poseidon hunting another Poseidon. He was affected. The red light in Qin Yun's eyes faded, and he understood instantly. Door, different space. He quickly entered the different space, stepping on the green void. The next moment, the huge mouth like the abyss below covered the sea area where Qin Yun was. Although the giant squid above sprayed ink, it still could not escape the fate of being swallowed. Qin Yun's mind moved, and he turned into lightning and flashed away. Standing in the distance, he could see its full appearance clearly. It was a thin and long Poseidon, roughly estimated to be more than 2,000 meters long, with black and white stripes running randomly on its body, and its face looked like an enlarged hippopotamus. Its body is covered with smooth and elastic skin, which shows that it has extremely high defense capabilities. As far as Qin Yun knows, when Shirahoshi awakened the power of Poseidon, the Poseidon he summoned was over 5,000 meters long. This Poseidon-like hippopotamus is very similar to the one summoned by Shirahoshi. The relationship between the two of them might be that of a father, mother, and a son, daughter. In front of such a huge monster, Qin Yun truly felt how small he was. It's decided. He wants to find a fruit that will grow bigger. It's mainly because Shirahoshi is too big. If Qin Yun can't grow bigger, he can only play on the trampoline. In this case, he will be too tragic. Advertisement. Although Poseidons are extremely large in size, they are mentally weak, and their intelligence level generally increases with size, with the highest being able to have the same intelligence as ordinary humans. To deal with them, ordinary people's attacks in the sea would probably not be able to break their flesh even if they exhausted their physical strength. Although mental attacks cannot kill them, they can force them back and intimidate them, which is the best method. Qin Yun decided to give it an electric therapy. With a thought, blue arcs of electricity surrounded his body and he stepped out of the alien space. In the seawater, his lightning power remained undiminished. Every time he waved his hand, he could release a powerful electric current, instantly heating the surrounding seawater to boiling. 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon galloped, and the seawater it touched instantly made a hissing sound of evaporation, causing hot bubbles to float upwards. With a roar, the Brontosaurus slammed fiercely into the flank of the Poseidon hippopotamus and exploded, peeling off the hippopotamus's skin and causing the shocking water waves to spread violently in all directions. Ouch, who is hitting me? Qin Yun was stunned when he heard this simple and honest voice. Was this the hippopotamus's inner voice? Or had he also awakened to listen to the voices of all things? The big hippopotamus turned its head in the direction of the pain, and saw the tiny Qin Yun. Without saying a word, it opened its mouth and sucked wildly, then rushed forward. The sea water poured into its mouth, and an invisible current wrapped around Qin Yun, trying to force him into its mouth. However, the hippopotamus's attack was in vain, as Qin Yun possessed floating power and stood still. Piao Piao Hai Wan. The seawater was endowed with spirituality by Qin Yun, and it turned into a giant hand several thousand meters long, tightly grasping the body of the hippopotamus. Qin Yun continued to compress the tightness of the big hand to give it greater binding force. The hippopotamus' cries of pain resounded throughout the depths of the ocean, and the fish and sea beasts thousands of miles around were frightened and wanted to move away. Only the powerful Poseidons were not afraid. On the contrary, many Poseidons wanted to get closer to see what was going on. Stop hitting me, I feel so bad, woo woo woo. Hearing the hippo's plea for mercy, Qin Yun's eyes fixed, and Conqueror's domineering aura poured out. The seawater was trembling. The hippopotamus immediately stopped resisting due to the Conqueror's impact, and its wide eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 53 Let's go, Big Hippo. Qin Yun raised his lips slightly, and shouted loudly with the help of electric current to amplify his voice. Big Hippo, if you let me ride you to Fishman Island, I will let you go. The hippopotamus felt the seawater gripping him tighter and tighter, and agreed without shame. Human, let me go, I agree. Close black lens bracket. The creatures in the pirate world are so awesome that any creature with a little bit of spirituality can understand human language. Qin Yun happily released the restraints on the hippopotamus, flashed to the top of its head, used the power of floating to control the seawater to form a water chain, tied the tentacles on the top of its head and his feet, and then lay down happily. Be lazy. Let's go, Big Hippo. Okay. The big hippopotamus excitedly wagged its tail and began to move forward. Although its body is large, its speed cannot be underestimated due to its huge strength and smooth skin, otherwise Qin Yun would not have been swallowed by it in the foreseeable future. The scenery in Qin Yun's eyes kept flashing back. It was really nice to have a Poseidon working for him. If he could control a large number of Poseidons like Shirahoshi, wouldn't he be invincible? Unfortunately, he could only intimidate and negotiate by getting Poseidon to work for him. Shirahoshi is a mandatory order, which is a natural suppression and ability from blood. If both of them control a Poseidon at the same time, Shirahoshi will definitely be able to gain control of the Poseidon. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yun felt that the flow of the seawater slowed down. Human, Fishman Island is ahead. I can only send you to the bubble above. There is an extremely powerful aura above that prohibits me from entering the bubble. Close black lens bracket. Oh, an order? Qin Yun speculated on what he said. Could it be Shirahoshi? Big Hippo, what will happen if you disobey orders? Do you want to see what will happen? Qin Yun's tone was full of temptation. I absolutely cannot disobey orders. Seeing that his tone was firm, Qin Yun did not force him and said bluntly. Advertisement, then you should just send me to the bubble on Fishman Island. It won't hurt if I go to the island by myself. Okay. After a while, the giant hippo finally reached its destination. Qin Yun yawned, looked around Fishman Island, then stood up and left the top of the giant hippo's head. Goodbye, Big Hippo. Qin Yun waved goodbye. As a guide, the hippopotamus was undoubtedly qualified. He didn't even need to check the permanent pointer or adjust the direction. The hippopotamus brought him to Fishman Island. Goodbye, good human who keeps his word. Close black lens bracket. After the hippopotamus finished speaking, he turned around and left without stopping, as if staying here for a few seconds would be torture. Qin Yun looked at Fishman Island through the deep seawater. After identifying the location, he flew towards a place that looked like a town. He didn't know the way, so he could only find a mermaid or fishman to take him to visit Fishman Island. Although he could do a blanket search with the observation hockey technique, he was only familiar with the looks of Shirahoshi, Kemi, and Shirley, but he didn't know if he could find them. After passing through the huge double-layer semicircular bubble membrane shield and air layer on the outer layer of Fishman Island, the scene in front of you is completely new, and there is no longer seawater as a filter. Qin Yun's mind moved, and his observation hockey quickly spread, covering the entire Fishman Island. After going through it once, he did not see Shirahoshi, Kemi, and Shirley. Shirahoshi is probably in the hard shell tower, while Kemi and Shirley are not on Fishman Island or in a closed place. Without hesitation, Qin Yun flew along the planned route. A few minutes ago, at the entrance of Fishman Island, the communication corridor and the security monitoring room. This is where the border guards monitor the surroundings of Fishman Island and foreign ships. Once any foreign forces try to enter from the entrance of Fishman Island, or force their way through the double-layered bubble membrane around it, they will discover it. We must be seeing things. A kissing mermaid looked at the surveillance screen in panic and murmured in disbelief. Why would a Poseidon come to Fishman Island? The chubby sunfish merman nearby heard the news and came to his side. After seeing the Poseidon, he also looked incredulous. It's really strange. I remember the last time a Poseidon came to Fishman Island was when Princess Odahime died. Hurry up and report to Ryugu Castle. It would be bad if he attacks Fishman Island. The kissing fish mermaid nodded and was about to take the Den Mushi to report, but was interrupted by another exclamation. Advertisement, wait. Look, there's a human on top of that Poseidon-like creature's head. What? The kissing merman immediately locked his eyes on the hippopotamus head. Is it really a human? Can he control the Poseidon species? No. We must report this to Ryugugu immediately. The sunfish mermaid knew that she couldn't hesitate for even a second, and she immediately dialed the Den Mushi of Ryugugu. Bulu Bulu, Boga, Moshi Moshi, this is Dragon Palace City. Big news. There's a 2,000 meters long Poseidon-like creature charging towards Fishman Island. No, it's already outside the bubble of Fishman Island, but it stopped. What? Is this true? Keep an eye on its developments. There's a human on its head, and he. The kissing mermaid took over the conversation. That human seems to be communicating with the Poseidon. Wait. That human is going to enter Fishman Island. Human? The Poseidons turned around and left. The crisis is temporarily resolved, but that human has already entered Fishman Island. Immediately send the video and the human's appearance to Ryugu Castle. I'll go find the Minister of the Left and King Neptune right away. Yes. X2. Fishman Island, Fishman Street. A group of fishmen were playing around a human pirate. Harmon, humans are really fragile. He was killed in just a few moments. The person who was speaking was dressed like a gangster. He was Hammond, a cadre of the new Fishman pirates 2 years later. His slightly curly hair trembled as he spoke. Boss, one human is not enough for his brothers to play with. Let's go find a few more, the eel fishman on the side said with a flattering look. Look. Can you find it? There are too few humans who can reach Fishman Island, and they are all combat-capable pirates. I'm too lazy to fight them. Hammond kicked the eel fishman away with one kick. If they had not lived together since childhood, he would have suspected that this guy was an undercover sent by other fishmen. At this moment, a blue light suddenly flashed across the faces of the fishmen, followed by an indifferent voice. Hey, fishmen, who can tell me where the Mermaid Bay is? Qin Yun dispersed the lightning and sat elegantly on the void gate. Chapter 54 The Foolish Left Minister, Human. The fishman minions cried out in horror, and then looked at Qin Yun angrily. Hammond looked at the fish people with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Harmon, a mere human dares to come to Fishman Street? Guys, bite him into pieces. Fishman Street? Qin Yun looked around. It looked like a town, but many places were in a dilapidated state. There were very few businesses, only a few barbecue stalls and fish workshops. When the fishmen heard the order, they raised their weapons and rushed towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun was speechless. He didn't expect that they would start killing people as soon as they arrived. He was too lazy to move. Several bolts of lightning were emitted from his body and struck the fishmen. 30 million volts, electric current surges, thunder exploded among the fish people, and those with less luck died on the spot. The smell of burnt fish filled the air. What is this? A short fishman hiding behind Hammond asked in fear. What? A devil fruit user. Hammond recognized him at a glance and shouted immediately. Family, there is a human kid at our doorstep, come and support us. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and ran for his life, not caring at all about the lives of his men. Where do you want to go? To Hammond. The sound was like a low hum from hell. The next moment, he was struck by lightning, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down. It's a pity that Hammond is a sea eel man and not an electric eel man, otherwise he could withstand the electric current for a while. A large number of Murlocs heard Hammond's shouts and gathered around to join in the fun. They saw the fleeing Murlocs being struck to death one by the tentacle like lightning. Muhi! Where's Hammond? A strange laugh was heard, and a giant squid man with 8 hands holding 8 red cherry guns. Ikaro's Mushi jumped into the field, and looked at everyone in the field with arrogant eyes. A sloppy-looking fishman came to Hammond, smelled the aroma of barbecue in the air, couldn't help but lick Hammond's cooked meat, and responded uncertainly. Hammond. He seems cooked. Advertisement, huh? Ikaro's Mushi glared at Qin Yun with a stern look and asked. Human. How dare you attack Fishman Street? Without waiting for Qin Yun to react, he directly raised the red tassel spear in his hand and stabbed Qin Yun. Qin Yun saw that there were more and more fish people, and the frequency of lightning released from their bodies was getting faster and faster. During this time, he said in a low voice. Whoever moves will die. He didn't even look at Ikaro's Mushi, because these fishmen were too weak and couldn't get close to him at all. Shouts and screams continued to ring out, and the air was filled with the aroma of the fish people's barbecue. If a Poseidon came, perhaps these smells would whet their appetite. As time passed, all the fishmen who wanted to attack Qin Yun were killed, leaving only some fishmen who stood there motionless and survived by chance. Often, those who survive like this are the most suitable to become the kingdom of God. Cheap labor too. Qin Yun restrained the lightning on his body, walked slowly to a hammerhead shark man, and asked in a cold voice. Merciful, if you can understand human language, take me to Mermaid Bay. The hammerhead shark shuddered, came to his senses, and shouted loudly with fear in his eyes. You are not a human, you are a devil, ah. Qin Yun casually shocked him as he turned to run away, causing him to convulse. He thought he was just listening to him and not moving, but it turned out that he was just scared silly. He came to a lionfish merman. This merman was much smarter. He didn't even wait for Qin Yun to talk to him. He took the initiative to flatter him. Master, Xiao Yu is very obedient. I know where the Mermaid Bay is. I will take you there right now. Qin Yun raised his eyebrows. This fishman is quite a funny guy. Then just point me in the right direction and lead the way. The lionfish merman shuddered, and quickly pointed toward the northwest, while taking a step forward. He found that the ground beneath his feet seemed to be alive and grasping his body. Don't kill me, Grandpa. The lionfish merman closed his eyes in fear and begged for mercy in terror. Not getting a response, he waited for a while before opening his eyes, only to find that Qin Yun was stepping on him and flying in the direction he pointed. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had saved his life for the time being, and at the same time he was amazed at Qin Yun's ability. After flying for a while, Qin Yun finally saw some mermaids. Advertisement from the lionfish merman learned that the place they were just in was Merman Street, where the worst members of the merman tribe lived. The fishmen and mermaids on the Fishman Island have lived separately since birth, and the two sides have not interfered with each other. Because in the mermaid tribe, the female mermaid's tail matures after the age of 30, and she can keep the tail or separate it into legs according to her own wishes. At this time, most mermaids will choose to go to land, marry human men and have children. Male mermaids can never transform their fishtails into legs, only female mermaids can. Close black lens bracket. Of course, there are a very small number of blind mermaids who will intermarry with the mermen and live in the mermen's area. The lionfish also reminded him that outsiders entering Fishman Island need to go through immigration inspection, otherwise they will be arrested by the Poseidon army of the Ryugu kingdom. Qin Yun understood that the entry mechanism here was similar to that of Sky Island, except that Sky Island still required an entry fee. He claims to be a god, so he doesn't care about the rules made by anyone. If these could restrain him, he would probably be laughed at by his fellow villagers. There is a law in the kingdom of God, that is, God is always right. As a god in the kingdom of God, Qin Yun never forgets to enforce this law. At the same time, in Dragon Palace City, the left minister swam hurriedly to the palace, clutching an ox horn cane. He was a catfish mermaid with an old appearance, and it was obvious at first glance that he was an elder with extraordinary wisdom. But on the contrary, his judgment is very poor, and he once had the foolish idea of serving tea to hostile pirates in order to discuss things. Your Majesty, the voice reached Neptune's ears before the left minister arrived. Ha ha ha, Minister of the Left, what's making you so anxious? Neptune had a smile on his face. He stroked his big orange beard and looked relaxed and contented. I really can't stand it, Your Majesty. The border guard actually said that they saw humans controlling Poseidons and coming to Fishman Island. How outrageous is this? I think it's ridiculous and I ignored these hallucinating guys. The left minister pinched the catfish whiskers at the corners of his mouth, took a deep breath, and slowed down his breathing. I didn't expect that they would keep reporting and want me to report to His Majesty. Alas, I am really old and can't swim anymore. What? Neptune was shocked. He could hardly believe such outrageous news. Chapter 55. He likes mermaids too much because only Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons, can drive Poseidon to do things, and the Poseidon of this era is his youngest daughter, Princess Shirahoshi. Now a mermaid actually said that humans can drive Poseidons and send them to Fishman Island precisely? But since it was Poseidon, Neptune could not ignore the news. He looked solemn and gave a loud order. Call the guards on duty. Yes. The Poseidon soldiers on both sides responded loudly, and then 2 Poseidon soldiers swam out of the palace to carry out Neptune's order. After a while, all the Poseidon troops in the security monitoring room were brought to the palace. Who reported this news? The left minister asked first. The kissing merman and the sunfish merman swung their tails forward and responded in unison. It's us. Did you really see humans controlling the Poseidons to come to Fishman Island? Neptune asked seriously, staring into the eyes of the 2 mermaids and exerting pressure. Your Majesty, this is true. We both guarantee it with our lives. Moreover, we have uploaded photos before. Photos cannot be faked. Photos? Neptune was stunned. Minister Zuo, what's going on? Minister Zuo frowned and thought for a few breaths, then murmured. I remember now. I really can't stand my memory. The photo should still be at my workplace. Countless black lines suddenly appeared on Neptune's head, and he waved his hand to signal the mermaids of Poseidon's army to get the things. The left minister's workplace was very close to here, so the Poseidon army quickly completed their mission and returned, along with the right minister. Neptune quickly flipped through a few photos, finally stopping at Qin Yun, and exclaimed. This human is the Divine Emperor, Qin Yun. Divine Emperor, Qin Yun. Why is he coming to Fishman Island? Is he going to march into New World? The right minister stretched out his seahorse tail, obviously shocked by the news. A bounty of 300 million berries is really rare. In recent years, the only person who has offered a bounty of over 100 million to Fishman Island seems to be Portgas D. Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. The left minister continued. I continued thinking after he said that. Now is not the time of inflation in a few years, and a reward of 300 million berries is already an extremely high standard for people. Neptune frowned, realizing the seriousness of the problem. If Qin Yun was a lawless person and started a killing spree on Fishman Island, I'm afraid few people could stop him. Where's Captain Jinbei? When will he return to Fishman Island? Advertisement, Your Majesty, Captain Jinbei will be back tonight or early tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Neptune breathed a sigh of relief. Even if a conflict broke out, he believed that Qin Yun would not be able to kill all the 5 million people on Fishman Island. He pondered for a moment. It was too important that Qin Yun could control Poseidon. If he couldn't find out the reason quickly, he would be unable to sleep or eat. It won't be too late to decide your attitude after you figure out why Qin Yun can control the Poseidon class. Pass the order and have Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Cartwheel Star come to see me as soon as possible. Yes. The Poseidon army obeyed the order respectfully. A moment later, Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Rollover Star stood aside obediently, waiting for Neptune's instructions. The Poseidon army has already found Qin Yun's bounty order and handed it over to Neptune. Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Cartwheel Star, take the bounty order and go find the Divine Emperor, Qin Yun, and invite him to visit Dragon Palace City. Remember, never get into conflict with him. Ask him with a humble and friendly attitude. He is the user of the Thunder Fruit, and possesses the power of a natural disaster. Once he decides to destroy Fishman Island, it will be difficult for us to resist without Jinbei. We cannot afford to offend him. Yes, Father. After the 3 princes received the order respectfully, they immediately left Dragon Palace City. The 3 mermaids led the Poseidon army on a phoenix tail carriage and searched for Qin Yun in a carpet-like manner. Dragon Palace Kingdom, Mermaid Bay. This is where mermaids live in groups, and it is also a dream place that countless mermaid fans are scrambling to get to. In the crystal-clear seawater, there are beautiful mermaid girls everywhere. Coral reefs are scattered in the Mermaid Bay, and mermaids shuttle among coral reefs of various shapes. Qin Yun stood in the air, admiring their graceful figures and listening to their moving singing voices. The sunlight shines through the double-layer bubble film shield and onto the mermaids' tails with shining scales, making them look even more sexy and charming. Looking at all this beauty, Qin Yun sincerely sighed in his heart. This was the correct start for him coming to Fishman Island. How come he just happened to end up on Fishman Street? He had to use some lightning kills. Advertisement. To be honest, he likes mermaids too much, especially the cute Shirahoshi. In his opinion, the most attractive female character in One Piece is Shirahoshi, mainly because of her beautiful face. Huge trampoline in pink and the red and white fishtail is a big plus. Qin Yun calmed down and thought to himself, there is no human in the Mermaid Bay, so if he goes down to talk to the mermaids, it won't cause a sensation, right? He was quick in his movements and in one flash he was in the Mermaid Bay. He found a pretty mermaid and greeted her. This mermaid girl? Luraz was stunned. He raised the diving equipment on his head that was connected to the respirator and goggles, and subconsciously turned his head to follow the sound. Human? Hey, how did you get here? Her face was full of surprise. Her orange curly hair and fishtail were sparkling and eye-catching, and she seemed to be a glass damselfish mermaid. Qin Yun's words were interrupted by the noisy mermaid's surprised cry before he could finish. Look, sisters, there is actually a human here, really? Isn't he a poor boy abandoned by humans? I really want to protect him. This is the first time I've seen a human being. Can he give birth to a baby? The mermaids were whispering and saying nasty things, but they shyly avoided Qin Yun's gaze and did not come over. Qin Yun curled his lips. It seemed that these mermaids were very curious about the foreign humans. He remained calm and continued to ask the mermaid girl next to him. Mermaid girl, do you know where the mermaid cafe is? Mermaid cafe. Luraz looked at Qin Yun strangely, and then responded in a sweet voice. It's in Coral Hill. I'm a waiter there. Do you want to eat there? Oh, what a coincidence. Qin Yun was delighted. Could it be that his luck had changed since he left Urine Street? Yes, the Mermaid Cafe should be the most popular place in Fishman Island. I've wanted to go there for a long time. Can you take me there? I can only find a few names of mermaids, and no pictures, so I can only search one by one according to the descriptions, and I think I found them correctly. If you can see the picture, remember to like it, so I can know whether it has been sent out. Luraz. Petite and cute with big eyes, it must feel great to hold her in your arms, a female mermaid with long wavy orange-red hair, wearing diving gear, and a relatively thin body. She seems to be a glass damselfish mermaid. The original photo shows the back, so I can't post it. I can only take a screenshot of the face. I hope the mermaid girl behind can post a full body photo. Chapter 56 Mermaid Girl, hugging her left and right. There was a hint of hesitation in Luraz's eyes. It wasn't her turn to work today. Oh, Oh, by the way, Mello has to go back later. Gummy Nasai, today is not my work day, but I can ask another waiter at the Mermaid Cafe to take you there, is that okay? Qin Yun secretly said it was a pity, nodded and agreed, of course. Luraz's pretty face suddenly lit up with a smile, and she turned to a tall coral and shouted, Mello, come here. A blue-haired mermaid on the coral was adjusting the position of the small yellow flower on her head. When she heard Luraz calling, she immediately stuck her head out. Mello, here, Qin Yun's eyes lit up. She felt that this mermaid and the mermaid next to her had their own merits in appearance. The mermaid in the Mermaid Cafe was truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. What's the matter, Luraz? You actually made human friends. Mello swam over to the two of them in a few seconds, his curious eyes fixed on Qin Yun. This. Luraz hesitated for a moment. Qin Yun understood and introduced himself. My name is God Qin Yun. God? X2. Don't be surprised. You may not believe me, but I'm here to save Fishman Island. Really? X2 The two mermaids saw that he could tell big lies without blushing or getting nervous, and that he looked like a kind person who would never lie, so they couldn't help but believe him a little. It's true, but it's a bit difficult to explain. However, you will know in the next 2 days. The problem now is, who can take me to the Mermaid Cafe? Oh, right, Luraz's eyes turned and he changed his mind. Mello, aren't you going back to work at the Mermaid Cafe soon? Let's take him there together. Mello looked up, estimated the time, and readily agreed. When Qin Yun saw that Luraz changed her mind and wanted to send him off, he couldn't help laughing. It seemed that just a few words had made her interested in him. Seeing that both women wanted to take him with them, and thinking that it would not be very romantic to drag them away with the floating power, Qin Yun took out a cloud shell and spit out an iron cloud that could accommodate 3 people. What is this? Luraz poked Taiyin curiously. Advertisement. Is this a cloud? This is the first time I've seen someone create a cloud. Mello swam above the iron cloud and patted it with his tail. It's quite solid. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary cloud. This is a specialty of the Kingdom of God. This is just the regular model. There's also the advanced Piao Yun, which can take people to an altitude of more than 10,000 meters. Wow, Squaw, X2. Come on up, you two lead the way and we'll fly over. Qin Yun took the lead in occupying the C position in the center. Luraz and Mello looked at each other, a smile appeared on their lips, and they swam to Qin Yun's side, one on the left and one on the right, and sat on the iron cloud. Hold on tight, Qin Yun showed a triumphant smile, activated the power of Piao, and Taiyin lifted the bodies of the 3 people and flew towards the direction pointed by Luraz. The mermaids present all looked at Luraz and Mello leaving with envy, secretly hating themselves for wishing they were braver. Maybe they could also get on the cloud roller coaster. Under Qin Yun's control, Taiyin started very quickly, causing Luraz and Mello to subconsciously grab him to stabilize their bodies. Can't sit still. Let me help you. Qin Yun moved his mind, and Taiyun's body changed accordingly, forming a V shape, allowing the 2 mermaids to stick to him, and then filling in the blanks, fixing the shapes of the 3 people. This is indeed stable. A blush quickly appeared on Luraz's face. She felt that she had boarded the pirate ship of the hateful human beings. Qin Yun, did you create this situation on purpose? Do you like both of us? Mello asked, sticking out his tongue playfully. Ah, Luraz glared. Mello, why are you so direct? Qin Yun grinned. With women hugging him on both sides, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he had abducted 2 mermaid girls. You figured it out. You are the first mermaids I have met since I came to Fishman Island. I will not let either of you go. Be my consort. Sure. Mello smiled sweetly, arousing Qin Yun's curiosity and then changed the subject. However, we will have to wait until you save Fishman Island and become a great hero, and then we will become your divine consort. Luraz pouted angrily. Hey, Mello, how can you make the decision for me? Qin Yun could see that Mello was passionate, cheerful, and dared to say anything, while Luraz was more introverted and liked to rely on his companions for decisions. Advertisement, then it's settled. Don't worry, you will know how I saved Fishman Island in the next 2 days. After the conversation started, the three of them fell into a brief silence. So, Qin Yun silently enjoyed the wonderful touch brought to him by the two mermaids, while increasing the power of Piao Piao to speed up tie-in. Speaking of which, Qin Yun had a lot of experience in flying with girls, but this was the first time he had been riding freely with two beautiful mermaids in his arms. It was an indescribable feeling of mystery and comfort. After a while, they finally arrived at the Coral Hill. Luraz excitedly pointed at the elegant and upscale coffee shop in the distance and shouted. That's the Mermaid Cafe. Qin Yun, your flying cloud is so fast. Thank you so much. Qin Yun controlled the iron cloud to descend with satisfaction, then dispersed it and let go of the evil hands that were hugging him left and right. After Luraz was freed, she immediately stepped aside shyly, fearing that Qin Yun would embarrass her again with conspiracy and tricks. Instead, Mello smiled and hugged Qin Yun's arm, dragging him towards the Mermaid Cafe and arranging him in a private seat. There were many mermaid ladies standing beside him, looking at him curiously. What would you like to drink? Milk, coffee, or juice? Qin Yun shook his head and said frankly, there is no rush for these. My primary purpose of coming here is to meet your store manager, Mrs. Shirley. This was his promise to Aaron, to take good care of his sister, Mrs. Shirley, and let her sink happily in his hands. Another reason is that although Shirley has no real power in the Ryugu kingdom, her prestige is extremely high. Her predictions are always correct, and the people of Fishman Island trust her even more than they trust the royal family of Ryugu City. As long as Qin Yun lets Shirley predict the future direction of Fishman Island, or asks her to testify, he can go to Ryugu Castle and tell the prophecy of the war at the top and Whitebeard's death. By then, given Neptune's character, he would surely surrender to him for the lives of the 5 million people of Fishman Island. Mello was not surprised that Qin Yun wanted to meet Mrs. Shirley. She had been surprised many times when Qin Yun said he wanted to save Fishman Island. Merlot. A beautiful mermaid with light blue hair, who is enthusiastic, cheerful, confident, and falls in love with the protagonist at first sight. Chapter 57. Dear Mrs. Shirley, but, Madam Shirley won't meet with just anyone. She is very famous in Fishman Island, and there are many people who want to see her. Qin Yun raised his eyebrows. What does this have to do with him? Aren't you a clerk here? Please go in and report to her. There is someone outside who wants to see her. If she dares not to see him, the Mermaid Cafe will be closed down immediately by the Divine Emperor Qin Yun. Eradicate from Fishman Island. Ah, Mello was shocked. She didn't expect that Qin Yun seemed so kind on the surface that she wanted to get close to him, but the words he said now were so terrifying. She subconsciously let go of Qin Yun's arm, and even the cute mermaids around her looked at her in surprise. You can't be telling the truth. Seeing her worried expression, Qin Yun couldn't help laughing. What are you afraid of? As long as you convey this message, are you still afraid that Mrs. Shirley won't see me? Qin Yun is trying to scare Mrs. Shirley. Luraz on the side showed a wise look and secretly despised Mello. 2. Mello felt relieved when she heard this, but she could definitely feel Qin Yun's seriousness in her heart, which frightened her unconsciously. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Is Qin Yun a very contrasting human being? Qin Yun's words were certainly not a joke. If Shirley really refused, he would not mind changing the Mermaid Cafe for her. Go ahead. Don't worry. Madam Shirley will see me. Even if she doesn't, can I really kill all the beautiful mermaids here? I can't bear to do that. This is the truth. Qin Yun's brothers will protest. As for why his brothers will protest, don't ask. Asking too much will hurt their feelings. Mello nodded, and after giving him one last deep look, he swam towards the depths of the Mermaid Cafe. Mrs. Shirley's room. Shirley was sitting comfortably on a bubble made of bubble coral, holding an ancient book in his hand that looked like a divination book. Shirley, who was studying hard, had no idea that today was the day her destiny would be changed. Just then, Mello finally swam to the door and knocked gently 3 times. Come in. Shirley's cold voice sounded, and the door opened. She looked up and smiled softly. Advertisement. It's Mello. What's going on? Mello rubbed the corners of her clothes unconsciously with her hands. Beads of sweat were faintly visible on her forehead, and she murmured in a low voice. Lord Shirley, don't be angry about what I'm going to say next. Oh, what could make you so nervous? Do you want to resign and leave the Mermaid Cafe? Shirley put down the divination book in his hand with interest. Mello bit his lower lip and said with a forced smile. No. Luraz and I met a human in the Mermaid Bay. He called himself God Qin Yun. What? Mello was interrupted by Shirley's exclamation before he could finish his words. Are you all right? He's a wanted criminal by the world government. The bounty is as high as 300 million Baileys. Ah? Mello was stunned. He didn't expect there was such a handsome and gentle wanted criminal. Hey, what's wrong with you? Mello came back to his senses from his fantasy and continued. He said he wanted to see you, and threatened you that if you dared to refuse his request to meet, he would wipe out the Mermaid Cafe. Shirley glared with shark eyes and said unhappily, Qin Yun actually said that, how can he be so arrogant? She said this, but she knew in her heart that Qin Yun did have the capital to be arrogant. Where is he now? Waiting at the Mermaid Cafe. This. Shirley was speechless. She quickly glanced at the door behind Mello. Half open. Not closed. It is not known whether Mello did it on purpose or was careless due to nervousness. A strong man like Qin Yun might have heard everything they said. She sighed helplessly, waved her hand and said, "Go and call him over." "Yes. Lord Shirley. No need, I'm already here, Mrs. Shirley, I've heard a lot about you." A flash of lightning leapt in front of Shirley without any warning. After flashing for a moment, it turned into Qin Yun's figure. Teleporting through electric fields was his specialty. His eyes wandered wantonly over Shirley's body, and he immediately sighed. What a big body. She must be more than 5 meters tall when she stands up. Advertisement. He already felt a bit overwhelmed when he was over 5 meters tall, so wouldn't it be even more difficult for him to handle Shirahoshi who was over 10 meters tall? No. We must find a way to make it bigger, big fruit. Sanwan Wolf. It's decided to be you. Qin Yun made a quick decision and continued to admire Shirley's beauty. Short black hair covering the right side of her face, cool blue eyes, rosy lips, and humanly pale skin, and a rather plump upper body. The dark purple hooded top wrapped around her upper body, with only the middle button buttoned, revealing her cleavage and belly, making people want to take a closer look. The front half of the tail is dark blue, the back half is white, there is a cute dorsal fin on the lower waist, and a pair of small crescent fins at the tip of the tail. In just a moment, Qin Yun took in the whole scene that Shirley showed. Shirley was dressed so generously at home, which was a good thing for him, the uninvited guest. Shirley also stared at him blankly. Sure enough, he heard what they both said. She looked Qin Yun up and down and said coldly, "You are Qin Yun? You can't judge a person by his appearance." Squaw, Mello's eyes were full of shining stars. If Shirley hadn't been there, she would have wanted to poke Qin Yun. Shirley saw Mello's performance and touched his forehead speechlessly. "Mello, you go out first." "Yes." Mello retreated angrily, and before leaving, he gave Qin Yun a look that said, "Come on." Qin Yun smiled in response, and closed the door on a whim. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Shirley was frightened by Qin Yun's aura and straightened his body unconsciously. "Of course, do some serious work." Qin Yun was unmoved by Shirley's indifference. Being cold was also a kind of pleasure. He believed that his warm temperature would soften her body and mind. "What else can I do? It is said that Mrs. Shirley's divination predictions are 100% accurate. I came to you for your divination skills." "Mrs. Shirley, can you tell my future for me?" Shirley frowned. This was indeed the reason why most people came to her, but she was gradually giving up predicting the future because she had seen too many misfortunes. She responded expressionlessly, "If you are only here for divination, please leave. I stopped divination several years ago." Qin Yun sneered, "Are you trying to fool him?" Shirley. A blue shark mermaid, 520 centimeters tall, super cute when she was a child, and became a cool and arrogant lady when she grew up. Because of her accurate predictions, she was honored as Mrs. Shirley. Now she has fallen into the hands of the protagonist, and this title is well deserved. Chapter 58 Prophecy. If Shirley didn't use divination anymore, how could it be such a coincidence that she couldn't wait to tell fortunes for Luffy the moment she saw him? Is this the protagonist's halo? Qin Yun spread out his right hand, and a purple-black lightning light quietly rotated, with a hissing sound coming from time to time. An invisible pressure spread over Shirley's chest, making her feel depressed and unable to breathe. Difficulty. 100% prediction accuracy. Haha, this is very difficult to do. Well, you might as well predict what will happen if you choose to refuse my order and cause this lightning to fall on Fishman Island. Order. Shirley opened his mouth angrily, revealing his small fangs. A surge of anger surged in his open chest, trying to get rid of the pressure on his body. Unfortunately, she was only angry for a moment. She couldn't break free from the pressure Qin Yun put on her with her own strength. Shirley had no choice but to force himself to speak softly and honestly in a cold and hard tone. "Humph. It's not that I don't want to tell fortunes for you. My fortune telling can only predict things related to me in the future, not for any other specific person." "Oh." Qin Yun saw that she didn't look like she was lying. After thinking about her previous prediction, he found that it was true. He hesitated for a moment and had to settle for the next best thing. "It has something to do with you. Then you can predict the future of Fishman Island. If that doesn't work, then, The future of Fishman Island." Shirley kept choking on her words. With Qin Yun threatening her like this, she was nothing. "If you predict that the future of Fishman Island is good, the other party will destroy Fishman Island directly. If you predict that it is bad, the other party will say that your calculation is correct and continue to destroy Fishman Island. Don't worry, as long as you agree to the divination and tell me the result, I will not do anything to you, no matter whether it is good or bad for me." Of course this is bullshit. Shirley sighed quietly, knowing that he couldn't escape today. What's the point of predicting the future? Only strength can decide everything. "Okay, I agree to help you with divination. I hope you won't go back on your word." Shirley slowly turned around and took out a crystal ball used for divination from the mouth of a large clam behind him. At this point, things were out of her control, so she decided to give Qin Yun some mental preparation first. Advertisement. I would like to state in advance that although I can accurately foresee events that will happen in the future, I cannot predict the exact time when the event will occur. I see. Next, you can choose to go out or stay here, but you need to stay still and don't make any noise or move to affect me. Qin Yun nodded, indicating that he was ready. Shirley stood up and swam to the table next to Qin Yun, placed the crystal ball on a red cushion, and prepared to start divination. Shirley closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and focused his mind and attention. After meditating for a while, she suddenly opened her hands, palms facing the crystal ball, and entered the divination state. After a while, Shirley opened his eyes coldly and stared into the crystal ball. Countless images and strange symbols appeared in the crystal ball at some point. If other people were allowed to look at the crystal ball, they would only return home disappointed as they would not discover anything. Mrs. Shirley concentrated and used her knowledge of divination and intuition to interpret the future information. After she finished interpreting everything, her eyes suddenly became dull. Shirley's consciousness and vision came to the future, where she saw. Fishman Island is no longer located deep under the sea. Most of the time, it stands quietly in the sky 10,000 meters above the sea. The Mermaid tribe and the Fishman tribe no longer have a close connection. The original Fishman Island was renamed Mermaid Island and was filled with mermaid girls. The Fishman tribe and male mermaids were arranged by Qin Yun to another island, named Fishman Island. As more information was released, she knew the reason. The owner of the Mermaid Island became Qin Yun. Under his divine power, the Mermaid Island was controlled by him, floated on the ground, and flew to the sky that the mermaids longed for. It was full of sunshine and stunning scenery. The beautiful mermaid girls played together with joy, and the fishmen and male mermaids were willing to dedicate their strength to Qin Yun because he had given so much. Wait, that's me. Shirley's consciousness suddenly widened its shark eyes and looked towards a high point on Mermaid Island. She saw herself lying on a human who was taller than her, with a look of happiness and satisfaction on her face. Behind him was the shy and charming Princess Shirahoshi, and there were a lot of beautiful mermaids around him. After a closer look, she found that many of the mermaids were people she knew, because those familiar faces were the mermaids in the Mermaid Cafe. Mello and Laraz were among them, but they were prettier than they are now. Advertisement Shirley was startled and quickly looked at the man holding her, and found that his face was Qin Yun. Just when she was overwhelmed by the result of the divination, Qin Yun in the picture suddenly turned around and glanced at her inadvertently. Intense fear instantly filled her heart, the picture was shattered, and her consciousness was forced to leave. Bang! The next moment, the crystal ball exploded. Shirley screamed and stepped back instinctively. Qin Yun reacted very quickly. He came behind Shirley in a flash and used his petite body and small hands that were not as big as Shirley's to embrace her, and supported her jade back. The crystal ball fragments produced by the explosion were controlled by him to return to their original positions. Mrs. Shirley, are you okay? Shirley seemed not to hear his words. She collapsed helplessly on him, holding her head with her brows slightly furrowed, as if she was enduring unbearable pain. Mrs. Shirley. The beauty was pregnant with Qin Yun, but she did not have many ambiguous thoughts. Electricity was running through his hands, calming Shirley's mind. Qin Yun's operation was effective immediately. After a few breaths, Shirley lowered the hands that were protecting her forehead. After realizing her situation, her body trembled for a moment, and she immediately struggled to leave Qin Yun's arms. Qin Yun forced her back to the bubble seat before letting her break free. What on earth did you see? It shocked you so much that even the crystal ball of prophecy exploded. Shirley remained silent, staring blankly at the broken crystal, his mind wandering. The cracking of the crystal ball was not a bad thing. It just meant that she could no longer peek into the future beyond that scene. Her predictions are never wrong. This is the proof of her past achievements and her confidence as a fortune teller, but doesn't this mean that she will become a virtuous wife to the man behind her? Such a wicked man who forced her to do divination in a threatening manner, and she ended up choosing to marry him. Chapter 59 Accept the Fate. Shirley carefully felt her heart and found that she did not feel repulsive to Qin Yun, who would be her future husband. On the contrary, she felt that it was an opportunity. In such a turbulent pirate era, having such a powerful man to protect her from the wind and rain was a good choice. On Fishman Island, no one dared to covet her because of her extremely high status. The fact that she had no emotional experience might be a plus for Qin Yun. Not only that, at the age of 27, she will be able to transform into a shark tail and have beautiful legs in 3 years, so she won't have to keep Qin Yun waiting too long. If that doesn't work, it depends on whether Qin Yun can accept her shark tail. The end. In the face of Qin Yun's surprised eyes, Shirley shook her head in confusion. She felt that the more she thought about it, the more she was going astray. In fact, the real reason why Shirley wanted to accept Qin Yun was because she had always believed that a life that went against destiny would have extremely terrible consequences. So, she could only accept her fate. I just don't know how she got involved with him. Could it be today? But his body shape is not right. Could he become bigger or smaller? Shirley's body trembled. She didn't know what she was thinking about, which made her a little scared. Hey, why are you making weird movements all the time? Isn't it bad for you to use cold violence against me like this? Qin Yun sat in front of her, trying to get her attention. Shirley gathered the thoughts in his mind and said softly, I'm sorry, this is the first time that my divination skills have encountered such a situation, and I have suffered a great backlash. Qin Yun stared at her eyes suspiciously. Why did he feel that something was wrong with Shirley? Forget it. Tell me, according to your divination, what will the future of Fishman Island look like? Shirley hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully. After all, judging from the results of the divination, she was definitely with him and could trust him. My divination showed very few scenes. I only knew that you would rule Fishman Island in the future, and marry me, a group of mermaids, and Princess Shirahoshi as your wives. Oh, Qin Yun grinned. With that said, his purpose of coming to Fishman Island had been achieved. Is that all? Shirley thought about it and nodded. I can't help it. You in the future are too strong. The scene was forcibly interrupted by you. Advertisement, is that so? That's not bad. Your divination is exactly what I expected, because the reason I came to the Mermaid Cafe is for you and the mermaids here. Shirley was at a loss for words because of his straightforward words. She rolled her eyes at him speechlessly and cursed inwardly. Is it so direct? A feeling of helplessness surged in her heart. The mermaids were so beautiful that humans had a morbid love for them. I didn't expect that today. Such a powerful person would ignore Whitebeard's reputation and want to occupy a large number of mermaids on Fishman Island. The scary thing is that Qin Yun was successful in her divination. But it's true. She once predicted the occurrence of the Marineford War and the death of Whitebeard. Even if Qin Yun doesn't come now, after Whitebeard dies, Fishman Island will fall into unprecedented chaos. By then, Qin Yun will come to Fishman Island as a great hero and will definitely achieve his goal. Since you have predicted your destiny of becoming my consort, will you accept it or resist it? Qin Yun saw that things were on the right track and launched his offensive to capture the goddess. Shirley sighed. Does she have any choice? She opened her red lips slightly, and her cold voice was mixed with a sense of surrender. Whether I choose to accept or resist, the final result will be that I will lie in your arms with a happy and satisfied face. In this case, there is no need for me to endure the hardship and choose a path with an unknown life and death. Qin Yun was very satisfied with her answer. With Shirley's help, he could save himself a lot of trouble. It's a wise choice. Then, as long as you listen to me and cooperate with me to take Fishman Island, I will reward you generously and love you well. Shirley didn't say anything and turned her head away awkwardly. She blushed at Qin Yun's words. When she was a child, she was a lively and active mermaid, but as she grew older, her personality gradually became calm and dignified. With her prestige, no one on Fishman Island dared to tease her like this. Now that Qin Yun said this, an indescribable strange feeling surged from the bottom of her heart. Mrs. Shirley, seeing the shy look on Shirley's proud face, Qin Yun smiled evilly, sat next to her, and whispered. I have always been a studious person, but I don't have a good friend from the mermaid tribe to guide me, so I know very little about the mermaid tribe. I wonder if the noble and charming Lady Shirley could tell me a little about the history of the mermaids? Advertisement, well, if you really want to learn, I can be your friend. Shirley hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed to it, and even changed the name for Qin Yun. Thank you, Mrs. Shirley. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Yun couldn't help but stretched out a hand out of curiosity and pressed Shirley's chewy and smooth shark tail a few times. Feeling the wonderful touch from his palms, he knew that he still had a lot to learn, but he was not discouraged, because learning itself was a very interesting thing. Next, he asked Shirley about some things about the mermaids. Mrs. Shirley also made an exception and conducted a science popularization session for him, which gave him a certain understanding of the history of the mermaids. After today's chat, he believed that he would be able to achieve something. I don't know how long it took, but Shirley finally finished talking about some key points about the mermaid tribe, which benefited Qin Yun a lot and made him deeply realize how superficial his previous understanding of mermaids was. Looking at Shirley's shy smile, for some reason, a sentence suddenly popped up in Qin Yun's mind. What else can you do besides smear my saliva on my face? Of course, this is just Qin Yun's groundless fantasy. Please believe me, Qin Yun is just studying the history of the mermaids, he didn't do anything else. After taking a break between classes, Qin Yun rested his head on Shirley's shark tail, enjoying Shirley's skillful hands massaging his temples while chatting with her, which made their relationship even warmer. Mainly, Shirley was talking and Qin Yun was listening. She talked about her past, her father who abandoned his wife and children, her miserable childhood, her brainless brother Along. Fortunately, she was born with extraordinary talent, and was able to use her ability to predict the future to quickly gain a foothold on Fishman Island, without letting sad experiences occupy much of her past. She talked about the original intention of opening the Mermaid Cafe, which was to take in those lovely mermaids who either had no source of income or had lost the warmth of their families since childhood. In the Mermaid Cafe, they can have a place that can be called home, and it is her original intention that makes the mermaids here get along extremely harmoniously. Chapter 60 Taking a shortcut in order to prevent the Mermaid Cafe from getting into a politically sensitive situation, it is mainly set up for the nearby mermaids. Unless there are special circumstances, such as being kind to the mermaids, humans will not be accommodated. Therefore, the food here is also for the fish, including cakes, fruits from the bottom of the sea, shellfish and kelp dishes, but they will never provide meat. Although Fishman Island is rich in fish and meat, the mermaids can talk to and communicate with ordinary fish and regard fish as companions, so they do not eat fish or even take any meat with them. Speaking of the latter, Shirley suddenly thought of the scene in the crystal ball just now, and asked Qin Yun abruptly. There are a lot of beautiful mermaids in the Mermaid Cafe. Do you want me to create opportunities for you to capture these mermaids? Qin Yun immediately snorted. What a joke. Am I the one who needs your help to defeat the mermaid? Then the conversation changed. Of course, I can't ignore your kindness. If it makes you feel chilled, just boldly help me. It's okay for me to take some shortcuts. After the words fell, a bright smile appeared on Shirley's cold face, seeming to be laughing at Qin Yun's contrast, which made him couldn't help but get closer, wanting to take a closer look at her rare smile. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door, and an excited and sweet voice came from outside the door. Master Shirley, I'm coming in. Shirley's expression changed, and she immediately wanted to push Qin Yun away from her shark tail. But how can these sudden obstacles stop Qin Yun's determination? Ignoring the shouts outside the door and Shirley's embarrassment, he continued to approach. There was constant noise outside the door. Why can't this door be pushed open? Master Shirley, have you locked it? After a long time, Qin Yun withdrew his gaze with unfinished thoughts. He thought of the taste of the blue shark he had tasted not long ago. It was unexpectedly sweet. I heard that the saliva of the blue shark has healing and longevity effects. I don't know if it's true or not. Shirley has slender eyebrows and gorgeous lips. One thing I don't know is good or bad is that her shark fangs are too sharp. Chill gushed out from an inexplicable place, making Qin Yun tremble involuntarily. Advertisement Shirley glanced at the door in panic and found that it had not been opened yet. She breathed a sigh of relief. She patted Qin Yun and yelled in a low voice. Fortunately, Kemi hasn't come in yet. If she finds out about our situation, where will I lose my reputation as the manager of the Mermaid Cafe? Qin Yun smiled and said nothing. After leaving Shirley's shark tail, he silently took back the power of Piao Piao and gave up control of the door. Immediately afterwards, ouch, sounded out, and Kemi rushed in with such force that the door was knocked into a crater. Shirley had already assumed the posture of a dignified and elegant lady, holding a divination book in her hand, and criticized Kemi in a cold voice. Kemi, you are really not big or small. There is no one inside to talk to you, but you still force your way in like this. Kemi touched her swollen head, swam up to Shirley nonchalantly, and muttered. I'm not too excited, I just escaped from being hunted by an ugly and ferocious giant sea beast. She smiled shyly, hugged Shirley's arm and shook it gently. That's why I'm so excited, I can't wait to see my dear Lord Shirley. Shirley couldn't laugh or cry about this, and couldn't say anything critical. Please change your morbidly lively temperament. If you are caught and eaten by a sea beast, you won't have the chance to regret it. Humph. I'm not afraid. Who can swim better than us mermaids? Even among mermaids, my speed is among the best. Okay, you're the fastest, Shirley said perfunctorily as if he was looking at his own child. If you're just saying this, why don't you go out and find a class in the cafe? Dang. Kami looked up and found Qin Yun. Hey, why is there a human here? Lord Shirley, when did you hide him in the room? Qin Yun curled the corner of his mouth. This Kami was exactly the same as he remembered her, with a confused look on her face. He was afraid that he could send her to heaven with just a few words. He is currently the most distinguished guest of Fishman Island and Mermaid Cafe. Shirley casually explained Qin Yun's identity and started to chase him away. Okay, Kami, you go out first, I need to change my clothes. Okay, Kimi agreed subconsciously, then swam out of the house leisurely and closed the door considerately. Wait, Kami suddenly realized and wondered, I'm a female mermaid, why did you let me go out instead of Qin Yun? This Kami is really special. Qin Yun gave a fair evaluation. Shirley smiled slightly, and just like that, she turned slightly sideways to cover her face and changed her clothes in front of him. This was her comfortable home outfit, but she didn't expect to be taken advantage of by Qin Yun, this nasty bad guy who suddenly showed up. Advertisement Qin Yun's eyes followed Shirley's movements, watching her change into a light pink casual striped top, and then put on a dark purple witch robe that had not changed for 100 years. This outfit was very much to his liking. Because this not only covered all the places that shouldn't be exposed, but also raised her allure to him to a higher level. Why are you looking at me? Haven't you seen enough? Shirley chuckled and threw the lavender wizard robe he had replaced to Qin Yun. Although she and Qin Yun had only been together for a short time, their relationship had the predicted effect and heated up quickly. It could not be measured by common sense in reality. After all, this was an extraordinary world. How can you ever get enough? Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged. He waved his hand and hung her wizard robe on the hanger at the side. If there is a chance to see me, I will not let it go. I am not a hesitant person. Well, you are so indecisive that you have to use it in this place. Shirley nodded and swam to the door to lead the way for him. Let's go, let the kind and lovely mermaids play with you. Qin Yun raised the corner of his mouth slightly and followed her to the front desk of the Mermaid Cafe. It was almost noon and many diners came to the Mermaid Cafe one after another. Mrs. Shirley, it's rare for Lord Shirley to show up. Mrs. Shirley, any recent predictions? Shirley's 5-meter-tall body was quite eye-catching, and she caused cheers from the mermaids as soon as she arrived at the front desk. Shirley responded with a faint smile and shouted, sorry, there are special circumstances today, and the Mermaid Cafe has to close its doors for now. Why, Mrs. Shirley, the mermaids will be here for lunch soon. If we close the door now, won't we lose a lot of income? A swordfish mermaid expressed regret for Shirley's decision. I have a new prophecy, but I can't tell you now. I need the mermaids in the Mermaid Cafe to complete it. You will be able to enjoy the benefits of the big event in the next 2 days. So that's how it is. Since it's a prophecy, we will definitely cooperate with it. Kemi. Lively and cute, with short light green hair and a pink fishtail. She is confused and easily fooled. Chapter 61. Ice-breaking operation. As soon as these words were spoken, the effect was immediate. The swordfish mermaid immediately changed her attitude and even began to take the initiative to ask the guests to leave. In less than a moment, only the mermaid waiters were left in the Mermaid Cafe. They looked at Shirley curiously, waiting for her instructions. Shirley scanned the area and after confirming that everything was correct, he raised his pipe and pointed at Qin Yun and introduced him. His name is God Qin Yun. He is the god of the kingdom of heaven. He will be the savior of Fishman Island, and the benefactor of our mermaid clan. She paused for a moment, allowing the mermaids to accept Qin Yun's identity, and then continued. Your task today is to play with Qin Yun and take him to experience the characteristics of Fishman Island. If everything goes well, Maybe in the next 2 days we can leave the deep seabed and head to the sky full of sunshine and air. Shiarli's move was to provide Qin Yun with an opportunity to capture the mermaids, allowing the mermaids to conduct an ice-breaking operation with him and quickly deepen their emotional relationship. What? Can we go to the surface now? Master Shiarli is absolutely right. We just need to obey him. Mello happily swam to Qin Yun, took over one of his arms, and said with a smile, I knew you wouldn't lie to me. Come with me, and let the sisters take you to experience the charm of mermaids. As she said this, she wanted to pull Qin Yun towards the group of mermaids. Qin Yun felt the little hand on his arm and thought to himself, this Mello is too enthusiastic about him. Could it be that he will also be loved at first sight by someone? And it's a beautiful mermaid? He couldn't help but smile and said, then I'll be looking forward to it. Don't tell my words to others for now. We just need to know it among ourselves. Shiarli waved her hand and wanted to leave. Her authority as the store manager could not disappear during play. Okay, the mermaids responded in unison. Lord Shiarli, come too. You haven't played with us for a long time. Cammy suddenly jumped out of the crowd and grabbed Shiarli and wouldn't let her leave. Seeing this, Kalian, who looked like Cammy's sister, called on everyone to come forward to help, and persuaded Shiarli to come and play. Come on, Shiarli, it's no big deal to relax once in a while. Qin Yun knew that she was embarrassed to let go of the burden in her heart. Even you. Okay, I can go with you, but you don't have to worry about me. The important thing is to complete the task well. Shiarli had no choice but to give in and give a few reminders. Great. The mermaids cheered when they heard this. At the moment, nothing interested them more than getting along with Mrs. Shiarli. Advertisement next. After closing the Mermaid Cafe, they came to Shiarli's private luxury estate. This place was built by Shiarli specifically for the mermaids she adopted. When they came here, they could see many young mermaids playing around. When Qin Yun and others arrived, they happily surrounded them and led the way for them. The backyard here looks like a water park, and the mermaids take Qin Yun to play freely. The mermaids each took out their sunscreen and stood in a row, waiting quietly. Qin Yun selected his favorite mermaid and smeared the tacit props all over his body. After being selected, Qin Yun gladly accepted their attentive service. He returned the favor by applying sunscreen fish lotion for them as well. During the one-on-one conversation, he learned their names. There is no need to say much about Mrs. Shiarli, who was the first to accept him. Merlot, who has a flower on her head and long light blue hair, and Laraz, who has long wavy orange hair and is petite and cute, are already familiar with each other. Cammy and Kalen with long wavy green hair, and Sarah wearing snail-shaped headphones and a brown ponytail. Sora with yellow straight long hair and lake green fishtail, and of course Ishiri with black long curly twin tails, and Madara with quills, who has a lot of roles in One Piece. These are the only ones whose names you can find and are pretty. For the other pretty ones you can only see them in the pictures below. Close black lens bracket. The other mermaids also understood his choice after seeing it. There were too many mermaids, and after selecting the beautiful ones, there were enough to circle around Qin Yun several times. The rest of the time is for happy play. Qin Yun played with the mermaids in their laughter and joy, sliding down the water slide nonstop, feeling happy and wonderful. They created waves and took him flying on them. After playing so many games, the relationship between everyone became closer. They enthusiastically rushed to hug Qin Yun, pulled his arms into their hands, tickled him wantonly, and spread the fun of teasing. They showed strong curiosity and deep liking for Qin Yun. Mello said that they seldom see humans, and those who come to Fishman Island are usually pirates. These criminals are usually expelled by the Poseidon army before they can even reach the mermaids' living area. The reason why they were so eager to get him and did not reject him was more because most mermaids would go to land, marry human men and have children. Qin Yun was so outstanding that he naturally became their favorite. They ended with a water polo match. All kinds of soft and elastic skin and water balls always hit Qin Yun intentionally or unintentionally, making him feel unbearable and about to spiral into heaven. It was a wise move to find Shiarli first. After playing together, Qin Yun felt that Shiarli's arrangement was extremely satisfying. Advertisement so, he waved his hand and gave each of his favorite mermaids a thunder badge from the kingdom of God to protect themselves. Everyone returned to the manor to eat their meal, but at this moment, the sound of Den Den Mushi, a type of phone-shaped telephone, broke the atmosphere of laughter. Bulbul. Without waiting for Shiarli's response, Cammy excitedly went to the Den Den Mushi and answered the call. Moshi Moshi, I am the eldest prince of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, Sharkstar. Is Madame Shiarli here? Cammy looked back at Shiarli, and after receiving her affirmation, she responded. I'm here. What can I do for you, Prince? It's like this. Father asked us to look for the God Emperor Qin Yun. We searched all over Fishman Island and finally heard in Mermaid Bay that a strange human went to the Mermaid Cafe. I wonder if Lord Shiarli has seen that person. Your Excellency? Lord Qin Yun. Qin Yun chuckled. He didn't expect that the Dragon Palace Kingdom would act so quickly. It seemed that he didn't have to go there in person. What do you want from Qin Yun? Shiarli asked. Sharkstar understood in his heart that Qin Yun seemed to be right next to Shiarli. He didn't know how these two people who had nothing to do with each other knew each other. Father would like to invite Lord Qin Yun to visit Dragon Palace City and taste the delicious food of Fishman Island. Wait for me outside Shiarli's private estate and be quiet. Sharkstar was startled. It seemed that his guess was correct. The man's voice must be Qin Yun. He replied respectfully. Yes, Sir Qin Yun. Be gentle. It seems that Lord Qin Yun doesn't want to be disturbed by us. Well, then wait. Kalian. She has long wavy green hair and wears a head flower and 2 necklaces. Sarah. She wears conch-shaped headphones and has a brown ponytail. She and Mello are close sisters. Sora. Wearing a lavender-striped hat, long golden hair, and a lake green fishtail. I can't post this, please look at the photo below, the one in the middle holding the pufferfish. Ishili. Long black curly hair tied into 2 ponytails, and the fishtail is black and white straight scales. Group photo of mermaids. Those who are beautiful in the picture are assumed to be captured by the protagonist. Chapter 62. Congratulations on your marriage, Pa. At Qin Yun's signal, Kami turned off the Den Den Mushi. I didn't expect that the royal family of Dragon Palace Kingdom is so respectful to Lord Qin Yun. Yishili smiled sweetly and held up the cream cake on the table to feed Qin Yun. That's the eldest prince, Lord Sharkstar. He has always had a good temper, but he has never shown such respect to outsiders. The mermaids were amazed and had a preliminary understanding of Qin Yun's power. After everyone had eaten, it was time for a nap. Under Shiarli's arrangement, we went to a room that could accommodate many mermaids. The mermaids sang beautiful songs for Qin Yun with all their might, allowing him to fall into a sweet and soft dream in the sweet fragrance of the mermaids. When Qin Yun woke up, he found that the 3 princes of the Dragon Palace Kingdom and the Poseidon army had been waiting outside Shiarli's manor for a long time. But he was not in a hurry to see them. As the party holding absolute initiative, he could not appear too anxious. Attitude is the mask of the heart. One must let them cool down and dampen their arrogance in order to better express his attitude so that his ultimate goal can be achieved smoothly. The mermaids gradually woke up and chatted with Qin Yun for a long time. After hesitating for a while, they came to the hall and had afternoon tea. After a while, Qin Yun gently pushed away the afternoon tea handed to him by Sarah and his eyes wandered to Shiarli. Shiarli, come with me to Dragon Palace. With your assistance, I believe the future you predicted will soon come true. Okay, Shiarli nodded and took him to the gate of the manor. Even though Sharkstar and Poseidon's army were waiting impatiently, they did not dare to complain at all, and they kept Neptune's instructions in mind. But the reckless second prince Emperor Star and the unruly third prince Overturn Star had already become impatient, but they did not dare to utter a single word due to the intimidating gaze of Sharkstar. Seeing Qin Yun and Shiarli, Sharkstar secretly glared at Emperor Star and Carbule Star, then took the lead to get off the Phoenix Tail car and saluted Qin Yun respectfully. Master Qin Yun. Master Shiarli. Advertisement. Qin Yun nodded. Their attitude was very humble and kind. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you, he said bluntly. Let's go, take us to Dragon Palace City. Seeing that Shiarli was also going, Sharkstar did not dare to say anything to stop them, and turned around and led them into the Phoenix Tail car. During the journey, Qin Yun and Shiarli's aura was so terrifying that the 3 princes dared not approach them, and they arrived at Dragon Palace City in silence. After Neptune received the message from Sharkstar, he immediately ordered the royal chefs to prepare the special delicacies of Fishman Island. Then he fell into deep confusion. How could Qin Yun be involved with Shiarli? They were going to come to Dragon Palace together. This problem was not figured out until the 3 princes brought Qin Yun and Shiarli to the palace. In order to show his extreme importance to Qin Yun, Neptune not only arranged a grand reception ceremony, but also personally came to the gate of the palace to wait for Qin Yun's arrival. When Qin Yun appeared in sight, Neptune swam forward with a warm smile and said in the most sincere tone. Wow, Mr. Qin Yun. I am King Neptune. I am honored that you have the honor to visit my Dragon Palace City. It really makes my entire Dragon Palace City shine. This is not Neptune's exaggeration, it is the humility and helplessness of a small country, a common behavior of a country without strength. The fact that Neptune could do this when facing someone who could easily destroy his country shows how accurately he understood his own position. Some people say that he has the Whitebeard pirates backing him up, so what is there to be afraid of? But in fact, this is also what he is afraid of, if someone has a grudge against Whitebeard, or wants to pull him down from the position of 4 emperors. Well, Fishman Island, which is the only way to the New World, is undoubtedly a soft persimmon that can be easily attacked. Qin Yun nodded and said calmly, King Neptune, I have heard of your name for a long time. I believe you also know my name. I am very busy, so there is no need to say any more polite words. Please come in. Mr. Qin Yun is a straightforward person. I won't be pretentious. Please. Neptune secretly gave the 3 princes a look, then waved his hand to let the Poseidon army lead the way. It was the first time for everyone to meet. As the host, Neptune should have started the conversation, but Qin Yun blocked him with his words. There is no need to say more, and he had to walk to the palace hall in silence. Under the arrangement of the left minister, everyone sat down in an orderly manner. Shiarli was arranged to sit next to Qin Yun. He looked up and saw that everyone's seats were at the same height, which meant that Neptune recognized his title of God Emperor. Advertisement. Neptune did not arrogantly put himself in a high position without understanding his identity. Seeing that everyone was ready, the left minister clapped his hands and whispered to the Poseidon soldiers around him to serve the dishes. In less than a moment, the huge table was filled with a wide variety of delicious food. Although there were a lot of them, Qin Yun didn't care. Now, with the wholehearted support of many goddesses, his digestive ability has greatly improved. Even eating 10 meals a day is no problem for him. Seeing that it was almost done, Neptune smiled and said, Mr. Qin Yun, please have your meal. Please. Qin Yun responded and started eating. Shiarli was not hungry and was not interested in the food. He kept feeding him gently throughout the whole process. This tender scene stunned many mermaids. They could never imagine that Mrs. Shirley, who was usually very cold, would lower herself to feed a human. While Shirley was feeding him, Neptune asked in a low voice, "Mr. Qin Yun, Mrs. Shirley, are you two already married?" He said this out of pure curiosity and did not feel anything strange. He was 12 meters tall, but his wife, Princess Odahime, was only 2 meters tall, which was much more incompatible than Qin Yun and Shirley. "Yes, now Shirley has become my consort. Congratulations on your marriage," Neptune quickly offered his blessings. Qin Yun nodded and continued to eat the meat. It must be said that the food on Fishman Island is quite good. However, in such a huge palace, the only thing they could offer to entertain distinguished guests from afar was a table full of delicious food. There is no display of culture or the beauty of talent, such as a singing and dancing troupe. But it was also true that Neptune was a man of few desires, and he only had one wife, Princess Odahime. After her death, he did not remarry, so it seemed pointless to maintain a troupe for people to watch. After 3 rounds of drinking, Neptune finally revealed his true purpose. "Mr. Qin Yun, did you come to Fishman Island on a Poseidon?" "That's right." As soon as he heard this, Qin Yun knew why Neptune came to him. Things related to Poseidon were too sensitive for them. It turns out to be true. Alas, after my Poseidon troops reported to me, I thought they were lying to me. I wonder if Mr. Qin Yun can tell me how you control Poseidon, something like that. Neptune's face was full of nervousness, fearing that Qin Yun would overturn the table if he was unhappy. Chapter 63 Seize Power. Qin Yun raised his eyebrows and pretended to be unhappy. "Why, you also want to learn how to control the Poseidon class? You can't treat me to a meal and get my most powerful tricks, right? You." Bang. Flipstar was irritated by him and couldn't help but say a few words, but was stopped by Sharkstar's quick-eyed and quick-handed Davido. "Sorry, I ate too much today. Poseidon Army, come and send Cartwheel back." Sharkstar looked apologetic, and Cartwheel was taken away by the Poseidon Army with a frustrated look on his face. Qin Yun didn't even bother to look at them and glanced directly at Neptune. Neptune smiled apologetically. "Mr. Qin Yun, I have spoiled the little prince. He doesn't know how high the heaven is or how deep the earth is. I hope you can forgive me." Seeing that Qin Yun still had no expression on his face, he continued. "If you don't want to say it, it's your right. We have no intention of forcing you. I wonder if you have heard of Poseidon? Poseidon? It sounds good, but if he has the power, he will not let go of anyone who can control Poseidon, because this ability is the foundation of Fishman Island. I've only heard of Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. To be honest, according to legend, Poseidon will appear in Fishman Island. She is the king of Poseidons and can communicate with Poseidons in a friendly manner. Your Excellency is able to control Poseidons, and your abilities are similar to Poseidon's, which forces me to ask you. This Neptune is not honest. He hides the truth. Is he trying to protect Shirahoshi?" Qin Yun nodded, and it was time to proceed to the next step. "I can control Poseidon because of my strength. It attacked me on my way to Fishman Island. After I defeated it, it admitted defeat and was willing to lead the way for me." "What?" Neptune was shocked. Qin Yun's strength was indeed unfathomable. He could actually defeat a Poseidon that was 2,000 meters long. "It means that after you defeated the Poseidon, he offered to lead the way for you. Could it be that you can understand the language of the Poseidon?" "That's right." Advertisement Neptune immediately thought of his old friend Roger. Roger had once shown him the ability to communicate with Poseidons, but that was just communication. He had never demonstrated the ability to control the actions of Poseidons. Qin Yun can actually command the Poseidon class. Since you have no problem, then. Qin Yun's mind moved, and the terrifying conqueror's domineering aura suddenly burst out, accurately attacking all irrelevant people. After a breath, he, Shirley, and Neptune were the only ones awake on the field. "Mr. Qin Yun. What is this?" Neptune was shocked and tensed up, ready to escape to prevent Qin Yun from suddenly attacking him. "Don't worry, Neptune, they just fainted. They are not worthy of hearing what is said next." Qin Yun explained and said, "Shirley." Shirley understood and said, "Your Majesty Neptune, do you still remember the prophecy I told you a few months ago?" Neptune was stunned for a moment, then he quickly remembered. He first stole a glance at Qin Yun, then said, "Of course I remember, the largest war since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the Marine War. In this war, Whitebeard will face death." "That's right. Although I can't tell you exactly when the war will happen, this day is not far away. Maybe in the next few months." Shirley had a serious look on her face. After that prediction, she didn't dare to make any more predictions until today when she was forced by Qin Yun to do so. "Just today, I have a new prophecy. Under Qin Yun's rule, Fishman Island will fulfill the 1,000-year-old dream of the people on Mermaid Island. We will stand in the sky. There we will enjoy endless sunshine and air." "What?" Neptune was shocked. With Shirley's character, she would never lie. This was her ethics as a prophet. He believed in Shirley's predictions unconditionally, because their accuracy was as high as 100%. As long as there was a prediction, it would definitely happen. Faced with Luffy, who saved Shirahoshi's pet, Neptune was able to arrest Luffy and others without considering his own abilities because of Shirley's prophecy, which shows his blind trust in Shirley. Close black lens bracket. "So, Mr. Qin Yun will be the ruler of Fishman Island? The great benefactor of our Fishman Island?" "Yes. So, where have I been?" Advertisement, "Sorry, I was so confused that I didn't notice you in the future scene." However, all the mermaids and fishmen have happy smiles on their faces. Princess Shirahoshi will also become Qin Yun's divine concubine. I think His Majesty has returned to the people and is quietly working for Fishman Island. What about Fishman Island? Are we leaving here? No. Fishman Island will be taken away by Qin Yun, floating from the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters below to the sky 10,000 meters above. This, Shirley, it's not that I don't believe you, but Fishman Island will fly into the sky. This is too far-fetched. As far as I know, only Shiki, the golden lion who is as famous as Roger and Whitebeard, can accomplish this feat with the power of the float fruit, but the golden lion has been killed by me, and his fruit ability has been taken away by me. Qin Yun saw that his focus had shifted and interrupted him directly. These are not your concerns. My purpose in coming to Fishman Island is just as the future described by Shirley. I want to take Fishman Island away, bring it under my rule. Let the fishmen and mermen leave the seabed and live on the sea, enjoying the inexhaustible sunshine and air. Isn't this your dream? I can make all of this happen, but you have to pay a price. What's the price? Neptune's face was solemn, knowing that any decision now would affect the future of Fishman Island. The price is that the royal family of the Ryugu kingdom voluntarily give up their power, give up the rule of Fishman Island, and hand over all the ruling rights here to this god. Neptune was stunned. The royal family of the Dragon Palace Kingdom was his family, wasn't it? He opened his mouth and uttered a word almost inaudibly. This. Anyone who is asked to give up the power they have held for a long time, no matter how much this person cares about justice, will probably be reluctant to do so, right? Neptune carefully considered his words, trying to retain his power. Why? If your excellency wants to make the Dragon Palace Kingdom a vassal state of the Kingdom of Heaven, we will not resist. Why do you need to take away our management rights? If we do this, Fishman Island will fall into chaos. Humph. Alarmist. To be honest, I don't care who manages Fishman Island, as long as they follow my instructions. However, your governance ability is too poor, so I have no choice but to take away your power. Chapter 64 Neptune surrenders. Neptune considered himself a qualified king. This was the first time he was accused of poor governance in public. He immediately retorted with a red face. My governance is poor. What's wrong with it? Don't make random comments. I'm too lazy to talk about the details, so let's just talk about the biggest hidden danger, Fishman Street. Haha, it used to be a large place to take in orphans, but what is it now? Do you need me to remind you? Shirley has lived there before, so she has the most say. Why don't you listen to her thoughts? Neptune's expression froze. Fishman Street. It was indeed his fault that this place became what it is now. Shirley sighed and said expressionlessly, after more than a decade of free-range development, Urine Street has now become an area where illegal groups gather. There's more. Qin Yun took over the conversation. The powerful fighters of Fishman Island are all in Fishman Street, and there are more than 100,000 minions, which are enough to overthrow your rule. You have made so many capable members of Fishman Island stand against you, the rulers. You are able to create such a situation. Do you think you have strong governance capabilities? This. Alas. I didn't kill them all because of Captain Jinbei's face. Neptune was speechless and could only give an excuse with an embarrassed look. Haha. You're telling me that you're letting the rule of the country develop because you want to have a private relationship. That's why I want to remove the power from your hands. Alas. Neptune could no longer utter any words to refute. Okay, if you really care about the future of Fishman Island, just accept my arrangements. After that, I will let some mermaids or fishmen learn how to manage the country. You can also nominate yourself or your descendants. Only the best among them can work for me. Finally, I will teach Shirahoshi how to govern the kingdom of Ryugu, and she will serve as my divine consort, the queen of Fishman Island, and govern Fishman Island for me. Shirahoshi. Hearing the voice of his beloved daughter, Neptune could not sit still. She is. Before he finished speaking, he remembered Shirley's prophecy and knew that no matter what he said or did, he could not change the future outcome. Advertisement. He suddenly became dejected and sat in his chair, at a loss. Seeing him like this, Qin Yun did not urge him. After a long silence, Neptune thought of his beloved wife, Princess Odahime. After her murder, he began to think about the future of Fishman Island. He vowed to fulfill his wife's ideal of peaceful coexistence with humans and work hard to enable the fishmen and mermaids to migrate to land in the future. Besides, things have developed to this point, and he is no longer able to control them. I am afraid that if he does not agree, it will not change the predetermined outcome. Neptune's eyes gradually regained their determination. If the future of Fishman Island required him to make sacrifices, he was willing to give everything for it. He just hoped that his precious daughter Shirahoshi could live a good life. If you can really do all this and achieve the future that Shirley foresaw, I can agree to your request. But, you swear to protect Shirahoshi, love her, and never let her cry easily again. Qin Yun was stunned. Neptune was indeed a daughter slave. Now, he was actually seeking the welfare of Shirahoshi. From this perspective, he may not be a qualified king, but he is a qualified father. Don't worry. Although I have never seen Shirahoshi since I came to Fishman Island, Shirley has told me everything about her kindness and loveliness. After she becomes my consort, I will naturally give her endless caring. You don't have to worry about the future of Fishman Island. The humans on the ground will discriminate against the mermaids and fishmen, but the humans in the sky will not. The people of the Kingdom of God under my rule will angrily destroy foreign invaders, but will remain on the sidelines and be curious about those who coexist with me in a friendly manner. Is that so? I feel relieved then. Neptune breathed a sigh of relief. Things should go smoothly, right? He hesitated for a moment and decided to tell Qin Yun about Shirahoshi's identity. As Shirahoshi's future husband, he was qualified to know all this. Mr. Qin Yun, in fact, Poseidon is a mermaid princess who only appears once every 800 years, and Shirahoshi just meets this requirement and has used her ability, but she has not yet been able to truly awaken and use it proficiently. I know all this, Neptune. It's recorded in the history of the kingdom of God. I didn't expect you to tell the truth only now. It seems that you have accepted reality. This. Neptune laughed awkwardly. There was nothing wrong with what he did, right? Advertisement. Now that the matter has been agreed upon, the next step is to implement it. Issue an order this afternoon and have all mermaids and fishmen go to Gironcourt Square tomorrow to learn about the future of Fishman Island. I'm going to Fishman Street to stretch my muscles and eliminate all unstable factors. Oh, right, the secret treasure of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, the Jade Box, was secretly disposed of. The Jade Box was replaced by Hody Jones a few years ago. Now there is only a powerful bomb left inside. What? Neptune's eyes widened, but Qin Yun couldn't lie to him, so he could only mutter in disbelief. I've long felt that something was wrong with Hody Jones, but I didn't expect him to be so bold. Qin Yun thought about it, and when he felt that there was nothing missing, he stood up and prepared to leave. Wait until they wake up, and you can explain it yourself. Shirley and I are leaving first. Neptune suddenly thought of something and said quickly. Wait, Mr. Qin Yun, my daughter Shirahoshi is being attacked and harassed by Vanderdecken, who is the user of the Paramecia target fruit. I wonder if you can kill him as well. Vanderdecken. Qin Yun certainly knew about this. In such a huge Dragon Palace kingdom, they couldn't even find or kill Vanderdecken, who had low combat effectiveness. I really don't know what Neptune and his sons, and Jinbei and his sun pirates are doing. At this point, he was too lazy to criticize Neptune and said calmly. Don't worry, I'll take care of him when I come back to play with Shirahoshi later. After hearing this, Neptune felt relieved. This matter had troubled him for a long time, and he could finally solve it today. Seeing Qin Yun's impatient expression and wanting to leave, he hurriedly stopped him. Wait. Neptune stood up and swam to the side of the throne in the hall. He took out something from behind the throne, then swam to Qin Yun and murmured with a complicated expression. This is a gift from Shirahoshi's mother, Odahime, who wanted to give it to her when she got married. Well, take it. With this, Shirahoshi will surely be able to accept your sudden identity. Chapter 65. Killing Spree. Qin Yun's expression was moved. Princess Odahime was indeed very fond of Shirahoshi, but it was a pity that he was assassinated by Hody Jones early on. He raised his hand to take the thing from Neptune's hand, and then he found that it was actually a jade box. After opening it, he found a pair of light gold and pink shell earrings inside. This look seems to be similar to the pale yellow shell earrings that Shirahoshi usually wears. Don't worry, I will put this pair of earrings on Shirahoshi myself. You can't protect her past, but her future will be protected by more family members. After saying this, he gave Shirley a look and took her out of the hall. Only the sentimental Neptune was left silent for a long, long time. Qin Yun held Shirley in his arms while flying and asked. You probably don't know anyone in Fishman Street, right? Shirley shook his head decisively. Of course not, I just lived there for a while when I was young, and the environment in Fishman Street was quite good at that time. That's fine, then I'll just start killing, Qin Yun was very fast and soon he sent Shirley back to his private estate. With his extremely wide-range observation hockey and the ability to lock onto the Murlocs, he could now easily lock onto the Murlocs on Murloc Street. After lightning flashed several times, he stood in the air above Uran Street. He could only vaguely remember a few of the new Fishman Pirates leaders, Hody Jones, the blue-purple striped Fishman Geo who could turn invisible, and the drunken octopus Baozang who fought with Zoro. There seemed to be a dwarf as well. Qin Yun's observation hockey swept across Fishman Street wantonly. The place was in a dilapidated state, and there were few enclosed spaces that could hinder his observation hockey. Found it? Drinking on the street? You're in luck, Octopus Leopard Hideaway. God's judgment. There are blue sky and white clouds on Fishman Island, but there are very few clouds. Qin Yun's divine judgment is not obscured by clouds. It blooms directly in the clear sky and then falls down with a loud bang. There was no Fishman around the drunk Baozang at all, because when he was drunk he could not distinguish between friend and foe and would kill at will. Before Baozang could even register any warning, he was struck by a dazzling blue lightning column, leaving a huge hole in the Fishman Street. Qin Yun's observation hockey saw this scene and thought to himself, the land of Fishman Island seems to be more precious than Sky Island. He has already weakened the power of God's judgment, but still melted a lot of land. Advertisement. It's a pity to destroy such a beautiful Fishman Island. The next moment, because electricity was faster than sound, Baozang was killed by the blast, and the rumbling sound spread throughout the entire Uran Street. Is that thunder? This is Fishman Island, 10,000 meters below the ground. How can there be thunder? Many fishmen who had been to the ground and witnessed thunder and lightning recognized Qin Yun's attack and couldn't help but marvel at it. The huge noise attracted more fishmen to appear, allowing Qin Yun to observe them better. But they were too weak, so Qin Yun had to come to a fishman whose aura seemed a little stronger. Merceman, tell me, where is Hody Jones? I can spare your life. Qin Yun's conqueror's shocking mind frightened the strange-looking fishman. He trembled with fear and murmured in a low voice. I don't know. That's not right. Hody Jones is on the north side of Fishman Street, next to the most luxurious house. It's easy to recognize. Qin Yun nodded. With the ability to read minds, no one could fool him. He then turned into lightning and flashed towards the north. Sure enough, there is indeed a unique big house here, but it is not luxurious enough. There were quite a few murlocs walking around idly. 30 million volt Thunderbird, the cry of Thunderbirds resounded through the sky. The Thunderbird spread its huge wings, and its fierce aura frightened the patrolling fishmen so much that they could not make a sound. Boom! The Thunderbird crashed into the upper floor of the building, broke down the outer defenses, and automatically selected a little unlucky guy. The moment it passed through his body, it exploded with a loud bang. The smoke cleared, and the sounds of coughing, weak breathing, and angry grinding of teeth were heard. What's going on? Who dares to attack here? Boss Hody, you are not dead, are you? It shouldn't be. Oops, squeak, squeak, advertisement. The smell of burnt fish gradually spread, and Qin Yun raised the big foot that had shocked Hody Jones to the sky with an expressionless face. Hody Jones? Such a weakling who can't even use hockey and can only take drugs to increase his combat power. Damn Luffy didn't kill him instantly, he just pretends to be smart. Qin Yun would never make such a low-level mistake, mainly because there were no audience, no stage, and he was too lazy to act cool. Hody Jones didn't even have time to take the deadly drug ES before he was electrocuted and went unconscious, and went straight to heaven to meet his idol Eren. Who are you? What did you do to Boss Hody? A Sharkman asked as he retreated with horror on his face. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be of the same race as Hody Jones. However, when mermen or mermaids give birth to children, the species of fish their children belong to is determined by the genes of their ancestral species from many generations ago, and is not necessarily related to the species of fish their parents belong to. It was quite a coincidence that he and Hody Jones were of the same race. No wonder he stayed with Hody Jones. 20 million volts, electric eye. Qin Yun's eyes were fixed on the Sharkman who was speaking. After only a few screams, the Sharkman was burned to ashes by his extremely penetrating electric eyes. DOS, kill him. The sound came from underground. Qin Yun looked around and saw an invisible fishman lying there. He had been trampled by 3 or 2 fishmen for a long time without making a sound, but now that he witnessed the death of Hody Jones, he could no longer sit still. It's him. That funny fishman Geo who has a strong sense of self-esteem and gets trampled upon. After hearing the order, DOS rushed towards Qin Yun shouting, DOS, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly. The fishmen around Hody Jones should all be the elites of the new fishman pirate group, right? Qin Yun released the restraints on his body, and under the guidance of his observation hockey, boundless thunder began to spread, electrocuting all the fishmen on the field. Ah, please let me go, human, I was forced into this. Ah, so cool. The fishmen screamed and wailed as they died one after another under the merciless electric shock of Thunderbolt. There were also a few electric eel humans cheering under the thunder. Qin Yun's attack seemed to be charging them. The more they were charged, the more energetic they became, and they even let out comfortable shouts. Numbers are meaningless in front of him. In the extraordinary world, only the truly strong can survive in the top battles. Chapter 66 Shirahoshi. After a few breaths, only a few electric eels survived on the field. Qin Yun thought for a moment, it seems that there are no electric eel fishmen in the new fishman pirate group. Forget it, just be a good guy to the end. It's not good to keep a few electric eel people. Qin Yun raised his hand and took the deadly drug ES that Hody Jones carried on his chest. I don't know who developed this thing, it should still be a semi-finished product. Its effect is amazing. Although your strength will be doubled after taking it, twice as much after taking 1, 4 times as much after taking 2, and so on, it comes at the cost of shortening your life and accelerating aging. The final product should permanently increase the strength of the person taking the drug, or even double the effect. Take it back and let the scientific research team study it in the future. Maybe we can create a fortified army that is fearless and brave. Qin Yun calmed down and turned into a flash of lightning and left. Piao Piao Earth coiling. The earth seems to be injected with life, resembling a winding and circling oriental dragon, and its 2 red eyes transformed from corals are captivating. The dragon's body tumbled and spiraled, rolling the big house where Hody Jones was underground, and finally transformed into a breathtaking evil dragon head, standing proudly on the field. As for the fishmen who managed to survive the thunder and lightning, can they really avoid being strangled under the dragon's weight? The other fishmen in Fishman Street are just small fry and are not to be feared. Perhaps, one day in the future, they can even contribute to the development of Qin Yun's Kingdom of God. Fishman Island, Ryugu Kingdom. After Neptune woke up the fainted people, he explained everything to them. Although everyone was furious and tried to stop Neptune's decision, they wanted to send troops and invite Jinbei to fight against Qin Yun, but Neptune had made up his mind. After he brought up that this was Mrs. Shiarli's prophecy, everyone was speechless. Spoken. When Qin Yun arrived, they had already followed Neptune's orders and sent the Poseidon army to the main living areas of the mermaids and murlocs to notify them of plans to go to Gironcourt Square tomorrow. Outside the hard shell tower, lightning flickered and Qin Yun's figure emerged from it. Advertisement: the door of the hard shell tower was closed tightly. The guards on both sides saw Qin Yun and hurriedly came forward. They had received instructions from Neptune and the right minister that if Qin Yun came, they should not neglect or stop him. Master Qin Yun, would you like to go in and visit Princess Shirahoshi? Well, gate of opening. Yes. The Poseidon soldiers on both sides put their halberds aside and pushed the huge door of the hard shell tower with great effort. When they opened the door a little, Qin Yun could pass through. Then they turned around and shouted respectfully. Master Qin Yun, please come in, Princess Shirahoshi may be resting. If the princess has any poor performance, please bear with her for her young age. Neptune told them to say all these things. After all, he knew very little about Qin Yun and had only a preliminary impression of his character. He also loved his daughter dearly and was afraid that Shirahoshi would accidentally offend him and be treated unfairly. Well, thank you for your hard work. Please tell Neptune that I will take Shirahoshi away. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he took 3 or 2 steps and entered the hard shell tower. It's so dark, poor Shirahoshi, because of Vanderdecken, a pirate who coveted her Poseidon's power, and the inaction of Neptune and Jinbei, she had to live in the hard shell tower for nearly 10 years. How can Shirahoshi grow without freedom? How can he awaken the power of Poseidon? Just think about it, is Vanderdecken really that hard to catch? Don't tell him that Jinbei doesn't know observation hockey. To deal with a fishman who took a devil fruit and couldn't swim in the sea, he could just spend a day searching in the direction of the weapon thrown by Vanderdecken, and that would solve the big problem. For Shirahoshi. Trouble? Huh? After all these years, he has never been busy, and he didn't even help Shirahoshi out of his suffering. Qin Yun directly transformed into an element, and the light of lightning was extremely dazzling, illuminating Shirahoshi's room. He waved his hand and the door of the hard-shell tower closed. Shirahoshi was lying quietly on her lovely big bed at this time, with her eyes closed, as if she was sleeping. Qin Yun's observation color swept away, and Shirahoshi's breathing became short and continuous. He smiled knowingly, turned on the light in the house, and appeared above her head. Admiring Shirahoshi's sweet sleeping face, an inexplicable impulse surged from my heart and body. It must be a good decision to travel through time to have such a mermaid. Advertisement Shirahoshi should be the biggest one. Of course, Qin Yun was talking about her body shape. Princess Shirahoshi, hearing Qin Yun's call, Shirahoshi opened her eyes in confusion. She rubbed her eyes dazedly, then looked towards the door and whispered softly. Who is it? Is it the soldier? Here, hey? Princess Shirahoshi looked in the direction of the voice, her big watery eyes widened, and she whispered. Are you a human? I haven't seen a human for a long time, I don't think I recognized you wrongly. No, Qin Yun's tone softened rarely. Is Shirahoshi's humble attitude cute? Or pitiful? I am still a human being. My name is God Qin Yun, and I am the god and emperor of the kingdom of heaven. Of course, to you, I have a more important identity, that is, your future husband. God. My dear husband. Shirahoshi's panic was evident. His two small, big hands waved in front of his eyes helplessly. His blushing cheeks were so cute. Master Qin Yun, you are not lying to me. Princess Shirahoshi, look, what is this? Qin Yun chuckled and reached his hand into the void like a magic trick. Shirahoshi's eyes followed Qin Yun's hand. When he saw his hand disappear, he was horrified and subconsciously covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound. The next moment, Qin Yun took out a jade box from the void, which was the identity proof given to him by Neptune. This is. When Shirahoshi saw the distinctive pattern of the Ryugu palace on it, she instantly thought of her mother and murmured in disbelief. This is the gift your mother, Princess Odahime, wants to give you when you get married. It is also a token of my loyalty as your husband. As soon as she finished speaking, Shirahoshi's tears flowed like a river bursting its banks. She stretched out her hands and gently held Qin Yun in her arms, unable to stop crying. Qin Yun was overwhelmed by the sudden attack. He didn't have the heart to react and interrupt Shirahoshi's joy and excitement at seeing Princess Odahime's gift. The huge tears were like sweet raindrops, falling on Qin Yun's head, body, and even. The tears soaked his entire body and his clothes. Shirahoshi. She is very timid, always cries, gentle and kind, and is used to calling everyone adult. Her beauty can compete with Boa Hancock. Chapter 67 Husband. The mermaid princess's tears are indeed sweet, and they don't seem to have turned into pearls, but I wonder if drinking them can make one immortal. Qin Yun felt extremely wonderful in Shirahoshi's hands. The world he touched became incomparably warm. Although Shirahoshi's hands were big, they were unexpectedly soft. After an unknown amount of time, Shirahoshi finally calmed down a little. She suddenly remembered that Qin Yun was a fragile, human being, and quickly took him out of her giant hand. Looking at Qin Yun's comfortable and dazed expression, she asked worriedly. Master Qin Yun, are you okay? I'm sorry, I was too excited. Qin Yun regained consciousness and whispered to him, Shirahoshi, don't worry. Even if you hold me in your hands for the rest of my life, I won't be hurt at all. You can continue next time. Is that so, Lord Qin Yun? I'm glad you're okay. Shirahoshi immediately put down his worries, showing a charming smile, which aroused Qin Yun's heart. Shirahoshi, can I help you put it on? Shirahoshi hesitated when she heard this, then looked at Qin Yun carefully and found that his appearance was very much in line with her ideal husband and was the type she liked. Besides, Qin Yun was able to get this pair of earrings, which meant that he had received his father's approval and blessing, so. Sure, Lord Qin Yun, husband, hiss. Qin Yun took a breath of the fragrance. The word, husband, really touched his heart. With a determined look, he flew to Shirahoshi's ear, letting the jade box float in the air. He first took out Shirahoshi's two light yellow earrings, then picked up an earring from the jade box and reminded him softly. Shirahoshi, I'm going to put the earrings on you. Yes, my dear husband, I'm not afraid. Although her face was red, Shirahoshi still called out the 4 words. Husband-sama, and her state was obviously more fluent than before. Qin Yun didn't have Moji, and quickly put on 2 new earrings for Shirahoshi. Okay, let's see how it goes. Qin Yun casually took out a large mirror from the storage room and suspended it in front of Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi did not rush to look at himself, but instead held Qin Yun in his arms, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. Advertisement, how amazing. Is my husband really a god? It seems like he can create anything. Haha, of course I am a god. Qin Yun smiled and reached out to touch her head. Shirahoshi squinted her eyes slightly, enjoying Qin Yun's touch on her head. After she felt the little hand on her head leave, she looked at the mirror and murmured softly. The earrings are so beautiful. Thank you, my husband. Qin Yun nodded, and then it was time to continue letting Shirahoshi cry. Shirahoshi, today's surprises don't end there. The murder of your mother, Princess Odahime, Hody Jones, has been sent away by me personally. You don't have to bear this truth that you have concealed for more than 10 years. Ah, why does my husband know all this? Shirahoshi was stunned. This news was even more surprising to her than the earrings her mother left for her. She has been suffering from the pain of concealing the identity of the murderer. Even though she knows who the murderer is, Princess Odahime's words, "Don't hate the murderer," have firmly restrained her desire for revenge. You know I'm a god, right? Yeah, Shirahoshi seemed to be convinced by his reason, and hugged him in his arms again and started crying. Qin Yun did not resist and let her vent her emotions. Cry, cry, let Shirahoshi cry her heart out today. Sooner or later, she will vent these tears of joy. However, after today, Qin Yun will only allow Shirahoshi to cry, approximately twice more. As for why it was twice, who knows? After a while, Shirahoshi seemed to have thought of something, stopped crying, held Qin Yun in his palm, and asked expectantly. Hey, my dear husband, will you always protect me from now on? That's right, from today on, no one can hurt you. Qin Yun's tone was firm, making Shirahoshi's big eyes, which were filled with tears of joy, curved into crescents. My dear husband, please forgive my willfulness. I want to leave the hard shell tower and go to the sea forest of Fishman Island to pay tribute to my mother. Can you take me there? Shirahoshi blinked her cute big eyes with an expectant look, as if she would not be able to hold back her tears and cry out loud if Qin Yun refused her. Of course, I came to you to take you away. Really? You're so nice, my dear husband. Shirahoshi rubbed his cheek with a smile, then put Qin Yun down and happily rummaged through the clothes in the big box beside him. Soon, Shirahoshi picked out a piece of clothing and shouted in a cheerful voice. Advertisement, my dear husband, how about this outfit? Qin Yun looked intently at Shirahoshi, taking in her beauty. She has a beautiful face, bright blue eyes, a voluptuous figure, long flowing pink curly hair, a taiyaki-shaped hair accessory on her head, and a light and dark pink fishtail on her lower body. This appearance and figure are truly unparalleled in the world. No, you're looking at the wrong place, you should be looking at the clothes. The eye-catching upper body is sealed by a delicate and cute light blue top, and the lower body is matched with a white pleated long skirt covering the fishtail. At first glance, there is a kind of bookish scent of a lady from a noble family. Perfect. It looks good. No matter what you wear, you are the most beautiful girl in the world. Qin Yun's truthful words made Shirahoshi blush and twist her body awkwardly. Woo, as long as my husband likes it. Qin Yun saw that she was ready and reminded her. Shirahoshi, take out anything you want to take away. I'll keep it for you and you can always ask me for it. After you leave here, you can live in a place that loves you. Is that so? Shirahoshi looked at the things in the room, thought hard for a while, and gave all the things he was reluctant to part with to Qin Yun. Door storage room. After a hurried tinkering, two figures, one small and one big, looked at the empty room and laughed at the same time. However, Shirahoshi was embarrassed and giggled quietly, while Qin Yun was moved by her cute behavior and smiled with satisfaction. Shirahoshi was so gentle and kind that she was reluctant to throw away anything in the house and actually let Qin Yun take them all away. Everything was ready. Qin Yun took out a pink square flying carpet from his storage ring. It was 30 meters long and wide. It was engraved with angel wings and thunder, which was the symbolic pattern of the kingdom of God. Come on up, Shirahoshi. Wow, is this a flying cotton blanket? Shirahoshi swam to the flying carpet and fiddled with it curiously. That's right, Qin Yun's eyes focused, and the power of floating was activated. The flying carpet carried him and Shirahoshi up, and the door of the hard shell tower opened immediately. Hold on tight, chapter 68. What are we going to do? Okay, my dear husband. The flying carpet drew a trace in the void, rushed out of the door of the hard shell tower, passed over the heads of many mermaids, and passed through the pipe connecting to Fishman Island. No Poseidon soldier dared to stop it on the way. The right minister who had protected Shirahoshi for more than 10 years looked at the direction they left and silently wiped away his tears. Perhaps it was just the right time for a man of steel to shed tears. My dear princess, go and enjoy your precious freedom. Northeast of Fishman Street, the sea forest. The place is full of colorful corals, and colorful tropical fish swim among them. Qin Yun talked and laughed with Shirahoshi along the way. After Shirahoshi was brought out by Qin Yun, he felt very dependent on him. When they see beautiful scenery or strange-looking fish swimming around on the road, they will exclaim to share their joy with him, and even hold him in their arms and interact closely with him. Shirahoshi is young and inexperienced, and it is precisely because of her blank understanding of the darkness of the world that her relationship with people who are friendly to her quickly warms up. This is indeed the case. In Shirahoshi's view, all of Qin Yun's words and actions are expressions of love for her. The journey was smooth, and after Shirahoshi arrived at the sea forest, she easily found the place with the help of Qin Yun's observation hockey based on Neptune's description of her mother's burial place. Shirahoshi restrained his smile, bent his tail in front of Princess Odahime's grave, and cried about his experiences over the years. In the end, it all came down to one sentence. "Mother, I miss you so much." Afterwards, he introduced Qin Yun to Princess Odahime and showed her the pair of meaningful earrings. The warm breeze blew slowly, ruffling Shirahoshi's beautiful pink hair, as if Princess Odahime was responding to Shirahoshi's thoughts and expressing her blessings to Qin Yun and Shirahoshi. After a long silence, Shirahoshi reluctantly said goodbye to Princess Odahime, stood up and swam to Qin Yun, hugged him in her arms, and expressed her love for Qin Yun with clumsy actions. "My dear husband, thank you for bringing me to see my dear mother. This is what I want to do most. I didn't expect there would be so many surprises today." "You deserve it, Shirahoshi." What are we going to do next?" Qin Yun was stunned, then looked at her innocent and cute smile and smiled dotingly. If Nami, Robin and the others said this to him, then it would be obvious what to do. Advertisement, however, the innocent Shirahoshi said this without any distractions. "What's next? By the way, Robin also wants to read the main text of history. Next, we will head to the depths of the sea forest. There is something there that one of your future sisters is very interested in." Okay, Shirahoshi had no objection. For her now, as long as she could be with Qin Yun and enjoy the gentle sunshine and fresh air outside, it was enough. Afterwards, Qin Yun controlled the flying carpet and took Shirahoshi to the sea forest. After a while, they came to a huge square stone. Qin Yun took a lot of photos with his video camera, recorded the content, and then sat on Shirahoshi's hand and continued chatting with her. The two who had just established a relationship seemed to have endless topics to talk about. After chatting for a while, Qin Yun's eyes suddenly flashed red, and he saw a huge axe flying rapidly from a distance, rushing towards Shirahoshi with unstoppable force, but it was shattered by a thunderbolt that he casually swung out. Vanderdecken. Shirahoshi was shocked when he saw this scene. He hugged Qin Yun with lingering fear and felt very aggrieved. The red light converged, and Qin Yun's observation hockey locked onto the flying axe, and directly sent out a bolt of lightning to smash it into pieces at a distance, so that Shirahoshi would not see it and would not be scared again. "My dear husband, what's wrong with you?" Shirahoshi looked at the blue lightning that he suddenly threw out, his big tearful eyes full of curiosity. "It's okay, Shirahoshi, I just suddenly remembered something. Come on, I'll take you to solve the culprit that prevented you from leaving the house." "The culprit?" Shirahoshi temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart and swam to the flying carpet with Qin Yun in his arms. The flying carpet spiraled up into the sky and flew out of Fishman Island. Passing through the double-layer bubble membrane on the outside of Fishman Island, the flying carpet heads straight for Noah's Ark. Under the influence of Piao Piao's force, the surrounding sea water automatically moved away, forming an empty path leading directly to Noyan. "Squawi, my lord, the sea is hiding from us." Advertisement. Qin Yun smiled without saying anything, and sped up silently, causing her to exclaim in surprise. After a while, a big head with an ugly and ferocious appearance appeared in Qin Yun's attack range and was easily killed. It is hard to imagine that such a large, big-headed giant is actually a fishman. Watatsumi was a member of the Flying Pirates and was very loyal to Vanderdecken, but unfortunately he was backstabbed by him. Qin Yun let go of Shirahoshi's thumb and floated in the air, with destructive thunder in his hand that was enough to penetrate everything. After a few breaths, the color of the thunder changed from blue to purple and then to black, and then he pushed forward fiercely. Gate of opening. Thunder method. Thunder that penetrates the dead night. The dark thunder, emitting an unrivaled black light, was swallowed by a door in the void. The next moment, a black hole appeared on the back of the big-headed giant's head. Before the seawater could flow in, it was shattered by the powerful black thunder. Watatsumi had no idea what was happening before the back of his head was shattered by the black lightning. A large hole was melted in the huge head, and the scorching heat spread rapidly. The remaining body tissues exploded because they could not withstand the extinction temperature of the black thunder. Just like that, the huge body of the big-headed giant Watatsumi was broken into pieces here and there on the seabed, and was eaten by the stupid little fishes who scrambled to eat them. Watatsumi's speed was slow to begin with, his strength was mediocre, and he was attacked by Qin Yun in such an unsportsmanlike manner. One can imagine what his fate would be. The smell of the burnt meat didn't have time to spread before it was blocked by the dark seawater, not letting out a single bit. When Qin Yun and Shirahoshi flew up there, they saw only a pile of strange remains on the seabed, proving the existence of Watatsumi. Is this the ship of the oath, Noah? It is so huge, as big as half the size of Fishman Island. Was it built by the giants or Joey Boy? Qin Yun speculated secretly. This is Noah. My dear husband, what are we doing here? Shirahoshi did not ask Qin Yun what the meaning of the lightning was. Qin Yun had his reasons whether to tell her or not. I was thinking, this big boat belongs to me now, but it seems useless to me. When Noah grew up, he no longer needed to row on the sea. He could fly 10,000 meters in the sky wherever he went. However, Noah's passenger capacity is at least 5 million, so it would be a pity not to take them away. What can it be used for? Chapter 69 Preliminary Study of Poseidon's Power. I heard from my mother that it was prepared for the residents of Fishman Island to migrate to the mainland. There are so many rooms. My husband might be able to use it for people to live in. Shirahoshi's idea is indeed a last resort. If nothing can be done, let Noah's men who work for him live there for the time being. Putting his thoughts aside, Qin Yun used his observation haki to lock onto the flying pirates in Noah, and the conqueror's domineering aura erupted silently. A breath later, Vanderdecken and his men could not bear the pressure and were knocked unconscious. Qin Yun was too lazy to go in and collect the bodies, so he directly used the power of the gate of opening. Raging lightning exploded in the field. Under the paralysis of the electric current, they were unable to even break free of the fainting, and fell into silence forever. He took away Vanderdecken's target fruit, put it into the fruit and preserved it in the storage room. Shirahoshi won without even seeing his enemy. Speaking of which, the power of the target fruit is not strong, but it is also weak. It can shake Noah and throw him out. Any creature touched by the user of the target fruit will be marked as a target. Touching another creature will directly refresh the mark, and washing hands or feet will eliminate the mark. Most people only have 2 hands and can mark 2 targets at most. The items thrown by the corresponding hand will automatically track the marked target. However, if the object is shot down or blocked by an obstacle along the way, tracking will stop. This drawback, coupled with the fact that the target must be touched with the hand, makes the ability of this fruit lower by several levels. It was of no use to Qin Yun. He had the power of floating. While he was hesitating to touch it with his hands, he had already locked onto the target with his observation haki. While thinking, Qin Yun brought Shirahoshi to the bow of Noah's ship. The power of floating spread, and Noah began to fly under his command. Shirahoshi, can you feel the power in your body? Qin Yun's question was not groundless. If Shirahoshi could awaken Poseidon's ability earlier, it would be of great help to him. Me? Shirahoshi closed her eyes, as if trying to find something special about herself. She frowned and responded. Advertisement, I don't feel anything. My dear husband, am I useless? How is that possible? You are very useful, but I am not qualified enough to use you now. It doesn't matter if you can't feel it. You will awaken sooner or later. There is no need to rush. Qin Yun's comfort was very effective. Shirahoshi's brows relaxed. She didn't care about the changing scenery around her. She put her face close to Qin Yun and waited quietly for him to think. Since you can't summon the Poseidon class, try to command it. Qin Yun looked determined as he controlled Noah to circle around Fishman Island, but he did not find any trace of Poseidon. It seemed that just like the giant hippopotamus he had fought before, there was the aura of Poseidon here, and ordinary Poseidons did not dare to approach at all. I can only wait and take Shirahoshi to the doldrums to try. As long as you are not too unlucky, you can easily find Poseidon types there. Etc. Can he use the white thunder to plunder the Poseidon ability from Shirahoshi? Do it as soon as you think of it. Qin Yun looked up at Shirahoshi, and his fiery eyes made Shirahoshi shy and dare not look back. Shirahoshi, give me your hand. Yes, my dear husband. After a brief moment of surprise, Shirahoshi obediently extended one hand, but felt it was not enough, so he extended the other hand. Qin Yun grabbed her hand, and white thunder surged and passed to Shirahoshi's body. After a careful look, he couldn't catch anything. My dear husband, have you found anything? Qin Yun shook his head. It seemed that Poseidon's abilities could only be studied to this extent for the time being. Fishman Island, Ryugu Kingdom. Jinbei finally returned to Fishman Island. He has been secretly entering and exiting Whitebeard's ship over the years, wanting to do his best for Whitebeard. Just because Whitebeard said one sentence when Fishman Island was in danger. Fishman Island is my territory. From then on, few people dared to attack Fishman Island. Advertisement at this time, Jinbei has not personally given up the position of 7 warlords of the sea, and the main members of the Sun Pirates are still on Fishman Island, which is their base. Also returning with him was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 8th Division, Namur. Because they are both shark-like fishmen, his face is very similar to Jinbei. Jinbei has been the leader of the army of the Dragon Palace Kingdom for many years, which Fishman would not call him, Boss Jinbei, when seeing him. Therefore, as soon as he came back, several soldiers he was familiar with in the Dragon Palace Kingdom told him that there would be a big move tomorrow. After some inquiries, I got the exact news from the Left Minister that Fishman Island was going to submit to the rule of the Divine Emperor Qin Yun. He was shocked and at a loss for words at the news because he knew so little about Qin Yun. So he couldn't wait to come to the palace to confirm the news with Neptune, but he didn't notice that Namur beside him had anger in his eyes that was about to overflow. Seeing that Namur, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, was there, Neptune didn't want to say more, but it was impossible not to tell Jinbei, so he had to talk about what happened today in a roundabout way. I see. I understand your majesty's good intentions. After hearing this, Jinbei couldn't say anything against it, but he felt a little embarrassed. After all, the stability of Fishman Island over the years was largely due to Whitebeard's kindness. Although he respected the king's decision, he had to confirm whether Qin Yun was a trustworthy candidate. How can this be? Boss Jinbei. Neptune secretly thought that something was wrong because of Nir's angry tone. Fishman Island is still the Whitebeard Pirates' territory. Isn't the kid's actions just a provocation to his father? Jinbei's expression froze. What Nir said made sense. He thought about it and said firmly. Well, let me get to know Qin Yun first. If he is really capable of taking Fishman Island away and his rule will not lead to atrocities, I will go and confess to my father. Otherwise, even if you don't tell me, I will also stop him and expel him from Fishman Island. Mer snorted coldly and did not comment. He did not care what kind of person Qin Yun was. Since he dared to provoke the Whitebeard Pirates, in his opinion, he must teach Qin Yun a lesson. What's more, he once attacked Ace's hometown, forcing Ace to look for him in the Grand Line, but found nothing. Jinbei, There's no need for that. I'm not a mermaid who goes back on my word, Neptune advised helplessly. Your Majesty, there is no need to say more. Do you have that boy's phone number? Contact him and let's get in touch. Namur interrupted their conversation and said that as a weak man, Neptune's attitude was actually not that important. Chapter 70. Neptune the Cunning. No, Neptune answered decisively. Seeing the two people's suspicious expressions, he added. Don't worry, there's no such thing. He came and left in a hurry, and he didn't even have time to leave his phone number. This was indeed true, but Neptune got Qin Yun's phone number from Shirley shortly after he left. Seeing this, Jinbei had no intention of asking further questions. He stood up and said goodbye. Your Majesty, in this case, we will go to find Qin Yun first. If he comes back, please inform me. You. Neptune sighed. He could not persuade these two men, one of whom was a man of firm mind and the other was angry. He could only give them some advice. No matter what, you'd better not provoke Qin Yun, otherwise you may not be able to withstand his anger. I can sense that he is tough and cruel inside, and has an indifference to life. He will do whatever it takes to get what he wants, and will mercilessly kill any enemy that stands in his way. If you want to attack him or say something inappropriate to him, be prepared to die. Humph. You are just exaggerating. I have been a pirate for so many years, and I am not afraid of fear. After saying this, Namur turned away. Seeing this, Jinbei gave Neptune an apologetic smile and followed Namur away. When Namur saw Jinbei approaching, he couldn't help but say, Boss Jinbei, you also can't stand that kid's behavior, right? Oh, yes. Jinbei was afraid that his inner thoughts would make Namur even angrier, so he just answered casually. Namur was angry and did not understand the meaning of Jinbei's words. He thought he was recognized and walked more arrogantly. Neptune stood there in silence for a long time. When his observation Haki realized that both of them had left, he immediately took out a Den Den Mushi from his arms and dialed Qin Yun's number. This old man has lived for so many years and is very smart. He even lost his daughter. How could he not know which side to stand on? Bulu Bulu, Boga, hello, who is that? Qin Yun was currently riding a flying carpet with Shirahoshi on their way back to Fishman Island. This is Neptune. Shirahoshi. It's father, how did you know my phone number? Advertisement. Neptune couldn't help but smile when he heard Shirahoshi's voice, and then he continued. I got it from Madame Shirley. Captain Jinbei is back, and with him is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 8th Division, Namur. They know about the big event that will happen tomorrow. I tried to persuade them but failed. They are already on their way to find you. Namur. That big-headed fishman. Haha, just let them find it. Neptune, you made the right choice. Qin Yun's smile faded, and he handed the Den Den Mushi to Shirahoshi, saying, Come, Shirahoshi, talk to your father. As soon as he said this, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. It felt like he had kidnapped Neptune's daughter. Father, hey, Neptune couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Maybe this is what it means to be a daughter slave. After chatting for a while, Shirahoshi happily handed the Den Den Mushi to Qin Yun. The content of their conversation was nothing more than Neptune's concern and advice to Shirahoshi, and he told her to listen carefully to Qin Yun. At the same time, they also returned to Fishman Island, and Qin Yun's observation Haki discovered Jinbei, who had just come out of the Ryugu Kingdom. It's getting late, it's time to take Shirahoshi back to sleep. After flying towards Shirley's private estate for a while, Qin Yun discovered that Jinbei and the other two were running towards him at full speed. He was not surprised because they were not very far apart, and Shirahoshi's huge body was so eye-catching that anyone who was not a fool could spot them with a glance of observation Haki. My dear husband, what happened? Shirahoshi asked subconsciously when he saw the flying carpet slow down. There are two small problems that need to be solved. If we don't solve them today, it will be bad if they create big trouble tomorrow. After Qin Yun responded, he began to think about the strength of Jinbei and Namur. As the captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Namur must have both colors of Haki. He killed an elite marine in seconds during the Battle of Marineford. Our specific strength is unclear. However, judging by his performance, he did not show any outstanding combat power. Advertisement. Jinbei's strength is more unpredictable, and many fans have different opinions on his strength. But his strength is definitely not up to the level of the 4 emperors, otherwise why would he rely on others to protect the safety of Fishman Island? He could fight with Ace for 5 days and 5 nights without a clear winner, was killed instantly by Mihawk, shot down to the bottom of the sea, was injured by a Kainu, and used the ultimate move of the Fishman Karate, Marayanuki, to knock Big Mom away. While he was thinking, Jinbei and Namur finally caught up with him, and Qin Yun looked down at them indifferently. Electric Boy. I heard that you want to seize Fishman Island? Don't you know that this is the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates? Namur asked in a bad tone as soon as he came up. Good fellow, this Shark Boy came up and gave Qin Yun a bad name. This scared Jinbei. Why did he go to provoke Qin Yun right away? Isn't this pushing Fishman Island into the fire pit? He was not on the Moby DK at the time, so he didn't know that Qin Yun had attacked Ace, hometown. Oh, it seems that you two are here with bad intentions. Qin Yun responded coldly. As he spoke, dazzling thunder lingered on his arms. God's judgment. A thick pillar of lightning blasted towards Namur. The dazzling lightning made the two shark-like fishmen who like to live in the deep sea squint their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the lightning column hit Namur, and powerful energy exploded, bombarding and burning half of his body into a bloody mess. As a veteran fishman warrior, Namur has an extremely strong vitality. Even in such a serious injury, he can still make extremely faint moans. However, if he does not receive timely treatment, he will probably die from excessive blood loss within half an hour. Qin Yun vs Namur, one-shot kill. Poor Namur, his arrogant attitude and momentum barely lasted for a few breaths before he lay straight down. All we can say is, if you don't have the ability to save your life, you should never be so arrogant and make enemies. Divine Emperor Qin Yun. Jinbei finally reacted, he screamed, and got into position to prepare for battle. When he saw Qin Yun's casual move, he knew that he was no match for Qin Yun. Haha, this is the honorific you should shout out. Jinbei was confused. Why didn't he see that Muir had such a reckless personality before? He had always acted very honest, but he was only cruel to his enemies. If he had known the result would be like this, he would never have let Muir come. After all, Jinbei is not a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. His side is always with Fishman Island, and he cannot empathize with Namur. Chapter 71 Little Drama Whitebeard. My husband is so domineering. What should I do if he attacks Jinbei boss? Shirahoshi thought secretly that as Qin Yun's bedmate, she naturally couldn't have any objection to his actions, not to mention that she didn't even know Namur. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Jinbei? Qin Yun's condescending attitude made Jinbei feel particularly uncomfortable. You are so arrogant. Do you want to have a taste of thunder and lightning? You have to think clearly. Behind you is Fishman Island. If you don't know which side to stand on, I think there is no need for you to stay in Fishman Island. Jinbei hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then put away his defensive posture. He understood what Qin Yun meant, whether to choose to stand with Whitebeard or to choose to be an honest citizen of Fishman Island. Seeing Jinbei didn't make a choice, Qin Yun didn't rush and asked indifferently. Why did you bring this ignorant big-headed fishman to see me? Do you have the same goal as him? Do you dare to question my decision? Ah, Jinbei looked at Namur worriedly and explained. I just heard that you want to fulfill the long-cherished dream of the mermaids and fishmen, so I wanted to come and find out if you are someone worthy of entrusting your services to me. Oh, so what if it is? So what if it isn't? With your strength, there is no way you can stop this from happening? The future of Fishman Island will be decided by Neptune. As a former captain of Poseidon's army and now one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you are not qualified to distort Neptune's will. Jinbei was speechless. As a citizen of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, as long as he had no intention of rebelling, he only needed to obey the orders from above. Namur. Stop chatting, Boss Jinbei, please save me, I can still be saved. Qin Yun snorted coldly, if you don't want to follow Fishman Island, then take your sun pirates and get out of Fishman Island. Fishman Island is Jinbei's home. He has protected it for many years, how could he leave? He opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but was afraid of angering the other party. After all, Qin Yun's methods were too swift and drastic. Once provoked, he would kill the provocateur without saying a word. Forget it, I understand. Jinbei was worried about Namur's injury and decided to treat Namur first. He jumped in front of Muir's remains, looking at his bloody body, not knowing how to start. If he made a mistake, it would most likely cause secondary injuries. Qin Yun glanced at him and said indifferently, you don't want to save him, do you? Haha, if you dare to offend the god, he is already dead. Advertisement, Your Excellency's methods are so cruel and fierce. You should know that Muir is Whitebeard's son. Aren't you afraid of offending Whitebeard? Whitebeard? Humph, he's just a dying man, why should you be afraid? What a big tone, even threatening to kill Whitebeard. Jinbei mistakenly thought that Qin Yun was going to New World to kill Whitebeard, and couldn't help but look at him strangely. In his opinion, the fact that Whitebeard has been known as the strongest man in the world for so many years is not comparable to a fledgling character like Qin Yun. Jinbei, if you don't leave Fishman Island with the members of the Sun Pirates tomorrow, you will have to work obediently under my rule. If you leave, be prepared to be annihilated. The implication of Qin Yun's words was self-evident. Jinbei just had to be his thug obediently. If he left, no, he couldn't leave. The Sun Pirates will be hunted down by him the moment they leave Fishman Island, and he will not allow enemies who may become an obstacle to him to survive. Boss Jinbei, please don't leave Fishman Island. My husband is a very kind person. Shirahoshi persuaded Jinbei with tears in his eyes, and his evaluation of Qin Yun made Jinbei's mouth twitch slightly. Princess Shirahoshi, you really don't know how terrifying Qin Yun is? Jinbei muttered in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. In just a few words, Namur was already on the verge of death. In the absence of a doctor on Fishman Island, Namur was doomed to die. Unless the dwarf Princess Mansurely was present and could use her healing fruit to reverse his fate, dead end. Qin Yun no longer looked at the two of them and urged the flying carpet to leave. Blur. Blur. At this moment, a rapid den den mushi sound suddenly appeared. Following the direction of the sound, I found that it came from Muir's arms. Jinbei seemed to have thought of something, and quickly took out a den den mushi with a white beard on its face from Muir's arms. Bulu Bulu's voice became even more shrill, and Jinbei subconsciously looked at Qin Yun, asking for his opinion. Whitebeard, answer it. Qin Yun gave the order calmly without changing his expression. Poga, advertisement, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, are you calling so urgently to plead for your useless and stupid son? Qin Yun mocked expressionlessly. Actually, he had a good impression of Whitebeard, but if it were in the real world. Haha, sorry, even if the character he admires most comes in front of him and blocks his way, he will kill him without mercy. By the way, Whitebeard has another black spot. He was infected with Kazuki Oden, a clown who was unkind, unjust, disloyal, unfilial, and unwise. He didn't even accept him as his son, but directly regarded Oden as a brother. Gulala, what a young voice. Was my son Namur attacked by you? Where did you come from, little devil? Whitebeard's domineering and charming voice made Jinbei's heart tremble. It turned out that it was Namur's life card that burned instantly, which attracted Marco's attention. Marco holds several positions. He is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division, the ship's doctor, and he also holds the life cards of the Whitebeard Pirates' captains. Want to know? Haha, you will know, but not now. Don't worry, we will meet soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yun snapped his fingers, and the den-den-mushi that looked like Whitebeard exploded. It was just a little teasing, just an appetizer. He glanced at Jinbei who was about to speak, but did not comment. Then he moved his mind and drove the flying carpet towards Shiarli's private estate. The captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Namur, is dead. At the same time, on an island far away in the New World, the Whitebeard Pirates are stationed there. Looking at the busy tone of den-den-mushi, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates fell into a long silence. Now no one dared to speak out and offend the angry Whitebeard. Cough, cough, cough. Whitebeard's violent coughing made everyone look worried, and the nurses rushed forward to relieve his pain. After easing up for a while, Whitebeard gave an order, Marco, investigate who attacked Namur. Yes. Dad. Marco's brows were furrowed the entire time. In the past few months, the Whitebeard Pirates had encountered so many accidents that he felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Chapter 72 transformed into a mermaid. First, Ace searched for the god Emperor Qin Yun to no avail, and had no choice but to return to the Whitebeard Pirates. Another time after fighting a certain pirate group, Marshal D. Teach actually killed the captain of the 4th Division, Thatch, for a devil fruit. After escaping from the Whitebeard Pirates, he actually called himself Blackbeard, which was undoubtedly a provocation to Whitebeard's father. You know, the only rule of the Whitebeard Pirates is that they are not allowed to kill their companions. Teach's various practices can be said to have violated their bottom line. After learning about this, Ace began to hunt down Teach, regardless of Whitebeard's obstruction. What he fears most now is, in Ace's pursuit battle with Teach, who is the hunter and who is the prey. There was no sign of Namul's death today. He noticed at the moment he felt the burning of his life card, but it was still too late. I don't know if Jinbei, who was traveling with Namur, knew that he was the cause of his death. It seems like we have to ask him. Fishman Island, Coral Hill. Although the night is sultry, the mermaid's emotional whispers are even more sultry. Qin Yun and Shirahoshi returned to Shiarli's private manor. As soon as they entered, they were warmly welcomed by mermaids such as Yishili, Sarah, and Mello. This royal treatment was as if he had returned to his home at Sky Island Shrine, enjoying the carefree surroundings of Nami, Robin, Perona and other concubines. After a burst of laughter, everyone came to the hall on the first floor of the manor to continue laughing and playing. After the mermaids learned that Shiarli had told Qin Yun relevant information about the mermaid tribe at the Mermaid Cafe, they all encouraged Shiarli to continue telling the story. Shiarli couldn't resist the expectant looks of many mermaids, so she had no choice but to hand over the contents at the bottom of the box to them. Advertisement. Qin Yun lay on Shirahoshi and listened with great interest. Shirahoshi's face was full of disbelief, as if his whole outlook on life had been greatly impacted. Everyone learned a lot. For example, the mermaid tribe belongs to the human category and is a mammalian viviparous family, so Qin Yun can have children with beautiful mermaids. The children born may be male humans, male fish, female humans, or female fish. They will not give birth to fish people. Only the offspring of fish people and various races will give birth to fish people. I also know how mermaids excrete. Oh no, I know the body structure of mermaids. Their upper bodies are basically the same as humans, but their lower bodies are very different. There is indescribable knowledge on their exquisitely beautiful fishtails. The bottom line is that Qin Yun can let them give birth to his good babies before their fishtails turn into legs. Of course, after the mermaid reaches the age of 30, after the fishtail turns into legs, it can also change back to the fishtail at any time. It seems that Granny Kokoluo once used this skill to save the protagonist group. Knowing all this, Qin Yun had a bold idea. Can humans transform into mermaids for means such as devil fruits and bloodline factors? You said Qin Yun's bold idea is not this? How is that possible? Don't speculate. As a god of noble character, he quickly dispelled the thoughts in his mind. After taking one last look at the little Shirahoshi, whose eyes were wide open, whose face was filled with shock, and whose face was blushing and helpless, he chuckled and wandered away in high spirits, chasing sweet dreams. The next morning, Qin Yun suddenly felt his nose itchy. After wrinkling his nose, it became even more itchy. He frowned and slowly woke up. What caught my eye was Mello's soft fishtail and her pretty face. You're so good, Mello. You're playing tricks on me so early in the morning. He stood up and looked, only to find that the mermaids had gathered around him and were playing and frolicking. Shirahoshi lowered his head, looking at him expectantly, while Shiarli sat in the distance, drinking hot fragrant tea. Lord Qin Yun, it will be time for His Majesty Neptune to summon the people soon. It's time to get up and have dinner. Yishili's gentle and royal sister voice cheered Qin Yun up. He nodded in response, bounced off the trampoline, and then jumped onto the dining table in the middle of the hall amid Shirahoshi's exclamations. Advertisement. Without waiting for his orders, the mermaids rushed to surround him and offered him delicious cakes and snacks. Because Sarah and Sora were closer to the dining table, they took the first seats on both sides of him. Their proud little eyes made the other mermaids curl their lips in disdain. After having a good meal and tea, the mermaids changed Qin Yun into a white dragon robe with gold thread and fish patterns. As for the previous clothes, it had been damaged in the previous battle. Qin Yun flew to Shirahoshi's rosy face and said softly, "Shirahoshi, just stay here and play with these mermaid sisters. I'll be back in a while." "Yes, husband." Shirahoshi blushed after she said that. She spoke very little after she came back yesterday because she was afraid that calling Qin Yun, husband, would be laughed at by the mermaid sisters. As expected, the mermaid sisters looked at her with a teasing look. Shirahoshi thought so herself. Ooh, I really want to get back into bed for a while. Qin Yun did not try to probe her inner thoughts, and even if he knew, he would not say anything. One has to practice to become thick-skinned and not care about other people's eyes. He smiled knowingly, stepped forward and gently kissed Shirahoshi's beautiful forehead, then flew towards Shirley, but unexpectedly Shirahoshi's cheeks became even redder, as if invisible steam was coming out. Shirahoshi shook her tail awkwardly, muttering to herself, "When can I be like my husband and remain calm in front of so many people? Let's go, my lady Shirley. As a great prophet, you can tell the people of Fishman Island about their future destination." Qin Yun stretched out his right hand, ready to welcome Shirley's embrace. Shirley hummed softly, and under the expectant eyes of the mermaids, she hooked Qin Yun's arm. Qin Yun didn't care about her disobedience and took her directly to the outside of the manor. A flying carpet appeared and they flew to Jilong Court Square on the flying carpet. At the same time, he released his observation hockey and scanned the Fishman Island. Jinbei and his sun pirates did not leave, but also came to Jilong Court Square to wait for Qin Yun's arrival. It seems that he made the right choice. But why does he have a knife on his back? I never saw him use it in pirates. After a night of hard work, Jinbei, along with the members of the Sun Pirates, cleared out all the pirates on Fishman Island. Close black lens bracket. During the flight, Qin Yun stroked Mrs. Shirley's shark tail and thought of the mermaid's love for him. This kind of love and warmth that transcends races and body types is so addictive and uplifting. Chapter 73. The day is coming. Is he a pervert? Qin Yun thinks he is not. Is there any warrior who shares the same aspirations as him? The Gironcourt Plaza was already filled with mermaids and fishmen. They were talking in low voices, secretly guessing what big event would happen today that would change the future of Fishman Island. I remember the last time the palace was so crowded was the day Princess Odahime was assassinated while giving a speech. There were also quite a few Poseidon soldiers on the scene, and they worked diligently to maintain order on the scene. Neptune, the left minister, the right minister and other officials sat on the podium. Among the princes, only Sharkstar came. He was mature and steady and would not do anything out of line, but the other two princes were confined to the palace for fear that they would have a relapse. Shirley's figure on the flying carpet attracted attention. Neptune and others stood up to greet him. An invisible pressure enveloped the whole place, and the people of Fishman Island fell silent in an instant. Finally, the flying carpet stopped behind Neptune's head. Qin Yun glanced around expressionlessly and said coldly, "Neptune, let's start." Upon hearing this, Neptune sighed quietly. Facing the countless people from Fishman Island, he was suddenly stunned. Power? Wealth? Family? People? During his more than 20 years of rule, he seemed to only care about his family. It seems that he is really not suitable to be a king. It is time to abdicate. Neptune's expression was determined, and with the help of the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi, his voice was clearly heard by every citizen present. Everyone on Fishman Island, today, I, Neptune, am honored to tell you that whether it is the sunshine that the mermaids want to bask in all the time, or the air that the fishmen want to breathe, today, we will complete what you have longed for. Wish. When these words were spoken, the people who were unaware of the situation were in uproar. Neptune, what do you mean by that? Sunlight, air, are we heading for land? There will be a war. The humans on Earth won't let us survive on land so easily. Advertisement. Countless voices came from all directions, some questioning, some supporting, some incredulous, and even some mermaids sang laments. Silence. Listen to what His Majesty has to say. The right minister held a long sword that looked like a trident in his right hand and slammed it hard on the ground, and the sound in the field gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Neptune continued. These are all the prophecies of Madame Shiley. At the same time, I will also respond to the prophecy and resign my throne as king. Fishman Island will become part of the kingdom of God, and we will be in the kingdom of God together with the Lord God, God Qin Yun, under the rule of. After saying these words, his expression became extremely decadent, as if he had aged 10 years out of thin air. What? It's Mrs. Shirley's language. The people on the scene were talking about it, but when they heard the name of Mrs. Shirley, no one questioned it. After the people reacted for a while, Qin Yun nodded, and Mrs. Shirley stepped forward and shouted. Don't panic, the future of Fishman Island is bright. As long as we follow the development of the prophecy and listen to the will of God Qin Yun, we will also have a bright future. After hearing Mrs. Shirley's speech, the people immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most concerned about were the issues of life and food. As long as there were no major problems in these two areas, they would feel at ease. Go, before the sun rises high, and return to your house to avoid any possible situation. This moment is the day that will finally come. As soon as Shirley finished speaking, the field erupted in earth-shaking cheers. The sound was so loud that even the double-layer bubble membrane outside Fishman Island was shaken slightly. As a result, Qin Yun's men had a surge of about hundreds of thousands of troops and millions, totaling less than 5 million, of manpower. Their physical strength and power are inherently stronger than those of ordinary humans, but most of them are lazy and don't like to train their bodies. Or maybe they have low talent, resulting in very few strong mermaids and fishmen. However, this is enough. Whether it is mining, transportation, construction and other necessary tasks for the country, they're good tools. The crowds receded like the tide, but there were always fishmen swimming against the tide. Jinbei left the sun pirates behind and jumped to Neptune's side. After nodding and greeting the people around him, Wang Sheng said, "Qin, Lord God, could you please move aside and listen to what I have to say?" Advertisement Qin Yun had long noticed that his eyes were wandering and wanted to talk to him. There seemed to be a tragic melody under his fat back. He frowned slightly and responded calmly, "Okay, follow me." With a thought, he controlled the flying carpet to fly forward. Just when it was 3 steps above Jinbei's head, the flying carpet rushed into the different space. Jinbei, Neptune and the others opened their mouths wide, their eyes full of astonishment. What kind of strange ability is this? Boss Jinbei. Shiarli's voice came from the deep green void. Jinbei came back to his senses and jumped in tentatively with doubt. The door to the other dimension closed immediately. Jinbei staggered as he felt the touch of a solid entity beneath his feet. He quickly steadied himself and wiped the cold sweat from his head. He walked up to Shiarli and Qin Yun and asked in confusion, "This is?" "No need to waste time. What do you want to talk to me about?" Qin Yun would not explain to everyone, so he just asked about divine power. Jinbei's expression froze, and he had to get to the point. "I received a call from Phoenix Marco last night, asking me who was the culprit who killed Namur." "Oh, what did you say?" Qin Yun didn't care whether Whitebeard knew he was the murderer or not. He didn't tell him before just to PS him off. Maybe he could make Whitebeard lose some status? "I just said I don't know." Jinbei's eyes were very firm, but Whitebeard did a favor to Fishman Island after all. "I am ashamed to face my own heart for doing this." As he spoke, he drew out the big knife from his bag and shouted, "Please allow me to cut off one of my arms as an apology for lying to Whitebeard." As a sea knight, Jinbei is labeled as a chivalrous man. Lying to Whitebeard, who has done him a favor, is unjust. Telling the truth is like stabbing Qin Yun in the back. He originally wanted to cut off his arm to make amends, but now his identity is a citizen of Fishman Island, and logically he should be controlled by Qin Yun. If his arm were broken, his combat power would inevitably decline, and by then, he might even draw Qin Yun's wrath. "Haha, please allow me." Qin Yun probably guessed what Jinbei meant. He wanted to leave him a damaged version of Jinbei's thugs. "How about this, Jinbei, you can cut off a few fingers first. As for the broken arm, let's wait for 3 years. By then, even if you want to die, I won't care." Chapter 74 Shocking Change. This. Jinbei was stunned. Cut off the finger first to make amends, and then cut off the arm later? "Okay, it's decided." Qin Yun waved his hand and signaled him to leave. "Mr. Qin Yun." Qin Yun snorted coldly, and Conqueror's domineering aura surged out, ruthlessly washing away Jinbei's will, but he did not faint. After all, he was a Shichibukai and could withstand the existence of Big Mom's soul spell. "I'm not negotiating with you. Remember your identity, Jinbei. Behind you is Fishman Island." The next moment, a circular door to another dimension appeared under Jinbei's feet, causing him to fall out of the dimension unexpectedly. Jinbei landed steadily on the ground and sighed in frustration. Things had come to this point and he had no choice but to obey Qin Yun. After being silent for a while, he suddenly raised the big knife in his hand and chopped towards the fingers of his left hand expressionlessly. Whoosh! The knife flashed, and 5 fingers were broken. Due to the different forces, they shot out in different directions. "Jinbei boss, Captain." The people in the distance had been watching Jinbei, and when he chopped off their fingers for the first time, they subconsciously cried out in surprise. The next moment, Jinbei's hand, which only had 1 palm left, began to spurt blood. His heart was connected to his fingers. He began to frown because of the severe pain, but said nothing. Everyone had gathered around, staring at his bloody left hand in bewilderment. At this moment, Aladdin, the ship's doctor and vice captain of the Sun Pirates, put aside the medical equipment that had been prepared long ago and began to treat Jinbei's injuries. "Don't panic, I just want to test whether the blade is sharp or not." The unaware people were bewildered and shocked. Neptune and Aladdin, who knew the truth, sighed quietly and said nothing more. Time passed slowly, and soon the sun was high in the sky. After Qin Yun brought Shiarli back to her private estate, she played with the mermaids until lunch was over. The time had come. He broke free from Shiarli's arms, turned into lightning, and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the observation room of the Ryugu Kingdom, where he could clearly observe the scene outside Fishman Island through layers of barriers. As soon as Qin Yun thought about it, the entire Fishman Island began to rise slowly, moving in the direction indicated by the permanent pointer of Thunder God Island. Behind Fishman Island, Noah's Ark followed closely. Advertisement: now that we are here, this big ship can be considered a trophy, so of course we have to take it away. The journey was peaceful, but as they were getting farther and farther away from the Sun Tree Eve, the people of Fishman Island felt deeply that the sunlight was gradually disappearing and they were falling into endless darkness. After ascending about 3,000 meters, the area around Fishman Island suddenly became bright. This unexpected turn of events made Qin Yun frown. With his sharp eyesight, he discovered that a Poseidon-like creature resembling a lanternfish appeared around Fishman Island. Could it be the lanternfish that ate the island where Olga lived and liked to collect pure gold? As if to deny his guess, the Poseidon with the lantern suddenly emitted an even brighter light. Now, everyone can see clearly the current situation of Fishman Island. They were actually surrounded by more than a dozen Poseidons over 5,000 meters in altitude. Could it be that they can sense the movements of Shirahoshi or Fishman Island? God! God, what should we do? The Poseidon army on the side had never seen such a scene before. They asked Qin Yun's will tremblingly. No need to panic. Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged. With Shirahoshi's presence, it was impossible for them to attack Fishman Island. Ah, how come Fishman Island is here? The time has not come yet. Why is our mermaid princess leaving the sea? Wait, the opportunity seems to be in these few years. Did we miscalculate hundreds of years ago? Our oath boat, how come it also took off? Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Some were sharp, some were hoarse, some were honest. Dozens of voices came from nowhere and slowly entered Qin Yun's mind. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. He hesitated for a moment, then controlled Fishman Island to continue floating upwards. After floating another 1,000 meters, the Poseidons could no longer hold back. Their noisy and chaotic conversations flooded into Qin Yun's mind. Although I don't know why Fishman Island left, anyway, let it go back first. As soon as these words were spoken, the Poseidons reached a consensus, rushed forward, bit Fishman Island and Noah, and dragged them to Fishman Island's original location. A dozen Poseidons exerting force at the same time, what a huge force. Fishman Island and Noah stopped floating upwards in an instant, standing still and not moving, fighting with Qin Yun for control of the two. Advertisement. After only half a breath of stalemate, Fishman Island and Noah began to sink. Qin Yun's lightning flashed and he appeared on Fishman Island. With the blessing of electric current, he shouted loudly. Everyone, let go of Fishman Island. After the words fell, the Poseidons instinctively paused for a moment, then let go of Fishman Island and Noah and looked towards the tiny Qin Yun. The noisy discussion began again, and Qin Yun hurriedly continued to shout. This is the order from the mermaid princess. She is leaving the sea and heading to a height of 10,000 meters. What a terrifying aura. Is he human? Human. We did not receive any orders from the mermaid princess. You do not have the authority to convey orders. Then you wait for a moment, I will find the mermaid princess. You can actually understand what I am saying. The Poseidons were silent for a long time, and finally shouted in unison. Go. Qin Yun did not hesitate. He flashed several times and returned to Shiarli's private estate. After a brief explanation, he took Shirahoshi on a flying carpet to the sea above Fishman Island. Shirahoshi, tell them that you are leaving the sea and let them. No, ask them first how to awaken Poseidon's ability. Qin Yun reacted instantly. This is a rare good thing, chance. Yes, my dear husband. After Shirahoshi responded softly, she timidly looked at the dozen or so Poseidons. For some reason, she could feel a friendly feeling from them. She followed Qin Yun's request and cried out in a tender voice. Poseidon-like master, how can I awaken the ability of Poseidon? Open black lens bracket mermaid princess. Close black lens bracket, awakening Poseidon's ability. We are not Poseidon, how would we know? Open black lens bracket, just be perfunctory. Close black lens bracket, what are you talking about? The mermaid princess heard it all. Hearing these words, Qin Yun was confused. How come these Poseidons didn't know and their personalities were so erratic? Shirahoshi burst out laughing, thinking they were hilarious. Wow. You'll know once the princess grows up. Qin Yun twitched his lips. It seemed that he couldn't get this information from the Poseidon class. Or maybe this method was true. He just had to wait until Shirahoshi grew up. Chapter 75 Milk Sister Moda. He waved his hand helplessly and said, Shirahoshi, tell them that you are leaving the sea, and ask them to help send Fishman Island and Noah to the sea, and then leave a Poseidon to follow the sea near Fishman Island. Limited to 5,000 meters and above Poseidon mounts, don't miss it. If she lets one follow her all the time, even if Shirahoshi cannot awaken Poseidon's summoning ability for the time being, she can still command them. Shirahoshi nodded and conveyed Qin Yun's meaning in a soft voice. The Poseidons responded and rushed to the sea with Fishman Island and Noah. Upon seeing this, Qin Yun immediately took Shirahoshi back to Fishman Island. After a while, more than a dozen Poseidons rushed out of the sea, and Fishman Island and Noah were pushed on their heads. This kind of scene often occurs in the doldrums, but it is very rare in this turbulent new world. Unfortunately, only the people of Fishman Island are lucky enough to enjoy such a spectacular scene. Because Qin Yun was controlling the Fishman Island to float upward diagonally, the location of the Fishman Island was now far away from the red soil continent and appeared in the sea near the Thunder God Island. Goodbye, big guys, Poseidon like adults. After letting Shirahoshi say goodbye to the Poseidons, Qin Yun continued the relay, allowing Fishman Island and Noah to rise to an altitude of 7,000 meters above the White Sea before temporarily stopping. After Fishman Island left the bottom of the sea, all marines and pirates who wanted to go to the New World, through Fishman Island, lost a temporary place to stay on the bottom of the sea. This means that if they want to reach the New World from the bottom of the sea, their death rate will be raised by more than one level. Not only that, they also had to prepare the record pointers needed for the New World in the Sabaody Islands in advance in order to sail smoothly. Who will be the first to discover the departure of Fishman Island? They will die if they are not prepared. After settling everyone down, Qin Yun played with the mermaids in Shiarli's private estate for 2 more days before heading to Thunder God Island with great satisfaction. As a user of the Thunderfruit, Thunder God Island is a must-go place. What if he finds something that can help him improve his strength? Unfortunately, he walked around Thunder God Island several times but didn't find anything special. He even took the initiative to absorb some thunder, but it was useless. He originally thought that there would be some place like inheritance in the fantasy world, but he found nothing. It seemed that he was just daydreaming. Advertisement, however, the temporary failure did not have any impact on Qin Yun. According to his plan, he crossed the red soil continent from the calm belt on the left side of New World and flew back to the Sky Island. Not long after he flew across the Red Earth continent, an island in the sea attracted his attention. This place is close to the holy land of Marihoa. Speaking of this, he instantly thought of the kingdom of Lulusha. This is a country that was destroyed by IM using the Motherfire developed by Vegapunk to drive the ancient weapon after the World Conference ended 2 years later. It was also the place where Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army, of the Revolutionary Army, and 3 other commanders passed by before the World Conference. They killed the Peachbeard pirates who were plundering at the time and saved Milk Sister Moda. Unfortunately, it's still early. The Revolutionary Army is elusive, rarely appears, so it will take some time to find Bello Betty and Kurla. However, he was able to capture a Milk Sister Moda. No, it's salvation. This would save her from joining the Revolutionary Army out of sadness because of the destruction of her country and the ruin of her family. Next, it depends on whether this island is the territory of the kingdom of Lulusha. Lightning flashed several times, and Qin Yun appeared at the largest port on the island. The sounds of shouting, unloading and hawking are mixed together, but it does not make people feel irritated. Without paying attention to the horrified expressions of the people around him, he randomly picked a lucky guy on the street and glanced at him with an indifferent look. The guy felt as if his heart was being pinched by someone's hand, and he was so nervous that he could hardly breathe. Where is this place? The man blurted out subconsciously. Ostana Port. I mean, what country is this? Lulusha Kingdom. Qin Yun nodded. People would subconsciously say what they think the answer is, which is harmless. Now that it has been confirmed that it is the kingdom of Lulusha, Moda will not be able to escape his clutches. As soon as he had a thought, his observation hockey instantly enveloped the kingdom of Lulusha, carefully searching for the small cattle farm and Moda. After a while, he finally found Moda by a stream. Advertisement without hesitation, he immediately released lightning and disappeared on the spot. The lucky guy was left lying on the ground, gasping for breath like the Shinigami who had escaped with him. At this time, Moda was wearing a cow hat, squinting her eyes with a sad look, hugging her calves, curled up against a big tree, looking like a poor girl who had just cried. Next to her is a milk bottle that she never leaves behind. It is large enough to cover her upper body and is an important thing that she relies on for survival. Just as she was staring blankly at the stream in the distance, light blue lightning gathered in front of her and Qin Yun emerged from it. The sudden appearance of the second person interrupted Moda's thoughts. She quickly composed herself and looked at Qin Yun timidly. Don't be afraid, I'm not a good person. Hearing Qin Yun's comfort, Moda became even more frightened, and pretended to be calm and said softly. I'm not afraid. My name is God Qin Yun. What's your name? My name is Moda. Moda has been living in this small town that is rarely invaded by pirates. Where has she ever seen anyone who can fly? When she heard the surname Shen, she really thought the other person was a god. Qin Yun nodded, as long as he had found the right person. Her secret sadness here gave him an opportunity to start a conversation. I saw you in heaven, feeling sad and alone. I was afraid you would drown yourself. After explaining the reason, Qin Yun began to talk about the strategy in a familiar way. If you keep the unpleasant things in your heart for too long, you will get sick. At that time, your parents will also be sad. If you don't mind, you can ask me. A chance to confide in this stranger? Open black lens bracket parents. Close black lens bracket. When Moda heard these 2 words, she felt even more upset. How could the other party hit her sore spot at once? Thank you for your concern. My parents seem to have abandoned me. We haven't seen each other for several years. Even if I get sick, no one will be sad. What? Qin Yun frowned. He remembered that when Moda reunited with her parents, both sides seemed very happy. How could they abandon her? Was there some hidden secret? However, this is only what is mentioned on the cover page of the comic, and the amount of information conveyed is indeed not enough for him to understand the full picture. Moda. A girl with long golden hair who sells milk for a living. She is kind, cute, sincere and brave. Because she sells milk, hey. Chapter 76. Abducting. The lovely Moda they didn't meet, which means Ace hadn't accidentally come here while chasing Blackbeard, or in other words, Ace couldn't come here because of the butterfly effect because he was looking for him. As long as Qin Yun starts with her parents, he can easily win Moda's heart. How could it be? You look like a well-behaved and sensible girl. I can't imagine what kind of person would have the heart to abandon such a lovely person like you. Thank you. Moda felt Qin Yun's kindness and gradually relaxed. Moda, have you been here alone all these years? Moda nodded and picked up the milk bottle beside her somewhat embarrassedly. Will he think I'm pretending to be pitiful? After a breath of silence, Qin Yun flew to Moda, half-crouched, put away his unattainable and overbearing attitude, and with his handsome face, he looked gentle and approachable, making it easier for Moda to let go of the worries in her heart. Alert. You have been waiting for your parents to return all these years, and you have to work hard for a living at such a young age. It's very tormenting, right? But it's all over. Moda, come with me. From now on, let me be your family. Ah. A hint of surprise and emotion flashed in Moda's eyes, but she lowered her head in inferiority. But is it really possible? I will become a burden to others. Qin Yun chuckled. I am the god and emperor of a country. I can support millions of you. Thinking that such a self-reliant person would not be used to accepting the kindness of others, he added. If you feel bad about it, you can be my secretary and do things for me, such as helping me deal with the troubles in my life. But I'm afraid, what if my parents come back and can't find me? What if they're sad? Well, do you know where your parents went? Yes, before they left, they said they were going to work at the Marine GL second branch base, and they also said they would send living expenses and letters home every month, but after they sent it twice, I never heard from them again. At this point, Moda's eyes welled up with tears, but she had lived alone and strong for many years and no longer cried easily. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and looked at Qin Yun with expectant eyes. I see that you can fly, are you really a god? Advertisement, if he is really a god, he must have the ability to let me see my parents. Just let me see them once. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yun smiled and said frankly, you will know it later. Let's go, you can meet your parents tonight. Moda's eyes lit up. She was just a pretty girl from an ordinary small town. The other party was obviously of noble status, so there was no need to deceive her. The next moment, a sweet milky aroma rushed into Qin Yun's nostrils, and his cheeks felt soft and warm for a moment. It turned out that Moda excitedly threw herself on him and gave him a kiss of gratitude. Even the bottle of milk in her hand was ruthlessly thrown aside. Qin Yun took advantage of the situation and lifted Moda up by the back, making her want to run away shyly but bury her head in his arms awkwardly. Moda, where is your home? Hearing the question, Moda raised her head despite her shyness, struggled for a while, and seeing that it was useless, she muttered softly, Brother Shen, put me down, I will take you too. Just point out a direction and I'll take you there. This. Moda turned around awkwardly and continued to mutter, but I haven't got my milk bottle yet. Look behind, what's this? Moda saw that she was doomed and could not escape. Her milk bottle flew over their heads under Qin Yun's floating power. Woo, she gave up, raised her hand and pointed in a direction before continuing to bury her head in her arms. Qin Yun didn't make things difficult for her anymore. He lifted her up and carried her away in a princess hug. They hadn't flown far when they arrived at a small cattle farm. That's right, with Moda's speed, she couldn't run very far. After landing next to a small house, Qin Yun asked, Moda, do you have any photos of your parents? Yes, in the house. Qin Yun nodded, turned sideways and pushed against the gate of opening, pulled his arms inward, and carried her into the cabin. He took a quick look and saw that Moda's cottage consisted of a living room and a bedroom, with a very simple layout. In other words, there was no money and no things. Advertisement, however, the cottage was very clean. Although she lived alone, she made the cottage very warm. Perhaps this could comfort her lonely heart. Moda's parents are really carefree. As parents, they go out to work and leave a little girl alone at home to look after the cattle farm. They are really not afraid of any accidents. After Qin Yun put Moda down, she followed her to the bedroom. She took a photo from the bedside, which was a photo of her and her parents. The photo is very clean and you can tell she wipes it regularly. Brother Shen, I found it. Moda held the photo in both hands to show it. This photo was taken by her parents at a cost of money because they were afraid that she would miss them too much. Qin Yun looked up and saw that Moda's parents were just ordinary, honest people. Because there was no stool in Moda's house, he sat on the bed with Moda. The bed was also very small, and his tall body took up most of the bed, and he sat tightly against Moda. Moda's hopeful eyes made Qin Yun smile knowingly. He pinched Moda's little face, then took out the Den Mushi from the storage room and called Shira in front of her. Moda was extremely envious of this ability to take things out of thin air. She thought to herself, it would be great if I were also a god. I wonder what the child I would have with my brother would look like. After sending the photo, Qin Yun calmly ordered, Zura, you and several other priests will lead the god's guard to the Marine GL second branch base and bring the couple in the photo back to the Kingdom of God. The base of Marinegel's second branch is not far to the northeast of the Kingdom of Lulusha. Moda's parents work in the Marine cafeteria, so it is easy to find them. Marine Branch Lieutenant General Gumier is the base commander there. He is a veteran double-sword swordsman who believes in calm justice. However, he is too old now, and Shira and the others are enough to easily deal with such an elderly lieutenant general. Garp, Crane. Come find me if you dare. Everything was arranged properly, and Moda's happiness was written all over her face. She knew that she had no way to repay Qin Yun, so she could only give him another sweet, milky kiss as a thank you. Qin Yun gladly accepted it, and after savoring its sweetness for a while, he got down to business. Piao Piao Earth Dragon Tumbling. Moda's dairy farm was lifted up from the ground by him and flew towards the Sky Island. Milk is a good thing. There's a strange setting in this world. If you have broken teeth, broken bones, or fractured bones, just drink a glass of milk. This is the best milk. Chapter 77 Emperor-level strongman Moda looked at him with even more admiration, her little eyes filled with shining little stars. Qin Yun raised his lips slightly and continued to do what he had not finished just now, chatting with his sweet sister Moda. Time passed by little, and Qin Yun deliberately slowed down his pace on the way back just to enjoy some time with Moda. With Moda's immense worship of him as a god and the fulfillment of her wish to meet her parents, she vowed to serve him for life. Qin Yun couldn't bear to reject her initiative. After all, although Moda had a strong character, she was still an inferior girl due to the lack of parental love. Therefore, he gladly accepted Moda's declaration of service and granted her the status of goddess. Looking at Moda's happy and satisfied smile, Qin Yun knew that his choice was right. If he doesn't cherish such a beautiful and lovely sister, he really deserves to be struck by lightning. As a lightning person, being struck by 5 thunderbolts should be a heavy punishment, right? After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yun finally brought Moda back to Sky Island. After not seeing each other for a few days, the first stop was of course to go back to the shrine. My Lord God. The angels in the temple were as obedient and polite as ever. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, saying, "Go get some clothes for Moda. Oh, you can keep the characteristics of her clothes, find a headscarf with black and white moderate cow patterns, and a set of clothes that are convenient for work, secretary uniform." Yes, Lord God. It was self-evident who Moda was. The angels came forward, surrounded her, and measured her size while she was at a loss. Qin Yun glanced at him casually. Huh? He is actually an emperor-level expert. There is still a certain gap between his level and Nami's, but strength is something that is very good as long as it is not too weak. Moda's face turned red. She noticed Qin Yun's little action and shyly grasped the corner of her clothes, a little afraid that Qin Yun would dislike her. The girl's blushing face is the best love word. Qin Yun chuckled, took her into his arms, waved his hand to signal the angels to retreat, and took her into the temple. It is worth mentioning that as Qin Yun had more and more divine concubines, and people of the level of divine concubines also began to fill in, the original divine palace was no longer sufficient. Advertisement therefore, he chose an island as the Jingu Island early on and asked the god's construction team to build a magnificent palace for him. The construction speed of the extraordinary world was beyond imagination, and they completed it very quickly. In this way, the goddess he captured later would also have a small courtyard of her own. Now the temple he was about to enter was the temple where he lived. Back to the topic, as soon as Qin Yun and Moda walked in, cheers of joy were heard from both sides. Oni-chan, God. The next moment, several girls rushed to his side, along with Moda, and surrounded him tightly, hugging him tightly. The fragrance of the girls wafted into his nostrils, and Qin Yun couldn't suppress a smile on his face. He spread his arms and hugged them. He had already noticed the excited breathing inside, and this scene was exactly what he expected. Well, brother, you are so dishonest, Nami complained but did not leave his side. Vivi and Conis responded by giggling and playing around. It's only been a few days, and you miss me so much? The question was raised, but no one answered. The goddess is around. It's impossible to answer, otherwise it will be troublesome to be teased in the future. After a while, Qin Yun let them go and began to hug them one by one. Nami was passionate and even turned into mist to get close to him, whispering, "Brother, brother," in his ear in a seductive voice. Karina and Nami are equally beautiful, each with their own characteristics. She has long hair flowing down, and her beauty does not seem to be from this world. Qin Yun could not help but hug her for a while longer. Vivi hooked her arms around his neck, her passionate eyes filled with undisguised love. Now, with the gift of Qin Yun, she obtained the power of the sand fruit, after capturing Perona, and spent the whole day developing the fruit abilities with Nami. Conis was petite and cute. She traced a few strokes on his chest with her slender jade fingers, as if hinting at something. As the first concubine of God, she had extremely special meaning to Qin Yun. There's even Perona. Advertisement. These goddesses all have enthusiastic and lively personalities, no wonder they came to attack him. Perona was wearing a beautiful gothic Lolita dress and looked relaxed. Although he has only recently joined the Jingu family, he seems to get along well with Nami and the others. Perona lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly as he kept staring at her. Qin Yun saw this and quickly hugged her in his arms, leaning close to her ear and whispering softly. "Stay in my temple today and chat with me." Perona responded softly, her ears turning pink due to Qin Yun's actions. Qin Yun let go of Perona and asked casually, "Where are the others? Are they in the shrine?" "I was the first one to find you, so I called so many people to ambush you." Nami puffed out her chest proudly. With such powerful powers, she knew everything about the movements of the goddess and the god's concubines. Sister Robin was reading in your bedroom before. Now she should be in the same room with Polki, Nokigo, Michita, Marianu, Kaya, Makino, Khalifa, Jessica, and Kobot. T and Chad in the palace. Tina's sister, Tashigi, and Lackey are training the Angel God team on Angel Island. Qin Yun nodded. Robin's group generally belonged to the type who knew how to enjoy life and were willing to relax. However, how did Khalifa get in? Did Robin bring her up here because he was afraid that she would be bored? Most of the members of Nami's group are lively and cute. When they have nothing to do, they play on Jingu Island or even outside Sky Island. Under the pulling of Nami and others, Qin Yun and Mo Da were brought into a swimming pool inside the temple. After they chatted together for a while, the angels arrived with some clothes. Qin Yun called out to Moda, who was playing with the girls in the swimming pool. Her clothes were already damaged when she arrived. It's just that they were chatting in the house when they flew to the Sky Island, so they didn't have time to change her clothes into good ones. Moda looked at these gorgeous clothes and was at a loss. Qin Yun had no choice but to choose a professional suit from them. The patterns and various strange designs on it made Moda feel extremely shy. She muttered to herself, "If I had known earlier, I would have just picked one at random." At this point, she had no choice but to put on the black and white hollow professional suit in the dressing room on the side with the help of the angels. After Moda came out, she instantly attracted Qin Yun's attention. His eyes lit up and he praised her outfit highly, saying that her figure and appearance were even better. Chapter 78 The Legend of Ascot Island. Moda's clothes, for easy context. All I can say is, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Moda was seen wearing a small and delicate milk hat, with her golden hair casually scattered on her shoulders and back, and her upper body in a long white shirt. She wore a tight black skirt on her lower body. The most important thing is the black stockings that wrap the jade legs and the shiny black high heels that hold the jade feet. If I had to give a comment, it would be perfect. Of course, there was not a trace of evil in Qin Yun's eyes towards this lovely little girl. Can anyone believe it? Only endless love. So, he waved his hand, and Moda cried out and threw herself into his arms, chatting with him for a while about what clothes to wear in the future. After a long time, other goddesses who seemed to have received the news of his return also came to the swimming pool in the temple. After giving each other hugs after not seeing each other for a few days, the goddesses and concubines were having a great time in the swimming pool and outside. Qin Yun enjoyed contentedly all the joy they brought him. Isn't this kind of lively gathering scene, this feeling of being surrounded by so many goddesses, exactly what he wants? No, not enough. Qin Yun's greed will never be satisfied. After getting Robin, he wants Nami. After getting Nami, he wants Shirahoshi, Hancock. Desires are insatiable, especially Qin Yun. Every time he calls himself God, it may seem like boasting, but more importantly, he is reminding himself that what he has done is far from enough. At noon the next day, Qin Yun had a sweet lunch in the company of the girls. Since Moda had just joined the big family of the Temple of God, she was arranged by her to enjoy the food next to him. After another pleasant chat, Robin charmingly fed him the fruit in her hand and then said, "Did Nami tell you? We found the small sky island, Visalia, in the nearby sea." Oh, Qin Yun was startled. Nami was so connected to Visalia? Then what, did you get the weather book on Visalia Island? Advertisement, of course. After Nami discovered post-Visalia, she ordered the priests to go to the island to buy books, and she also got their contact information. Not bad, not bad. This way, Nami and Vivi will know how to develop their fruit abilities after learning. Nami's dream is to draw a complete world map. With the help of the power of clouds, she has been floating in the sky to explore and paint. After discovering the island, he never takes risks easily. He will order the priests to explore the island and look for devil fruits or gold. It must be said that they did gain something, such as the bird fruit vulture form, and some jewelry and gold. However, after all, devil fruits are hard to come by, so it is faster to use the fruit abilities of others. Hey, I discovered an island the day before yesterday, but I haven't had time to send people to explore it yet, Nami said, taking out a piece of paper from her infinitely large arms. When it was spread out, it turned out to contain a legend about where a treasure was buried. This is something I got by accident when I was making money in the East Daxia Sea. The 3 gems painted on it are priceless. Brother, how about we go on an adventure together? Oh, I can't believe that you are not short of money now, but you still covet something like this? Qin Yun looked at it intently, reading the contents and pondering them secretly. Askakar Island, could it be that this is the island where the cursed holy sword, the 7-star sword, is stored? There seems to be a witch named Maya, who is very beautiful. How can you describe me as drooling? I should be more interested. Besides, of course the more Baileys the better. Qin Yun was impressed by Nami's expectant, money-obsessed look, and caressed her orange hair lovingly, agreeing. Alas, there's nothing I can do about you. Just go. You can ask other people if they want to go. I knew that my husband is the best to me. Nami was so happy that she knew when to throw herself into Qin Yun's arms, hugged his head and kissed him fiercely. Qin Yun's lightning speed seemed to be completely ineffective, and he was unable to dodge her sneak attack. Nami attacked him several times before he was able to control her. He kneaded her little face helplessly and said, Okay, look at you. You drooled all over my face again. Aren't you afraid that Robin, Kaya and the others will laugh at you? Advertisement. Damn Qin Yun, he really doesn't know how to appreciate the blessing he has. Nami curled her lips and said nonchalantly, Tisk. Who doesn't know who? You're making fun of me now. I'll have plenty of opportunities to make fun of them. At this moment, Robin suddenly chuckled and joined in. I am also very interested in this treasure. I have heard of the Aska Island written on it. I believe there must be a lot of historical relics on it for me to study. Oh, Sister Robin knows that too? Nami stopped playing with Qin Yun, sat obediently in his arms, and moved around freely. Well, on Aska Island, there is a legend that a red full moon appears every 100 years. The local people are very superstitious and believe that this is an ominous moon that will bring disasters and changes. They believe in the gods of the 7 stars of Aska, and the gods gave King Aska 3 precious jades as a shield, which is the treasure that Nami wants to get, and the invincible holy sword, the 7-star sword, as a spear. Seeing that Robin stopped talking, Nami exclaimed with a strange look. As expected. Sister Robin, what she said is much more comprehensive than the information I got by accident. After saying that, seeing Robin's teasing smile, she glared at Qin Yun in shame and anger, and quickly jumped to Karina's side. Unexpectedly, Karina saw her face flushing and also stretched out her strange hands to scratch her waist, which caused Nami to resist in shame and anger, and the two began to play and fight non-stop. Qin Yun has been spending quite some time with the girls, and most of them have mastered the hockey of armament and hockey of observation. Therefore, even if Nami turns into mist, she cannot escape Karina's tickling. Qin Yun suddenly saw Mo Da standing beside him with her eyes curved into crescents with joy, and asked, By the way, have Shira and the others brought Moda's parents back? Robin nodded and responded, I'm back. I came back early this morning and was waiting for you in Arpayado. Yes, their efficiency is acceptable. Seeing Moda's surprised expression, Qin Yun embraced her with his big hands and held her in his arms. Then our little Moda can also see her parents. Yeah, Moda was so happy that she didn't know how to express her joy at this moment. She just closed her eyes slightly, straightened her body, and presented everything she had to Qin Yun, just like yesterday. Qin Yun chuckled. This lovely little flower was picked up completely by her as soon as she came back. She had just been with him for a short time, and her clinginess was just right to make him love her but not annoying. Moda's clothes, for those who are used to looking at pictures at the end. Advertisement Chapter 79 Gift. Qin Yun lowered his head and picked the flowers for a while before letting go of Moda. He smiled and said, "Let's go and change into a gorgeous divine concubine's dress so that your parents know how well you are living here." "Yes, Brother Shen, I will listen to you in everything." Moda followed all his orders. She is such a lovely girl. He stood up with Moda and ordered, "Nami, for Asuka Island, you should first confirm the number of people and then we can go." His words interrupted the fight between Nami and Karina. Okay, after Nami responded, she stopped playing around with Karina and started doing her business. Qin Yun took off Moda's secretary outfit, changed her into a dignified and elegant goddess dress, and then took her to Arpayato. Today, Arpaio is mainly used by the old Angel Islanders and the Shandians to live together. The former shrine is still there, and angels come here to clean every day. Entering the palace, Shira and other priests had already heard Qin Yun's instructions and had brought Moda's parents to wait in the palace hall. When Qin Yun held Moda and sat on the throne above the hall, Shira and others shouted in unison. "Your Majesty is so holy and virtuous that he shocks the world with his thunder. Your grace is widespread and you educate the world." Qin Yun nodded. Moda's parents were also present. They saw that Moda was also very excited and it didn't seem fake. However, she was intimidated by the aura of Shira and others and did not dare to move. "Moda, go meet your parents." After Moda finished her soft response, she looked at her parents at a loss. She really wanted to see her parents, but when she actually saw them, she was a little worried about the truth of the matter. Did her parents really abandon her? Moda's parents are Kong Shi and Kong Da. Even after hearing Qin Yun's words, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, the strength displayed by Shira and others yesterday was too powerful and intimidating. In the end, it was Moda who took that step. After a brief exchange, Moda threw herself into her mother's arms, her happy smile healing everyone's heart. Qin Yun knew their attitudes by reading their minds. It turned out that their love for Moda was not fake. Then why did they choose to abandon Moda and go to work in the marine cafeteria? After a long time, Moda and Qin Yun knew the truth of it all. Advertisement. It turns out that Moda's parents were too naive. Before they went to work at the marine canteen, they asked their good neighbors nearby to take care of Moda. But such matters may be ignored or even turned against each other, even between blood relatives. What's more, what about a neighbor who is just on good terms with you? It's good enough that they didn't harm Moda. Therefore, after 2 months of being cared for by her neighbors, they no longer cared about her. It was even more unlucky to send living expenses and letters back home. The Balian letters they wanted to send to Moda were sent by a marine who claimed that he would go to the kingdom of Lulusha on a mission every month. After delivering the money twice, the marine easily imitated Moda's handwriting and deceived Moda's parents. Naturally, all the Baileys fell into his pocket. It is true that a hemp rope likes to break at the thinnest part, and bad luck likes to find the unfortunate. Moda didn't cry after knowing the truth, but felt relieved. In her opinion, her parents didn't abandon her, which was far more important than those material things. "Where's that marine?" Qin Yun asked indifferently. If someone bullied his woman, he would not hesitate to lash out with his boundless thunder. Kong Shi trembled suddenly when he heard the bone-chilling sound. Even though Qin Yun did not put any pressure on him, his aura was enough to scare a weakling like him. Seeing this, Shira asked, "Your Majesty, how about we send out more troops to kill that marine?" "No need. When he struck thunder, it was much easier to destroy than to protect." Kong Shi wiped the cold sweat from his head and said quickly, "Hames, that marine was killed in the battle yesterday. I saw his head fly into the sea with my own eyes." The reason why he was so frightened was that when he was brought out, he saw the extremely fierce battle between Shira and other priests and marine yesterday, with blood everywhere. The idea of Shira and other priests is very simple. The gods will rule the world sooner or later. If they kill more people now, there will be less resistance when they rule the world in the future. Dead? Qin Yun saw that his expression did not seem fake, and there was fear in his heart. It seemed that Shira killed a lot of marines yesterday. He couldn't help but praise Shira. "You did a good job. I will certainly do my best to serve your Majesty." Advertisement. Qin Yun nodded. The name Shira was indeed correct. He was absolutely ruthless when it came to killing people. He thought about it and realized that among the concubines of the gods, the only ones who had a certain fighting ability and desired to fight were Vivi, Tina, Nami, Robin, Michita, Tashigi Khalifa, and Perona. Except for Dashigi, who is a swordsman and does not eat devil fruits, and Khalifa, who is still playing the amnesia game, they all have the ability of fruits. Well, it's time to use the devil fruit in his hand to improve the combat power of his subordinates. Thinking of this, Qin Yun raised his hand and took the devil fruit from the storage room. Shira and other priests seemed to realize something. They looked at Qin Yun with fanatical eyes and knelt on one knee. Qin Yun by lay expanded, selected a few devil fruits, took out their abilities, and announced calmly. "Shira, I grant you the power of the ancient species, the Spinosaurus form. You will have the unparalleled power of the Spinosaurus. Shadley, I grant you the power of the dog, big-tongued dog form. You will have defense as strong as stone. I grant you the power of the bunny. You will have the agility and speed of a rabbit. Gedosh, I grant you the strength of a horse. I will give you the physique and endurance of a horse. Wepa, I grant you the power of the bird vulture form. You will have the aerial combat capabilities of a vulture. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is so noble and virtuous that he shocks the world with his grace and enlightenment. In this way, the strength of his subordinates will be greatly enhanced, and coupled with their two-color domineering, it will be enough to ensure that he will not be left without any subordinates when fighting against the 4 emperors. Moda also finished chatting with her parents. With Qin Yun's arrangement, Moda's parents opened a restaurant in Arpaia to make a living. Qin Yun brought Moda back to the temple. Moda was so grateful to him that she took the initiative to pull him into her courtyard and cooked a meal for him. Qin Yun ate this meal with great relish, eating again and again. Just when he was a little worried that Moda was too tired from cooking, the stubbornness in her eyes touched his heart, and he couldn't help but clench his fists and love her even more. At noon on the 3rd day, Qin Yun felt someone was trying to trap his monkey. He woke up slowly and found that there was an arm as soft as jade growing on his calf, which was silently teasing his big feet. Without thinking, he knew that Robin was playing a trick on him. Chapter 80 Coming as a God. As the weak electric current was stimulated, Robin's soft moan was heard outside the door. Qin Yun smiled knowingly and patted Nami beside him, waking her up from her sweet dream. Nami, hurry up and get up, or the sun will hit your butt again. Woo! Nami reluctantly turned over and continued to sleep. Snap! Snap! Ah! Nami punched Qin Yun a few times in shame and anger, then got up yawning helplessly. Qin Yun smiled and signaled with his eyes, and Nami helped him put on his clothes while pinching his waist. Lovely Nami, even her morning grumpiness is so pleasing. After lunch, under the guidance of Nami, Qin Yun took her, Robin and Vivi on a flying carpet to Asgok Island. Now the small mantra and the mantra have been built, but they need Qin Yun to inject lightning as energy for their flight, and using the power of floating is not as convenient as a flying carpet. The 4 of them finally arrived at Asgok Island while laughing and chatting. There is only one small town on this island. The residents there are all capable of fighting, but they are relatively weak and play no role at all in the movie. Qin Yun's observation skills burst out, and in the blink of an eye he figured out the approximate location of the people on the island. What puzzled him wasn't there a marine base on this island? Why didn't he find it? The ruler of that marine base was Saga again, who had learned swordsmanship with Zoro at Shimotsuki Koshiro's swordsmanship dojo. However, considering that the content of the movie version and the real One Piece main plot may not be connected, he was relieved, which saved him the effort of killing. After locking onto the direction of the town, the flying carpet quickly flew towards it. In less than a moment, Qin Yun brought the 3 women to the top of the town. At this time, they were wrapped in the clouds created by Nami, making them impossible to be discovered. Are they holding a sacrifice? Robin and Vivi looked in the direction Nami pointed and found that there were indeed quite a few people kneeling in front of a statue, mumbling something. Advertisement, it seems so, Vivi muttered, and then she suddenly had an idea and said excitedly, "Hey, I have a good idea." "Oh, tell me about it," Robin asked curiously. "The 3 gems Nami wants to find may be in their hands. Isn't my husband a god? If he suddenly appears when they are kneeling and showing his magical powers, maybe we don't need to work hard to find them ourselves. Get those 3 precious jades." "This is indeed a good idea, Vivi, you are amazing." Qin Yun's 2 arms were held by Nami and Vivi respectively, and he couldn't pull them out. He could only lower his head and rub his face against Vivi's cheek to show his appreciation. "In that case, we might as well make some noise to make the arrival of the gods more realistic." Nami curled her lips and began to arrange everyone. "I will create thunderclouds and rain, Vivi will create a cloud of sand to cover them, and Sister Robin. Sister Robin will. Just watch, Black Hand." Robin laughed dumbly. "Okay, I'll just watch you perform." As for Oni-chan, find the right opportunity, transform into lightning, split the statue in half, and make a brilliant appearance. "Wait, that won't do. It's better not to destroy the statue. It's an ancient artifact with history." Robin shook his head and rejected Nami's arrangement. Qin Yun was stunned. He really wanted to turn himself into thunder, blow up the statue, and then appear there out of thin air. In this way, these people would most likely think that the god was omnipotent. Robin's character does hate people who trample on historical relics at will. "In that case, I will just teleport here." Seeing that everything was arranged, Nami and Vivi began to take action. Before the statue, Maya's grandmother, Ilyansa, was kneeling on the ground, shaking her big bright pink head and muttering softly. Many townspeople in the back did the same, and Maya knelt behind Alesa. "Gods who reside in the 7 stars of Asuka, please fulfill the wishes of mortals like us. Please use the great power of the gods to protect us from all the troubles and disasters." Boarding at. Everyone prayed over and over again, and their actions were not in vain, because the weather on this island was good, and few pirates could find it. Is this everyone's luck, or a gift from the Asuka 7-star gods? Advertisement perhaps, in the extraordinary world, gods really exist? Just as everyone finished chanting another prayer, something strange happened around the altar. Originally there was a peaceful blue sky, but suddenly the wind and clouds changed, and dark clouds surged quickly like ink, blocking out the sun. A gust of wind suddenly arose, with irresistible force, blowing up the dust on the ground, forming a series of ochre-colored barriers that covered the sky and the sun. The dust and the strong wind intertwined, like an angry beast, wreaking havoc between heaven and earth, making the originally clear vision blurred. Stop praying and look around. A cry from the crowd interrupted the progress of the sacrifice. Just as Elaine was about to scold them, her eyes widened in shock at the scene around her. What is going on? Lady Alessa, Lady Maya, did our sacrifice bring down the wrath of the gods? The devout believers kept bowing their heads and kowtowing, praying for the gods' forgiveness. There was a faint rumble of thunder in the sandstorm, the young children were frightened and burst into tears, and the noisy adults were also terrified. Then, raindrops as big as beans began to fall mercilessly, interweaving with the sand and dust to form a chaos. Even the blazing fire for sacrifice was extinguished. Their clothes were rustling in the wind and their hair was messy, but they still stayed where they were, unable to leave. Their eyes showed both astonishment at the sudden change and awe of the unknown power. Lady Alessa, what should we do? We are surrounded by countless barriers made of sand. We can't leave here at all. Alessa frowned, and Maya beside her looked worried. As a witch, she seemed to be blessed with divine power and stood still. Unfortunately, no one noticed this in the panic of the crowd. Ilyansa was determined in her heart, and she shouted, "Everyone retreat to the front of the statue, surround Maya, and let her pray to the gods." As soon as the words fell, everyone quickly surrounded Maya. Upon seeing this, Maya quickly placed the 3 pink gems in her hand around her body in a triangle shape. She closed her eyes and whispered a prayer incantation, praying that the god's anger would subside. Boom! The deafening thunder resounded through the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Suddenly, someone noticed something was wrong. The witch disappeared. Maya. Where's Lady Maya? 3 centigrams Chapter 81 I want to dedicate myself to the gods? Yeah, panic and exclamations came at the same time, and everyone instinctively followed the loudest sound. Under the statue, a strange man suddenly appeared. His eyes were flashing with lightning, like stars. He was holding the witch Maya in his arms. 3 gems burst out with a charming light, surrounding them and spinning leisurely. Open black lens bracket, is that a god? Close black lens bracket. This was the first thought in the hearts of everyone present, but no one dared to say it out loud for fear of offending the majesty of the gods. Maya's delicate body was shaking nonstop, and her helpless little eyes were full of confusion. She didn't know what to do now, and she didn't dare to resist the current situation. Qin Yun's indifferent eyes swept over the people under the statue. Those who were swept away all felt chills in their backs. Their 2 sides were fighting. Each of them only dared to glance at Qin Yun's lower body and quickly lowered their heads. As the previous generation of witches and the oldest person in the town, Alensa thought she was qualified to talk to the gods, so she said in a trembling voice. You are? Oh, the statue that I worship day and night. Now the god can't recognize it in front of me? Qin Yun's voice was domineering and majestic, confirming the suspicions of the devout believers present. That's right. After all, you are just ordinary people. I'm afraid you can only see the beauty once in your life. But, Elisa suppressed the fear in her heart and asked her biggest confusion. Lord God. We are not questioning the identity of the god, but this matter is of great importance. I wonder why the true face of the Lord God is different from the face of the statue. You have never met me, how can you define it at will? Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged. This question is too simple. The face of this statue you see may be the face I had when I passed by this place hundreds or thousands of years ago. Now, you only need to remember my current face. This. Alonza thought for a while, who has seen the power of gods? Who dares to let gods show Kamui? The suddenly dark sky and chaotic terrain that suddenly appeared at this time may be the handiwork of the gods in front of us. Alonza was convinced and shouted, "We, the country believers, pay our respects to the Lord God." Everyone in the audience quickly echoed loudly, "Greetings to the Lord God." Advertisement. Even Maya, who was in Qin Yun's arms, exhaled like orchid and whispered in his ear, "Bye. Pay my respects to the gods." Qin Yun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and everyone recognized his identity. What surprised him was that Vivi had developed the ability of the Shasha fruit well. It seemed that she was quite talented in this area. She is indeed the key person to activate Plundering. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Nephid D. Lily's decision, she would have almost become a celestial dragon. This time I am called here because I have listened to your inner pious calls. Qin Yun's voice, blessed by the electric current, sounded in everyone's ears from far to near. Especially this charming little girl. The piety in her heart is like a light in the dark night guiding me here. Is she the Miko you offered to me? Without waiting for anyone to answer, Qin Yun turned to Maya and said softly, "I heard that you want to devote yourself to the gods. I recognize you, and I will give you the status of the concubine of the gods." Maya was confused. I want to dedicate myself to the gods? Why didn't I know? But looking at the fanatical expressions of the believers below, the fear in her heart had subsided, replaced by fanatical longing for Qin Yun. The atmosphere at this time had already reached this point, and she seemed unable to say anything negative, so she had to brainwash herself first. Yes, I seem to have thought so. I want to devote myself to the gods, close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Maya's eyes became firm and full of love, and she responded excitedly, "I am willing to accept the gift of God." Qin Yun smiled especially when he heard this. It seems that after going back tonight, he can enjoy the mumbling song and dance of praying to the gods of the witch Maya. He waved his hand, and the next moment, the dark clouds dissipated one after another, and the violent yellow sand barrier quickly sank into the ground, buried deeply, and disappeared without a trace. The dazzling sunlight shone on the messy earth again, and everyone was able to see the sky again. God. A miracle, an old man murmured in disbelief. All the visions disappeared, and everyone was convinced that Qin Yun was a god. Seeing Qin Yun slowly walking away from the statue, they quickly bowed their heads and listened to the god's will. Advertisement. Because among you believers, there is a person like Maya who is willing to dedicate everything to the gods. I decided to bring Ask Island to my kingdom in the sky and always listen to the will of the gods. Alence's eyes were full of disbelief. Taking them to the kingdom of heaven? Listening to these words, you knew that Qin Yun was rewarding them? She excitedly took the lead and shouted, "Thank you, Lord God. We will become even more pious and will never let down Lord God's gift." Pious and devout. Live up to the gift. The fanatical voices of the believers shook the heavens, and the madness in their eyes almost rivaled that of the residents of the kingdom of God. Okay, go down and inform the believers here. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he took Maya and the 3 gems back to the flying carpet in the sky. After casually handing the jade to Nami, he looked at the curiosity in Maya's eyes and introduced, "They are my concubines just like you." Yes. Maya escaped from that fanatical environment and gradually regained her instinctive fear and shyness. Is this the legendary jade? It looks really good, and it has such a warm and gentle touch. I can't bear to let it go. Nami held the 3 jade in his arms, circling it vigorously, as if trying to save his money. Put all your effort into it. Qin Yun twitched the corner of his mouth. He had just finished his performance, and was dumbfounded by her down-to-earth performance. He rubbed Maya's boneless waist and decided to deal with her first. Your name is Maya? Maya was stunned. As expected of a god, he knew her name without even introducing herself. Yes. Lord God. Do you know where I put the 7-star sword I left here? No. Show me the direction, my cute little witch. Okay. Maya pursed her lips shyly when she heard Qin Yun's name. After identifying the direction, she pointed towards a mountain peak in the distance. The next moment, the flying carpet flew forward automatically without wind, causing Maya to marvel. Even Qin Yun kept holding her in his arms and forgot to resist, or in other words, she did not dare to resist, and even indulged in it. Maya. A devout witch, her world consists only of endless prayers to the gods. She is determined to dedicate everything to the gods, which is Qin Yun who now captures Ask Island. Chapter 82 7-star sword, Flame Fruit? It's really unfamiliar. Mount Solaga, the highest mountain in Asgard. Halfway up the mountain, there is a hidden cave that seems to be naturally formed. In the cave, a gorgeous long sword with an enchanting green light lies quietly on the stone platform in the center, waiting for the arrival of the distant person to die. Is this the place? The 7-star sword is hidden deep enough. Vivi looked around curiously. Under the illumination of Qin Yun's lightning, the darkness in the cave was swept away, and it was as if it were daytime. My lord god, that is the cursed holy sword, 7-star sword. According to legend, any human who dares to pick it up will have their mind taken away. If there is no one around, the man holding the sword will stab himself frantically until he falls down powerlessly. If there is someone around, he will swing the sword and kill them wantonly, and then stab himself again. Maya's voice was only trembling slightly, and she was not so scared that she couldn't speak clearly. After all, these things were told to her by her grandmother Elisa, and she had never witnessed it in person. So this is indeed a demon sword. As soon as Robin arrived here, she began to appreciate these ancient buildings. The words on them were her spiritual food, but they were slightly inferior to the delicious food Qin Yun gave her. Qin Yun nodded, let go of Maya's soft waist, and was about to take a big step forward to look at the 7-star sword, but unexpectedly, Maya's feet softened and she was about to fall down. Fortunately, Qin Yun reacted very quickly, and hugged her and steadied her with a smile. It was all his fault. Maya didn't know what was happening to her. The strange feeling in her body and mind was something she had never experienced before. After whispering a few words of apology to Qin Yun, she calmed herself down and stood firm. Little did he know that the culprit of all this was still praising her reaction in his heart, thinking about how to spoil her. Qin Yun touched Maya's hair, walked happily to the stone platform and looked at the 7-star sword. The blade of the 7-star sword is slender and sharp, revealing a cold light, as if it can cut through the sky in an instant. It looks more like the long sword in his hometown. There are exquisite patterns engraved on the sword, and there seems to be a faint green fluorescence flowing through it, telling of the extraordinary nature of this sword. Yes, this 7-star sword has a gorgeous appearance. I'm afraid there are few swords in this world that can compare with it. It can be added to my collection room. Advertisement Qin Yun was very satisfied. At this point in time, Saga should have already obtained the 7-star sword. Could it be that Saga really did not exist? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask Maya behind him. Maya, do you know Saga? Saga? What is that? The confusion in Maya's eyes did not seem fake. It seemed that there was really no Saga in the marine dojo on Ask Island. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. According to the tradition of those people who live a good life, once you become a shrine maiden, you must devote yourself to the gods wholeheartedly and must not be involved in love affairs. In other words, if Maya wants to become a priestess, she must be a pure and innocent girl. How could her grandmother arrange for her to meet Saga? In this case, where is the Saga? Ruling the world, help from good friends. All these are just his fantasies before his death. Qin Yun calmed down and raised his hand. The next moment, a red light flashed in his eyes. The 7-star sword suddenly emitted a ghostly green light. The moment he grasped it, his arm was entangled and attacked by the dark green light. The rune-like green stripes just appeared on his arm and disappeared completely. Close black lens bracket. This 7-star sword is really amazing. Qin Yun wrapped the armament hockey around his hands, while conquerors violently attacked the 7-star sword. When he grasped the 7-star sword, the dark green light just appeared, but it was forcibly shattered by conqueror's impact, unable to leave the sword body. Only the exquisite patterns on it and some faint green light emerged. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun appeared in the air outside. He held the sword and swung it towards the distance. A green sword energy slashed towards a thick tree. Whoosh! The faint sound of breaking through the air was not because of its small power, but because the sword energy was so sharp that even the sound of the air being cut could not be heard. Bang! The big tree broke into two and fell to the ground with noise. Green flames were burning on the cuts, devouring everything it touched. In less than a moment, the remains of the tree were burned to ashes. What kind of operation is this? The 7-star sword can actually emit strange green flames. Advertisement at this time, Qin Yun remembered a sentence. Even dogs won't eat the flame fruit. The experiment did not stop. He held the 7-star sword in his hand and continued to swing it several times towards the open space in the distance. 3 green will-o'-the-wisp balls burst out from the tip of the sword. Bang! 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 The will-o'-the-wisp ball exploded on the ground, leaving behind 3 large elliptical pits. This kind of power is probably incomparable to that of ordinary artillery shells. However, the strength displayed by the 7-star sword is far from enough. For a strong man like Qin Yun, it is not up to the standard. Perhaps, only in the hands of a true swordsman can it show its power, but as a magic sword, if the mind of the person holding the sword is not firm enough, he may end up with a violent death. Qin Yun nodded with satisfaction. Although the 7-star sword was of no use to him, the sword was very cool and very suitable for showing off at some point in the future. He casually tossed the 7-star sword and placed it in the storage room, where it was mounted on the same wall as Chu Shui and other swords. The next moment, Qin Yun flashed behind Maya and gently held her in his arms. He was not a person who easily got bored with the old and loved the new, but he always had to spend more time with the girls he had just got so that he could better get their attentive service. Ah, God! Maya's little face was still red. She was startled by the sudden attack at first, and after smelling the familiar breath, she shyly buried her head in Qin Yun's arms. At this time, Robin was studying every corner of the cave. This was also an ancient relic with murals and symbols carved all around. It was her favorite. Nami and Vivi are also walking around, trying to find some hidden treasures. However, he had obtained the 3 most precious treasures of Ask Island, the Witch Maya, the Cursed Sword, 7-star sword, and the 3 gems. It was most likely that they would just make a fool of themselves. Qin Yun had no intention of disturbing their fun, so while they were waiting, he leaned over to whisper in Maya's ear and tried to improve the relationship between the god and the witch. Just as Maya was murmuring with a dazed look in her eyes and Qin Yun was talking about love with her as if no one was around, a surprised cheer interrupted his actions. Masaka. This was Nami's voice. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that she was holding a devil fruit in her hand. The white fruit has patterns like Reiju's playful curled eyebrows, and there are 6 green stems and leaves emerging from the fruit head, with a white heart-shaped leaf at the end. Chapter 83 An Unexpected Surprise. Hey, look, what is this? Nami's voice was extremely playful, and she seemed unable to believe her good luck. Robin walked forward and looked at it for a while, but did not recognize it. This devil fruit had never appeared in the devil fruit encyclopedia she had seen. Devil fruit. This pattern, this design. I've never seen it before. Qin Yun curiously held Maya and walked closer, smacking his lips and said, "Wow, it's really a devil fruit. My goodness, Nami, you are so lucky. Where did you find it?" "Look, right here." Nami pointed gracefully with her slender jade fingers. It turned out that just under the stone platform where the 7-star sword was placed, there was an imperceptible secret door on Nami's side. After she unlocked it, she found a devil fruit inside. Qin Yun didn't know whether to be puzzled or happy. It seemed that Nami hadn't picked up so many devil fruits in one piece, right? Ever since Nami followed him, it seemed that he had opened up all the meridians and acupoints in her body, and her luck has become extremely good. The slippery fruit, the bird vulture fruit, and this devil fruit, it seems like there are already 3. Nami, you are really observant. This secret door is so hidden, but you were able to find it. Robin's tone was full of amazement. She stroked the secret door and felt that it seemed to be wet and frosted inside. She guessed. Did you use the power of the clouds to penetrate the clouds and discover it? The secret door was probably opened in this way as well. That's right. As expected of Sister Robin, you guessed my plan right away. Nami smiled proudly. The Yin fruit that Qin Yun gave her was perfectly suited to her. She developed various abilities easily, and many of the small applications were very convenient. I created a small amount of fog and let it spread to search for all gaps, strange sensations and other elements. There is a secret door not only on this side, but also on the other side. Vivi. Vivi had been waiting on the other side for a long time. She used the power of sand to turn the secret door on the other side into sand. The next moment, she took out another devil fruit. With the instruction of Nami, the senior, who developed the fruit, her sand power also developed rapidly. Just like Nami controls the clouds, she can also control the sand to penetrate everything here and search. The devil fruit in Vivi's hand is green, and seems to be related to the white devil fruit just now. Advertisement: the fruit body also has lines like Reiju's curled eyebrows, and there are 6 white stems and leaves emerging from the fruit head, with green heart-shaped leaves at the end. Vivi walked to Nami's side, smiling, staring at Qin Yun with a watery gaze and boasting, "Oni-chan, look." Qin Yun understood what she meant. He took 2 steps forward and hugged Nami and Vivi in his arms, praising them. Okay, you two are my lucky stars." Maya, who was originally in his arms, was a little at a loss. The 3 girls were all screaming in one person's arms, and it seemed a little crowded. Fortunately, the 3 of them have good figures, allowing Qin Yun to hug all 3 of them. After a tender moment, Nami and Vivi handed 2 devil fruits to Qin Yun with a smile. "Look what kind of fruit it is." Qin Yun nodded, let go of the 3 women, pinched the white thunder in his hand, and selected the devil fruit in Nami's hand to plunder. After a few breaths, Qin Yun tried to use his new ability, and the next moment, he turned into a huge and handsome white snake. After pondering for a long time, he seemed to find that there was no other special ability, and he shook his head regretfully. "It seems that this is a snake fruit. Ah, isn't that very weak?" Nami and Vivi showed regretful looks. After all, they had picked it up for free, so they wouldn't be too sad. "That's not the case. I can feel that this fruit can improve a person's physical fitness quite well." After Qin Yun injected the power of the snake into the fruit that had been prepared long ago, he placed it in the storage room together with his treasured devil fruits. Then he snatched the devil fruit from Vivi. After a few more breaths, Qin Yun turned into a huge and handsome green snake. Sure enough. These 2 devil fruits look so similar, I'm afraid there is some connection between them. At least they are both snake fruits, but one is a white snake and the other is a green snake. What a pity. It would be better if these were 2 logia or animal-type mythical beasts. Nami spread her hands helplessly. Logia. Animal-type mythical beasts. These are too rare, how can they be easily found? Advertisement, in One Piece, there are only about 13 types of logia. According to the setting, mythical beasts are rarer than logia, but currently there are more types of mythical beasts than logia. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yun shook his head. In fact, he thought these 2 snake fruits were pretty good. Maybe they would come in handy someday in the future. Half human, half snake. Ahem, human head, human body, snake tail. The snake-human form of these 2 snake fruits is pretty good. Moreover, the snake man forms of these 2 devil fruits are not as twitchy as the fruit abilities of Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold. It's not for Hancock's sister. The 2 of them look too abstract. They're purely for Qin Yun's 2 concubines to add fun and special purposes. Close black lens bracket. After sealing the power of the green snake fruit into the fruit again and placing it in the storage room, they took a short break, waiting for Robin's archaeological time to end. Without any new discoveries, Qin Yun took the 4 girls on a flying carpet and left the cave. The Mayan witch's residence. Qin Yun brought the girls here to take away Maya's witch costume and her things. After a while, I heard dense footsteps outside the house, but I just dared to stay outside quietly. Qin Yun walked out of the room, and the believers who wanted to see the divine face shouted in unison. "Greetings to the Lord God." Qin Yun nodded. There was a flattering look in the eyes of these believers, as if they had something to report to him. As expected, a sturdy man with a somewhat casual look quickly walked up to the crowd and said with a flattering expression that did not match his size. "Please wait for a moment, Lord God. Soon, we will send some women as gifts. They can accompany Lord Maya to serve you physically and mentally." "Oh, there is such a good thing." Although the natives who have never appeared in One Piece do not have the effect of making him stronger by chatting with him, they can be added to his angel maid group to serve him and his many concubines. Angel maids also have to be of a certain level of beauty to join, and once they join, they cannot quit for life and can only serve the gods day and night. However, in the town of Ascot Island, it seems that only Maya has the beauty of a goddess, and the other female residents seem to be passers-by, right? Chapter 84 Exotic Singers and Dancers. In order to find out the truth, Qin Yun nodded in response, and with a thought, he read the thoughts of everyone present and found what he wanted. The Lord God agreed. It is true. The Lord God certainly has no shortage of gold, silver, treasures, fine clothes and delicious food. Only by offering beautiful women can we win the Lord God's favor. Why aren't Rick and the others well yet? The news has spread to the village. If he fails, the gods will probably be furious. Please don't implicate me. I really didn't expect to have such good luck today. First, the god showed up, and then a group of foreign women came. I gave them all to the god. I don't know what kind of gift the god will give. Foreign women? Qin Yun was stunned for a moment, and then his observation hockey quickly covered Ascot Island. Beside the largest harbor of Ascot Island, the islanders were holding various weapons and confronting 3 slave ships on the sea. The 2 groups kept shouting, and the slave ships bombarded the residents mercilessly, but every shot missed and hit the shore of the island. In the harbor, a gorgeously decorated ship was rowing hastily towards the inland river. Many well-dressed women were hiding in the cabin, shivering. A sturdy woman dressed as a guard stood on the deck with a spear in hand, looking around vigilantly. The residents of Ascot Island on both sides did not stop them. They watched them go deeper into Ascot Island along the river with a faint smile. They knew that there were more elite warriors lying in ambush at a deeper depth. The gift you're talking about, isn't it the woman on the ship that's heading towards the island? Qin Yun retracted his observation hockey and asked casually. You are worthy of being God. Your omniscience and omnipotence make our admiration for you as endless as the surging sea. Qin Yun looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that this guy, who looked so casual, was actually a flatterer. No wonder he dared to approach and talk to him. Go away, I will go and receive your gifts. Yes, Lord God. Afterwards, Qin Yun went in and gave instructions to Nami and the others, then he turned into a flash of lightning and flew over the ship. He did not rush to board the ship to take a look, but instead glanced at the 3 slave ships outside the harbor. Here you can clearly see that there is a clown-shaped pirate flag hanging on the slave ship. Doflamingo. Sky Island is about to arrive at New World, but Doflamingo has not contacted him yet. Is he sure he will be played by him, or does he not take him, a wanted criminal with a mere 300 million bounty, seriously? It doesn't matter, the result is the same anyway. Advertisement. Qin Yun raised his hand and waved it. The electric field spread out instantly, covering the 3 slave ships. After making sure there were no devil fruits or women on the slave ship, he waved his arm and a dazzling flash of lightning flashed out from his arm, attracting everyone's attention. God's judgment. The next moment, a terrifying pillar of lightning appeared and rushed to the front of the 3 slave ships in the blink of an eye. Boom! Explosions were heard, and 3 slave ships were pierced through at the same time by huge lightning pillars at a strange angle, leaving only some wreckage that was burned to ashes by the raging flames. It's God. It must be God who took action. Faced with this kind of natural disaster that seemed to be destroying the world, the residents of Ask Island immediately thought of their gods. Ignoring their enthusiastic cheers, Qin Yun raised the corner of his mouth slightly and his figure flashed, appearing at the bow of the magnificent ship below. The burly female guard was facing a formidable enemy, and without waiting for his orders, the other female guards rushed and came behind her. Qin Yun glanced at everyone with a coercive gaze, and his indifferent voice, enhanced by the electric current, was clearly transmitted into the cabin. Come out, everyone. The slave catchers who were chasing you have all been killed on the spot. Your Excellency is. The fat woman fell to the ground with a bang before she could finish her words. Her huge body hit the deck with a loud bang, and she lost consciousness. Captain. The guards screamed subconsciously, being frightened. I am not discussing this with you all. Since we are in someone else's territory, you just need to obey my orders. The pressure brought by Qin Yun was too much for them to bear, and finally one of the guards couldn't help but want to open the cabin door. Squeak. The door of the cabin opened in response, but it was opened by the dancers inside. They filed out timidly, and Qin Yun looked up, sizing up each one's appearance. Not bad, not bad. Most of them are not simple, apart from anything else. Their figure alone is enough to be called a beauty. Even their faces are pretty and colorful. Advertisement. Wait. These people are dressed like singers and dancers. Could it be that these women are a singing and dancing troupe? The next moment, a purple-haired woman with a rich figure and a slender waist attracted his attention. She was wearing a ruby-studded headdress, and she looked somewhat familiar to him. Seeing that everyone had come out, Qin Yun asked, "Who are you?" "We are the most famous folk song and dance troupe in the kingdom of Noja." Oh, as Qin Yun expected, they were indeed a group of singers and dancers. He chuckled and said teasingly, "Dear girls, please introduce yourselves one by one." After hearing this, everyone in the field knew that they were like sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, but people often choose decisions that can allow themselves to survive in fear. So, they did not dare to resist. After looking at each other timidly, they began to introduce themselves in the usual numbered order. Qin Yun listened carefully, nodding in response from time to time, and soon, it was the turn of the woman who looked familiar to him to introduce herself. "My name is Passia, and I have been in a dance troupe since I was a child." "Oh, it's her." He remembered that he had such good luck. Paxia was the exotic dancer who was sold at an auction when Luffy was fighting the celestial dragon Charlo's Saint. At the auction, the host introduced Passia, saying that she was an extremely beautiful slave with miraculous body proportions. Now that I see it, it is true that Pasha has a very voluptuous and extremely beautiful figure. Originally, in his expectation, if he wanted to get Pasha, he had to keep a close watch on Pasha's appearance around the Sabaody Islands before Luffy and his crew landed on the island. Only then would he have a chance to get Pasha before she was caught by the slavery team. Capture her. Even so, it is not certain that we can wait. After all, no one knows where and when Passia was captured. If I meet her at the auction house after she is captured, haha, I'm afraid she doesn't know how she will be tortured by the slave hunting team. Now, it seems that luck gave him this opportunity. Passia. The dancer who was auctioned at the Sabaody Archipelago auction was called a peerless beauty. She had miraculous body proportions and superb dancing skills. I believe she would bring Qin Yun a lot of happy times. Chapter 85 returned with a full load. Time passed quickly and the girls soon finished introducing themselves. Qin Yun nodded with satisfaction. Since they had come to his door, he naturally would not turn them away. From now on, you are no longer people of the kingdom of Noja. You have a new identity, that is, residents of the kingdom of God. You will be tested and screened later. Those who are lucky enough to pass the test and screening can join my angel dance troupe. You will no longer have to struggle for a living. From now on, you can only serve me. Those who fail don't need to be sad. They will be arranged to go to the people and teach the angel children the art of singing and dancing. Although his words were peaceful, the heavy content in them determined the future fate of these singers and dancers. The guards didn't dare to make a sound, fearing that they would be noticed and slaughtered. As for the mission of escorting the dance troupe, they were lucky to be able to survive. The dancers and singers were horrified. They were just a group of weak women who could only sing and dance. They could not resist the fate imposed on them by Qin Yun. What's more, they work as dancers and singers just to make a living. If it is really as the other party said, then after passing it, wouldn't it mean that I no longer need to endure the threat to my life in this chaotic sea? Paxia, You will be their manager for the time being. Once you pass the test and screening, you can be promoted to my divine concubine and arrange the performances of the song and dance troupe for me. Paxia was stunned. She never expected that she would be favored by the other party. She thought that she was just an inconspicuous number N among the crowd. Could it be that her special figure attracted the other party? Glancing at the complicated expressions of the people around her, she quickly responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." Qin Yun nodded. It's good to be obedient. It would be great if everyone was so obedient in front of him. He took a quick look with his observation hockey and after making sure that nothing was missed, he directly used the power of Piao Piao to control Aska Island and began to break free from the constraints of the sea. Boom! The mountains connecting Aska Island to the sea shook violently because Qin Yun's violent insertion of Piao Piao power changed the original geographical structure. Fallen rocks, soil and other objects that are easy to break off hit the sea, splashing huge water. The land that was originally hidden under the sea also revealed its true face, further expanding the living area of Askok Island. It must be that the god has begun to exert his divine power. On the shore, the residents of Askok Island had no time to collect the things on the ground, and they hurriedly ran towards the center of the island, fearing that they would fall outside the island and lose the chance to go to the heavenly kingdom. Advertisement on both sides of the boat where the singers and dancers were, the warriors of Aska Island cheered and praised the power of the gods. With Qin Yun on board to stabilize the boat, the singers and dancers were not affected by the turmoil on Aska Island. But a thin guard next to the fainted captain realized that something was wrong. Seeing Qin Yun's intention, it seemed that he had no plans to arrange for them as guards. Wouldn't they face an unknown result? The unknown is the most frightening. She carefully considered her words, leaned forward and said tremblingly, "Sir, what arrangements do you have for us guards?" Qin Yun was stunned. He had indeed forgotten about them. The focus on the ship was Passia, the singers and dancers. These guards had a relatively low presence in his sight. "You." Hearing the voice, all the guards dared not breathe, for fear of missing any word that would determine their fate. Everyone should do their job and join my angel team. The guards breathed a sigh of relief. The angel guard seemed like a good place to go. As long as they were not tortured to death, they would be willing to work like slaves. Bulu Bulu, Boga, Qin Yun's telephone rang and he answered it. "Oni-chan, what's up? Maya has packed her things and can go back to Sky Island, X2. Nami and Vivi's chorus came. Qin Yun was infected by them, chuckled and responded, "Okay." After a brief chat, Qin Yun flew to the Mayan witch's residence with the boat under his feet amid the exclamations of the singing girls and dancers. After witnessing this kind of divine power, they realized how wise the decision they had just made was. After a brief explanation to the four Nami girls, he took them on board. Nami patted his shoulder and said in a nagging tone, "Oni-chan, why didn't you tell me earlier that you wanted to see singing and dancing? We haven't really shown you our talents yet." "It's not a big deal. I've already understood your unique talents. If you want to perform for me, you can find a time to organize it. Whoever performs well, I can give her one-on-one guidance." Seeing this, Nami's lower cheeks turned red, but Vivi, who was hanging on Qin Yun, just smiled. "Then I'm going to compete with Nami for the first place and show you how my charming meme dance can charm Oni-chan." Advertisement Nami refused to accept it and started to quarrel with Vivi, making Qin Yun feel awkward. Maya has just joined the big family of the Temple of God, and she curled up in Qin Yun's arms and continued to warm up her relationship with him. Robin smiled as he watched this heartwarming scene, but in fact he quietly used the power of the flower fruit to do something unknown to others. Just like that, they returned to Sky Island while everyone was laughing and playing. Thanks to Nami, this trip to Aska Island was really fruitful. First there is the lovely witch Maya, 3 gems and the 7-star sword. 3 more surprises, the snake fruit's white snake form and green snake form, and the enchanting Passia and her dance troupe. Sky Island, Shrine. Under Qin Yun's arrangement, Passia and the dance troupe were taken away by angels for examination and screening. The result was not much different from his previous visual estimation. Most of them were able to pass the test, of course, including Passia. After all, they are a folk song and dance troupe of the Kingdom of Noja. Through spontaneous organization or joining, they have relatively more power to decide their own whereabouts. Under the guidance of Corona, leader of the song and dance troupe, each of them is very smart, and not as easily deceived as some young girls who are not well versed in the world. If they can't find someone who can take responsibility for their lives, they will never give themselves up easily. After all, this is the only precious thing that these singers and dancers can use to turn the tables. On the second day, Qin Yun talked with Tina, Toshigi, and Lackey for a long time, mainly talking about the development of internal security in the Kingdom of God and other matters. Finally, he smiled and pinched the face of Dashichi who looked hopeless, and said to Tina, "We accidentally captured some guards yesterday. You can disperse them and assign them to the Angel God team and the Angel Guard." Tina knows. Tina's voice sounded very weak, probably because she had been training the Angel team with Toshigi and Lackey these days. Lackey smiled widely, now she was much stronger than before. She had experience as a Shandian warrior and had an inexplicable love for becoming stronger, so she got along well with Tina and received her guidance. Chapter 86. Keep on playing, keep on dancing, it's noon, and it's time to eat. In the past, the food in the shrine was prepared by the angels, but now with Jessica and Makino, they have taken over the responsibility of being the chefs. Even Michita has started cooking, but what she makes is chocolate, because her dream is to open a chocolate shop. Although the shop has not opened yet, it does not delay her from making chocolate. After eating and drinking, it was time to discuss. Maya was attacked by unknown creatures after returning to Sky Island yesterday. Fortunately, she was fine and her mental state is still good. She went back to recuperate after dinner. The same goes for Moda. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and chose to discuss important matters with Perona, Khalifa, Jessica, and Makino. They don't spend enough time with him, so naturally they need more time to accompany him, promote their relationship, and arrange some things to keep them busy. In fact, the four of them had already gotten to know each other under Robin's arrangement, but this was the first time they sat together with Qin Yun in private to discuss state affairs. After Qin Yun started the conversation, their laughter and joy were soon heard in the hall. Khalifa seemed to have completely forgotten his duties as a CP9 agent and fell into the joy of amnesia. Now she behaves very naturally and without restraint in front of Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled faintly without saying anything. As long as Khalifa could pretend to have amnesia for her whole life, she would be his good concubine. When he discovered the ears and eyes on Khalifa that Robin had made using the power of flowers, he knew why Robin dared to bring her to the shrine. Khalifa cannot detect the place where eyes and ears grow. Under such 24-hour close surveillance, Khalifa seemed to be falling deeply into his clutches. Robin is so serious and responsible that I cannot treat her unfairly. I decided to spend some time with her today as a reward. Happy times are always short. Time passed quickly and soon it was evening. Qin Yun, with a black cloth covering his eyes, was pushed to the throne of the temple by Conis and Kaya. The reason for this is that Nami and other goddesses said they wanted to give him a surprise. Qin Yun's ears moved and he heard the sound of uniform footsteps, which seemed to have walked to the center of the hall. Advertisement the next moment, two pairs of soft and tender hands touched his cheeks and removed the black cloth from his eyes. He only felt his eyes light up as he saw the so-called surprise, which instantly made him recover from his originally tired state of wanting to yawn. At the bottom of the hall, Robin, Nami, Vivi, Karina and other goddesses who could dance stood at the head of the angel chorus, while Pasha and the angels, including the chorus that had just been brought back, were at the back. Beside him, Conis played the harp, Kaya hummed softly, and Nachi played the flute, playing beautiful music with the angels. The girls below were dancing to the tune of the music. The beautiful dance of Robin, Nami and others was as eye-catching as the fairy Chang'e in the Moon Palace, making Qin Yun feel intoxicated both physically and mentally. This kind of imperial and god-like enjoyment was exactly what he had always dreamed of and was now within his reach. It's a pity that there are fewer performances by the mermaid ladies, otherwise the quality could be raised several notches. However, Fishman Island has fallen into his hands, and sooner or later he will be able to restore the beautiful scene they have today. When everyone finished playing a song, their eyes focused on him, as if asking for his opinion. Qin Yun raised his lips slightly, took Kaya into his arms and let her continue to hum, then he waved his hand and laughed. Keep on playing, keep on dancing. For several days, Qin Yun was immersed in the land of tenderness, communicating with the goddesses and concubines and talking about his feelings. From time to time, enjoy the passionate singing and dancing of the goddesses and angels. Only after he passed the Red Earth continent from the windless belt did he speed up and pass through with great caution. At this time, the height of the Sky Island has reached 30,000 meters. The blue planet must be more than 100 kilometers away from the ground to reach space. If Yim could still discover him at such a height, he would be really impressed by this old man. After all, he is still in the development stage, and the final big boss, I.M., is certainly not someone he can touch at will. Of course, he had made all the preparations. If they were really discovered, he would take the concubines and escape into the different space that had already been opened. Now, the concubines are all quietly waiting in front of the door to the other dimension for everything to end. Finally, with his careful operation of sending islands one by one in small sections, all the islands of Sky Island arrived at New World safely. Advertisement just when the Kingdom of God was about to reach the area where Fishman Island was located, his priest subordinates who had been heading to Qinghai continuously brought him an extremely important news. Kingdom of God, Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, I have finally received this newspaper. Please take a look at it. Shira knelt on one knee. His thick eyebrows and big eyes were full of enthusiasm. The Lord God was so awesome that he could even predict what would happen in the future. The angels took the newspaper on a tray, knelt on one knee and presented it to Qin Yun, while Shira left the hall at Qin Yun's signal. Hey, Qin Yun curled his lips and thought to himself, is it finally here? The newspaper clearly stated, big news, Portgas Diaz, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, has been arrested. He is now in Impel Down. 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile has been missing for too long and has been deemed dead. His Shichibukai name has been removed. The new 7 warlords of the sea, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, has taken office. What kind of waves will he stir up on the sea? Qin Yun gently stroked the pretty face of the little angel in front of him, estimated the time in his mind, and muttered to himself. That is to say, I should have enough time to deal with Punk Hazard and Dressrosa. After that, it will be Luffy and his crew's time to reach the Sabadi archipelago. Of course, we also have to consider the butterfly effect. We need to ask Daz Bonus and his men in the Sabadi archipelago to keep an eye on it. That's right, under Qin Yun's arrangement, Robin ordered everyone from Baroque Studio to go to the waters near the Sabadi Islands, mainly responsible for keeping a close eye on the supernovas that were about to land on the island. Original timeline. Almost 10 days after Blackbeard became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Luffy arrived at Sabadi. Close black lens bracket. Next, Qin Yun enjoyed the company of the gods' concubines, with their laughter and whispers, and soon the Sky Island reached the airspace where the Fishman Island was located. The next morning, Fishman Island, Gilong Plaza. Under Qin Yun's order, the Right Minister commanded the Poseidon Army to notify the people of Fishman Island to gather in the square. Enjoying the inexhaustible sunshine and air, the happy smiles on their faces have not faded after a few days. As for the new rulers of Fishman Island, they were extremely grateful for this favor. This was the second time they received such great kindness from humans. Chapter 87 Punked Hazard. Even if Qin Yun made some excessive demands, I'm afraid they would do it. The lightning flashed unsteadily, and Qin Yun appeared on the high platform in the center of the square. Upon seeing this, the Right Minister at the side hurriedly coughed twice into the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi, signaling the people in the square to be quiet. After Qin Yun took a quick look around, he found Jinbei's left hand with all the fingers broken. The corner of his mouth twitched. This blue fat man actually listened to him and cut off his own fingers to apologize. He was so cruel to himself. He shook his head. The loss of fingers on Jinbei's left hand did not have a big impact on his combat power. He could still serve as a tool fishman to charge into battle. The mermaids and fishmen are the focus of today. Now that we have arrived at the Sky Island, it is time to put them to work. Qin Yun calmed his mind and activated the power of thunder to amplify the sound. I believe everyone has already known the current situation of Fishman Island after these few days of excitement. Here, you have fulfilled your dream for thousands of years. You don't need to endure discrimination and get in touch with people on land. You only need to get in touch with the people on Sky Island who are God's people like you, and you can enjoy the sunshine and air. Of course, you also need to fulfill your corresponding duties and make due contributions to this kingdom in heaven. Considering the cross-species nature, I have decided that all ambitious people on Fishman Island can take the initiative to sign up. After being screened, they can join my God's Judgment Group and participate in the grassroots management of Fishman Island. The laws and punishments of the Kingdom of God will also be posted here. This is the bottom line that every citizen of the Kingdom of God should abide by. After careful investigation by the priests, we found that mermaids and fishmen prefer to live separately, and the current situation of Fishman Island is also the same. Priests. When did we go to investigate? Therefore, starting today, all the fishmen can go to live on the new Fishman Island east of the Fishman Island, and the Fishman Island will be renamed Mermaid Island. Afterwards, Qin Yun briefly talked about some of the work they needed to do, including but not limited to the mining and processing of various minerals, the mining and refining of oil, the manufacture of bubble corals, the reclamation of wasteland, the planting of crops, tea, and fruit. Of course, in the chaotic world of pirates, the most important business is still the arms sales business, and this aspect will be greatly supplemented after the destruction of Doflamingo. After the general arrangements were made, Qin Yun waved his hand and left Gilong Plaza. Advertisement. Fishman Island has a population of about 5 million, which is the largest number of people he has conquered since leaving Sky Island. He personally showed up to show his importance a little, so as to better appease the people and let them work well. After flashing several times, Qin Yun arrived at Shirley's private manor. After a close exchange with Shirley and the mermaid ladies, he said to Shirley contentedly, "Your mermaid cafe is still too small, you should train more mermaids." Shirley snorted coldly and pretended to be displeased and said, "So many mermaids are not enough for you. I heard that you arranged all the mermaids to another island. You won't be so greedy for the beautiful mermaids on the Mermaid Island. Do you want to take them all for yourself?" "Huh? How did you know?" Shirley raised his shark tail and pointed at the display screen in the center of the hall. "Brother Shen, you know there's a Den Den Mushi in Gilong Plaza, right?" Mello chuckled, and used his little hands to relax Qin Yun's stiff muscles. Qin Yun laughed. What he was asking was not this, but... In the next few days, Qin Yun's life became simple and monotonous. Playing with the mermaids, coaxing Shirahoshi to sleep, tasting the cloud made by Nami, the goddess of the shrine, and mermaids such as Shirley and Shirahoshi also got to know each other. To what extent do they understand? I believe Robin and the others know it very well. New World, the sea area near Punked Hazard. Qin Yun led a group of priests to the island during afternoon tea time. At this time, the island was still dead silent, and there were still some poisonous residues in the air. Fortunately, they were well prepared, and the soldiers advanced steadily wearing chemical protective suits and gas masks. Finding Punked Hazard is not difficult. Qin Yun only needs to rely on Shirahoshi and send the priests to 3 directions, or more, according to the record pointers of the New World for a carpet search. In the current timeline, Punked Hazard has not yet become the island of ice and fire after the decisive battle between the generals. A year ago, Caesar Current returned here after escaping from the prison ship, dissipated the highly toxic substances on the island and began to use the prisoners on the island to conduct evil experiments again. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, Caesar began to cooperate with Doflamingo and Kaido to create sad, a substance that only he could create and was necessary for making artificial animal-type devil fruits. At present, Caesar has not yet cooperated with Big Mom to start the gigantic experiment. This will only start after the decisive battle between Aokiji and Akainu. Close black lens bracket. Field. Electromagnetic field. As Qin Yun and others went deeper, all the monitoring telephone bugs that entered the electromagnetic field were stimulated by the strong electric current and fell into coma. The PH troops and former prisoners of Punked Hazard who were in charge of monitoring at the Research Institute looked at the screen that had lost the image in confusion. This is a notorious poisonous area. They don't think anyone would be bored and come here to seek excitement. Luo had never been here before, So Qin Yun and others did not encounter any strange creatures along the way and went deeper into the vicinity of the research institute. Looking at the tightly closed door of the research institute, Shira asked respectfully in a low voice. My lord god, it seems we can only force our way in. Qin Yun frowned. All the electrical equipment in the electromagnetic field were destroyed by him, including the door. It was actually very simple to open it. He just used the force of the door and pushed it open gently. What made him hesitate for a moment was that once his men entered, they would inevitably make a noise. It would be terrible if the artificial devil fruit that Vegapunk created based on the fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form was destroyed by someone maliciously in the chaos, because it was something he must have. If the artificial devil fruit can also use white thunder to plunder, then he is like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric wire, Ying Ma. Momonosuke arrived a few days before Luffy arrived in Punk Hazard 2 years later. This artificial blue dragon fruit was considered a failure by Vegapunk because its dragon scales were pink instead of blue. But in the setting of One Piece, except for its appearance, its abilities are the same as the real blue dragon fruit. This means that he doesn't need to fight Kaido and can easily obtain the same fruit ability as him. Combined with his other fruit abilities, wouldn't it be easier to deal with Kaido? Momonosuke was able to bite Kaido and make him scream just a few days after eating the devil fruit. This shows how high the lower limit of this devil fruit is. It can easily turn a child into a strong man. Chapter 88 Artificial Green, Dragon Fruit. The Azure Dragon Fruit was of great importance and could not be mistaken. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and calmly ordered, you just wait here, don't act rashly, just wait for my news. Yes. Shira hurriedly responded with his head down. When he raised his head, Qin Yun had disappeared. The outer shell of the research institute is made of metal. Qin Yun doesn't even need to use the power of the door. He can easily turn into lightning and wander around in it. In this way, while absorbing electricity from the research institute, he asked kind-hearted people for directions and found out where the artificial azure dragon fruit was. A moment later, Qin Yun came to a secret room without any hindrance. The PH troops around the secret room were easily slaughtered by him, and in the flash of lightning, the true face of the artificial blue dragon fruit came into view. The apple-like devil fruit has a coin-shaped ring mark on it. At the base of the fruit, a mischievous branch bends and twists, and it is firmly locked in a glass cover. In fact, the animal-type devil fruit is what Qin Yun fears the most, because in this world, the animal-type devil fruit can be ingested by non-living things. Of course, he also has this skill. He knew of 5 cases. Mr. Four's beloved gun, Lazu, ate the dog fruit and turned into a dachshund. Spandam's beloved sword, Fankfried, took the elephant fruit. And the Punk Hazard where he lives is even more outrageous. Caesar's pet is a giant creature that looks like a slime. It was originally a gelatinous poisonous gas, and it took the salamander fruit and transformed into a hexagonal dinosaur form. In Wano country, the teapot in Tama's house took the raccoon cat form of the dog fruit. There is even a cannon that ate the alpaca fruit, Alpagashino. His master is Shuzo, a subordinate of Marine Admiral Zephyr, who can cover the cannonballs with domineering power. In all these cases, the inanimate objects that took the animal-type devil fruit gained consciousness and intelligence, and were able to understand human speech. All these things prove one thing, there is will in the animal-type devil fruit. When Luffy awakened Nika, was he possessed by another spirit, or was he influenced by Nika's will? Is he still Luffy? The concept of possessing a body originated from ancient Taoism in my country, and can be found earliest in Zuo Zhuan. There are also concepts of possessing a body in places where people live a good life. Of course, as a hot-blooded comic, WT should not draw it like this. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yun's mind was full of thoughts. He calmed himself down and held Bailei in his hand. The first thing he had to make sure was whether the artificial devil fruit could be plundered by his Bailei. If not, all his thoughts would be in vain. The next moment, the glass cover flew away by itself, and Bailei covered the artificial azure dragon fruit in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. The answer is can. Qin Yun felt the power of the fruit in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and resolutely plundered the power of the artificial azure dragon fruit. He figured it out. Such a powerful force that was within his reach was worth taking some risks. He could only trust Bailei to treat the will in the azure dragon fruit as a drawback and eliminate it. After a few breaths, a surging and violent force burst out in Qin Yun's body. This power, he, ha 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 ha. Qin Yun laughed wildly, and Conqueror's aura burst out uncontrollably. It seemed that his laughter and Conqueror's aura had an inexplicable tacit understanding, and it actually shook the secret room to the point of collapse. No, it fell. The huge rock on the ceiling fell down with a loud bang. Qin Yun laughed non-stop and turned around, turning into a ferocious oriental dragon. Its body was so huge that it collapsed and destroyed half of the research institute. This length is probably at least 1,000 meters. I checked a lot of information, a few said it was 1,000 meters, most said Kaido's blue dragon form was more than 5,000 meters long. Judging from the performance of Wano country, it may be more than that. Otherwise, wouldn't Wano country be longer than our country? The villages are all small. Close black lens bracket. In short, there is no need to make a big deal about this point. It is whatever you think is long. You just need to know that Qin Yun is very tall. Close black lens bracket. Wails and screams came from below. They were stunned by Conqueror's shock, and then brushed by Qin Yun's dragon body. The most unlucky ones even saw One Piece Roger on the spot. Even the priests and divine soldiers who were waiting for orders outside the research institute were affected, and the fierce wind blew them off their horses. Is that Kaido? Something's wrong. I remember Kaido's dragon body was blue. Gord, Van Bach and rope control, Chappé were luckier. Although they were crushed by the dragon's body, they survived. However, their lower bodies became bloody and unrecognizable. Qin Yun didn't care about these. He just wanted to try out the power of the dragon. What kind of power does it have? Advertisement. He opened his dragon's mouth and locked onto a huge creature on the island, a fire dragon. Shenlong breath of explosion. Buzz. The sky and earth in the afternoon suddenly became brighter, and an unstoppable column of hot fire like a laser burst out from Qin Yunlong's mouth. The fire dragon in the distance was flying freely in the sky, but it was attacked by a hateful sneak attack. The pillar of fire swept across its huge body and swallowed it up. The powerful temperature burned it to ashes in an instant, leaving not even a trace of bone. Only his innocent eyes, which were filled with soul, blinked in the world of death, as if saying, "Where are you? Is this still Punk Hazard?" Boom, the column of fire continued to grow stronger and stronger, eventually bombarding the boundless ocean and evaporating a large area of the seawater. As soon as the water vapor rose, it was swept up by the waves caused by the reaction force, and slammed violently onto Punk Hazard. The priests could feel the burning sensation on their faces. The flame fruit. Is it really that powerful? Of course, Qin Yun is not targeting Ace. After all, this guy won't live for many days. The experiment continued. Qin Yun waved his dragon claws and locked onto the giants hiding behind the tall mountains in the distance. The Snow Mountain Brothers, Lock and Scourge. Divine Dragon Splitting Wind. An extremely sharp wind blade condensed between Qin Yun's claws, whistling and leaving a strange mark in the void. Woo! The wind blade was so sharp that it, along with the mountains and rocks, cut the agile Lock and Scourge in half, leaving a deep bloody mark that gushed out blood madly. The strange screams of Lock and Scourge spread throughout Punk Hazard, making everyone who was focused on Qin Yunlong feel uneasy. The two of them were orcs from the Snow Country, wrapped in furs and possessing amazing defensive capabilities. With a height of over 40 meters, they were even half a body taller than the average giant. However, for the unusually large Qin Yun, these were no longer gaps worth measuring. Chapter 89. Crushing. Then, Qin Yun seemed to realize that there was no target to attack, so he restrained his power. He spewed out black thunder from his mouth, and a hurricane was created when he waved his hand. Clouds and mist rolled under his claws. Everyone was amazed at his majestic demeanor, as if a real dragon had descended into the world. He unleashed all kinds of elemental attacks at will, as if they were free, with promising results. The land on Punk Hazard Island was riddled with potholes from his attacks, giving it a very apocalyptic feel. The lower limit of the Azure Dragon Fruit is really too high. He hasn't even developed it, but he can use so many abilities. He even feels that his attack power, defense, resistance, and endurance have greatly improved. Even if Nami, Robin and other vicious people used all kinds of weird abilities to deal with him, he felt that he was no longer inferior to them. It is worthy of being the strongest level devil fruit. It is a devil fruit that does the things of other devil fruits. Don't talk about power, just talk about general direction and purpose. The abilities to control fire, manipulate lightning, create storms, create clouds and control fog can correspond to burning, thunder, hurricane, yin plus piao piao. Flame cloud can create floating islands. This is just the true ability of the blue dragon power that Kaido has demonstrated. I'm afraid there is more to it than this. Another scary point is that its full name is fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form, which means it gives the ability to survive under the sea, which is why Kaido will not die when he falls into the sea. Reason. It is also possible that the dragon can control the water, allowing him to enter the sea at will. Close black lens bracket. Just like Jack the Drought, who is a fishman, he can breathe freely when he falls into the sea and will not drown. Qin Yun restrained his imposing aura, transformed into a human form again, and stood in mid-air. The eyes of the priests and divine soldiers became even more eager. When they saw such a powerful dragon, they vaguely guessed that this was the work of the great god. Unexpectedly, the real body of the dragon is Qin Yun. Zura, let's do it. The cold voice did not carry a trace of warmth, but Shira seemed to be refreshed as if he had received a gentle rain, and shouted, "Yes, Lord God." Kill. The divine soldiers who had been ready for battle rushed to the ruined research institute, slaughtering the wailing people and the lambs to be slaughtered who were stunned by Qin Yun's conquerors. Qin Yun nodded, and with a flash of lightning, he rushed into the depths of the research institute. Advertisement in an important observation room deep inside the research institute. Caesar was roaring in fear and blaming his subordinates for their poor performance. Why can't the Den Mushi be used? Even all the electrical systems have lost power. At this rate, we won't be able to enter the secret escape route. Why did Kaido suddenly attack here? Is he drunk again? If this place is destroyed, how can he build an invincible pirate group made up of pure espers? He's not Kaido. Monet, who is always gentle and quiet, rarely shows a serious expression. She was arranged by Doflamingo to be a spy beside Caesar, performing the duties of an assistant. Now, she has not been transformed by Luo and still has human hands and a human body. He was reformed by Law about a year and a half after the Battle of Marineford. Kaido has a blue dragon body, and the one we are facing now has a pink dragon body. What? Caesar was shocked. He thought of the artificial devil fruit created by Vegapunk. Could it be that? No, how could it be possible? That artificial devil fruit was obviously a failure. He ordered loudly with a determined look, quickly check the surveillance in the storage room. See if the artificial devil fruit in the protective cover is still there. Lord Caesar. The Den Den Mushi are on strike, and we're out of power. A researcher in a lab coat replied tremblingly, Road. Caesar was stunned. He was so panicked that he was extremely confused. Then what should we do? Are we just waiting to die like this? Monet, why haven't you contacted Doflamingo yet? Monet glanced at him disdainfully and said expressionlessly, my phone bug is also broken. She has the responsibility to protect Caesar in the experimental results, but in the current situation, no one can escape, and it doesn't matter whether she protects him or not. It's really lively. I don't know what you were talking about. Can you add me? At this moment, a strange man's hearty voice came. Everyone looked up and their jaws dropped in shock. Their closed and firmly locked metal door was easily pushed open by Qin Yun. How is that possible? I personally locked the door with gas pressure. How could anyone but me open it like this? Caesar's cognition seemed to have been subverted. If the door was destroyed and broken open, he could still accept it, but if the door was intact and broken in, it would shock him immeasurably. Who are you? Monet transformed into the heavy snow, protecting Caesar and other researchers behind him, staring at Qin Yun, the uninvited guest, with solemn eyes. Advertisement, you don't know me. That's right, with a bounty of only 300 million, I'm still too bad, and still need to practice. Qin Yun chuckled. Even if the magic soldiers did not surround Punk Hassad, Caesar and the others would not be able to escape. Caesar Current, if you want to live, lie down on the ground like a dog. Maybe you can avoid some physical pain. Hey, you have something to say. Although Caesar is a user with Logia gas fruit ability, he is just a scientific researcher. He is good at developing gas fruits, but he is not good at fighting. We have no grudges from afar and have no grudges today. There is no need for you to use swords against us. Haha, the thunder light dispersed, and Qin Yun instantly appeared behind Caesar. So fast. Monet was startled and quickly looked back. Qin Yun had transformed into a dragon. With a flick of the dragon's tail, he wrapped Caesar around and held him tightly, making him unable to move and causing unbearable pain. Ah! Caesar's cries of pain made some researchers who were prisoners feel secretly happy. Of course, most of the people who felt happy were perverts, while ordinary people were more afraid. They hurriedly fled to the other side for fear of being targeted by Qin Yun. Let go of Caesar. Monet scolded in a sweet voice, and with a wave of his strength, the snowflakes turned into sharp hidden weapons and shot towards Qin Yun. Bang bang bang. Snowflakes either exploded in the air or passed through, trying to scratch Qin Yun. Hit. No. Caesar's screams are still ringing. The snow and fog caused by the exploding snowflakes dispersed, and everyone was horrified to find that Qin Yun was unscathed. All of Monet's blizzard attacks disappeared without a trace. This scene was like a person who didn't know how to be domineering and was mindlessly attacking a Logia user with his fists. How is it possible? Monet murmured in disbelief. She didn't have the domineering look of armed and knowledgeable people, so she didn't notice what was wrong just now. Monet. A peerless beauty with long wavy grass-green hair, golden pupils, her left eye is sometimes covered by bangs, and a tall figure. She has a gentle personality, her unique laugh is ah-ha-ha, and the most important thing is that she is so powerful that she can compete with Nami. Chapter 90. Who is the real, evil king? Caesar, who was struggling violently with his eyes wide open, saw clearly that all of Monet's attacks were swallowed up by a door in the void. Oh, your snow fruit is really good, this touching coolness, perhaps, you can help me dispel the heat in my body and mind in the summer. Qin Yun's big hand gently stroked the snowflakes that fell on his shoulders, and praised him generously. You are so good looking, why don't you follow me? I might consider it when I catch Doflamingo in Dressrosa. Give him a good beating. At this time, Monet was wearing a green and white striped top and blue shorts. Although she was dressed casually, she couldn't hide her strong figure that could compete with Nami. If there is a chance, he will definitely let them duel in front of him, prove who is the real evil king. Monet was stunned, and then suddenly changed his state to a happy and shy smile, and then immediately changed his state and said harshly, You want me to betray the young master? Wishful thinking? Qin Yun was confused by her changing expression. She was really a girl who couldn't stand compliments. Monet was not lying to me. When she heard someone complimenting her appearance, she would become very happy and even show a shy reaction. He shook his head and said with a half smile, Ah, are you disobedient? It's giving me a headache. Snort. A fierce look flashed in Monet's eyes, and his body changed into a huge snowbird, sparkling with white light, captivating people's hearts. The next moment, she rushed towards Qin Yun like an arrow, and her sharp snow claws seemed to tear Qin Yun into pieces. Okay, I won't play with you anymore, I'll have plenty of time to play with you later. The moment Qin Yun got close to her, he covered his hands with the armed color domineering, grabbed Monet's neck as fast as lightning, and then smashed it down hard. Bang! The powerful impact caused Monet to suffer minor injuries. This was not because of her strong defense, but because Qin Yun held back. He was quite measured in his attack. After all, Monet was the one he wanted to take as his concubine. What if he beat her too hard and she couldn't give birth to a baby for him? Now that they haven't become a family yet, this behavior shouldn't be considered domestic violence, right? Hum. As the current surged, Monet's body spasmed and her consciousness became blurred. She moaned softly, so faint that only Qin Yun could hear it clearly. Now, she had completely lost the ability to resist. Advertisement Qin Yun leaned over and gently scooped her up, holding her in his arms like a princess. At this time, Caesar had fallen into a coma because he could not bear the severe pain. Qin Yun glanced around casually, and the remaining researchers knelt on the ground in fear, fearing that they would be slaughtered on the spot by him in a whim. Bang 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 bang. Just then, the sound of footsteps gradually grew louder outside, and Qin Yun's team arrived here one after another. Roar, 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 Lord God. Sadly stuck out his big tongue, which seemed very indecent, but he was actually practicing the ability of his sarumafuge fruit. Qin Yun nodded and ordered. Take all our things with you, don't miss any corner. Especially the slime and the artificial devil fruit and sad hidden in the dark. Punk Hazard mainly produces sad, the raw material for making artificial devil fruits. There are fewer artificial devil fruits, and most of them are processed in Wano country and Dressrosa. Roar, roar, Shadley responded mischievously. Qin Yun swung his dragon tail and threw Caesar out, but he was caught steadily by Shadley. The white lightning passed through his heart, plundering Caesar's Logia gas fruit ability and storing it in the fruit in the storage room. Gas generally refers to the general term for toxic and harmful gases in the mine, mainly methane. Methane alone will not poison people, but will only suffocate them. The power of the gas fruit is actually pretty good, it's considered to be at an average level. A person with gas ability can transform himself into a body of gas. Common means of attack include poisoning, gas explosions, and extracting air from a certain range to suffocate people. Of course, he can also play with fire. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun carried Monet and left the research institute, leaving only one instruction. Take him back to Sky Island and put him in the human prison. Human prison is the third-level prison in the Kingdom of God, above which are Hell and Heavenly Prison. Clear. This old guy Caesar has too many little thoughts and it is impossible for him to work for him wholeheartedly. Qin Yun had already thought about it. After he combined with Charlotte Pudding, he would use the memory fruit to cleanse Caesar's memory, leaving only the relevant knowledge of scientific research, so that he could serve as a tool for his scientific research team. Advertisement Kingdom of God, Imperial Palace. Qin Yun was holding Monet in his arms as he flashed in the inner hall. The angels on both sides stepped forward quickly and asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, do you need our help? Qin Yun nodded, handed the confused Monet to the angels, and said gently. Search her body, take away all her belongings, and change her into a suitable set of clothes. Your Majesty, the clothes belong to the consorts, servants, or concubines. Should they be more conservative or more generous? Goddess, as for the rest, just keep it the same as before. The old style was naturally the clothing that made it convenient for him to appreciate their beauty. Yes. After receiving the order, the two angels bowed and withdrew to get the clothes. Wait, she is a person with special abilities. Bring me the special sea stone anklet with bells that is prepared for the new concubines. Yes. The specially made sea stone anklet with a bell is very small, but it is enough to prevent the concubines who wear it from using their abilities, but not so weak that they cannot move. This is specially prepared for the girls with special abilities who have transformed from enemies to concubines. When they walk or move, they will make clear and pleasant bell sounds, which can add a lot of charm to them. Pleasure. The other angels supported Monet and began to search her body, looking for anything that might be used for communication. At the same time, they removed all her belongings, such as her soft lemon-scented socks. Ahem. Don't get me wrong, Qin Yun has definitely never tasted such delicious food. He couldn't possibly know that the tea made by Nami tasted like orange, with a hint of mist rising up, and was very intoxicating, just like Nopigo's. The tea made by Robin tasted like honey. Getting back to the topic, Qin Yun was thinking about the development of the ability of the blue dragon fruit while waiting for the angel's work progress. Qinglong is really big, snowflakes, white. Yes. He can use the power of Azure Dragon to transform into an extremely huge Azure Dragon, so, can he make his own body bigger? If that were true, why would he covet the fruit of expansion of San Juan Wolf? Chapter 91 You're awake, the operation was successful. He didn't have high requirements, just wanted it to grow to more than 10 meters for now. He did meet this condition in his dragon form, but it was still not as rewarding to use in battle as in his human form. After all, he had already gotten used to himself in human form. Just do it and the power of brain will be activated silently. After a few breaths, his humanoid body actually grew bigger. However, only a part of the body, such as his arms, can be changed, and this weird feeling is very uncomfortable. This level is still far away. Moreover, this is also the result of the right time, right place and right people. Your Majesty, please take a look, as I couldn't stop my distraction, a pleasant bell sounded. The two angels who went to get clothes came to Qin Yun and presented him with a tank top and a pink and white super short pleated skirt. Sure, you two cuties did a great job, change it for her once they're done searching. Qin Yun smiled and touched the hair of the two angels. The intimate action made them both blush. They lowered their heads slightly and responded to his big hand. Who among the angels in the Kingdom of God doesn't want to be favored by Qin Yun? Even if Qin Yun only gave them a faint smile, they could make them toss and turn all night long. In a short while, the angels removed all of Monet's belongings. It's amazing, they really found an object that looked like a communicator. Your Majesty, these are all possible communicators. The angels held a tray and showed him their work. Buttons, earrings, even the underwire of clothing. Why didn't he notice it just now? Isn't this little thing powered by electricity? I can only say that, worthy of being assigned as a spy, the preparations are indeed very comprehensive. Qin Yun waved his hand and said, "Take it away and destroy it." At the same time, the angels changed Monet's clothes and helped her stand up straight, allowing her extraordinary beauty to be fully displayed. This alluring picture made Qin Yun's eyes light up. Beautiful, very beautiful. Advertisement: the camisole top and pink and white mini pleated skirt are just subtle additions to the look. The real beauty is Monet herself. Her figure is among the best even among his concubines. Monet had long, wavy grass green hair with a faint fluorescent glow between her hair, which was a small decoration given to her by the angels. The thick-bottomed milk bottle glasses that concealed her beauty were removed by the angels, revealing her beautiful golden pupils, but they were still in a lifeless state. However, the agility in her is looming, like a sick beauty, which makes people involuntarily feel a strong desire to protect her. She was tall and stood straight with the support of the angels, with white and clean legs. She doesn't even need Nijigo to remove melanin for her, it's enough to compete with Nami, Robin and others. Looking at this pair of life-threatening graceful legs, Qin Yun secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, at this point in time, Monet had not yet been replaced by Luo with those ugly and weird bird legs. Otherwise, he would have no chance to get the beautiful Monet intact. Unfortunately, her crystal clear and round toes were wrapped in a pair of thin and transparent white silk socks, making it difficult to see her true appearance. Fortunately, Monet has fallen into his clutches. He had plenty of time to force her into the level of obedience he desired. From this perspective, Monet not only has a similar figure to Nami, but her face is also as cute as Nami's. Fortunately, there is a grass green show hair to distinguish her. After she truly becomes a concubine, she must be allowed to meet Nami and become good sisters during a special period. I wonder if there are human fruit, mythical beast species, and spirit forms in this world? Feeling Monet. No, many of his concubines are suitable for taking this fruit to satisfy his niche preference. Qin Yun gently took her from the angel's hands, held her in his arms, walked forward a few dozen steps, and gently laid her down on the couch. What he had to do now was of course to wake her up. The weak electric current slightly stimulated Monet's delicate body. The next moment, her beautiful face trembled slightly, and her charming eyes regained their former brilliance. Qin Yun looked at her confused eyes, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He said teasingly, "You're awake. The operation was successful. You're now a lovely girl." Ah, the magnetic voice instantly brought Monet back to reality? Advertisement. She tried to leave Qin Yun's side in panic, but she felt she had no strength to do so. Thinking of the successful operation he mentioned, she was shocked and asked subconsciously, "Surgery? What did you do to me? Don't be nervous, you have just been rescued by me, you are completely safe." Monet was stunned and thought to himself, "Isn't it you who made me unaware? You are the biggest source of danger. Safety is a fart." Of course, such words of ruining the painting style would not come out of her mouth. Monet quickly took a look around and found that he was unfamiliar with everything here. She curled her lips and asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" "You," Qin Yun answered without hesitation. "Ah. My name is God Qin Yun. Roughly speaking, your appearance meets the standards of my goddesses. I am attracted to you and want to take you away from the Don Quixote family. P.S. Don't learn from Qin Yun. He is so open because Monet can't escape. If you really want to pursue a girl, don't expose your desire for her too early. I won't tell you the consequences. After all, I really don't know." Monet's quirk broke out, shyly avoiding Qin Yun's eager eyes, and said in a soft voice, "Allegado." "Oh no." Monet reacted and quickly refuted. "You can't do this. If you really like me, you should respect my choice and let me continue to work for the young master in the Don Quixote family." Interesting. The second time he saw such a reaction, Qin Yun felt as if he had obtained some kind of forced control switch, which was as powerful as saying, "I need you XXX to be a BY5. He scoffed at Monet's words. If he respects everyone's choice, then what has he become? Husky's companion. A little licking dog? It's impossible for you to continue working in the Don Quixote family. In the next few days, I will go to Dressrosa and personally send Doflamingo to meet Don Quixote Homingo. If you yield to me, I can give him a quick death. You, don't even think about it, the young master will definitely become One Piece." Foot ring. A special sea stone foot ring with a bell on it. Maybe it has an incredible use. Chapter 92. Canary in a cage. One Piece? What does his desire to be One Piece have to do with me? Oh no, after I kill him, he won't be able to become One Piece. It does have something to do with it. You. Monet's chest was heaving with anger from Qin Yun. She unconsciously put her hands on her chest and found that her clothes had been changed. She murmured, "My clothes." "Don't worry, it's the angels around you who changed your clothes." Qin Yun smiled and comforted her. Of course, he would not tell Monet about this matter so as to avoid her getting angry. Monet breathed a sigh of relief, but his face still showed some doubt and he remained skeptical about Qin Yun's words. "You are so beautiful, I understand you are always on guard." Qin Yun tried to continue praising her looks in order to awaken her unique attributes. But this time it did not arouse Monet's quirk because she began to panic. She felt it carefully, turned around, and found that all the things that connected her to the outside world had been taken away. How could these little actions escape Qin Yun's sharp eyes? He sneered and gave the answer. "Don't look for it. How can I let you inform Doflamingo now that you were abducted? Monet was startled, she already understood her current situation. Rather than being captured and humiliated, it is better to end it early and never let the other party get satisfied or get any information about Doflamingo. Kill me. I will never yield to you. After saying that, she slumped down on the couch, showing an attitude that she would not be shaken by wind or rain. This look might arouse some militants' perverted desires and bring out their bestiality. Qin Yun looked at her determined eyes and knew that she was not joking. It seemed that she was really determined to die for Doflamingo. Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. 13 years ago, when Monet was 17 years old, she and her sister Sugar experienced a disaster. The two people who should have died were saved by Ming Jie. Monet is a grateful person, and she has been working for Doflamingo to repay this great favor. She would not hesitate even if it meant deceiving and harming innocent people. She and Sugar had already prepared to sacrifice their lives. Rather than being loyal, it was more of a thankful heart. Advertisement. The only thing I can find about the reason why they joined Don Quixote is this. It's said to be an official life information card. It should be true, right? From this point of view, if Doflamingo is killed for just one thread fruit, it is very likely that the sisters Monet and Sugar will be lost. Some gains are not worth the losses. Baby 5 is heartless and can be won over after just one meeting and a few words. Violet is also simple. She is willing to work under her enemy Doflamingo for the life of King Polycus. There is no reason why she would not succumb to his control. Qin Yun hesitated for a moment. Although he knew that there was no way Monet would give in today, he still couldn't help but give it a try, just in case it worked. You have a sister, right? I think her name is Sugar? What do you want to do? UB **************. D. When Monet heard her sister Sugar's name, her dead eyes regained vitality, but the next moment, she shook her head indifferently. Haha, Miss Monet, you don't want anything to happen to your sister, do you? I originally wanted to write he as GGG, but it felt too perverted and would easily destroy the image of the protagonist. Although Qin Yun doesn't have much of an image, you can adapt it according to your own situation, he. Humph, just give up. Sugar and I should have died long ago. Even if you threaten me with her life, I will never give in. Besides, the young master will never be defeated by you. He wants to be the man of One Piece. Is that so? Don't be so sure. What if I exchange Doflamingo's life for yours and Sugar's? Monet said nothing, but her slightly trembling eyes said it all. Qin Yun chuckled. It was impossible to let Doflamingo go. If he is spared from death and imprisoned in a large cell in the prison of the Kingdom of God, he can still be a newspaper-reading king. And his identity as a celestial dragon might be of special use in some places. Think about it carefully. I hope you can make the right choice. After saying that, Qin Yun turned away. Just as he reached the door, Monet spoke, and his tone was not as hard as before. You. Wait until you catch the young master, HMPH. Qin Yun continued to leave, leaving behind a cold voice that stung Monet's fragile nerves. I hope this will be the last time you call me, young master. Think about it carefully. When I show up tomorrow with Doflamingo's head pressed down. Advertisement. How should you face my coming? Monet bit his lower lip upon hearing this. The force was so great that bright red blood oozed slightly from the snow-white lips. No matter how much she hypnotized herself, she could not ignore Qin Yun's powerful strength. She could see that the blue dragon form Qin Yun displayed looked very similar to Kaido. Doflamingo is afraid of Kaido's power, so he has no way to escape this time. After thinking for a moment, the angels brought a nutritious meal to warm the body and placed it on the small table next to the couch. Ms. Monet, if you are hungry, why not have a bite of the freshly made red date porridge? This is what the god personally ordered. My lord god. Monet was stunned. If he wanted to complete the comeback, he had to have a full understanding of Qin Yun. She regained her confidence and decided to stick to her post until Doflamingo fell. She immediately calmed down and asked the angels curiously, God, is it the man just now? The angels covered their mouths and smiled, and replied, yes, God is. After briefly introducing Qin Yun's basic information, the angels began to praise her beauty and Qin Yun's wisdom and bravery. As soon as this topic came up, they seemed to have endless things to say, and they attacked Monet like a machine gun without stopping. Monet was so flattered by their compliments that he felt his good looks had been touched. He was at a loss as to what to do, but he could not stop their enthusiastic sales promotion. For a canary in a cage, it is necessary to introduce her to everything about Qin Yun, and then make sure that everything she comes into contact with is closely related to Qin Yun. Over time, her subconscious mind will be brainwashed and she will develop admiration for Qin Yun. Note: this is fictitious content, please do not imitate it easily. The same is true of Stockholm Syndrome. After Qin Yun left the inner hall where Monet was, he headed north and returned to the shrine. Because the sequelae of developing the ability of the blue dragon fruit have not yet been eliminated. He quickly called over a group of 7 golden-haired goddesses, Conis, Kaya, Khalifa, Moda, Jessica, Masita, and Sora. Advertisement Chapter 93 Uneasy Doflamingo. He had no other purpose but to chat with them for a while to distract himself. Let them use their delicate fingers to play a beautiful melody to relieve his mental stress. At the same time, this also helps to make his sequelae dissipate. The pleasant chat time is always short, and in a moment, it was already night. Seeing that it was getting late, Conis felt that it was not convenient for them to go home, so she pleaded with Jessica, Khalifa and other girls. My dear husband, our home is too far from here, and we are not feeling well. Can you let us rest here for a few days? Feeling unwell. What's going on? Seeing Qin Yun closed his eyes and said nothing, they all said coquettishly. Please, please, people tend to let go of their shy side in public, and the same is true for the concubines. You talk to me and I talk to you, and after getting used to getting along with each other, you will naturally relax and not be so reserved anymore. Qin Yun held his forehead helplessly. How could he bear to see the beautiful concubines being so servile? Rooms were immediately arranged for them to stay for a few days. At the same time, in Dressrosa Palace, at the top, Doflamingo sat with most of his butt on the throne. He was leaning forward, his hands crossed under his chin, his elbows touching his thighs. His face looked extremely gloomy, as if he was waiting for something. Torble, Pica and Diamante crossed their positions and stared at each other in silence. They were the 4 highest-ranking officials in the Don Quixote family. Red Heart, Kadri Virgo is currently serving as an undercover lieutenant general in Marine and also serves as the base chief of the Marine G5 branch. Virgo was transferred from the headquarters to the G5 branch 14 years ago. After more than 10 years, he should have become the base commander. Close black lens bracket. Doflamingo had long understood Caesar's nature of being lazy and using his money to go to brothels. Therefore, he ordered Monet to report Caesar's situation to the family every day, but she did not report today. Along with it came the news that Punk Hazard had lost contact. Advertisement Pica has ordered Buffalo and Baby 5 to go to Punk Hazard to see the situation there. At this moment, they were waiting for the response from Buffalo and the other man. The field was as silent as if Rosinante had activated his power. After a long time, the voice of Den Den Mushi finally arrived. Bulu Bulu, Boga, Moshi Moshi, young master, this is Buffalo, Punk Hazard. It's destroyed, with holes and sword marks everywhere. Diamante glanced at Doflamingo and saw veins popping out on his forehead, so he took over the conversation and asked. What about the research institute? The research institute was also destroyed. It looked like there was a huge explosion here, or maybe it was crushed by a giant creature. What, and? I haven't seen a single person alive yet. Even the things in the research institute are gone. I even saw that the alloy wall of the collection room had been dug away. If I hadn't remembered the location, I'm afraid I wouldn't have recognized it. That's enough. Doflamingo interrupted Buffalo coldly. Come back, Buffalo, your mission is accomplished. Dover. Torble had a big snotty nose and looked at Doflamingo with a worried look on his face. Diamante frowned, took out a life card and murmured. Caesar is not dead yet. As long as we find Caesar based on the life card before Kaido finds us, we will not be afraid of Kaido's wrath. Then tell me, why does the direction indicated by this life card keep jumping up into the sky? Pika's voice is extremely sharp and always makes people laugh. In the sky. A giant creature is crushing. He. Could it be that Kaido is drunk and wants to bring Caesar to Wano country? It's unlikely. Doflamingo frowned and thought carefully, and finally thought of a possibility. Could it be him? Not long ago, Lion asked for the person who claimed to be God and had the ability of the Thunder Fruit from me. Divine Emperor Qin Yun. How dare he? Doesn't he know that 4 emperors Kaido is behind us? The top officials were outraged and skeptical of Doflamingo's speculation. That's enough. Torble, we can tell whether it's true or not by making a phone call. Take out the Den Den Mushi from that slinky who wanted to join us. Advertisement Poor Bellamy, just a few months after his death, his name was forgotten by his idol Doflamingo. Torble nodded, twisted his seemingly fat body, and took out a Den Den Mushi from his waist and abdomen which were covered with mucus. The Den Den Mushi was dizzy when it was taken out, and after being awakened by Trebol, it immediately put on a disgusted expression. Bulu Bulu. Boga, the Den Den Mushi only called for a moment before the call was answered. Oh, isn't this the famous 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo? What brings you here? Do you want to agree to the conditions and compensate me? But isn't it too late now? Qin Yun's mocking expression was vividly displayed in front of everyone. Punk Hazard and Dressrosa were so close, he had already guessed that Doflamingo would know all this. He had been waiting for a long time, just to piss off Doflamingo and make the guy so angry that he couldn't sleep all night. Hey, it's you, Qin Yun, let Caesar go. I can pretend that this incident never happened. Doflamingo's expression remained unchanged, and his veins bulged. What? It's me. If you have nothing to do, stop making harassing phone calls. Poga, the Den Den Mushi was hung up. Torble was stunned and shouted, Hey, he's laughing, right? He must be laughing at us. You didn't admit it. Doflamingo sneered, it doesn't matter. Whoever caught Caesar will definitely have a trick up his sleeve. Torble, tell Violet to stay on high alert 24 hours a day. Observe the situation in the surrounding sea, especially in the sky. Hi, it was late at night. Doflamingo was worried and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. He couldn't stop thinking. These past 2 days have been filled with so much trouble. As a former celestial dragon, he is extremely well informed. In a few days, Marine will convene Shichibukai to discuss important matters, and these important matters may be related to changes in the future situation. He had a bad feeling that Punk Hazard would be attacked at such a time. On the other side, Violet also couldn't fall asleep. She received an order to work 24 hours a day for the next 2 days to monitor the waters around Dressrosa, especially the appearance of Qin Yun. Chapter 94 Unexpected Failure. She was disgusted by such an order at first, but when she saw the undisguised solemn expression on Torble's face, she realized that the seriousness of the matter was probably beyond her imagination. Maybe. This is an opportunity. Violet stretched out her smooth and soft hand and gently brushed the bounty order in front of her. Above that, was Qin Yun's overbearing and indifferent look towards the world. But his handsome face would make people ignore his terror and want to get close to him. Divine Emperor Qin Yun, I hope my bet won't go wrong. The next morning, Qin Yun simply washed up with the help of the angels and wanted to leave the temple. He still had a lot of things to do today. My dear husband, please come back soon. The reluctant voices of Kaya, Moda, Michita and other girls were so beautiful that Qin Yun's heart trembled. After responding to them one by one with affection, he left his palace. He was in such a hurry because he had something important to do, and he was definitely not afraid that they would pester him and not let him go. After all, he now has the power of Azure Dragon and is the most lively and active youth. Lightning flashed several times, and he arrived at Ares Square in Arpajato. Brook is the only priest missing from the island. Led by Kumas, he travels to bustling areas around the world to give concerts. They are currently on a good track and are expected to become famous in about 2 months. But if you want to earn money at the same rate as world-class musicians, you will need more time to accumulate. The divine soldiers were training in an orderly manner in Ares Square, and shouts could be heard continuously. Their training consisted of little more than running around Arpila, lifting weights, and swimming. Regardless of whether you are a special student or not, you need to be familiar with the use of at least 3 types of weapons: ironclads, guns, and swordsmanship. The purpose of all training is to strengthen the body and achieve the effect of strengthening the armed color domineering. Qin Yun stood in midair above the square, silently observed the training of the divine soldiers for a while, and nodded with satisfaction. In fact, his rule was not a high-pressure environment. The treatment of the divine soldiers is extremely good. In addition to the basic food and accommodation, they also receive basic wages, position allowances, housing subsidies and other benefits. Advertisement even after retirement, they have medical care and housing guarantees, and their offspring also enjoy preferential educational benefits. Don't think that these welfare benefits are just the basics on Blue Star. In the world of pirates, if such conditions were put forward, even the marines from all over the world would want to turn to the light and become his magic soldiers. After he obtains the healing fruit from the Lilliputian princess Mancherly, the healing benefits of the Kingdom of God will rise by more than 1 level. The economic conditions of the Kingdom of God itself are sufficient to be self-sufficient. Qin Yun also ordered them to raise the price of Sky Island's specialty shellfish, cloud products and other items 10 or 100 times higher and sell them to Qinghai. The addition of Fishman Island has also put the production of bubble coral on the fast track. These things are priceless in Qinghai. As things are scarce and valuable, the Kingdom of God has seized a large amount of wealth from Qinghai. Just when Qin Yun was distracted in planning the future development of the Kingdom of God, a captain of the divine soldiers who was training the divine soldiers discovered him and shouted, "God!" Hearing the sound, the divine soldiers did not stop their training, because when performing training tasks, they could not interrupt at will unless they were ordered to stop. Qin Yun nodded warmly and said, "You guys continue, don't worry about me." Yes. The lightning dissipated, and Qin Yun appeared somewhere on the shore of Arpajato. In an open space in front of him, a huge red salamander in the shape of an axolotl was nailed to the ground by large seastone nails. It was weak and powerless and unable to move at all. Several magic soldiers wearing protective clothing and carrying a large can stood around, keeping a strict vigilance. Inside the jar is an adsorption spray made of activated carbon, silica gel and other adsorbents, which is specifically used to eliminate toxins and poisonous gases. God! Shira and the others had been waiting for a long time. They had brought all the spoils of Punk Hazard back to the Kingdom of God last night, including research data on artificial devil fruits and several artificial devil fruits, jewelry, gold, Bailey, etc. Of course, there is also the slime in front of Qin Yun waiting for his visit. The ability of the salamander fruit's axolotl form is only average. It can transform the user into a salamander, giving them higher regenerative abilities. Advertisement: the secreted mucus and other ingredients also contain toxins, which are suitable for people with strong physical skills to take, and can provide them with considerable endurance and killing capabilities. Well, are you ready? The antidote and poison gas dissipation spray are ready. Even if an accident happens, this place is deserted and has a special terrain that is a good windless zone. It will not cause any damage to the Kingdom of God. Qin Yun glanced at everyone and no longer hesitated. The white thunder lingered on the inky black wrist, took a few steps forward, and mercilessly grabbed the slime. Failed. Qin Yun frowned. What's going on? The slime had already lost consciousness and was lying motionless. Could it be that he still had some consciousness left? Bang! Bang! 2 big slaps full of love hit the slime on the head, and the already fainted slime had 2 big bumps on its head in a funny way. Qin Yun hesitated for a moment, and inserted the white thunder into the slime's body again. Still failed. Try. Beat the slime, beat the slime. He even used Conqueror's Charge. Shira and other priests and divine soldiers on the side stepped back several steps, lowering their heads, for fear of angering Qin Yun at this time. Finally, after many attempts at hitting and Conqueror's impact, he failed. Qin Yun was not discouraged and began to think about the many possibilities of failure. In his experiments so far, Bai Lei has only one effect, which is to plunder the fruit ability from unconscious people or animals. Others such as plants and non-living things have not been tried yet. Now, it was the first time that he plundered a non-living being, even if it had lost consciousness. As Qin Yun thought, his Bai Lei could not plunder it. There is another unknown situation. When he came to the pirate world and smashed Enel to death, he didn't know how to use the white thunder. How did he get the ability of the thunder fruit? Is the birth of Bai Lei a result of his development of the ability of the thunder fruit? Or is it something he has naturally? If Bai Lei was developed from the thunder fruit, then the reason why he obtained the power of thunder was probably a gift from the goddess who sent him to the pirate world. The gift might be that the power of time and space dragged him to the pirate world and smashed Enel to death. Then the power of time and space conveniently absorbed the power of thunder into his body. Chapter 95 The Consciousness of the Devil. It could also be the result of one of the three lights that the goddess directly shot out. As for taking out the thunder fruit to try it out, that is impossible. What if Bai Lei was really developed from the thunder fruit? Wouldn't he be in trouble? In this case, the moment Bai Lei takes out the thunder fruit, he will lose control of Bai Lei because he loses the power of thunder, and then the thunder fruit escapes and is reborn. If the white thunder was a gift from the goddess to him, then his development of the white thunder might not have reached its limit. He was afraid that he would not be able to get the answer to Bai Lei's origin for the time being, so he could only grope forward. Back to the current problem, why can't slime take away the power of the salamander? In Qin Yun's understanding, the power of the fruit, after being taken by humans or animals, will change their bloodline factors, genes and other, microscopic things. Green blood, and the transformed products of artificial devil fruits should be very similar to real devil fruits. But, are there really these, microscopic things, among non-living, things? After they obtained the power of the devil, where did their, consciousness, and, wisdom, come from? Could it be, the, demon, that he eliminated with the white thunder? I'm afraid these answers will have to be studied by the scientific research team under his command in the future. Now, he can only infer a conclusion that can convince himself. After the non-living things obtain the power of the devil, they are dominated by the devil in the devil fruit. Once they are born, the consciousness of the devil will be endlessly active. The reason why the slime in front of him was motionless was actually because the consciousness of the devil was still active. This is why he was unable to use white lightning to plunder the power of the salamander fruit. As for the devil's consciousness, he couldn't think of how to erase it with his current methods. Fortunately, the devil fruits that people in this world give to non-living things are all some relatively rubbish animal-type devil fruits. Maybe they can only eat animal-type devil fruits? Even if he can't get these abilities, Qin Yun won't care. After giving the slime a slap without any grudge, Qin Yun waved his hand speechlessly and ordered. Okay, that's it. You can lock him up and tie him up with sea stone. Yes, Lord God. Advertisement Shura quickly responded. He had followed Qin Yun for so many years, and even if he couldn't see Bai Lei, he knew what he was doing. The other divine soldiers who were unaware of the situation thought that Qin Yun was unhappy and came here to beat up the slime. Hurry up and get ready to go to Qinghai. Dressrosa will be here soon. After saying that, Qin Yun turned into a flash of lightning and left. Yes. Shura breathed a sigh of relief. He could tell that Qin Yun was not angry, and that was enough. You guys, use your armed color to drag the slime to the prison. Yes. After receiving the order, the divine soldiers began to get busy. Below the kingdom of God, there are clouds created by Nami covering it. It is basically impossible for ordinary people to see the kingdom of God through the heavy clouds from the sea. However, Violet, who took the stare fruit, might be an accident. Her staring power can help her perform clairvoyance and clairvoyance. It can also read minds and see what the target within the field of vision is thinking at the moment. There is one very interesting thing. The stare fruit cannot read memories, but Violet can let others read her own memories. What Qin Yun couldn't remember at the moment was whether Violet could use both the abilities of clairvoyance and clairvoyance at the same time. If it is possible, then his kingdom of God has most likely been discovered by her. This means that he is an open card for Doflamingo. All the combat power and movements of her subordinates were captured by Violet. The information says that when Violet is in the state of clairvoyance, she can make long-distance observations within a radius of 4,000 kilometers, equals 4 million meters, with herself as the center point. Isn't this too outrageous? Close black lens bracket. No matter what, Qin Yun must first eliminate Violet. Without this, the casualty rate of his men would be reduced by more than one level. In this way, Doflamingo truly became a defensive and passive party. Time passed slowly, and soon it was noon. In the open area on the edge of the kingdom of God, the priests and divine soldiers were on full alert. Qin Yun sat lazily on the throne and looked at everyone, while Robin read out their battle plan in front of him. Advertisement He and Robin have been basically inseparable these days. He and Robin discussed the battle plan verbally, and they often had heated discussions. The battle plan for this verbal dispute was not written down on paper, in order to prevent Violet from snooping into its contents. Battle plan, above. At this time, Robin finally finished explaining the content of the battle plan. In fact, it is very simple. Qin Yun just arrives at Dressrosa first. After he dealt with Violet, he issued God's judgment as a signal for God's kingdom to attack. My dear husband, we can start now. Robin flirted with Qin Yun casually, and her charming eyes showed no trace of pre-war nervousness. Okay. Qin Yun chuckled and ruffled her hair twice, then turned into lightning and rushed towards Dressrosa in a flash. Finally, the element turned into a bolt of lightning and searched for Violet in the sky. Dressrosa was always within the range of his observation hockey, and he discovered that the cadres of the Don Quixote family were all sticking to their own posts. to guard against possible enemies that might suddenly appear. There are no marine warships at the port and no marine on the island. Didn't Doflamingo use his connections to summon a marine admiral? In fact, Doflamingo tried it yesterday after speaking to him, but was rejected. Marine is in a state of chaos right now, and is urgently recruiting marine elites from all over the world. Because they are facing the upcoming big event, Marine War, and have no time to pay attention to Doflamingo. After all, no one could tell when Dressrosa would be attacked, and the Marines didn't have any extra manpower to waste. Found it, and the location is not far from him? Qin Yun's eyes focused, and without hesitation, he slashed directly towards Violet's position. On Lover's Avenue, you can often see many couples walking side by side. The kingdom of Dressrosa is known as the land of love, passion and toys, and the people here are very passionate. If anyone dares to betray love, they will even commit terrorist acts such as assassinating the other party. I just don't know what will happen when Sugar's devil fruit ability is released. What kind of ethical drama will happen when the people related to these toys remember everything? Chapter 96. Violet. In front of a commercial street somewhere, Violet walked lightly side by side with Yura, who had the ability of the art fruit. The two of them would occasionally stop for a moment at the stalls and clothing stores on both sides. The two of them, along with Sugar, belong to the special ability unit of the Trebol army. Sugar is protected by Torbol and cannot be seen in public, while the two of them are free to move around outside. Oh, Violet-chan, look at me, how'd I look in this dress? Although Chowla is old, her heart is young. Even though she is obese and has a weird aesthetic, she is still extremely narcissistic. She often hallucinates what others say to her as praises of her unparalleled beauty. It's okay, Violet covered her mouth and said what she meant without changing her expression. Boss, pack it for me. Yes. A middle-aged man with an easy-to-bully look responded in a flattering voice. He skillfully wrapped up the clothes that Chowla pointed to and handed them to her. Jorah pulled the corner of his mouth into an ugly smile and asked Violet to leave the clothing store. Come on, Violet-chan, let's go take a look at the port. Okay, Violet responded quickly and followed Jorah's steps closely. As for taking Bailey, are you kidding me? I'm already a pirate, how can I possibly give away my capital? The Don Quixote family is not a pirate family that plays house. Haven't you seen that even the polite ace would not pay a penny after eating in any restaurant, and would sneak away and happily eat one meal after another? It was after Sabo's death that he learned etiquette from Makino in order to set an example for Luffy. Close black lens bracket. Just as the two of them walked out of the clothing store and took a few steps, an extremely dazzling flash of lightning suddenly appeared. How? Lightning shines everywhere. Under the strong light, Jorah and Violet subconsciously closed their eyes. Especially for Violet, what she fears most about her staring fruit is the stimulation of strong light that may damage her eyes. Bang bang bang. Advertisement squeak, squeak, startling. The sound of people falling to the ground continued, and seemed to be mixed with Jorah's painful screams and the hissing sound of electric leakage. Qin Yun chuckled and raised his hand to take out Yora's art fruit ability. Considering that in the world of pirates, anyone has the possibility of coming back to life if they suffer serious physical injuries. He was so considerate that he pierced Yora's abdomen with thunder, making him deader than dead. The next moment, he waved his hand and threw Chowla into an alley nearby. He stored the power of the fruit of art in the storage room. This fruit can materialize the imagination and inspiration of the user. It is possible to spray transparent smoke like clouds from the palms or from the head, and everything it touches will become the artwork imagined by the user. The upper limit of this fruit is extremely high. Only when someone with artistic cells eats it can the power of this devil fruit be truly demonstrated. Coincidentally, there was one of his concubines, and she just happened not to have eaten the devil fruit. Yes, she is Marianu, who is famous for the Golden Week. Qin Yun reached out his hand again, reaching for Violet's arm, wanting to kidnap her directly. As for why he didn't knock her out as well, it was just because he had a malicious desire to see Violet so scared that she blushed. Meanwhile, Violet seemed to recover. She rubbed her eyes, then opened them in confusion and saw the tragic situation on Lover's Avenue. In front of her, there was only Qin Yun, and Chowla's figure disappeared without a trace. Only the few pools of blood on the ground where Jorah was located seemed to tell of Jorah's ending. Further back, there are people who fainted due to the Conqueror's mental shock. Looking at Qin Yun's evil hand stretched out to her, she quickly stepped back, exclaiming, "What do you want to do?" But how could she dodge faster than Qin Yun's clutches? Before she could finish her words, Qin Yun held her soft little hand. With a little force, he locked Violet's two little hands firmly behind her back. This posture forced Violet to lift her waist high, showing off her graceful figure to the fullest. The clothes she wore were similar to the ones she wore when she appeared in One Piece, a pink and red dress. Advertisement: she wore a small pink flower on her head, and her devilish figure with a curvy figure, long legs and thin waist was not something that ordinary people could have. Her long brown and black wavy hair was casually draped around her waist. Their posture allowed Qin Yun to just smell the violet fragrance of her hair. Her light brown pupils trembled slightly because of the pain in her jade hand. Unfortunately, only Qin Yun could see this lovable and attractive scene. Seeing that things were going so smoothly, even Qin Yun couldn't help but murmur in his heart. I didn't expect it would be so easy to catch Violet. Violet hurriedly shouted in a tender voice. I have seen your bounty order. You are the divine Emperor Qin Yun, right? Don't kill me, I won't resist. The reason why she was so frightened was that when she was forced to turn over, she saw Chaola's bleeding body in the distance with her clairvoyance. "Oh, did you recognize me? Just don't resist. I like pretty girls who are obedient and well-behaved." Qin Yun could tell that her words were not a delaying tactic, so he gently let go of her hand, put his big hand around her soft waist and flew up. In fact, resistance is not a bad thing, as it can bring extra unique fun to Qin Yun, who has a bad taste. As expected, Violet really did not resist. She was even afraid of falling and took the initiative to get close to his chest. The time has come. Qin Yun randomly selected a hapless cadre from the Don Quixote family, Derringer, who was raised as a girl by Jorah. Sizzle, a brilliant bolt of lightning shot into the sky from Qin Yun's wrist, and then rushed towards Derringer, who was having dinner with everyone at the Dressrosa port. The thick lightning column was like a super magnified firestick, piercing into the ground without any hindrance, carrying with it Derringer and the minions around him. Boom! First, the dazzling lightning attracted the attention of everyone in Dressrosa, and then there was a loud bang caused by an explosion. The location where the lightning column struck was too close to the sea. After penetrating the ground, it exploded in the seawater, setting off a wave with a hot runner. In a few breaths, they rushed into the harbor. Another round of screams rang out, and panic spread rapidly. Even if Derringer is a half-fish, he probably wouldn't be able to survive such an attack. After all, this is not 2 years later, he is still too young now. 5,000 meters above the sky, the eyes of the people in the Kingdom of God who had been waiting for a long time brightened, and Robin calmly ordered. "Let's go. Attack Dressrosa." Oh, Violet, the fallen princess of the Dressrosa Kingdom, Rebecca's aunt, has a very stunning figure and is a good dancer, and can provide the protagonist with a lot of fun time. Chapter 97. Long-term vision. Accompanied by the cheers of the divine soldiers, Nami personally controlled the Piao cloud to descend rapidly. In the Dressrosa palace, Doflamingo heard the loud explosion and stood up. He looked at the smoke rising from the port in the distance with an unpleasant expression and murmured softly, "Violet." After leaving a clone behind, he flew towards the port with a dark face. The King Riku's army hiding in the flower fields also heard the sound. After a brief discussion, Taigu Lepant, the captain of the self-defense army of King Riku's army, decided to send his men to the port to investigate the situation. Cyrus, the one-horned toy soldier in another part of the flower field, did not move because his daughter Rebecca needed his protection. In the bullfighting arena, the sword fighter Riku Dold III, who goes by the alias Ricky, has the eyes of an eagle and the mind of a wolf. He is determined to take revenge, and perhaps only when he sees the hope of revenge will the light in his eyes return. Back to Qin Yun, he hugged Violet's waist and flew to an empty high-rise building. The view here is wide, and perhaps with the help of Violet's staring power, he can save himself some effort in searching. After standing still, Qin Yun still didn't let go. He leaned close to Violet's ear and whispered softly, "Miss Violet, can you tell me where the sugar from the Don Quixote family and the princess of the Donata Kingdom are?" Qin Yun's actions caused Violet's ears to turn pink visibly, and she muttered to herself, "Humph, I'm not small. The reputation of the divine Emperor Qin Yun as a lecher is not fake news spread by Marine. I thought it was just a rumor. After all, the photo on this bounty order is so domineering, it seems like it was specially posed for the photo. If she had chosen to place her hopes of destroying the Don Quixote family on Qin Yun, wouldn't that mean she would have to sacrifice herself? She was planning to wait for Qin Yun to come and find out his purpose first. Thinking of this, she sighed quietly. After all, she couldn't keep her precious thing. Although it is unknown why Doflamingo did not touch her after she was forced to join Don Quixote's family, but now. She had previously guessed that it was because Doflamingo valued her ability to use the stare fruit and was afraid that she would commit suicide, so he did not dare to touch her. Advertisement. The real reason is, Doflamingo, as a former celestial dragon, thinks highly of himself and looks down upon these ordinary women. Close black lens bracket. Now, she still keeps the most precious things. Perhaps she can get some corresponding attention from Qin Yun. Besides, Qin Yun has already invaded deep into Dressrosa. Things have developed to this point. No, this matter was out of her control from the very beginning. In just a few breaths, Violet's mind had envisioned her future. As expected of the user of the star fruit, he can see the long term. When Qin Yun saw Violet's ears trembling slightly and her cheeks rosy, he knew she was shy. He was in no hurry. While waiting for Violet to return to reality, he admired her watery eyes that were like autumn waves. Finally, Violet gently grasped Qin Yun's collar with one hand, and placed the tips of her index finger and thumb on her other hand to form a circle over her left eye. After observing the surroundings, she found the trace of sugar, but Mansurely was nowhere to be found. She carefully recalled all the places in Dressrosa, including all the places she had explored when she was young, before she finally thought of a possibility. That was the deepest part of the palace's chapel, a place she had never seen before. As expected, Mansurely's aggrieved look appeared in her eyes. "Mansurely, you are here." She breathed a sigh of relief, and responded in a soft and sticky voice like a queen. "Guomenasai, sorry to have kept you waiting. Sugar is guarded by Torbol, the highest official of the Don Quixote family, and is currently in the underground factory of the bullfighting arena." She seemed to feel a little uncomfortable being restrained by Qin Yun. She panted softly and said, "Mansurely was imprisoned alone in a small confinement cell deep inside the palace chapel." "Oh, isn't there anyone from Doflamingo to look after Mansurely?" Qin Yun was not surprised that she betrayed Doflamingo. Instead, he was more interested in her seductive look. No, usually, Doflamingo is in the palace, Actually, advertisement, it's really good. Qin Yun let her go with a smile. Violet's shy reactions undoubtedly showed that she was very unfamiliar and unaccustomed to his contact. These reactions cannot be faked, because no matter how hard you try, there will always be flaws. When in a shy state, the charm in the eyes is different. With his experienced and sharp eyes, he would be unable to see that Violet was his little baby, who was worth cherishing. Then he captured so many concubines in vain. However, if he wants to win Violet's heart, and even make him more important to her than her beloved, former, Dressrosa kingdom, he will need more tricks. Afterwards, Qin Yun first glanced at the king's highlands, then turned around and looked at the bullfighting arena. Sugar and mancherry, which one should I catch first? Both of their devil fruits are at bud level. The most famous is Sucrosa's childlike fun fruit. The power of childlike fun can turn any creature touched by the ability user into a toy, regardless of whether the other party is awake or not. It will also erase all memories of the target among other people in the world, but physical records such as photos, written records, and statues will not disappear. It can also make a contract that prevents the toy from acting freely according to its own thoughts and obeying orders. However, the toys will retain their own consciousness, emotions, and memories of their previous lives, and will permanently turn into toys when the person with the ability is conscious. Then WT felt that the fruit ability was too buggy, so he started to strengthen the domineering power. Thus, the following funny scene occurred. Rational discussion. Everyone's opinions are correct. After all, between hockey and fruit ability, and between characters, which one is stronger is not just a matter of WT's words, right? Luo. Big Mom and Kaido's domineering power is too strong. The surgery fruit, can't touch them. Then Kid can give magnetism to the powerful Big Mom, turning her into a magnet, and Law can also use the power of the fruit to draw the sword and pierce Big Mom. One foot said that Big Mom's domineering power could not affect her, and the next foot said that the fruit ability framework could affect the domineering and powerful Big Mom. This contradiction is invincible. Then it was time for Law to fight Blackbeard. Luo. The power of the fruit cannot affect excessive hockey. Then he broke the effect of turning into a woman by the disease fruit and turned back into a man. There are too many contradictions. Chapter 98 Confessing Identity. Back to the childlike fruit. Sugar can affect green pepper, Cavendish and others, and they won't be able to break free with their hockey, so it's just that their hockey is not enough. As for what level of domineering power is needed, that requires warriors to die, and give it a try. The healing fruit plays a more auxiliary role. Its ability is simple and crude, and it can heal all injuries of living creatures. One can even use the power of recovery to restore everything to its original state at the cost of one's lifespan. If Whitebeard, Red Hair and other old and disabled strong men knew about this devil fruit, they would probably do whatever it takes to get it, right? Choosing between the two, for Qin Yun, the healing power is of course more important. Once he obtains the power of healing, his endurance will reach an astonishing level. Then, let's find Manchiri first. Qin Yun calmed down, waved to Violet who was still shy, and said softly. Let's go, Violet. Use your staring power to take me to King's Highlands to find Manchiri. Violet sighed. She had chosen the path, both actively and passively. She could only follow this path to the end. Okay, she stepped forward and took the initiative to put her delicate body into Qin Yun's arms. Her little gesture made Qin Yun's mouth curl up. He put his left hand around her waist and reached down with his right hand, picked her up as a princess in his arms and flew to the king's heights. By the way, logically speaking, Violet was indeed the princess of Dressrosa. Qin Yun is holding a real princess. Of course, there are also many princesses among his consorts, such as Vivi, Shirahoshi. While flying in the sky, Violet saw that this was a rare opportunity and hurriedly asked in a low voice. Qin Yun, what is your purpose in coming to Dressrosa? This question is very important to her. What she hoped most was that Qin Yun had a grudge against Doflamingo and came here just to wipe out Doflamingo's forces and then leave Dressrosa. In this way, her father, Liku Dord, will be restored to the throne, and her country will be restored. In the original timeline, she fulfilled her wish. However, she didn't seem to realize that what right did she have to ask Qin Yun questions? Was it because she was a vicious adult? Qin Yun frowned and responded coldly, pretending to be displeased. Advertisement? Oh. Why, you haven't forgotten that you are a prisoner now? Do you want to know my purpose? Do you want to continue to show your loyalty to Doflamingo? Violet's pupils shrank, and the blush on her face faded away at his words. Her pretty face turned pale as she hurriedly explained the reason and confessed her identity. No, to be honest, I was once the princess of the Dressrosa kingdom. Seeing that Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged, Violet thought that Qin Yun didn't believe it. Believe me, I swear I never lied to you. 8 years ago, Doflamingo came to this country and used the string fruit to control my father, King Riku, and made him massacre the people. Doflamingo was a hero who stopped him and took over the place. Qin Yun certainly knew all of this, and this interweaving of power fully illustrates a truth. No power is the original sin. Doflamingo thought my ability of the stare fruit was quite good and let me go. I took this opportunity to save my father's life. Then what? What if I trust you when you talk about these old things? I still know about Doflamingo's brainwashing methods. Who knows your true position now? Violet was speechless by Qin Yun. If you can make others believe you by swearing, how many people in the world will be deceived and lose all their money? Then how can you believe? Believe you? There is no need. None of this matters to me. Now you just need to be a prisoner and obey my orders. If what you just said is true, then as a former princess, you must have hated the Doflamingo who invaded your country, right? As long as you are obedient and don't make any small moves, Doflamingo's rule will naturally collapse today. I understand. Violet had no choice but to respond in a low voice. At this time, she already knew that she would never be able to get the answer she wanted from Qin Yun. Advertisement, she could only pray that things would develop towards her inner desire. In this way, Violet was forced to stop talking, and she blushed all the way in Qin Yun's masculine arms. When she was approaching the palace, Violet calmed down and whispered. The chapel is on the upper floor of the palace. There are no windows inside. If we want to get there, we can only enter through the only entrance to the palace, the south gate. No need. Just point in the direction of Manchili. Qin Yun, who possesses the power of a sect, can go anywhere without any hindrance. Violet was stunned for a moment and said to herself. Qin Yun doesn't want to destroy it violently. The thunderfruit can indeed do it. The place where I have been living will not be destroyed like this. Although she was reluctant to give up, she had no choice but to follow Qin Yun's order and put one hand in front of her eyes in an okay shape. After determining Manchili's position, she pointed at a wall with her little finger and said. It's right there, but there are killers of the Don Quixote family walking behind the wall. Your fruit power is really easy to use. Even the posture of using the fruit power is so cute. Listening to Qin Yun's seductive words and his extremely domineering movements towards her. Even though Qin Yun had previously denied her confession with cold words, Violet was completely sure that Qin Yun was interested in her. She thought for a moment and decided to show her kindness and take the initiative to show her charm. If she can charm Qin Yun, the result she envisioned may not be achieved through another method. Violet smiled sweetly, raised the hand holding Qin Yun's clothes and the hand in front of her, and hugged his neck intimately. She turned her head slightly, revealing her alluring snow-white jade neck, and her passionate autumn eyes slowly turned to stare at Qin Yun's eyes, as if they could speak. Especially the red and petite lips. It seems that as long as Qin Yun, accidentally, lowers his head, he can hold that little cutie in his mouth. Thank you for the compliment, Master Qin Yun. Qin Yun was stunned for a moment. Didn't he praise Violet subconsciously? Why did she give such a big reaction? This seductive and affectionate gesture is as if she wants to give herself to him in vain. When things go wrong, there must be monsters. But Qin Yun is not a Sigma man, and he will naturally not turn away the little monsters who come to his door like this. Chapter 99 Man Shirley, Little One, sir, you. He pinched Violet's slender waist and said softly. Don't worry, Violet, we have a lot of time together in the future. Violet's voice was soft, like a weak and sick beauty humming. Qin Yun wanted to bully her as soon as he heard it, but now was not the time. While the two were talking animatedly, they unknowingly arrived at the location Violet pointed to. Qin Yun did not hesitate and opened a small door wide for two people on the wall with a wave of his hand. What's going on? People. When I entered the door, I saw Don Quixote's family's minions surrounding me. 10 million volts lightning chain. Qin Yun didn't even look at them, and the electric current ran directly under his feet and spread to them. Oh no. Screams quickly rang out, and Qin Yun continued to fly deeper into the palace. But Violet's attention was not here. She stared at the door in the wall that Qin Yun opened and muttered in her heart. This is a mythical beast. No, isn't Qin Yun the user of the thunder fruit? Could it be that he can eat multiple devil fruits? It must be said that her intuition was quite accurate. The journey was smooth and Qin Yun soon flew to the lobby of the palace's chapel with Violet in his arms. The space here is tall and deep, with a towering dome decorated with gold and painted with murals that appear to be religious. The ground is covered with soft red carpet, extending all the way to the statue above, surrounded by delicate floral decorations, which looks quite stylish. Is this the chapel, Violet? Manchili is still behind? Qin Yun asked the woman in his arms as he flew inside. Yes, it's right behind. There's a wooden door there. After entering, there is a prison built specifically for the dwarfs on the wall. Manchili is inside. I see. After flying for a few more breaths, the two of them arrived at a dark passage, but there were many minions guarding Manchili hidden in it. The lightning emitted by Qin Yun drove away the darkness and attracted everyone's attention. Advertisement. Who is it? There was no answer, only Qin Yun's lightning crackling. With each sound, a minion will be electrocuted until his soul ascends to heaven and his body falls down. Finally, Qin Yun stopped in front of a wooden door, and Violet said softly. Here it is. Squeak. The wooden door was pushed open, and Qin Yun's lightning illuminated the dim room. The void was filled with waves of guilt-inducing sobs. That was Manchili's sad song. Sizzle, huh. The brilliant thunder killed several guards who looked back at the door. The sudden flash of lightning made Manchili stop crying and scream loudly. Qin Yun looked in the direction of the sound and saw a small arched cell built on the wall, with only a few thin iron pillars standing at the door as a fence to block it. The next moment, a pitiful little face appeared at the cell door, looking curiously at the outside world. Qin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. The princess of the Dongada kingdom? Probably the easiest to trick. To capture. Are you Manchili? Don't worry, I'm a world-class good man. It was your father who begged me to come and save you. Wow. You are the best person in the world. Arigato. Thank you so much. Woo woo, I can finally leave here. Man Shirley was talking in a delicate voice, believing Qin Yun's words without a doubt. This is not because Qin Yun forgot to turn off the cheat, but because the dwarfs are born with the characteristic of easily trusting others. Man Shirley was imprisoned and used by Doflamingo because Ganchao, the king of the Dondada kingdom, trusted Doflamingo. Ganchao believed that King Liku, who had shown them kindness for many years, had gone mad and killed his people, so he brought his people closer to the Don Quixote family. As a result, more than 500 tribesmen including Mansurely were enslaved by Doflamingo. It is quite difficult for such a gullible clan to survive until now without being wiped out. Qin Yun gently put Violet down from his arms, walked straight to the prison door, and with a wave of his hand, the door opened. He stretched out his right hand and said softly, "Come out, Mansurely." Advertisement Mansurely nodded with emotion and wanted to jump into Qin Yun's hands, but her calves suddenly lost strength, her feet slipped, and she fell to the ground. It's not that she is clumsy. In fact, most of the dwarfs are extremely agile and are known as fairies. The reason why Mansurely was like this was because she had been sitting in prison for a long time and had not had enough to eat. Qin Yun grabbed her with ease and held her firmly. Phew, that was close. Sorry to bother you. Thank you, kind-hearted Oni-chan. Mansurely breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him again very politely. Qin Yun felt the touch in his hand. The 20-centimeter man surely looked like a small toy in his hand. Her petite and delicate body made him involuntarily touch her little face and princess clothes gently with his thumb. Good man, please stop poking my face, it makes me feel uncomfortable. Mansurely's uncomfortable groans had no effect at all, but only made the curious Qin Yun more interested. I'm sorry, Mansurely. I've always been interested in you little people. Can you be patient for a moment and satisfy my curiosity? Qin Yun's expression was very sincere. As a princess of the villain clan, would Mansurely reject his small request? Well, if it's a kind request, of course I can, but can you please be a little gentler? I'm most afraid of pain. Mansurely hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed to Qin Yun's request pitifully. Qin Yun's feelings were so sincere that even Violet couldn't tell whether he was just trying to deceive Mansurely or was really interested in the dwarf people. As a prisoner at the moment, she could hardly protect herself, so she naturally did not dare to say much and interfere, thus attracting Qin Yun's fire attack. Qin Yun didn't go too far. He just casually touched Mansurely's front and back twice and then let her go. After all, he would have plenty of time to discuss the mysteries of human and dwarf evolution with Mansurely in the future. Now he was sure that the dwarfs were different from the toys he liked to play with before. This real touch and softness is difficult to achieve artificially. Mansurely has long golden hair, which she braids into 2 braids and decorates with 2 flowers. Looking from behind, it looks like a pair of huge, twin ponytails covering her entire body. The unfortunate thing is that all the dwarfs have a pointed nose like Porchy before, which destroys the impulsive beauty. Mansurely, a princess of the dwarf tribe, she is very lovable for her kind and gentle personality and small body. Her pointed nose is not a problem at all, as she will be attracted by it the moment she sees Najigo. Chapter 100 The Healing Power of Heaven Defying. Fortunately, he has the goddess Nokagao, who can use her slippery power to slide away their small pointed noses, making them delicate and exquisite. The existence of the slippery power may be to make up for Qin Yun's regrets and increase his experience. Okay. Are you okay? Mansurely couldn't help but ask when she saw Qin Yun didn't move. Alright. It's so strange. I thought you were going to hurt me, but you poked my face and it felt like you were giving me a massage. It feels so good. Mansurely's face was filled with a smile of enjoyment, as if she was reminiscing about the feeling just now. Boom. 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 At this moment, there was a sound of earth shaking outside. Even the king's highlands where Qin Yun was located was implicated and forced to vibrate. Qin Yun calmed down and asked, Violet, what's going on outside? Let me see. Violet put her hands in front of her eyes, activated her clairvoyance, looked in several directions several times, and replied. A group of humans with wings on their backs are fighting against the Don Quixote family. The loud noise just now should have been made by the highest-ranking official, Pika, who is wrestling with a Spinosaurus. Spinosaurus? That should be the fight between Shira and Pika. And Doflamingo, he's on his way from the port to the Smile Factory. Well, it's almost time to go find sugar. Mansurely, can you give me the power of your healing fruit? This will be of great help to me. This way I can rescue the remaining little human companions. Mansurely's eyes lit up. She had long wanted to get rid of the power of the healing fruit. Because of it, she was imprisoned here and exploited by Doflamingo. If Qin Yun could take away the power of the devil fruit and save other members of the tribe, she would be so happy that she couldn't contain herself. This is indeed the case. Without the power to protect the treasure, it will only attract greedy peeping and plundering. Really? How can I cooperate with you? Mansurely's eyes were full of anticipation. It's very simple. Let me knock you out and you can have a good sleep. Violet subconsciously covered her mouth and widened her eyes. Advertisement Qin Yun wants to take away the healing fruit ability? Is this something she can hear? If she witnessed Qin Yun plundering the power of the fruit, she would not be killed to silence her, right? Well, is that so? Come on, when you knock me out, be gentle. I'm afraid I can't bear it. As soon as she finished speaking, Mansurely fell into a sweet dream. Her strength was too weak, and Qin Yun's conqueror's attack knocked her out with just a slight blow. Then, the healing fruit has become his possession. With it, why would one need to learn any medical skills? Even the most advanced practitioners of Huxia medicine in the pirate world, such as one PIECE's ship Dr. Crocodile, which, Dr. Kuleha, would probably feel inferior when seeing the effects of the healing power. Even regenerating severed limbs can be done, but it will cost a certain amount of lifespan. Rebirth by dripping blood is too outrageous. I don't know if it can be realized. Perhaps, he can even fight against Phoenix, Marco to see whose self-healing ability is better. Qin Yun's mind moved, and he pinched Man Shirley with his hands, inserted the white thunder into her soft body, and unceremoniously absorbed her fruit power. After a few breaths, a comfortable and numb feeling spread throughout the body. This feeling was almost comparable to the positive feedback he received from the goddesses when he chatted with them in the Divine Palace. In places that Qin Yun could not notice, all the hidden invisible injuries on his body, and even the tiny bite marks caused by unknown creatures, were healed. At this moment, he is in his prime. Even if the concubines of the gods opened their mouths together and whispered his name softly, calling for his return, he would not be afraid. Perhaps, this is the confidence booster that the healing fruit brings him. What a wonderful feeling this is. With the future divine consort beside him, Qin Yun was careful to maintain his image and restrained himself a little, not uttering the signature wild laughter that he would develop after integrating into this world. The improvement that this healing fruit brings him is definitely not as simple as 4+1. Although the blue dragon fruit provided him with coveted attack power, defense power, and recovery power. But it still can't make Qin Yun do sit-ups like everyone else under Nika's halo. Advertisement now, even if the power of the azure dragon fruit is removed, the recovery power brought to him by the healing fruit alone is still sufficient. It was enough to make him become the cockroach of immune to death, doing sit-ups with Nika and the others. Violet couldn't see by lay, and had no idea that Qin Yun had already robbed Man Shirley of her healing fruit. She was still worried. Qin Yun calmed down his inner excitement and put Man Shirley in his arms. He took the initiative to step forward and put his arm around Violet's waist and said lightly, "Come on, Violet, let's go to the bull arena." The moment Qin Yun touched her waist, Violet's body trembled. She smiled bitterly and murmured, "What are you going to do with me? Are you going to use me and then kill me?" Why do you think that? Do you think I'll let you die? Then, I know your secret. You are a multi-fruit ability user, right? I heard what you said to Mancheri just now. You can also plunder other people's devil fruits. Oh, then what? Everyone in the world knows that a person can only take one devil fruit in his lifetime. Now that I know the secret of your multi-fruit ability, won't you kill me to silence me? Qin Yun chuckled. Violet's idea was indeed correct. Normally speaking, if he had no strength and revealed the secret of being able to possess multiple fruits, he would definitely kill everyone who knew about it. But what if Violet or anyone else knew? He has never concealed the fact that he is a multi-fruit ability user. If you want to know the secrets of multi-fruit abilities, come find him if you dare. Even if you are lucky enough to find him, without a certain level of strength, you will just be courting death. Those who have a certain level of strength are basically old and cunning. Knowing that he has such ability, how could he make enemies at will? He had demonstrated the power of thunder and the power of floating in front of Garp. Garp, who had fought with the Golden Lion many times, must have been able to recognize them. It was just unknown why he did not reveal this news. Silencing is necessary, but it doesn't necessarily have to be done by killing people. Violet, I am a god from the kingdom of heaven. The people outside who are fighting against the Don Quixote family are all my capable generals. Qin Yun put his face close to Violet and tried to make his voice sound gentle and intimate. As long as you submit to me physically and mentally, I can grant you the status of a divine concubine after we spend a few days together. The Kingdom of Heaven. Goddess, Chapter 101. A Taste of Violet. After Violet repeated the words twice, she roughly understood what Qin Yun meant. She breathed a sigh of relief, clung to Qin Yun's shoulders, and whispered, "I see, I understand." Qin Yun lowered his head and savored the scent of the violets. The fragrant aroma flowed into his nostrils. The aroma is sweet, like the smell of licorice, but not so strong. Wonderful. Indescribable. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun flashed out of the palace. Violet seemed to be whispering or exclaiming, which made him once again experience the joy of flying with his girl. Just as Qin Yun was returning to the palace corridor on the way he came, several sounds of breaking air appeared on one side of the corridor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5-color thread. Qin Yun glanced around and looked at this weak attack in surprise. He didn't even need to hide. He just hugged Violet, raised his hand and swung out a bolt of lightning, breaking the 5 sharp silk threads into pieces. Doflamingo in the distance is wearing sunglasses and has his signature smile. If you look closely, you can actually find the awkwardness in it. This is a clone created by Doflamingo using the power of his fruit. Be careful, he is very strong, Violet explained at the right time. No wonder his attack power is so weak. It turns out he just left a clone in the palace. Doflamingo was not in the palace. He had been spotted by him in the air when he was flying out of the palace and heading for the Dressrosa port. The clones he created can use all of his moves, but only when his original body is nearby can they control him to speak and unleash his full strength. Since we have encountered it, let's solve it. Qin Yun protected Violet behind him, opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Then he spit out a column of flames at Doflamingo's clone. The dragon. Roar of evil fire, super strike whip. Advertisement: the clones have no human control and will only attack invaders instinctively. The blazing pillar of flames collided with the white line that looked like a giant whip. There was only a split second of stalemate before the blazing flame enveloped the white line and its clones, burning them into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Shenxian is afraid of being burned by flames. Is there a problem? No problem. The clone of Shenxian without Doflamingo's control is too weak, and it seems that it was beheaded by Cyrus. Without waiting for Qin Yun to say hello, Violet took the initiative to throw her body into his arms and murmured. The bullfight arena is on the west side of King's Highlands, in a very conspicuous location, and you can see it immediately. Qin Yun nodded, held her and flew westward. Inside the Smile Factory, 500 dwarfs are still growing smile fruits. Just because they believed the lies of the Don Quixote family and wanted to cure Princess Moncheri. In the original plot, Quinn, the director of the Smile Factory who kissed Frankie passionately, is leisurely enjoying the service of the dwarfs. The scene outside the Smile Factory is quite different. Gedosh bit his upper lip and rolled his eyes, shouting. Godly soldiers, kill. Let their blood bring great vitality to our new territory. Be quick and protect the various equipment we have stored here. We must kill them all before they cause any damage. Ah, where's Master Senior? Come and save us. Master Senior, please come out quickly. Several young ladies, dressed scantily and showing off their benefits, were shouting and yelling. They often hang out with Senior and depend on the abnormal Senior for their lives. As if hearing the ladies' cries for help, Senior swam out from the right wall of the Smile Factory in a freestyle posture and landed on the ground in a dashing manner, causing cheers from the ladies. He is the user of the Paramecia water fruit, which allows him to turn the ground or walls into liquid and move freely inside or through them. The ability it displays is more like the swimming fruit. Senor is obese, wearing a pink baby hat and sucking on a pacifier. Advertisement. This abnormal image will definitely attract a lot of attention if you see him on the street. You guys are well prepared, so many people came here without anyone noticing. Gadas looked at him indifferently, then opened his hands and shouted. The Lord God is right behind us to protect us. Divine soldiers, send these heretics to the place of eternal peace. Oh, the next moment, Gedosh transformed into a black horse and took the lead in charging into war. There is more than one scene like this. On Lover's Avenue, Mahabas, the user of the Ton Squeeze fruit of the Diamante Army Fighting Group, and the old man Rao Ji, who practices the Diyoung Fist, have fought with the big-tongued dog Shadley and the rabbit Om. It's reached a white-hot stage. They all fight hand-to-hand with fists and fists, which is a very entertaining scene, but it does not appear in the bullfighting arena. Not far to the northeast of King's Highlands, the Pika Army Special Attack Force is fighting against the priests. In the sky beyond the reach of everyone, Nami, Vivi, Robin, Perona and other powerful goddesses are on the clouds, observing the overall situation and waiting for the opportunity to act. They are surrounded by a circle of negative ghosts, which can be called invincible defense. Pika used the power of stone to merge into the stone giant to fight, like a tortoise shell that was difficult to shake. Shiro was not in a hurry to decide the winner with him. He found that fighting against him in his Spinosaurus form could increase his proficiency significantly. The constant explosions in the field were the power of bombs that Gladius used the power of the explosion to inflate the ground. Gloria used the power of the spring to fight against it. Buffalo was relatively weak and could only watch from the sidelines, occasionally spinning his body to rush towards the magic soldiers. Little did he know that he had already attracted Nami's attention and was about to be struck by lightning and crash. The island where the Dressrosa Kingdom is located is surrounded by a circle of huge rocks, with only a gap leading to Greenbit Island, and an area with smaller rocks that is used as the island's port. The rocks here were bombarded by God's judgment, and the opening of the port was opened even wider. A strong soldier who had managed to survive the waves staggered towards the island, but was unexpectedly covered by a tall shadow. Hey, 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 Doflamingo stared at the huge gap on the coast and asked coldly, what happened here? The soldier was startled, and seeing that the person coming was Doflamingo, he quickly replied. Young master, I only saw a huge pillar of light, falling from the sky. We had no time to react and were attacked by it. A beam of light? Doflamingo had nothing to do, so he just came here when he heard the bombing sound, but he didn't see the lightning pole. Chapter 102. Confrontation between Shichibukai. His face darkened and he asked, where's Derringer? Maybe in that big hole. Doflamingo ignored him and quickly jumped towards where Derringer had been. At the same time, in the sea outside the port, Jinbei, Aladdin and other members of the Sun Pirates gathered in a circle here, each of them posing in a strange posture, as if they were accumulating something. Around them, the seawater swirled and rolled with them as the center, like a huge underwater whirlpool. The next moment, their eyes flashed and they all looked at Jinbei. Jinbei nodded and shouted, now. Combination Fishman Jutsu Water Explosion Seaflow Shoulder Throw. Each of them held a whirlpool of water in their arms and kept spinning counterclockwise. The water in the sea was surging, and within a few breaths, a huge whirlpool appeared on the sea surface. This sudden scene was instantly noticed by Doflamingo, who rushed to the port. He was startled and subconsciously stopped and began to retreat. As if to welcome his arrival, a huge ocean current suddenly spurted out from the center of the whirlpool, flying towards the sky of Dressrosa. This is. Doflamingo's eyes widened. Although the water column was not shot at him, he still used the power of the thread to weave a protective shield. Spider's web. The huge ocean current was so powerful that it only stopped when it reached a height of several hundred meters, and then exploded with a loud bang. This location is the center of Dressrosa, King's Highlands. The exploding seawater split into tiny droplets and spread across the entire Dressrosa area. This scene is like the sky of Dressrosa is raining. No, it is raining seawater. If a person who has eaten a devil fruit is accidentally contaminated by seawater, he will be blessed. Especially when fighting, if you suddenly become weak and out of breath, what will happen? I believe everyone who has eaten a devil fruit knows it. Jinbei, Aladdin and other fishmen emerged from the water with their mouths wide open, and when they saw the results of their battle, they smiled even more. Advertisement, Boss Jinbei, we succeeded. The fishmen laughed and cheered. At this time, a fishman discovered Doflamingo's figure and murmured in disbelief. That's Doflamingo. Why is he here? Could it be that he is waiting for us? When did his strength reach this level? Doflamingo frowned and made the defense net thicker, changing it into an umbrella-like shape that connected to the back of his neck. Considering that these lines might become soft when encountering seawater, he also considerately covered the line umbrella with armed color domineering. After finishing the defense, he stared at the fishmen in the sea with a gloomy face and said harshly. Haishia Jinbei. Why are you here? What have you done? Have you thought about the consequences of attacking me, a fellow Shichibukai? Ho ho ho, I'm so sorry, Doflamingo. Both Mermaid Island and Fishman Island have been developing prosperously recently. Jinbei couldn't help but feel happy and worked even harder for Qin Yun. I'm just doing some insignificant things. What? Jinbei's answer did not satisfy Doflamingo. He asked. My job? Who are you working for? World government? I'm sorry, although you will know the truth later, this truth should not come out of my mouth. Jinbei. Doflamingo's veins popped out, and Conqueror's domineering power rushed towards the fishmen without reservation. But most of the remaining members of the Sun Pirates are elites, and Jinbei can even keep calm under Charlotte Linland's conquerors, so how could he be scared by a little Doflamingo? Spiro, a member of the Sun Pirates, rolled his eyes and suggested sinisterly. Boss Jinbei, why don't we just leave Doflamingo here? For this first achievement in attacking Dressrosa, maybe Lord Qin Yun will reward you with that thing. Jinbei was stunned, but immediately realized what he was talking about. That was what they learned when they were discussing with the priests under Qin Yun. The priests obtained the power of the devil fruit bestowed by Qin Yun with special methods, and they were no longer afraid of the power of seawater. They all had weapons made of sea stone but were not affected by it. The thing Spiro was talking about was the power of the devil fruit without any side effects. Advertisement. He waved his hand and whispered, forget it. We just joined them. Now is not the right time to be the first to do something, so as not to become the target of public criticism and suffer unnecessary trouble. Seeing that they were all ignoring him, Doflamingo raised his arms without hesitation and crossed them downwards in the direction of Jinbei. Lower the rogue line. Jinbei didn't need to take any action. The fishmen on both sides waved their hands, creating a wave to block Doflamingo's attack. Hey, Jinbei, what are you mumbling about? Are you able to ignore me now? But then again, now that we've met Doflamingo, we have to have a fight. Jinbei's face was solemn and his tone sounded extremely serious. When the fishmen heard this, they all smiled ferociously and swam towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo vs. Sea Knight, Jinbei and the Sun Pirates. The war is about to begin. In the bullfighting arena, Diamante sat on the upper viewing platform while two gladiators were fighting fiercely in the arena. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the sky, and the seawater was dripping like rain. Diamante was stunned, not realizing that the water in the sky was seawater, and his head was drenched with rain. A feeling of weakness began to surge from his body, and he murmured weakly, What's going on? This is not rain. This is seawater. How can seawater appear in the sky? Without waiting for his orders, servants of Don Quixote's family came running over to hold an umbrella for him to shield him from the rain. After a while, he regained his strength and waved his hand to cover his head with the steel cloak to resist the erosion of seawater. Forget it, let's wait for Dover to notify us. What's important now is the two people in the arena. Who is the winner? Who has the best toy material? In a factory underground in the bullfighting arena, everyone was watching the two gladiators fighting fiercely on the screen. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Sugar, Torbull and Baby 5. They had been waiting here for a long time just to make new toys. Sizzle, the electric sparks flickered across the screen, and then the picture went blank. Hee. What's going on? Torbull had a big snot-running nose and looked curious like a 3-year-old child. Sugar's face shrank, and she puffed up her steamed bun-shaped face in displeasure and yelled. Hurry up and call someone to fix it. They're fighting at a critical moment, and I see they're having a blast. Chapter 103. Controlling Baby 5 and Sugar. Then she began to eat the grapes one by one, which she hardly let go of. Huh? So why does it seem like no one is walking around outside? Torbull tilted his head oddly, as if he noticed something was wrong. Why are they nowhere to be seen at this time, just when we need them? Baby 5 seemed to have triggered some special mechanism. She looked at the two of them with shining eyes and said excitedly. I think I heard someone needs help. What do you need me to do? Fix this screen. Sugar took the opportunity to make a request. Okay. Baby 5 jumped in front of the screen excitedly, dismantled it in a few seconds, and started repairing it with a lot of clanging sounds. Torbull left Sando curiously and walked to the door to see what the family members outside were doing. Why couldn't he hear any sound at all? At the moment he hit the gate of opening, a huge hand quickly enlarged in his eyes. At such a speed, he had no time to react. Bang! Sizzle! The sound of the huge skull hitting the ground and the crackling sound of electricity flowing attracted the attention of Baby 5 and Sugar. When they turned around, they saw that Torbol was grabbed by the head and slammed to the ground by a man. Torbol's body kept shaking, as if he was under the strong stimulation of electric current. Even the flowing mucus that he used to pretend to be fat was completely evaporated by the high temperature of the electric current, revealing his thin, hunched and weak body. Torbol. Sugar screamed and took a small step back as if facing a great enemy. Baby 5's face was full of solemnity, but he hadn't stopped repairing the screen. The clanging sound became particularly harsh in Sugar's ears. I seem to have come to an extraordinary place. The person who came was Qin Yun. With a wave of his hand, white lightning moved and ruthlessly plundered Torbol's sticky fruits and stored them in the storage room. Then, he kicked the dying Torbol away, whoosh, bang. Torbol drew a black trajectory in the air, and finally hit the wall, embedding deeply into it. Torbol, life or death unknown. Torbol, is he dead? Advertisement. Sugar's eyes widened. After eating the childish fruit, her appearance was frozen in her teenage years, but she was actually 20 years old. However, at present, only she herself knows what her mental age is. If Qin Yun wanted to know, she would need to discuss this question that everyone was curious about with her in depth. Baby 5 didn't seem to react much to Torbol's tragic condition. She flashed in front of Shatang, her arm transformed into a missile launcher, pointing at Qin Yun from a distance. It seemed that as long as Qin Yun wanted to hurt Shatang, she would fire bombs without mercy. Qin Yun walked into the room at a leisurely pace, revealing the graceful Violet behind him. Violet, did you betray the young master? Sugar asked in disbelief as soon as she saw Violet. Betrayal? Huh. Violet curled her lips in disdain and responded. I have never been Doflamingo's subordinate. Qin Yun interrupted and said, don't get excited, we are not enemies, BABY5. I need you to lay down your weapons so that we can live in peace, okay? You. Just as Sucrose was about to say something scolding, she noticed something was wrong with Baby 5 in front of her. Am I needed? You just said you needed me, right? Baby 5's demeanor suddenly changed. He followed the order and retracted his weapon. The solemn expression on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of expectation and desire. Qin Yun curled his lips, beckoned her over, and said temptingly. Yes, I need you very much, more than anyone else. Come to my side. Here, you can enjoy boundless needs, and fill your empty heart. Hey, Baby 5, he is lying to you, don't believe him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sugar quickly spoke up to stop him. I need you too, The needs of both parties seemed to cause Baby 5's brain to short-circuit, and he didn't know which need to deal with first. Are you Sugar? Qin Yun looked at the cute girl in front of him wearing a crown and a bear hood with interest. This is over. Sandong was shocked. She was so busy caring about Torbol and Baby 5 that she didn't know what to do with herself. She was also a rookie. Violet was subdued by him, so she must know my ability. Doesn't that mean I can't even pretend to be pitiful? Don't complain in your heart. Don't worry, I won't let you go. If you behave well, I might be able to give you less small punishment later. Advertisement. The lightning dissipated, and Qin Yun instantly appeared behind Shatang. So fast. How could Sandu's small and delicate body possibly withstand his powerful attack? So Qin Yun just gently used the thick sea stone stick to support her lower back, letting her delicate body fall limply to the ground. Woo, what do you want to do to me? Let me go. Oh, it seems that you have the potential to be a female ghost. Qin Yun grabbed her two tender little arms, put them behind her back, and with a click, he considerately put on sea stone handcuffs for her. Well, now it's time for the little sugar cutie to be captured. BABY5, now I am the winner here, and the one who needs you the most. How about that? Do you know whose orders to obey? Do you need it? I understand, Baby 5 answered in a sweet voice. She seemed very excited, but she was actually, secretly, happy in her heart. I am needed again. Come behind me first and massage the muscles on my shoulders. Okay. Baby 5's eyes lit up, and she ran behind Qin Yun happily and began to massage Qin Yun's shoulders with her little hands. It should be said that she was wearing a maid outfit at the moment, and the white Katyusha on her head swayed like waves, as if telling of her happy mood at the moment. Qin Yun thought about it and decided that the sugar's childlike fruit could not be taken away now, otherwise it would be inconvenient for him to deal with the toys later. Once everything is settled, gather the toys together and destroy, arrange or dispose of them. He is not some savior. So far, most of the creatures that Sucrose has turned into toys are desperate criminals who fight in the arena to make money. These people are of no use to the subsequent development of his country. There were also some insurgents who rebelled against Doflamingo's rule and remained loyal to King Riku's rule. This part depends on the situation. If they surrender to Violet, they may be able to survive. As for the remaining existence, only people from all walks of life, especially scientists, will have a chance of survival. Baby 5. She has long black hair and a sweet look. She always dresses up as a maid. She longs to be needed and cannot refuse others as long as they need her. The best way to deal with her is to make her stay in the shrine. Sugar. She never leaves her grapes, and anyone she touches becomes stupid. She is Monet's sister, and currently she is just a 20-year-old black-bellied little loli. How can we bully her? Chapter 104. Teasing little Sugar was captured by him and the potential threat disappeared. Next, there will be a real clash of swords and guns. Big brother, please let me go, I'm just a child. Shatang's face was covered with tears, and the weak and powerless breath coming from her small body made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She pretended to cry pitifully, although she knew it was useless, but what if? What if Qin Yun let her go because he was careless? It wouldn't hurt to try. What? Child? The one I'm beating, as you, the non-violent child. No, you are my dear. If I didn't have a crucial key, like you, how would I be able to pry open the defense of your sister Monet's heart? He knew that Monet only said that he didn't care about sugar. She said that just to weaken Qin Yun's determination to capture Shatang and make him feel that she would not give in easily. If she were to die with sugar for Doflamingo, she wouldn't know what choice she would make. The same goes for Sandong. The sisters have been dependent on each other since childhood, and their feelings for each other have long reached the level of telepathy. Even though they were taken in by Doflamingo, they still regard each other as sisters the most in their hearts. Monet, you took my sister away? When did it happen? Sugar looked incredulous. In her impression, Monet had only left Dressrosa to carry out a simple and safe mission. You must be lying to me, right? Sugar's importance to Doflamingo is definitely not as simple as she imagined. Why was Monet sent to perform a mission separate from her? It's very simple. Doflamingo and Monet gave her orders at the same time. For Sucrose, Monet, who lives with her day and night and has a blood relationship with her, must have a greater influence on her. No matter how confident Doflamingo is in his brainwashing skills, he will not let go of any possibility of influencing Sucrose's will. The long separation can reduce Sugar's dependence on Monet and make her feel highly identified with the Don Quixote family. In this way, if something really happened to Monet, Sugar would not commit suicide because of Monet's departure. Advertisement because she also has these family members of Don Quixote. It was just yesterday. Don't worry, I haven't done anything to your sister yet. Want to see her? Qin Yun chuckled, and with a click, he took out a humiliating photo of Monet in a coma at his mercy. Look, is this your sister Monet? As we all know, pictures cannot be photoshopped, hee. When she saw Monet being put in such a humiliating position, the anger in Sandu's eyes almost burst out. Her little face turned red, and she looked back at Qin Yun fiercely. Even though she was bound by sea stone, it could be seen that she was exerting force in anger. You let my sister go. Come to me if you have any problem. You? Qin Yun looked her up and down with a look of disdain on his face, curled his lips and muttered. Malnutrition, underdevelopment, and a chubby face from consuming too many grapes every day. Anyway, it seems like you can't replace Monet. That's because of the devil fruit. I didn't want to do that. Shatang was confused by Qin Yun's words and retorted subconsciously. It's better to be your sister. Her figure is so graceful, it's like she has a magnet on her body. Even I can't bear to look away. Qin Yun continued to tease her. You're so mad at me. Seeing Qin Yun behaving like this, Shatang was so angry that he was out of breath. She was silent for a while, raised her head pitifully, and begged with tears in her eyes. Please let my sister go. I can do whatever you want. Oh, have you finally learned to correct your attitude? Qin Yun shook his head, feeling like he was playing with a child. Let's see how you behave later. If you really sacrifice everything for your sister, then I might as well let your sister go and give your sister a perfect ending. Let go? That's impossible. The perfect ending? Of course it's to become the treasure in his palm. Really? Sugar's little eyes were full of expectation. Now, she could only believe Qin Yun's words. I will be obedient, just don't hurt my sister. Sugar has thought clearly. She is currently not qualified to ask Qin Yun to let Monet go. She can only try her best to prevent Qin Yun from touching her sister. She must rescue her sister and prevent Qin Yun from succeeding, even if it means sacrificing herself. Advertisement even. In short, she is willing to pay everything for it. When people with uneasy conscience saw these scenes, they couldn't wait to condemn Qin Yun's abomination. But people like Qin Yun are philanthropic, noble, kind, smart and otherwise people. I'm afraid I'm already looking forward to what Sugar will look like after she loses her childlike fruit. Is she going to look like a 20-year-old adult woman? Or do you need to wait? Of course, it's impossible to wait. Don't forget, there are still ripe fruits. Violet was the only one who felt out of place, like an outsider. Her head was full of black lines. Why did she feel that Sugar and Baby 5 had given in so easily? What she didn't realize was that Qin Yun didn't even have time to launch an offensive against her, so she thought of herself and attacked her for Qin Yun. Regardless of their identities and positions, she is actually the one who sends away people's heads the fastest. Violet, you hold Sugar. Qin Yun's order awakened Violet, who was in random thoughts, and she subconsciously showed a bright smile, which touched Qin Yun's heart. Okay. Qin Yun nodded, lifted the back of Sugar's neck and handed it to Violet. Sugar's little feet are swinging from side to side because they are off the ground and weak and helpless. They're so cute. This also made Qin Yun notice this. Sugar was only wearing slippers with a red belt to hold her feet in place. Her petite feet were exposed, as precious and lovely as white jade. Of course, Qin Yun is by no means a person with strange habits. He just lifted the back of Sudang's neck, and her little feet moved around, inevitably attracting his attention. A tugging force came, interrupting Qin Yun's momentary distraction. Huh? Who is competing with me for Sugar? Qin Yun looked up. Oh, Violet, it's okay. Violet took the Sugar and held the small one in her arms. Standing together with Qin Yun and Baby 5 is like a family of 3 living together in warmth and harmony with a personal maid. Chapter 105 Diamante is ignored. Okay, BABY5, stop massaging, it's time for us to leave. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he signaled Violet with his eyes, and she understood and slightly turned her head to fall into his arms. Qin Yun smiled and turned sideways to take Baby 5 into his other arms. Ah! Baby 5 exclaimed, and murmured awkwardly. Mr. Qin Yun, this doesn't seem to be what you need. Oh, really? It's very simple, isn't it? Baby 5, I need you to lean on my arms and listen to me. Okay. Baby 5's face flushed. Obviously, someone had proposed to her before, so why did she act so shy? In fact, she has had this character since she was a child. Whether it is borrowing money, proposing marriage or forced sales, they will think they are needed and accept it, so they are often deceived. Fortunately, she was a member of the Don Quixote family. Under the protection of Doflamingo, she was only deceived into owing a debt of only 98 million berries and subscribing to as many as 50 newspapers. Those men who proposed to her were killed on the spot by the people sent by Doflamingo to keep an eye on BABY5, just as they said the words of proposal and before they even appeared beside Baby 5 to hold her hostage. The Don Quixote pirates are famous, and these suitors are brainless. He even dared to tease Doflamingo's whiskers. However, those fools are in the minority after all. If nothing else, Doflamingo's protection is very comprehensive. After all, BABY5 has been a member of the Don Quixote family since childhood. Even though she had the characteristic of being deceived when being needed, they never gave up on her out of boredom, and even treated her as an excellent tool to carry out tasks. All these things just prove that the reason why Baby 5 appears shy is because she is still a pure flower that has not been touched by anyone. Qin Yun nodded, and flew up with his arms around her. With the help of the power of the door, he flew straight up into the sky. Any obstacles he encountered turned into doors and were easily pushed open. Wait. Someone asked where Qin Yun's flying carpet went and why he wasn't using it. Qin Yun could only reveal an expression that could only be understood but not expressed in words. Carat Omega Carat. Soon they came to a room with high humidity. Violet noticed something was wrong and quickly used her staring power to look upwards. She saw a large expanse of seawater. Advertisement, she warned him. Wait. If we go up like this, we will enter the seawater surrounding the bullfighting arena. It doesn't matter. The seawater can't get close to us. Qin Yun shook his head, not caring at all. Violet saw a flash of surprise in his confident tone. Could it be that Qin Yun still has some tricks that she doesn't know? She opened her eyes wide and stared at it intently, not wanting to miss any details. Coming to the last layer of the ceiling, Qin Yun pushed it open, and a barely perceptible creaking sound came out. The seawater that should have poured down the moment the door opened, instead avoided Qin Yun and others to the sides as if avoiding the god of plague. Their momentum continued unabated and their position rose rapidly. What? The seawater is actively avoiding us. Baby 5's eyes were full of stars, and her curious gaze quickly turned to Qin Yun. She hates seawater the most because she is the user of the weapon fruit and will become weak and powerless when she touches seawater. What kind of ability is it that can accomplish such an outrageous operation? Violet couldn't believe her eyes. If Qin Yun hadn't given her such a real feeling, she would have suspected that she was dreaming. Qin Yun had already anticipated the two people's surprised expressions, and he was not affected by it at all. The many fighting fish underwater in the bullfighting arena were not happy. When they saw Qin Yun and other outsiders, they became furious as if something important had been taken away from them. They pointed their strange horns at Qin Yun and rushed forward fiercely. A red light flashed in Qin Yun's eyes, and he instantly figured out the locations where some of the fighting fish appeared. These bettas would attack him after a few breaths. He widened his eyes, accumulating azure light, and scanned the surroundings accurately. 30 million volts, electric eyes that intimidate people. The blazing lightning beam was like an extremely sharp cutting laser, and whatever it shone on was easily cut off. Due to the angle, many unlucky people who were watching the gladiators fighting in the stands were also tragically affected. Among them were spectators and gladiators who were about to take the stage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Advertisement. The water surface was divided into 2 parts. Qin Yun led the 3 women into the sky through the gap and stood in midair. The temporary rain created by Jinbei has stopped, so Qin Yun doesn't need to use any tricks to shelter the 3 girls from the rain. What's going on? Is this performance scheduled for me today? Diamante murmured, but he soon saw Qin Yun's familiar face and the 3 women in his arms, and his face became serious. Isn't he the person that Dover noticed? Things seem to be going wrong. This is an unexpected visitor. Gaz, the on-site announcer of the bullfighting arena, was stunned, but his good professional ethics allowed him to quickly arrange an identity for Qin Yun. Who are they? How dare they interrupt the gladiators' match? The rules of the bullfighting arena cannot be violated. Where are the Thunder Squad? Take them away. What a bunch of idiots. He looks like a strong man, making so much noise and ridicule. Is he in a hurry to reincarnate and meet One Piece? The people in the audience were noisy, and based on the principle of watching the fun while making trouble, many of them were shouting arrogantly. Oh, it's really lively. This place is a big source of Dressrosa's financial income? Qin Yun's indifferent voice made the scene extremely quiet. Anyone with a little insight could sense the arrogance and indifference to life in Qin Yun's eyes. BABY5, Violet, Sugar. What are you doing? Did this guy kidnap you? Diamante pulled his clown face and yelled, but unexpectedly, only Sugar rolled his eyes at him speechlessly. Qin Yun ignored him, looked around, and continued. However, it seems that the quality of your people needs to be improved. You dared to speak rudely to a strong man. I believe you were ready to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yun also led the three women to stand on the stage in the center of the arena. Seeing that the situation was not good, the two sword fighters who were dueling fled hastily to a corner of the ring to huddle together for warmth, looking at Qin Yun and others vigilantly. Qin Yun raised his hand and grabbed, a cluster of lightning in his hand was ready to go. He grinned and stared at some people in the audience as if he was looking at a dead person. Wait, what is he going to do? Run, sizzle. 20 million volts, lightning pursuit, chapter 106 baby 5 on the waist. The aggregate of lightning seemed to have consciousness, and instantly emitted several bolts of lightning. Locking onto all those who had just spoken out against him, he shot them one by one at various tricky angles. Thunder and lightning exploded, and flesh and blood were separated. Looking at the lightning piercing through the chest, everyone's eyes were filled with whiteness, leaving only regret and resentment. The screams only lasted for a few breaths before exclamations from other spectators were heard. How dare he attack the audience? Isn't he afraid of being hunted down by the Don Quixote family? Everyone thought of this question at the first moment, but no one dared to ask it out loud now. Because those who like to talk too much basically died in the thunderstorm just now. How dare you guys ignore me? A fierce look flashed in Diamante's eyes, and he jumped from the platform into the ring. As the defender and hero of the bullfighting arena, he likes to maintain order in a show of force. Seeing this, Violet explained at the right time. He is the highest official of the Don Quixote family, Diamante. Qin Yun nodded. This kid really dared to come down. He glanced at Diamante with contempt and said casually. So, you were brave? Since you said so, I accept it. Diamante laughed and seemed not to have noticed Qin Yun's irony. He thought he was praising himself and subconsciously said what he liked. Qin Yun curled his lips and said no more. He threw all the remaining lightning in his hand towards Diamante, and the trajectory of the lightning intertwined into a magnificent flower in the air. Diamante chuckled and said sarcastically, it's useless. He pulled himself back, and the cloak fluttered in the wind, blocking the view in front of him. With a thought, his cloak was formed into an indestructible steel barrier. The brilliant lightning struck the cloak as if it had returned to its home, flowing freely around and instantly reached Diamante, causing him to groan continuously. Oh my god! Diamante felt miserable, as he was used to using the iron cloak for defense, and he never imagined that steel could transmit lightning. Tisk tisk tisk, using steel to defend against thunder, are you serious? Advertisement Qin Yun appeared above Diamante's head in a flash of lightning, and smashed down with his big foot mercilessly. Diamante, your favorite lightning is here. Diamante suppressed the cramps in his body and looked in the direction of the sound, wanting to roll to the side in panic. However, under the influence of the electric current, he seemed to have lost control of his body, which was more than 5 meters tall. He could only watch the leaping lightning grow bigger and bigger in his eyes until the blinding light forced him to close his eyes. But, once I close my eyes, I may never open them again. Bang! Qin Yun's lightning kick was precise and elegant, hitting Diamante's head exactly. He was slammed into the ring, and there was no telling whether he would live or die. Diamante was easily killed in 1 second. Was it because Qin Yun was too strong? Or was it because Diamante was too weak? Generally speaking, as one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family and the leader of the fighting group, Diamante would always be considered a powerful figure. In fact, he, like Torbull, is a weak rookie. Oh no, he's slightly better than Torbull. It is hard to imagine that Diamante, who behaves so arrogantly and domineeringly, is actually a weakling even in the dual-color domineering state. It is written on the life card that he has dual-color domineering, but what is the difference between not using this thing and not having it? If I can't be domineering, then the fruit ability must be strong, right? What? Floating fruit. Using iron products to attack and defend. Zoro shook his head. It was too easy to chop. Even Cyrus, a small-time gangster, was able to defeat Diamante with his broken leg. Don't think Cyrus is very strong, he is also a rookie who doesn't know how to use the armor color. It is possible that he could use observation hockey, because Rebecca had just awakened and used it in the bullfighting arena, and he may have mentioned observation hockey when teaching Rebecca swordsmanship. So what if he has a 3,000 fight undefeated record in the bullfighting arena? Dressrosa is just a small country, probably with less than 100,000 people. Is it really worth mentioning that such a small place has defeated domestic opponents 3,000 times? Advertisement, however, he was just a small-time gangster with no background or guidance from a master. It is not easy for a person to become so powerful just by relying on his humble background and random exploration. Qin Yun leaned over and scooped up the white thunder, which greedily rushed into Diamante's body and roamed around to capture him, plundering his power of the floating fruit. How to develop floating fruit? The faint aroma of grilled betta fish in the air appeared at the wrong time, because everyone in the field was in fear and didn't know what to do. Diamante. He just died like that. Doflamingo won't let us go. Get out of Dressrosa. There was a loud uproar in the field, but no one dared to accuse Qin Yun openly. The deaths of those who had spoken rudely to him were still vivid in people's minds. Qin Yun glanced around indifferently, and the scene returned to silence. No one dared to raise their heads, they could only glance at Qin Yun's feet with the corner of their eyes, waiting for him to leave. The announcer Gaz above was sticking his big butt out, crouching timidly, hiding under the broadcasting desk, afraid of being noticed by Qin Yun, the killer god. Violet walked slowly to Qin Yun holding sugar, her gentle smile becoming more natural. Diamante's death was so simple that she had already mentally marked the death penalty for the rule of the Don Quixote family. Baby 5 followed suit, staring with big eyes and sticking to his other side. Her little hands even climbed onto Qin Yun's chest to straighten his collar. Qin Yun nodded and asked, "Violet, is Doflamingo still at the port?" With such a useful tool like Violet, there is naturally no need for him to go to great lengths to use his observation hockey to cover everything indiscriminately. Violet used her staring power to look towards the port, and found that it was empty. She continued to search inside, and after a few breaths, she finally found Doflamingo's location. She said, "Huh," and replied, "Found it. He is not at the port now, but in the commercial street. There is still a group of fishmen chasing him, but Doflamingo is catching civilians, so the fishmen seem to be afraid to act rashly." "Oh, the fishmen. That should be Jinbei and his group. I didn't expect them to start a fight." Qin Yun thought about it and decided to send the 3 girls away first and then deal with Doflamingo. It would be bad if this kid explodes and hurts someone. He held Violet and Sugar in his arms and was about to hold Baby 5 when an idea suddenly came to his mind. "Baby 5, I need you to turn into a whip and wrap it around my waist." Chapter 107 The Defeat of the Don Quixote Family? Whip? Okay, I need it again. As a user of the weapon fruit, it is easy for Baby 5 to transform into a whip. She turned around and transformed into a long whip adorned with a maid outfit. After drilling around Qin Yun a few times, it wrapped itself around him tightly. Qin Yun curiously fumbled with the whip for a few times. Baby 5 hummed softly, swung the whip awkwardly, and muttered, "Stop it, it makes me itchy. Interesting, this weapon fruit might be able to develop something interesting." For example, Baby 5 transformed into an electromagnetic cannon, ruthlessly destroying islands one after another. Qin Yun shook his head and decided to wait until he had time to study with Baby 5 how to develop her fruit ability. After locking onto a cloud in the sky, Qin Yun and the 3 girls flashed towards Nami. At the same time, in an obscure corner of the bullfighting arena, a hooded swordsman looked at Violet and Qin Yun with a complicated expression. He is none other than the former king of Dressrosa, Riku Dold III, who goes by the alias of Ricky. His expression was gloomy, and he was mumbling something inaudible. Scarlet. Violet. The rain that covered the sea created by the Sun Pirates led by Jinbei was not in vain. The owner of the Smile Factory had been replaced at this time, and Gedosh led a group of magic soldiers to garrison here. The dwarfs continued to work hard, and without Qin Yun's order, Gedosh had no intention of interfering with their work. Quinn and Senior were tied up face to face by Gedosh with seastone chains in a malicious way. Senior was the first victim of the sea rain. He was trying to swim and fight with Gaddis, but unexpectedly he was drenched by the rain. Then he felt weak and was attacked by Gedosh, falling to the ground dizzy. He still hasn't figured out why, as both of them are devil fruit users. He is so weak while Gedosh is fine. Could it be that this rain can distinguish between friend and foe? On Lover's Avenue, Mahabas was also affected by the seawater and was easily knocked down by Shadley, who used seastone to pierce his body and nail him to the ground. Poor old man Raoji, because his teammates fell down, he was outnumbered and was beaten by Shadley and Ohm until he began to doubt his life. Even using the ultimate secret technique of Diwang Fist, Battle Protection Fist, was useless, and finally he shouted helplessly. Advertisement, young master. I tried my best. Afterwards, Lao Ji was sent to the top of the West Heaven by 2 priests who were in high spirits. Not far to the northeast of King's Highlands, Buffalo was first drenched by seawater and crashed, and then he was hit by Nami's, Yenyan Oni-chan's power. The unlucky Buffalo was electrocuted and fainted, his consciousness was scattered, and Vivi used the power of sand to bind him in place. Gladius was also covered in sand. He was beaten into a fool by the seawater and Gloria's spring-loaded dobby. Under the mask, he had a distorted expression with his tongue sticking out at an angle. Pika was still struggling tenaciously under the siege of the crowd. His men were all killed by the divine soldiers. His sharp roars of anger were just useless rage. Damn you! You invaders, I will bury you all in the rocks. Although his words were fierce, his sharp and hoarse voice that did not match his physique could only make people laugh. Ha ha ha. Listen, his voice is so funny. Gloria jumped up and down and taunted more loudly, trying to anger Pika and affect his few remaining conscious moments. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the divine soldiers was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly cutting into Pika's inferiority complex. He roared and swung the stone giant's arm towards the area where the crowd was most concentrated. After the divine soldiers dodged flexibly, they quickly gathered around the stone giant's arms, hugged it tightly, and wrestled with Pika. Everyone, come together. At this moment, a swirling sandstorm suddenly swirled around Pika, sweeping the surrounding rocks and houses away. In the sandstorm, a pool of sand seemed to be out of place. It stared straight at the back of the stone giant and finally attached to it. Vivi curled her lips, pressed the stone giant with her right hand, and shouted in her heart. Shasha, erosion cycle. If you are not from the same family, you will live in the same house. Even the names of Vivi's moves are similar to Qin Yun's style. An invisible wave quickly spread to the stone giant. Pika was slightly stunned. Why did he feel that the stone giant was shaking? Puff puff puff. What? Pika was horrified, and hurriedly tried to increase the power of stone to stabilize the shape of the stone giant. However, he discovered it too late. The next moment, his huge rock giant was also disintegrated by sand. Advertisement, clouds, clouds and winds. Then, Nami waved his hand. A violent gust of wind swept across the battlefield, blowing the sand around Pika away, preventing him from turning it into rock again. Unfortunately, Pika's stone fruit is the paramecia fruit, which can only assimilate the rocks it touches, but cannot create rocks out of thin air. Negative ghost. Pika was still in shock as to what was happening when Perona's negative ghost pierced through her heart. He fell to the ground, muttering in regret. I'm so sorry, a little rooster like me who speaks and makes strange noises shouldn't waste the food of Don Quixote family. Kill him while he's ill. Gloria's legs turned into springs, and with a bang, she soared into the sky with the help of the elastic force. She dropped the seastone nail from the sky, piercing it fiercely into Pika's left chest, pinning him down. Feeling weak, the divine soldiers grinned and put seastone handcuffs on him. Take them away, take them away, take them all away. You did a good job. With the sound of praise, Qin Yun, with baby 5 tied around his waist and Violet and Sugar in his arms, stepped into the air, signaled to Vivi with his eyes, and flew to Nami's floating cloud. Oni-chan, how come you have time to come to your sister? Nami has become accustomed to seeing the two girls being forced by Qin Yun, and she still has the mood to tease him. Send the 3 of them here so you can get to know each other. Qin Yun smiled and put Violet and Sugar down. Then he went up to Nami, Robin, Perona, and Vivi, who had just flown back and interacted intimately with them one by one to show his affection. 3. Robin looked at Violet and Sugar and asked. Yes, and her too. Qin Yun whipped the whip on his waist and gave the order. Baby 5, I need you to change back. Great, baby 5 turned around and transformed into a human form, shocking the girls. What is this? I am the user of the weapon fruit, and I can transform into a variety of weapons. Chapter 108 Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. I see. Violet and Sugar also greeted her, and Vivi looked at Sugar curiously. So you are the lowly girl who will never grow up that Oni-chan mentioned. Ahem. Qin Yun pretended to be displeased and patted her shoulder, causing Vivi to grumble. Anyway, be careful. Once I take her fruit away, you won't have to be afraid anymore. Take it away. Are you going to kill me? Sugar was startled and blinked her big eyes pitifully, trying to gain everyone's sympathy. Ha 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 ha. Yes, you are going to leave this world soon. Perona walked up to her and pinched Sugar's chubby little face, and a few ghosts floated out to scare her. The effect was remarkable. Sugar was frightened so much that his face turned pale and he became even weaker. Robin chuckled and comforted him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Maybe after I take away your devil fruit, you can get rid of this childish body and grow up to be an adult. Don't scare her. It would be bad if she fainted. She's very timid. Qin Yun shook his head. Perona really liked to scare people, especially him. He was often awakened by Perona in the morning when he was still drowsy. Fortunately, he is very courageous and is not afraid of his evil ways. The battle here is almost over. You take your men to occupy the king's highlands. I'll go and capture the fleeing Doflamingo. Okay. Qin Yun nodded, and the lightning dissipated and flashed to the ground. With the white thunder in his hand, he plundered the devil fruits of Buffalo, Gladius, and Pika one by one, and sent them to see Doflamingo's father. Of these 3 devil fruits, only the spin fruit has slightly less expressiveness. The bomb fruit is second, and its effect is similar to the bomb fruit of Mr. 5 of Baroque Studio, at least its lethality is good. The shishi fruit is the best and is suitable for those who are agile and nimble with their hands and eyes. Creating a huge rock giant and drilling into it is like driving a Gundam. If the domineering power is stronger and covers the entire body of the rock giant, the imagination power will be quite considerable. Dressrosa, Commercial Street, Parasitic Line. Advertisement Doflamingo had a forced evil smile on his face. He never expected that Jinbei, the blue fat guy, looked simple and honest, and he didn't think he was that strong. But this B************ D seemed to have been blessed by something on the sea, and he was ruthless when he attacked. His blood boiled and he was slightly injured. He was unable to fight back and had no choice but to flee to the island. However, even on the island, he found that he could not take Jinbei. This annoyed him for a while, and he stopped fighting with the Sun Pirates until they were chased to the Commercial Street. He then used the power of the civilians to prevent Jinbei and the others from acting rashly. Jinbei, please leave now. How can you, who is full of kindness and righteousness, be my opponent? Doflamingo. Jinbei frowned, not knowing what to say. The chivalrous spirit in his heart made him unable to bear to see the innocent lives perished, and the 2 mermaid islands on his back forced him to contribute, so he could only waste time here with Doflamingo. Boss Jinbei. The other members of the Sun Pirates didn't care about the life and death of humans, but they didn't act rashly considering Jinbei's attitude. Hey, you don't want to leave, then start killing. Doflamingo opened his hands wide, and his fingers kept plucking the parasitic thread as if he was playing a piece of music. What's wrong with my body? Let me go. What happened to my hand? WDNMD, my cabinet moved, I don't want to play anymore. The civilians controlled by Doflamingo picked up all available sharp weapons from the ground and rushed towards the Sun Pirates like crazy, slashing left and right. You're so mean, Doflamingo. Hey, what a delightful compliment. Fishman Karate. Super small Wah Jung Quan. Jinbei jumped into the crowd, assumed a fishman karate stance, and punched with minimal force. Then a weak shockwave acted on the people, pushing them to the periphery of the battlefield. It's no use, Jinbei, I have too many civilians under my control. Doflamingo's smile became more evil, and just as he was about to taunt her, he was interrupted by a voice from the sky. You're actually using your own people to threaten the enemy? How boring. Who is it? Doflamingo looked in the direction of the voice and saw Qin Yun slowly descending. Qin Yun. Advertisement. His anger instantly surged up in his heart, and he shouted. It's you, after all. You're the one who planned all the chaos in Dressrosa. What hatred do you have against me? Why do you have to keep targeting me? Don't say it's Bellamy, he's just an excuse for you to attack me. Ah, I've been discovered. But, so what? The world is always following the iron rule that big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimps. As long as you are still in this world, you will inevitably be caught in an endless vortex of disputes. Qin Yun's teasing smile made veins pop up on Doflamingo's forehead. He raised his hand and made a false grab, his eyes indifferently declaring Doflamingo's fate today. And what I have done is only to bring your future failure forward. Hey, you're so brave. Do you know what the consequences of defeating me are? Doflamingo seemed to be so angry at Qin Yun's words that he laughed instead. I am Joker from the dark world. I own many industries around the world, including slavery, arms, drug trafficking, and even devil fruits. All the authority figures in the New World's underground society have interests with me, and even the Four Emperors Kaido's dream relies on my help. Once the dark world loses me, the whole world will be in chaos and the people will suffer. Can you withstand their wrath? Do you dare to provoke the Four Emperors Kaido's whiskers? Qin Yun sneered and did not comment on what he said. The dark world? Just a bunch of scum from the gutter. People are living in poverty? Doflamingo, I think too highly of you. Besides, what does this have to do with me? As long as the country I led is not affected, that's enough. Others? Why should I care about the flood? As for Four Emperors Kaido, sooner or later I will bring him down from that position. Seeing Qin Yun's determined expression, Doflamingo knew that the other party must be a reckless rookie who was not afraid of tigers and was too fanciful. You're really boastful, aren't you afraid of getting your tongue stuck? You are too naive. You have never seen Kaido's power, so you don't understand what the title of Four Emperors means. Yeah? Qin Yun shook his head. It was because Doflamingo thought too highly of Kaido and was afraid of him that his strength could not be further improved. After all, his heart has already determined his height. Chapter 109. Your support. Extremely boring, Doflamingo, just go ahead and capture him. Everyone in your Don Quixote family has been defeated. Now you are just a loner. Ha! You want me to capture you without any help? It's absolutely impossible. Let's see the real chapter under my hands. Doflamingo spread out his hand, and there was actually extremely rich silk thread inside. With such an amount, I'm afraid he would have been gathering momentum since he stopped at the beginning. He threw it into the ground, and the thick thread suddenly spread out before it even touched the ground. Countless threads continued to erupt into the air like a volcano erupting. Until a high point, they dispersed in a rush, swaying around Dressrosa like a meteor shower. Birdcage. 30 million volts thunderstorm. Qin Yun waved his hand and there was a sound of thunder and thunder. The thunderstorm exploded on the thick thread, destroying it and burning it on the spot. There are only a few sparse birdcages left in Doflamingo, which are not enough to pose a threat to the people in the birdcages. Want to compete with me in speed, Botade? Qin Yun turned his head slightly and easily avoided Doflamingo's attack. What speed? No matter how fast you are, how can you break through the many defenses around me? As Doflamingo moved his fingers, there were more civilians around him. There are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside to protect him, leaving no room even for the top. Oh, this is what you rely on. It's so boring. How could Qin Yun be stopped from killing by a mere, innocent person? If they want to blame, just blame them for being controlled by Doflamingo. After all, he is the culprit responsible for the death of innocent people. If you hide among the crowd, wouldn't there be nowhere to hide? What is Shenxian most afraid of? Fire. Qin Yun transformed into a dragon, took a big breath, and the hot breath condensed in his mouth. How could it be? How could this form be possible? Ignoring Doflamingo's fear, Qin Yun finished brewing and opened his mouth to spray. Advertisement. A thick yellow pillar of fire shot out from his mouth, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a large force and rushed towards Doflamingo. Shenlong's small brilliant flame. Doflamingo's expression changed greatly. No, buddy, I thought you cared about the common people just like Jinbei. In a hurry, he tiptoed a little, and the awakening power of the fruit spread around him. Then the ground turned into threads and rose from the ground, forming a fire line in front of him that was blessed with armed domineering energy. Shield white line. The civilians he used to ward off the disaster were pierced by threads, and screams continued one after another. The yellow pillar of fire hit the white line of the shield. It only stopped for a breath, and was easily burned and bulldozed. But this breath was enough for Doflamingo to rub the edge of the yellow fire pillar and rush to the side. You don't care about the lives of civilians. How did you get together with Jinbei? Qin Yun didn't answer. His eyes flashed red, and he flicked the dragon's tail and smashed it down on Doflamingo's only path. Doflamingo's heart tightened, and the wild white line spiraled into the sky from under his feet and hit the dragon's tail. But the power of the two seems not to be on the same level. The dark dragon tail, wrapped in armed color, flashing with electric light, continued to enlarge in his eyes, and he was smashed into the silk earth under him along with the wild white thread. Sizzling. The current on the dragon's tail seemed to be endless, and it was continuously increased and injected into Doflamingo's body. Within a moment, there was no life under the dragon's tail. This crushing attitude was completely within Qin Yun's expectation. You know, he was not idle during this period, since capturing the 3 heavyweight concubines Nami, Robin, and Vivi. As long as they are around, he and they will basically get along and chat happily. With their two-way rush, their relationship has made a qualitative leap. In such a warm atmosphere, Qin Yun benefited greatly. Even the speed of his physical improvement has made incredible progress. The strengthening of the body is more reflected in the physical strength and the domineering power of the weapon. To this day, his physical strength is enough for him to fight the people of the shrine for 7 days and 7 nights without falling. The strength of the weapon color is no longer the level it used to be when it was consumed after just a short encounter with Beckman. He estimated that he had almost reached the top level of Shichibukai, which should be a bit higher than Doflamingo's supreme thigh hair. Advertisement, of course, it is definitely not as good as Hawkeye. At present, he has a variety of fighting methods, Logia has few enemies, and the weapon color is of little use, but it can be used with good effect when combined with Piao Piao's power. In the late stage of the top battle, everyone used the fruit ability to entangle conquerors. The only use of the armed color is to harden the body for defense. And he is the embodiment of lightning. He is so fast that no one can effectively attack him. What Qin Yun wants to do now is to obtain more powerful fruit abilities and figure out the secret of Conqueror's entanglement. As I said before, discuss rationally. Everyone's views are right. Which one is stronger, the power system or the character's combat power, is not a matter of just one sentence from WT. Close black lens bracket. In fact, even if Conqueror's entangles at the end, it may not still be in a dominant position. After all, who knows if WT will add some settings. For example, add a Conqueror's super shockwave to explode all the Conquerors together, reaching the point of affecting the entire world. Domineering over everything is just a battle line, it is just the words of Kaido, a loser. For Shanks and Roger, it's almost the same. Blackbeard still thinks that the power of devil fruit is above all else. After Kaido said this, he was knocked unconscious by Luffy, who awakened Nika. Luffy defeated Kaido mainly because of Nika. I don't really think that the taming that I just learned can defeat Kaido, who has been using taming for many years. When you mention Whitebeard, the man known as the strongest man in the world, what do you think of? Isn't it the power of the shocking fruit that was chanted by the Warring States period to be able to destroy the world? Why is Kaido the most powerful creature? Doesn't this name mean that it relies on devil fruit? Luo also said that Haki is strong enough to break the influence of the fruit's ability. So if he uses his fruit power to influence Big Mom, is he just slapping himself in the face? You can't say that Auntie is not domineering enough, right? These words are about characters in One Piece and cannot be regarded as the settings of WT. Unless he specifically wrote it in the narration, Haki is a system of power other than fruit ability, technological ability, etc. NB. In the final analysis, those who truly dominate everything are those who use power. In other words, this is the plot that WT wants to show. He says NB and he does NB. His combat power collapsed from the beginning when Shanks had his arm bitten off by the little offshore king. Haki, devil fruits, physical skills, sword skills, and even technological abilities are all methods of attack in this world. No matter what aspect, if you practice and develop to a certain level, you can rank among the top experts. Chapter 110 Perona. I'm already behaving, please let me go. Back to Qin Yun, he retracted the dragon's tail, transformed himself back into human form, and looked at the fallen Doflamingo expressionlessly. Doflamingo's huge sunglasses were broken into pieces. Jinbei, who was watching the battle, saw that it was over, and ordered the fishmen to go forward with sea-stone handcuffs to handcuff Doflamingo. Pacemaker. The threads intertwined and entangled within Doflamingo's body, attempting to repair his badly injured body. But during this time, the sea-stone handcuffs on the fishmen's hands did not give him this opportunity. Snap. With the sea-stone belt on, Doflamingo also became obedient. The power of the lines in his body was also suppressed, but it was enough for him to regain consciousness. He spoke hoarsely. You have deceived everyone in the world. Qin Yun, you are not the user of the thunderfruit, but an unknown mythical beast species. Qin Yun curled his lips and said calmly, who knows? Doflamingo sighed, his tone full of helplessness. You still won't tell me the answer even now. That's right, the winner takes all, and the loser. There is no such thing as human rights. What a pity. With your ability, you should get a better devil fruit to live up to your talent. You have achieved the string fruit, but the string fruit cannot help you reach the top ranks of combat power. Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo smiled miserably without saying anything. He knew that the string fruit was not good enough after all. But at that time, he was eager to gain the power to change everything, but he had too few options. Take him back to God's kingdom and keep him under strict guard. After Qin Yun gave the order, he shook his head in boredom. He noticed the moment they started fighting, Doflamingo seemed to be injured by Jinbei, which gave him a small advantage, making him feel even more relaxed as he was already sure of winning. Qin Yun raised his hand and called Shira's Den Mushi, and gave the order calmly. Shira, after dealing with the people of the Don Quixote family, immediately control all the people in Dressrosa, confiscate their communication equipment, and send them to the bottom of the king's highlands. Yes. Lord God. Poga, the lightning dissipated and Qin Yun disappeared on the spot. Advertisement: the King's Highlands has been controlled by divine soldiers led by priests such as Shira. All the members of Don Quixote's family were either slaughtered or gave up resistance and surrendered. Inside the palace, Nami, Vivi and other goddesses were chatting with Violet, Baby5 and others. What are you talking about? The sudden voice interrupted the girls' laughter. Looking in the direction of the voice, they found Qin Yun, who picked up Perona as soon as he appeared. You scared me. Let me go. You damn Oni-chan. Perona felt embarrassed by the gazes of the girls, so she kept twisting her body, trying to struggle to escape from Qin Yun's arms. Qin Yun smiled slightly, raised his hand and gently touched Perona's tender pink face. She seemed to have been triggered by a switch and trembled all over for a moment. Then, like a doll, she lay motionless in his arms. Perona. I'm already honest, please let me go, please be gentle. Nami was the first to react and replied with a pout. What are we talking about? I can't tell you, these are just topics for us little girls to talk about. Oh? Qin Yun leaned back in Perona's original seat, and Perona sat next to him. Even if you don't tell me, I know it. HMPH, why are you asking? Vivi curled her lips, but in contrast, she moved behind Qin Yun and started to straighten his collar. Qin Yun heard what they said from a distance. It was nothing more than instilling in Violet and the others some facts about how good and powerful he was. After everyone chatted for a while, Robin closed the book about Dressrosa's history and exclaimed. The former rulers of this country, the Don Quixote family, are now the Celestial Dragons. Huh. Doesn't that mean Doflamingo is? The women were also surprised. The Celestial Dragons were a privileged class that dominated the world government and had all the privileges. Everything about them is extremely explosive. Don't panic. Doflamingo has a stupid father who voluntarily gave up his identity as a Celestial Dragon. They are no longer Celestial Dragons. Qin Yun was not surprised at all, he had known all this for a long time. The only pity is that Doflamingo's mother died too early. Advertisement ahem, Qin Yun didn't mean anything else, he just felt sorry for Doflamingo's tragic life. What? Doflamingo looks quite smart, why is his father so naive? Giving up his identity as a Celestial Dragon, can he really survive? At least Doflamingo survived. Next, after Qin Yun played house games with Perona and other girls for a while, the Den Mushi on the table in the distance finally rang. Bulu Bulu, Boga, my lord god, we have either confiscated or connected all of Dressrosa's communication equipment. Not bad, and the citizens of Dressrosa have gathered in the square below the King's Highlands. We also captured some rebels on the way and brought them to the scene as well. Read the notice we prepared in advance, I will be watching it. Yes. Poga, Violet had been paying attention to Qin Yun's movements, and seeing this situation, she hesitated to speak. Let's go to the edge of King's Highlands. Qin Yun didn't care about Violet's actions and called on the girls to follow and watch the fun. Okay. Perona finally got her freedom. She flashed and hid beside Robin, holding her arm, fearing that Qin Yun would go too far. Even Robin couldn't help laughing at her appearance, feeling sorry for her delicate body. As everyone was having fun, they came to the edge of the King's Highlands. From here, if they looked down, they could have a panoramic view of the square below. At this time, Shira stood upright on a high platform, looking at the bustling people below. He poked the speaker in front of him and said loudly, Congratulations to the people of Dressrosa for having escaped from the rule of the pirate family, the Don Quixote family. From now on, this will no longer be a country of pirates, but a country blessed by the glory of God. You no longer have to worry about being exploited and oppressed by the Don Quixote family. As long as you obey the will of God, Dressrosa will eventually be glorious. The legend of the fairies will also come to an end. The fairies are the Dongdada clan. They will no longer wantonly plunder your wealth. You can carry your belongings on the street without worrying about them being taken away. You must be kidding. How can the fairy be from the Dongdada clan? The fairy is clearly our patron saint. Chapter 111 King Liku is stupid, why don't he play his cards according to the routine? What? The fairy is actually the Dongdada clan, isn't this a natural phenomenon? I felt something was wrong a long time ago. When my things were taken away by the goblin, I clearly felt a strong force, and the people around me were gloating over it. Shira's previous words did not cause much response. After all, these people had no power to resist the will of the rulers, but when they heard that the fairies were actually the Dongdada clan, they all cheered loudly. Come to think of it, no one wants to be robbed of their wealth by a fairy, while walking happily on the street, right? What's more, these fairies may not all be from the Dongdada clan, there are definitely some who are taking advantage of the situation. Since 700 years ago until today, the residents of Dressrosa have always believed in the existence and legends of fairies due to the propaganda of the Riku clan. They also regard the goblins as the guardian gods of this place, and even regard the goblins stealing and robbing as pranks. The protection provided by the Riku clan forced the island residents to not care. Why would they do this? Don't you know that this is wrong? It turned out that after the Riku family became the new royal family of Dressrosa, they wanted to apologize to the dwarfs on behalf of the previous royal family, the Don Quixote family. Pretty outrageous, right? He took the blame for the previous dynasty and apologized for it. No one else would do that. At the signal from the divine soldiers, silence returned to the field, and Shira began to make arrangements for the future of Dressrosa. But the more they heard these words, the more uncomfortable some people below felt, until the sound of fighting came from the outskirts of the crowd. Who is it? Shira was forced to stop and look into the distance. However, within a moment, the culprit who disrupted the notification meeting was taken to the message desk. That's Taigu Leponte. Someone in the crowd recognized the name of the culprit and exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't he the commander of King Liku's army? How come he's still alive? Even Violet, who was watching the live broadcast from above, covered her mouth in surprise and murmured. How could it be him? There was a hint of hesitation in her eyes, and she came to Qin Yun firmly, hugged Qin Yun's arm with her little hand, rubbed it hard as if giving him a benefit, and asked coquettishly. Advertisement, Qin Yun, I know him. He protected me during the catastrophe 8 years ago. Can you please let me go down and talk to him for a few minutes? He will definitely not make trouble, please. Oh, he is indeed an insignificant person. Qin Yun raised his left arm and found that it was full of tenderness and he was reluctant to leave. He wanted to explore the drunken ditch again. So he smiled and agreed. Since you are so obedient, well-behaved and generous, I will spare his life and let you go and say a few words. Wow, thank you so much, I will definitely do my best to repay you in the future. Violet breathed a sigh of relief, raised her pretty face and gave him a kiss of thanks. Qin Yun accepted it calmly. After they pecked each other twice, he was about to send her off when he noticed something had happened on the field. Don't be so quick to thank me. Look at this kid. He seems to have attracted some extraordinary people. What? Violet was startled and quickly stopped what she was doing and looked down. Taigu Lepant was dragged by the divine soldiers to his knees in front of the platform where Shira was. A hooded figure stepped forward, jumped to Taigu Lepant and shouted loudly. Let him go. I will bear the consequences of Lepante's recklessness. Shira sneered and waved his hand nonchalantly. The divine soldiers understood and stepped forward to take down this person who was showing off. Who are you? Taigu Lepante asked in confusion. The figure took off his hood, ignored the shocked expressions of the people around him, and announced his name loudly. I am the former king of Dressrosa, Riku Dold III. With this status, am I qualified to take the blame for Lepante? What? It's actually King Riku. Is he still alive? The abominable King Liku actually has the nerve to show up. Shira looked at him with strange eyes. Why is this guy not very smart? Is he looking for death? Stupid. You can't bear the blame. You are all guilty. Your own sins have not yet been completed. How can you bear the sins of others? Stop joking. Shira's mocking eyes made King Riku's expression change drastically. Why did everything turn out differently than he expected? Magic soldiers, take them down for me. Wait for the judgment of the Lord God. Advertisement, yes. The magic soldiers rushed forward. King Liku knew that they were outnumbered and all resistance was unintentional, so he had no choice but to be tied up with iron chains. Father. At this moment, a cry of mourning came from the sky, and everyone followed the sound and saw Violet and Qin Yun. It turned out that Violet couldn't sit still when she saw King Liku's appearance. After signing a series of unequal treaties with Qin Yun, he chuckled and flew down with his arms around the waist. Seeing this situation, Shira led a group of divine soldiers and shouted respectfully. Lord God. Your holy virtues are majestic, thundering across the world, spreading your blessings widely and enlightening the world. Qin Yun landed on the ground with Violet, nodded in response, and ordered. Well done, let them both go. The divine soldiers let go of King Riku and Tegu Repent according to Yan. The people of Dressrosa had no right to speak and could only wait quietly for things to develop. At this time, the misunderstanding between them and King Liku has not been resolved, and they always thought that he was still the stupid and unscrupulous ruler. Princess Violet. Tegu Repent couldn't believe his eyes. He thought Violet had unfortunately died in this coup. Violet. Thank you for your hard work. King Riku seemed rather guilty. When Doflamingo took away his kingdom of Dressrosa, Violet endured the humiliation and worked for the Don Quixote family in exchange for his survival. Now, it was her appearance that saved them. After Qin Yun let go of Violet, she glanced at him gratefully, walked forward quickly, and comforted. Captain Repent, if you still recognize me as the princess, don't resist the new ruler here. This. Taigu Repante sighed and said firmly, Princess Violet, how is this possible? How can I, as a subject, give up on the restoration of the Riku clan? Stubborn. Shira curled his lips, feeling that Taigu Repante was overestimating his abilities. Violet shook her head in disappointment, turned to King Liku and asked. Father, do you think so too? King Liku looked up. The people looked at him with eyes full of resentment. Does he really have a chance to ascend to the throne again? Chapter 112 Which Princess? I don't care who rules Dressrosa, as long as the people of Dressrosa can live in peace and contentment. Can the person next to you do all this? Your Majesty. You. The people of Taigu Lepante were stunned. They were ready to fight to the death, so why did your Majesty surrender? King Liku, you are worthy of saying these things? Stop being so hypocritical? King Liku's words instead aroused the indignation of the crowd, and the people looked at him with even more contempt. Violet secretly said, oh no, this is not the place to talk. She turned around and looked at Qin Yun with a pitiful look asking for help. Qin Yun nodded, and asked Shira and the others to continue, then he waved his hand and used the power of floating to bring Violet and King Liku back to the palace hall. As for Taigu Lepante, he has no say, so he should just be taken to jail. The divine soldiers on both sides of the palace greeted Qin Yun, and Violet then began to talk with King Liku with peace of mind. In fact, Violet also wants her father to return to the throne. But Qin Yun's actions proved that he was not just here to defeat Doflamingo, he also wanted to take Dressrosa for himself. The current situation is different from the Don Quixote family coming to seize power. Qin Yun's approach is to avenge the Liku family, and Qin Yun has no grudges against the Liku family. After knowing this, she made a quick decision. As a second choice, she gave up everything she had to please Qin Yun and make him agree to clear her father's grievances. If I could marry Qin Yun, be happy together, and then have a baby, their child could be the ruler of Dressrosa. Then for her and the Liku royal family, isn't it the continuation of their rule? Faced with Violet's heart-to-heart conversation, Qin Yun certainly would not refuse. There is no harm in this for him, and he can easily get a beautiful princess who will give herself to him physically and mentally, so why not do it? So when Violet told King Riku that her child with Qin Yun would become the ruler of Dressrosa, he was relieved and assured that he would not have the intention of rebelling. King Riku had no sons, only 2 daughters. The eldest daughter, Scarlet, disappeared in the turmoil and was probably killed. His second daughter, Violet, is filial and sensible, so his throne will definitely be inherited by Violet and her children. Now that times and fortunes have intertwined, the future seems to be returning to the direction he expected. Advertisement. His current concern is to see his eldest daughter's child, Rebecca, and let her live a good life. I heard that she was having a hard time because of her identity. Seeing that they were talking, Qin Yun said calmly. You haven't seen each other for many years. Now that father and daughter are reunited, I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Violet quickly responded with a soft, yeah, if you have something to do, just go ahead and don't worry about us. King Liku also echoed. Qin Yun nodded, turned around and took 2 steps, then winked at the divine soldiers on both sides. With the divine soldiers supervising here, he is not afraid that King Liku might suddenly have some weird ideas. Walking back to the girls, Shura had almost finished notifying the meeting. After Qin Yun simply gave a few instructions to the girls, he left the spot with a flash of lightning. He did not find Rebecca among the people Shura had just gathered. He thought she had been taken away by Cyrus and hidden. How can I not see Rebecca today? Whether it is Rebecca's special identity, her likable strong character, or her stunningly beautiful face. Even if only one of these 3 is left, he will not let her go. Speaking of which, as Scarlet's daughter, she is also a princess of a fallen country. Which princess is she today? Violet, naturally. Well, it should be the 3rd one. When he goes back, he can gather the princesses together and have a pleasant chat with him in the room that the princesses like to live in. In fact, Qin Yun could completely rely on Violet to help him conquer Rebecca, which would reduce the difficulty by more than 1 level. But this would be too much of a bully for Violet. She also has to take the initiative to convince herself and get over the hurdle in her heart. After all, her relationship with Rebecca is very special, and it would not be good if she became rebellious due to too much oppression. If he took action, she would be forced to cross that hurdle, and the degree of resistance in her heart would not be that strong. Violet could still comfort herself that Qin Yun didn't know about their relationship, and this happy ending was not created by her. Advertisement. In the flower field, Qin Yun's lightning flashed continuously in the air, and his observation hockey was spreading around wantonly, and circles of radio waves spread out from his body. Qin Yun now was like a human radar. Wherever the senses cannot detect, the electromagnetic field will sweep away all living things without leaving any room. Finally, in a small house, Qin Yun's radio waves detected a nervous petite figure. Without hesitation, a flash of lightning appeared, and Qin Yun appeared in front of the house. The grass and trees around are growing well, and it's obvious that someone is taking care of them regularly. The fragrance of flowers envelops the cottage, creating a warm, home feeling. It seems that as a father, Cyrus fulfilled his due responsibilities to Rebecca, who lost her mother. Qin Yun walked in and shouted into the house. Anyone here? Join the kingdom of God now and you can get various benefits. No one answered. Qin Yun curled his lips and pushed the door open from the side of the house. He saw the toy soldier Cyrus, who was trying to ambush him at the main door. Hello, Mr. Toy. What are you doing with that toy gun? Are you trying to ambush me? What? Cyrus was shocked. What the hell? Who wouldn't go through the front door if they were good people? Cyrus looked serious, pointed his toy gun at Qin Yun, and asked. Who are you? How dare you break into a private house? I will not be held accountable even if I shoot you to death. Ah, Qin Yun's figure suddenly disappeared. Cyrus's face changed drastically, and he threw the toy gun in his hand backwards without looking back. But it was too late. An unstoppable force came from behind his head. The touch seemed to be an animal's tail, and the ground kept getting bigger in his eyes. With a bang, he came into close contact with the ground. That's what you said, but don't you know that you can't just show your hostility to the strong? The electric current surged, and Cyrus's toy's body was extremely fragile. After just a few breaths, he was electrocuted and lost consciousness. Qin Yun retracted the dragon's tail and walked forward. The wooden floor made a creaking sound as her feet stepped on it, making Rebecca, who was hiding in the underground passage, extremely nervous. Chapter 113. Making Rebecca cry. She even dared to breathe only in small gulps. If Qin Yun saw this, he would definitely praise her, saying she was so cute. Mr. Soldier. You're going to be okay. Rebecca was waiting for the secret signal that Cyrus had discussed with her. Should she escape? Or should she come back? There were corresponding terms for each. Unfortunately, Qin Yun's speed was too fast. Cyrus was still in shock when he was electrocuted and lost control of his body. I found you. Rebecca. Qin Yun stomped his foot on the ground, and a door created by the power of the door was opened by him. He easily slipped into it. At the same time, the light from the outside world entered the underground tunnel. Rebecca's eyes lit up. She followed the light and muttered blankly. How? How did you get down? Don't worry about the details, Rebecca. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you now. Qin Yun's words were still so serious. He waved his hand, motioning Rebecca to come to him. Rebecca became even more frightened when she saw this, but the space here was small and narrow, and there was no way out behind her, so she had nowhere to escape. Who are you? Mr. Soldier. Me. To be exact, I am your benefactor, the one who avenged your mother's murder. The toy soldier up there wasn't very obedient, so I had to let him sleep for a while. Great benefactor? Revenge for my mother's murder? Do you know my mother? When Rebecca heard the news about Scarlet, she even ignored Mr. Soldier's situation. Qin Yun nodded. He and Violet were quite familiar with each other. All they needed was some time to get to know each other better. By deduction, he also knew Scarlet. Your mother is Scarlet. 8 years ago, she was killed by Diamante of the Don Quixote family. You must know these past events better than I do, and just a while ago, I killed Diamante for you. Really? Really? Rebecca couldn't believe it. In order to get revenge, she had been learning swordsmanship with the soldier for many years. Now someone actually told her that she had to avenge herself before she even took action? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, I can show you photos and even take you to where Diamante's body is. Advertisement. Looking at the sincerity in Qin Yun's eyes, Rebecca believed what he said. After all, the other party came suddenly and went straight in front of her, and even the soldier couldn't stop her. With such extraordinary strength, there is no need to deceive her. She has nothing now, so what is there for the other party to deceive? Poor Rebecca, since she was a child, she has had little chance to go out and see the outside world. As a result, I seldom see people of the same S***X, and I don't know how stunningly beautiful my own face and figure are. I believe you, but, you came here to find me, it shouldn't just be to tell me this news. Although Rebecca was filled with joy at having her great revenge, she did not lose her composure. Instead, she rationally guessed Qin Yun's purpose. This is not the place to talk. Come here, Rebecca. I'll take you upstairs. Rebecca nodded. The other party wanted to harm her, and she had no power to resist. Strength. Every situation reminds her of the importance of strength. She walked to Qin Yun with a determined look in her eyes, and he gently put his arm around her waist. In a flash, they were in her room. Qin Yun took Rebecca to her crib, but Rebecca did not sit down as he instructed. Instead, he walked up to Cyrus, pulled out the toy body that was embedded in the ground, and placed him on a chair beside him with a look of heartache. Qin Yun nodded. He was always self-centered, but he liked these kind-hearted and grateful people the most. It would be best if everyone in the world was like this, then his rule would be extremely stable. After settling Cyrus down, Rebecca walked back to Qin Yun with light steps, sat on her small bed, and muttered softly. Sorry to have kept you waiting. She did not blame Qin Yun for being so harsh on the soldier. She only secretly condemned herself, thinking that it would be better if she was stronger. It doesn't matter. I can still wait for a while. Qin Yun replied with a smile, then took out a photoshell from the storage room and projected Diamante's tragic death into the void. This is... Rebecca couldn't believe it. Yes, he is Diamante, the one who killed your mother Scarlet. I also killed or injured many members of his Don Quixote family. Looking at this scene, Rebecca finally couldn't help it. She covered her mouth and tried hard to hold back the sad sound. Advertisement. But the redness in her eyes and the big tears in them were out of her control, and the tears flowed down. My daughter doesn't shed tears easily, because she hasn't felt sad yet. Qin Yun knew that Rebecca would finally face the revenge and cry with joy. How could he miss such an opportunity for emotional communication and progress? He immediately went up to Rebecca and held her in his arms. Rebecca did not resist Qin Yun's actions. Instead, she looked up at him with gratitude and then threw herself into his arms. Seeing this, Qin Yun said softly, Cry, cry, from now on, I will always be by your side, protecting you and loving you on behalf of your mother, and giving you the endless love of your family. The love of a husband can also be considered the love of a family member. There is nothing wrong with that. After hearing Qin Yun's words that he would not treat outsiders as such, Rebecca's crying stopped for a moment, as if she was stunned. The next moment, she seemed to understand something. She let go of the jade hand that was covering her little mouth, grabbed Qin Yun's clothes with her little hands, and started crying loudly. At this moment, Rebecca has too many emotions to vent, and the hatred accumulated in her heart has been driving her forward. Having lost her target of revenge, she needs companionship even more to help her get out of the state of confusion after losing her target. The crying continued, gradually getting smaller and smaller, and it took a long, long time. Until Rebecca was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the trembling eyelashes at the corners of Rebecca's eyes, Qin Yun knew that he could not leave yet and that he needed to stay with the lovely and pitiful Rebecca. Hopefully, his next few days with Rebecca will give him the opportunity to breathe into her the active energy that makes her glow. Time passed quickly and soon it was night. Qin Yun and Rebecca hugged each other tightly and snuggled together on her little bed. The first person to wake up was not Rebecca or Cyrus, but Man Shirley, who had been unconscious in Qin Yun's arms for a long time. Where is this? Man Shirley only felt endless darkness around her, her small body was still bound, and she kept feeling a strong sense of weakness. Rebecca. She has beautiful long pink hair. She is Violet's niece and also a princess of a fallen country. She is very grateful to Qin Yun for avenging her mother's death. It will turn into her repayment for my love for you. Chapter 114. The damn Qin Yun is fooling the girl again. Qin Yun noticed as soon as Man Shirley moved. He gently moved the big hand on Rebecca's body away, got into the quilt, and then got into his arms to take Man Shirley out. The dim light did not block Man Shirley's bright eyes. When she saw Qin Yun, she happily shouted. You are a great man. Did you succeed? Qin Yun nodded and whispered. It worked. Speak a little more quietly. There's someone sleeping next to you. It's good that it succeeded. Man Shirley breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the fundamental reason for her arrest had been removed, she was no longer afraid of being spied on by those with bad intentions. Man Shirley endured her weak body and looked at Rebecca curiously, and happened to meet Rebecca's soft and cute eyes that had just woken up and opened. Huh. Rebecca was surprised. This is. Qin Yun turned on the lights in the room and introduced. She is the princess of the dwarf tribe, Man Shirley. She was abducted by the Don Quixote family for many years and suffered a lot. I think she can become a good friend of yours. Rebecca nodded, and after exchanging names with Man Shirley, she suddenly remembered that they didn't know Qin Yun's name yet. So, everyone looked at Qin Yun with curiosity and asked. And you? My name is God Qin Yun. Qin Yun understood, and when the light shone on Man Shirley's face, he realized something was wrong. Man Shirley looked very tired and weak. He was so busy plundering the healing fruit for his own pleasure that he forgot about the aftereffects of the fruit being plundered. But now it seemed inappropriate to give Man Shirley an injection to treat the aftereffects. After the two girls chatted for a while, Qin Yun saw that the time was almost up, so he interrupted and suggested. Man Shirley, you're not well yet, go back to sleep for a while. Okay. Man Shirley nodded. The feeling of weakness in her body remained at a certain level and would not go away at all. Qin Yun rushed towards Man Shirley with his conqueror's sword. Poor Man Shirley fainted again in Rebecca's hands. He grabbed her and put her back in his arms. Now, it's time for him and Rebecca to be alone again. After a few breaths of silence, Rebecca asked the question in her mind. Advertisement, Oni-chan, you came here, just to tell me this news? Of course not. Qin Yun shook his head, revealing his true intentions. I helped you avenge your mother's murder, and I will also fulfill your inner desire and make you stronger. Most importantly, I want to get a reward from you. Thank you, Oni-chan, you are so kind. You helped me get such a big revenge and are willing to help me become stronger. Rebecca's eyes were full of gratitude, but she also knew that there was no free lunch in the world. Everything has a hidden price tag. She was also willing to give everything for the kindness Qin Yun had shown her, even if she had to work like a slave to repay him. It's only right to repay Oni-chan. It's just that I'm just a princess of a fallen country who has nothing and is despised by everyone. I really don't know how to repay you. The way to repay me is very simple. All you have to do is agree to marry me and become my consort. Qin Yun raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Rebecca was a good girl who knew how to repay her gratitude. Now, she was already his treasure. At this point someone will ask, how old is Rebecca? Here is a unified answer. 18 plus, including all the heroines in this book, who are all over 18 years old and in their prime. Close black lens bracket. Huh. Rebecca was shocked, as if she didn't expect Qin Yun to say such a big thing so suddenly. She subconsciously asked. Why? Qin Yun thought about it and decided to develop his excellent quality of speaking the truth to real people and lies to ghosts and start his big liar mode. Now I have become the new ruler of Dressrosa. At first, I wanted to better conquer Dressrosa. If I marry you, the princess of the former dynasty of Dressrosa, I think it would make me the rule of the people is more secure. But, this purpose has been shattered since the moment I saw you. Your beautiful and lovely eyes tell me that I want your favor even more, even if it means a destroyed Dressrosa. Qin Yun's eyes were extremely eager, and the sincerity in them seemed to melt Rebecca. This is not because of your special identity, but because of the penultimate qualities that you, Rebecca, possess that make people feel sorry for you and love you. Ah. Rebecca felt even more embarrassed after hearing this. She rubbed her hands nervously and muttered softly. I'm not as good as you say. You can doubt my ability, but you must never doubt my vision. Rebecca, your kindness and beauty are beyond my words. Advertisement, I believe you. Rebecca felt even more embarrassed by the compliment and turned her head away shyly. The little hands were waving up and down beside his face, trying to cool down his burning cheeks. Why, you are unwilling to agree to my excessive request. Cyrus, who was in a coma, good boy, you also know that your request is too much. You knocked my father-in-law unconscious, and you tried to steal my precious daughter in front of me, my father-in-law. No, it's just that this sentence came too suddenly. I'm a little overwhelmed. Rebecca's voice was soft and sticky, which easily aroused Qin Yun's desire and made him want to bully her. But he didn't do that. Instead, he gently asked Rebecca for her opinion. So what do you think? As for me? Rebecca turned her head and looked at Qin Yun, then quickly lowered her head. However, her increasingly rosy little cheeks seemed to reveal her girlish shyness. If it's Oni-chan, I can do it. Qin Yun then smiled and said softly. Rebecca, it would be great if you could take the initiative to agree. This way, you can accept my love for you with peace of mind. You can say I am using violence to coerce people. Rebecca, from the moment I met you, I knew that I would never let you go no matter what. Oni-chan, I understand. Qin Yun nodded, took the initiative to step forward and hold her sweet and soft petite body in his arms. The next moment, the fragrance lingered between his nostrils. It was not because Rebecca used any perfume, but her own virgin fragrance. Oni-chan, Be good, I'll hug you for a while. Okay. After a while, Rebecca saw that Qin Yun had not put her down yet, so she asked in a low voice. Isn't it just a hug for a while? She had never felt so awkward before, but this feeling only made her body hot. It seems quite comfortable. Is this the way you show your love for someone? Chapter 115. Man Shirley, as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Qin Yun chuckled and teased. You are so obedient, Rebecca, I can't help but eat you right now. Oh, eat me. Rebecca's little head didn't know what this sentence meant. Qin Yun did not explain. He took one last deep breath of Rebecca's unique fragrance before letting her go from his legs. Come on, I'll take you to my country and have some delicious food. Dressrosa is in a state of disrepair, and so is the royal palace, so we cannot hold a grand banquet yet. It will take a few more days to restore the previous splendor. Where is Mr. Soldier? Will I ever see him again? Rebecca was not dazzled by the changes Qin Yun brought to her, and she still missed Cyrus who raised her. Of course you can. Qin Yun thought for a moment, took out a thunder token and a phonograph shell, and said. Here, this is a phonograph shell. You can record what you want to tell him. Just tell him that you're going to be a princess with the new ruler of Dressrosa, and tell him not to worry. You can take the thunder token I left behind and go to the palace to find a job first. Seeing that he had made thoughtful arrangements, Rebecca took the token and placed it on the table in front of Cyrus. Then he began to whisper softly to the phonoshell, and finally put the phonoshell and the token together. After doing all this, Rebecca suggested going to Scarlet's grave to pay her respects. Qin Yun had no objection and held her waist and flew into the sky. Under Rebecca's guidance, they soon arrived at their destination. We came in a hurry and didn't bring any tribute, but luckily there were flowers everywhere around and we could pick some and offer them as tribute. After Rebecca cried for a while, she was reluctantly taken back to the temple by Qin Yun. Nami, Robin and the others had already returned to the shrine. When they saw Qin Yun bringing back another beautiful girl, they started to pull him around and ask him all kinds of questions. Violet, Sucrose, and Baby 5 are still in the palace of Dressrosa. Without Qin Yun's order, Nami and the others would not dare to take people to heaven easily. After all, with the dangerous element, Shatang, they were afraid of disrupting Qin Yun's plan. This way, the awkward situation of Rebecca and Violet meeting early was avoided. After everyone got to know each other, Qin Yun and Rebecca came to the main hall to have dinner with the goddesses. Advertisement halfway through the meal, Qin Yun took Man Shirley out of his arms and woke her up. Is this the dwarf people? All the girls stared at Man Shirley in Qin Yun's hands with curiosity. Since he brought her here, they knew what Man Shirley's future identity would be. Even Shirahoshi, Shirley and other mermaids with big bodies were captured by Qin Yun. As for the petite Man Shirley, they were only curious. What means will Qin Yun use to marry Man Shirley? Woo, I'm so tired. Man Shirley woke up slowly, and after realizing the environment she was in, she shyly grabbed Qin Yun's thumb. Don't be afraid, Man Shirley, they're very nice people, they're all my wives. What? Man Shirley was surprised at first, then nodded in her imagination. That's right. A good man like that should have many wives. She then looked at the girls curiously, and at the same time, a rumbling sound came from her stomach. Nami smiled knowingly, raised her hand, picked up a cake and put it to Man Shirley's mouth. You must be hungry, eat something first, and we can chat later. Man Shirley was infected by Nami's smile. She greeted the other girls happily and started eating in front of Qin Yun. By the way, Nojigao, help her massage her little nose. Qin Yun gave Nojigao a meaningful look. Okay, just watch me. Nuoki Gao gladly accepted the order, and in the confused look in Man Shirley's eyes, he gently stroked her little face with his hand which was filled with slippery power. After a breath, the flawless and lovely little princess appeared. Okay, after doing this, you really can't help but think that Man Shirley is like an exquisite porcelain doll. All the girls came closer to look at Man Shirley curiously, secretly praising Najigo for his increasingly proficient development of the slippery power. What happened? Man Shirley seemed unaware of the changes on her little face. That's right, the dwarfs are all confused. If Qin Yun and the others didn't tell me, I don't know when Man Shirley would find out. It's okay, just keep eating. Seeing this, Man Shirley touched her belly and began to eat the big cake in front of her in small bites. Advertisement. After eating and drinking, Man Shirley and Rebecca became much more familiar with the girls. But even after eating her fill, Man Shirley's physical weakness did not subside. Qin Yun knew that he couldn't continue to make her suffer like this, so he gave some instructions to the other girls, and after entertaining Rebecca, he took Man Shirley to a palace. Man Shirley was led away by him stupidly the whole time, and had no idea what would happen next. After placing Man Shirley on the couch in the inner hall, Qin Yun began his trickery. Man Shirley, do you feel weak now? Yeah, what's wrong with me? Man Shirley stared with her innocent little eyes. If an ordinary person saw this, he would probably feel a strong sense of guilt in his heart. Your symptoms are caused by losing your devil fruit. I need to treat you before you can return to normal. Is that so? Can you help me with the treatment? Of course you can, but the treatment method is a bit special and requires your full cooperation. Also, you need to agree to become my divine concubine before I can treat you, otherwise, my identity is not suitable. There was a flicker of hesitation, entanglement and reluctance in Qin Yun's eyes, as if he had no other choice but to resort to this desperate measure. His acting skills are truly at the level of a best-selling actor. It's a pity that he didn't make some action movies. Ah, goddess. Man Shirley didn't seem to understand the meaning, so Qin Yun had to explain. That means becoming my wife, just like the group of sisters you just met. Can I really become the wife of a good man? Man Shirley's focus seemed to be a little different from what Qin Yun expected, but that didn't matter. Yes, this is not only saving you, but also saving me. While gaining your abilities, I also suffered a lot of injuries. I need your help to heal me. While Qin Yun said this, he was holding his lower abdomen, as if that was where he was hurt. Man Shirley, are you willing to become my divine concubine and heal my injuries, as well as yours? Yes, of course I am willing to heal the wounds of this kind-hearted man. Man Shirley's eyes were extremely firm. This seemed to be a great honor for her. Chapter 116. A pleasant conversation. Qin Yun touched Man Shirley's head with relief. Next, he will use the ability he just acquired to treat the sequelae of Man Shirley's devil fruit being taken away. Damn Qin Yun, is it really okay for you to deceive a little girl who trusts you so much? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Qin Yun. It hurts. It hurts so much, but so what? At least, Man Shirley's future is bright, isn't it? If a person is surrounded by sweetness throughout his life, even if the foundation of this sweetness is just an illusion, as long as the illusion does not collapse before his death, the sweetness that wraps him is real sweetness. As the famous saying goes, if a hypocrite can be a hypocrite for a lifetime, then he is a true gentleman. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Man Shirley's weakness has improved, but she has just recovered from a serious illness and needs a good rest. Therefore, with Qin Yun's comfort, he fell into a deep sleep. Friends who have made friends with the dwarfs know that although they are not tall, their strength far exceeds that of ordinary humans, and they should recover quickly. So, Qin Yun calmed himself down and returned to his temple. At this time, only a few goddesses were left in his temple, still chatting happily. After all, Rebecca had just arrived and was a sensible child, so naturally they wanted her to feel their love. As soon as they entered the door, the arrogant female ghost Perona grabbed Rebecca's hand, looked at Qin Yun with disdainful eyes, and started to speak in a sarcastic manner. Ha 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 ha, isn't this the Oni-chan who is the bridegroom every night? Why did you come here just now? You really made the new sister wait for a long time. If you don't come, I will send you a negative ghost while you are having fun with them. No, I'm not. When Rebecca heard the term, new sister, how could she not know that she was being framed? She was so confused that she couldn't even speak clearly. She never expected that although Perona looked cute, she had such a cruel heart and dragged her down with just one sentence. Qin Yun laughed in silence. Was this girl blaming him for only starting the fire and not putting it out in Dressrosa Palace today? Advertisement. He came up with such a weird tone. It seems like he wants to learn a lesson. Perona, you dare to talk to your husband like that? Rebecca, you must not learn bad things from her. Qin Yun flashed like lightning, came to Perona and slapped her head twice, causing her to complain. The other girls watched them playing and laughed. I'm wrong, snort. Seeing that she was not convinced, Qin Yun reluctantly let her go temporarily, as he still had important things to do. If you have the guts, stay here today. After I have dealt with the dispute with Rebecca, I will show you how I will deal with you. Come on, lay. Qin Yun rubbed her lil face one last time, then snatched Rebecca from her hands and swept his gentle eyes over the girls. Without saying anything, he took Rebecca's hand and returned to his room. The room was decorated with warm colors by the angels today, and there was a light aroma floating in the air to adjust the atmosphere. Create an interesting and comfortable atmosphere for the two lovers who are about to get married. Rebecca seemed to know what was going to happen, and she did not resist at all when Qin Yun held her hand. She just lowered her head and leaned against Qin Yun's back, not knowing what was going on in her mind. Qin Yun could only see her inner nervousness and shyness from her increasingly red cheeks and her gently trembling cherry-pink ears. Qin Yun smiled and placed his warmth on a chair beside him. He raised Rebecca's shy head with his index finger and looked at her. Rebecca, are you ready? From now on, you will become my real wife and consort. Yeah, Oni-chan, I'm not afraid, I'm ready. Rebecca's face was full of seriousness. Even though she had only been with Qin Yun for a short time, she could already realize that the man in front of her would be the key person to change her life. Without hesitation, Qin Yun chatted with Rebecca for a while and then drank a glass of red wine with her as a symbol of their marriage. Don't blame Qin Yun for being too impatient. The reason why he confirmed his relationship with Rebecca so quickly was because he liked Rebecca too much. Of course, there is more reason than this. He also has a plan. Advertisement that is to get Rebecca as soon as possible and make Violet, this special and lovely person, the stunner of this boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. This would help him to get rid of the inner entanglement and that hurdle of the two girls, and finally they would accept the ending created by Qin Yun with helplessness on their faces. At that time, the two women who must be trapped in his clutches, wanting to give their husbands to the other party, but because the decision is not in their hands, their reactions will definitely be very interesting. Happy times are always like water flowing through your fingertips, which can't be grasped at all and will pass away quietly in the blink of an eye. Until the late night, Perona was still waiting angrily for something in the temple. While Qin Yun and Rebecca were having a great chat, he did not forget to prepare some gifts that girls would like for Rebecca. The next morning, thanks to Qin Yun's pampering, Rebecca didn't even need to leave the room to give orders, and the angels brought her nutritious delicacies. Qin Yun quietly came to Marianu's room and saw a small bulge on the bed. He pounced on it without thinking. However, the small drum bag was flattened by him, and there was no one inside. Marianu, who was brushing his teeth in a small room nearby, heard the noise, wiped his mouth with a towel, and looked over, saying expressionlessly, "Oni-chan, what are you doing?" Qin Yun coughed lightly, calmly tidied her bed, and whispered, "I just wanted to give you a surprise." "Surprise? It's more of a shock." Marianu curled her lips, went back to put the towel away, then sat obediently in Qin Yun's arms, face to face, and muttered, "What do you want from me so early in the morning? You don't want me to draw for you, do you?" Qin Yun smiled awkwardly. "Can't I come to see you if nothing happens?" Tisk. Marianu's disdainful look left Qin Yun helpless. She pushed him hard, and Qin Yun staggered and sat on a chair beside him. After the two chatted softly for a while, Qin Yun said seriously, "That's about it. That's it. I have a secondary purpose for coming here this time." Marianu's soft eyes made Qin Yun feel fondled, but he knew the priorities of the matter, so it was better to discuss the business first. Chapter 117. She is still a child. Dang 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 dang. Look what this is. Looking at the fruit with special lines in Qin Yun's hand, Marianu helplessly took a bite of the senbei in her hand and whispered, "It's a devil fruit. Is this meant for me?" "Of course, it's called the fruit of art, which goes well with your ability to control other people's emotions through the paint on your palette. Presumably, after you gain the power of art, your combat power will be greatly improved." Art fruit. Marianu's eyes were filled with surprise. As soon as she heard this name, she felt that it fit her perfectly. Seeing that she had no intention of resisting, Qin Yun smiled and held the power of art with his big hands, and through her small hands, he patted her petite and lovely body. After a few breaths, Marianu's eyes lit up. She jumped off the soft couch, grabbed the paintbrush on the table, and began to paint around her like dragons and phoenixes dancing around. The transparent smoke formed by the power of art bursts out from her paintbrush, and everything that comes into contact with the smoke begins to twist and change. Smoke blew toward his face, and Qin Yun was startled as the alarm bell blared. Why doesn't this little girl avoid people? Her lightning flashes and she avoids the smoke. In fact, he was overthinking it, and the smoke flew towards the wall and soft couch behind him. In the next moment, Marianu's room changed drastically and turned into a sea of colorful Madara. Everything in the entire room changed into corresponding things according to her wishes. The space in the room seems to have been enlarged. Even the soft couch has turned into a super large bed, and the table has also been enlarged, filled with colorful senbei. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the power of art. If it is used against the enemy, what kind of brilliance will it burst out? We can only wait until she goes to the battlefield to find out. Looking at everything around her, Marianu's joy reached its peak. She is not good at expressing her feelings, so she can only express her gratitude to Qin Yun in the way he likes. Qin Yun happily accepted all her rewards, such as Marianu making the next delicious meal for him. In fact, there is another devil fruit that matches Marianu very well. That is the Kurozumi Kanjuro Bibi fruit, but it will be a long time before they appear, so there is no need to wait. Advertisement. After playing with Marianu for a while, Qin Yun came to the palace. This time, he wanted to truly capture the charming beauty Monet. His promise to Monet was not fulfilled. He had promised to come to see her the next day with Doflamingo's head on his head, but yesterday he stopped by and indulged in Rebecca's beauty, and had a sweet conversation with her. But I have to say, Rebecca is really good. He is well behaved and proactive. No matter what he says, he will listen carefully. Stepping into the hall, angels on both sides took the initiative to say hello and explain Monet's situation. Lord God. Miss Monet has been very obedient these past 2 days, neither noisy nor fussy, and very gentle. Really, is this her nature, or is she ready to surrender? Qin Yun didn't need to know the answer. No matter what, it was impossible for Monet to escape from his clutches. Entering the inner hall, Monet was leaning against the window, looking at the scenery outside the window with a melancholy expression. Because she wore a special seafloor stone anklet on her foot, she showed a weak mental state. This scene and situation is exactly the sick beauty style that Qin Yun likes. Coupled with the atmosphere of a beauty enjoying the beautiful scenery alone, it immediately raises his expectations for Monet to the maximum. Ms. Monet, I have defeated Doflamingo. He and several of his family members were imprisoned. Even your sister Sugar was bound by sea-stone handcuffs and fell into my hands. I don't know. What are you thinking about at this moment? Monet was startled when he heard this magnetic voice. She thought the footsteps came from angels. She looked back at Qin Yun and then turned her head away with lifeless eyes. Qin Yun walked to the chair opposite her and sat down, and continued. Why, do you think you can escape all this by not saying anything, or is silent rejection your answer? No, it's not, Monet retorted subconsciously. What is that? Qin Yun waved his hand across the table, and 2 more photos appeared on it. Doflamingo's defeated smile, Sucrose's weak eyes bound by sea-stone handcuffs. These 2 pictures of extraordinary significance deeply hurt Monet's heart. Advertisement 1 is the benefactor who saved them and their sisters from danger. 1 is that she vowed to protect her lovely sister until she matured and reached the right age, and then married her and lived a happy life. Monet seemed stunned, her little mouth slightly open in a very tempting way. She didn't know what to say. Without actually seeing Doflamingo's tragic end in her sister's pitiful look, you would never believe this, right? Come on, let me take you to the prison, to meet Doflamingo, to Dressrosa, to meet your seemingly young and naughty sister. No. No need, I am willing to give in exchange for a chance for the young master to live. Monet looked very calm. She had anticipated the worst outcome countless times in the past 2 days. Coupled with the fact that the angels were telling him how good Qin Yun was, she was deeply moved by them. But more often than not, she was in a situation where she had no choice at all. But, she seemed to have forgotten what Qin Yun said to her before leaving. Haha, young master? It seems that you still don't know your position. Qin Yun shook his head, stood up with a blank expression, and walked out the door. Well, just stay here and be my concubine. I won't kill Doflamingo for now. As for the future. HMPH, that depends on her performance. Wait. What are you going to do? Monet noticed something was wrong. Shouldn't Qin Yun be eager to become a family with her after she gave in? Why did he suddenly turn hostile and leave? Qin Yun kept walking, further sounding the alarm bell in Monet's heart. You haven't put yourself in the right place yet, so I'm not interested in you. It just so happens that your sister is soft and cute, and I don't have to be with you, so I'll use her to test my knife first. Monet was horrified and she didn't dare to maintain her attitude anymore. The weakness brought to Monet by the sea-stone anklet seemed to be non-existent and she flashed in front of Qin Yun in an instant. But because the speed was too fast, she fell to her knees and sat on the ground. She didn't bother to stand up and just kept looking up at Qin Yun in that position. The pair of delicate hands tightly grasped his thighs and prayed anxiously. No. Don't. Let her go. She's still a child. Come at me if you want to do anything. Chapter 118. How can you be half as sensible as me? She racked her brains, trying to figure out what went wrong, and Qin Yun's words kept flashing through her mind. The answer is obvious. It was the word, young master, that made him change his attitude. Child? Have you ever seen a child in his 20s? Monet was choking. She knew that this was not the point. I know I was wrong. Please, God. No, master, please forgive me this time. Master? That title sounds pretty good. Let your enemies fall into your trap step by step, and finally be forced to give in. Kneeling on the ground pitifully, calling you master. Then she doesn't resist at all, and even begins to humbly agree to all your requests. This feeling, wow, is really quite fulfilling. Oh, what did you do wrong? Qin Yun did not move forward, but began to look at her humble posture with interest. Monet sighed inwardly and said respectfully, I shouldn't call you, young master, Doflamingo. Seeing Qin Yun's expression unchanged, Monet knew that she had not done enough, and she became ruthless and pleaded coquettishly. Master, I really know I was wrong. Why don't you vent all your anger on Monet? As long as you're not angry, you can ask Monet to do anything. Humph, now you know how to please me. What were you doing before? Monet felt relieved when he saw Qin Yun's tone soften. So he stood up, suppressed his weakness, and hunched his body, actively pulling Qin Yun's sleeve and dragging him into the room, and continued to increase his strength and said, Master, come into the house, don't think about those bad things. My sister is so small, how can she be half as intelligent and sensible as me? And I will never resist. I will obediently accept the severe punishment from my master brother. Qin Yun thought to himself, as expected, Doflamingo's position in Monet's heart is definitely not as high as that of Sugar. She said earlier that she and her sister were willing to die for Doflamingo, but it was just to stop him from making further advances. At that time he threatened with Sugar, but it didn't work because the sugar was not in his hand. Now that Sugar is his captive, as long as he shows the slightest intention of interest in Sugar, Monet will have no choice but to submit and be controlled by him. Without resistance, Qin Yun let Monet pull her into the room. Advertisement. The angels outside could hear it, knew that the matter was settled, and considerately closed the door for them. Inside the room, Qin Yun pretended to be helpless and was pushed onto a chair beside by Monet. Seeing Monet sitting there blankly and not moving, he could not help but urge him. What? At this point, you are still hesitating. In that case, forget it. No. Master, I don't know how to. In that case. Qin Yun's face flashed with joy. He stood up, removed her sea-stone anklet, and ordered her to sit on another chair. Monet sat down blankly. Qin Yun poured 2 glasses of red wine and said calmly. Drink this cup of wine, and you will be mine. Do you understand? Understood. Qin Yun went to such great lengths, using Doflamingo's life as a threat and Sugar's cuteness as a threat, for 2 purposes. One is to make Monet understand who he will live for in the future. The second is to temper her temper, make her more obedient, and let her know who is the real dominant person. After a few more hours, the sun slowly climbed to the highest point in the sky. Monet suppressed his mental fatigue and offered his pretty face with a flattering look. 2 small hands carefully massaged the thighs of the man in front of them. In front of her, Qin Yun looked comfortable. He was half lying on the cushion, his big hands constantly kneading Monet's little face. After resting for a while, Qin Yun struggled to get up. Seeing this, the angels hurried over to him and helped him put on a coat. Okay, Monet, that's it. You're tired too. Just take a nap here for a while. No, master. Don't leave, I can still chat with you for a while. Monet climbed forward nervously, with anticipation in his eyes, but his little hands did not dare to pull Qin Yun's clothes. Qin Yun smiled and comforted him casually. Don't worry, cutie, I know what you're afraid of. Advertisement, your sister will be under my care, and after that. Haha, you know, what her ending will be depends entirely on her performance. Yes, master. I will behave well in the future and try to get your forgiveness as soon as possible. F. Why F2F? Monet breathed a sigh of relief. She had exhausted all her strength and used all the methods she had just learned, and finally there was some success. Qin Yun nodded and said no more. The lightning dissipated and disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, Monet waited respectfully for a while, and when he felt it was about time, he collapsed on the chair in exhaustion. The angels nearby saw this, shook their heads, and stepped forward to cover her with a piece of clothing. Maybe some people think Qin Yun is too mean. How can he treat such a beautiful girl like this? This is indeed the case. Qin Yun can indeed do anything. Whether it is bright or dark, as long as it can achieve the ultimate goal, it is a good means. One thing that must be made clear is that Qin Yun has never been a good person. Moreover, facing these enemies who blocked his way, he was merciful and gave them a chance to live, which was the most he could do. God's Kingdom, Prison Island. Under Shira's leadership, Qin Yun collected the Tun Squeeze fruit from Mahabe and the Yu fruit from Senor. The performance of these two devil fruits is average. The Tun Pressure fruit, as the superior fruit of the kilogram fruit, may be given to Michida to play with. As for the Yo-Yo fruit, in the original timeline, the world government extracted Senior's bloodline factor after capturing the Don Quixote family. It was used to make green blood, and the power of Yu was given to the Seraphim Xiao Jinbei. But even with the Seraph's performance, only the unexpected sneak attack was eye-catching. It can only increase the ability user's combat space, but cannot actually increase their destructive power. After losing their devil fruits, the two of them were left with only weak bodies, and their ending was self-evident. They fell into the arms of the Shinigami on the spot. Doflamingo still has some value to be used, so the string fruit will be temporarily stored in his body to make it easier for the sea stone to suppress him. Moreover, isn't the string fruit a limitation on Doflamingo's strength? Bulu, Boga. Just as he walked out of the prison gate and was about to go to Tianyu to joke with Doflamingo, the Den Mushi in Qin Yun's arms made a sound. After picking up the phone, Robin's charming voice came. Qin Yun-chan, there's news from Baroque Studio that they found traces of supernovas in the waters around the Sabaody archipelago.